Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Chaos. Well, what the hell is going on here? What is this situation? What has happened to me? Xiao Yao stared blankly at his own pristine, translucent form, surveying the surrounding space shrouded in a dull gray haze. His mind was a blank slate, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. Good grief. I can hardly believe it. I've actually kicked the bucket, and in the manner I despise the most. Oh my heavens, can it be any more absurd? I finally managed to pull an all-nighter, and I just dropped dead. Is there no justice in this world? Those relentless gamers who toil day in and day out never seem to meet such an untimely end. What kind of misfortune has befallen me? Xiao Yao felt a profound sense of loss. He was a fine young man, having only recently entered society. He hadn't yet fully savored the vibrant world around him. Most importantly, he had yet to experience love long to taste the bittersweet essence of romance. To think that fate would be so cruel to a handsome lad. Xiao Yao pondered ruefully. Where am I? Why is everything enveloped in this grayish haze? He glanced around, only to be met with the same dull surroundings. His curiosity piqued. Before he could ascertain his environment, a similarly gray orb suddenly engulfed his soul, drawing him in. Ouch! What the heck? Am I really about to kick the bucket again, right after being reborn? Panic surged within Xiao Yao. This was no laughing matter. In this unfamiliar setting, who knew what lay in store? His soul was still quite fragile. He could not afford to perish again, for that would mean a true disintegration of his essence. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, causing his very soul to tremble with joy, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Haha, I knew it. I am indeed the chosen one. Wait, that doesn't seem quite right. The Tao has not yet been born. I should be considered a child of the great Tao. The Tao could only be regarded as my nephew. Haha, to think I have been reborn into the chaos of the primordial world, where the 3,000 demons have yet to emerge. Even more astonishing is that the entity which absorbed my soul is none other than the chaos supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This is an essential artifact for any traveler from another realm. With it, I can live securely and contentedly. What a delightful turn of events. As it turns out, the object that had drawn away Xiao Yao's soul was indeed the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This legendary item had remained undetectable even to the great Tao since the inception of chaos, effectively a bug within the cosmic framework. In the parlance of the future Tao, it was akin to the essence of evasion. At this moment, Xiao Yao felt as though he could simply relax and take it easy. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, having acquired such a magnificent treasure, and now that he had been reborn here, merging with the Chaos Pearl, it would seem rather remiss not to pursue the great Tao. Yet, since he had been reborn and possessed the Chaos Pearl as his foundation, he mused that his previous name, Xiao Yao, seems somewhat incongruous with this era. In my past life, I was named Xiao Yao, but in this new existence, having merged with the Chaos Pearl, I shall transcend. Surely, I can attain the eternal Tao beyond the realms. Thus, I shall abandon my former name, Xiao Yao, and adopt a homophonic title, Xiao Yao, as my honorific. It perfectly reflects my current situation. How splendid. Xiao Yao smiled to himself, quite pleased with the name he had chosen. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, he realized he must first solidify his cultivation method. After all, possessing a treasure without a means to utilize it would be futile. Unlike the 3,000 demons, who were innately endowed with the laws of the Tao and could continuously elevate their cultivation by honing their own principles, the 3,000 demons were born at the pinnacle of the Hongwang era, embodying the realm of saints. The hierarchy of cultivation, from the lowest to the highest, is as follows. Human immortal transformation, initial witch warrior. Earth immortal minor demon, first transformation, witch martial artist. Heavenly immortal intermediate demon, second transformation, witch martial master. True immortal major demon, third transformation, witch martial king. Mystical immortal demon, soldier, fourth transformation, witch martial emperor. Golden immortal demon, general, fifth transformation, witch martial emperor. Tai golden immortal demon, commander, sixth transformation, witch martial immortal. Great Luo golden immortal demon, king great, witch seventh transformation, martial god. Primordial Golden Immortal Demon Saint Ancestor, which 8th Transformation Martial Saint. Primordial Golden Immortal Hongjun System Quasi-Saint. Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Great Dao Saint Hongjun System Heavenly Dao Saint. Primordial Infinite Golden Immortal Infinite Saint Hongjun System Harmonizing Dao Saint. Primordial Tai Chi Golden Immortal Tai Chi Saint Hongjun System Heavenly Dao Saint. Chaos Supreme Eternal Dao Sovereign Great Dao Title Dao Sovereign. Do not be misled into thinking this hierarchy is high. It exists within the realm of chaos. The 3,000 demons are beings who grasp a singular law, not merely cultivated. Once one reaches the level of Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, the focus shifts to refining their mastery over the law until they have completely assimilated its power. Only then can one strive for the realm of Primordial Infinite Golden Immortal, where the transition occurs from merely grasping the law to wielding it. At this stage, one can freely apply their own mastery of the law. Upon reaching the Tai Chi realm, one harmonizes the power of the law with oneself. I am the law, and the law is me. Once the fusion of the law is perfected, one can use their own law to manifest a world. When that world reaches completion, one can attain the eternal title of Tao Sovereign, transcending the great Tao. As for Xiao Yao, he now merely awaited an opportunity, for the Chaos Pearl itself harbored an inner chaotic world. As long as he created a unique cultivation method for himself and followed a gradual path of cultivation, he could directly evolve a world within the realm of the Chaos Pearl. This would be far more potent than merely manifesting a world through a singular law, though would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. However, Xiao Yao had his own perspective on this matter. As long as he took advantage of the fact that the 3,000 demons had yet to be born, he could use the Chaos Pearl to borrow a fragment of law from each demon, nurturing it within the inner chaotic world of the pearl until it matured into a complete law. At that point, Xiao Yao could truly soar. Excellent. This method is brilliant. I truly am a little genius. Xiao Yao felt quite pleased with this idea and, having determined his course, immediately sat down in meditation. He had no worries about creating a cultivation method. After all, did he not spend countless hours perusing texts on Taoism in his previous life? It was no joke. Thus, using chaos as his foundation and drawing inspiration from the myriad Taoist texts of his past life, he embarked on a whirlwind of brainstorming in his mind, amalgamating the myriad pieces of knowledge imparted to him by the Chaos Pearl. After enduring 100,000 years, he finally crafted his own signature cultivation method, naming it the Great Tao Primordial Technique. Why this name, you ask? It is because Xiao Yao's path to enlightenment mirrors the Great Tao's nurturing of the 3,000 demons. However, calling it chaos felt somewhat derivative, so he altered a word, settling on Great Tao Primordial Technique, which was simply perfect. Of course, this technique could only be practiced by him alone. With a method in hand, Xiao Yao immediately commenced his first journey of cultivation. The first order of business was to manifest a physical form, as he currently existed solely as a soul without a corporeal body. Thus, Xiao Yao took the form of the Chaos Pearl, channeling the Great Tao Primordial Technique. Once his magical energy reached its threshold, he successfully manifested a form, retaining the striking handsomeness of his previous life, now imbued with an ethereal quality from his cultivation of the Great Tao Primordial Technique. Ah, splendid! I finally have a physical body. This feels wonderful. Xiao Yao reveled in the sensation of his new form, filled with profound emotion. He mused 100,000 years, a full 100,000 years. Do you have any idea what I endured during that time? Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand. With a thought, the Chaos Pearl materialized before Xiao Yao. Gazing at the grayish orb, he was filled with gratitude. Chaos Pearl, I must express my appreciation. Without you, I might not have been so fortunate. In this life, I shall take you with me to transcend the Great Tao, attain eternal enlightenment, and become the most formidable existence. Xiao Yao proclaimed boldly to the Chaos Pearl. Though it remained silent, he felt a deep sense of joy. At least he had a tangible reference to converse with, which brought him satisfaction. Afterward, he promptly stored the Chaos Pearl within his soul. while Xiao Yao had manifested a form through the Chaos Pearl. Their relationship was akin to nurturing, though not in the sense of childbirth. It was more of a symbiotic relationship. Thus, he also acquired his own unique law, one that transcended the 3,000 laws, which could be considered an overarching principle of the chaotic law. In truth, Xiao Yao had read extensively about the primordial era in various novels, many of which claimed that the chaotic law was among the 10 principal laws. However, personal experience had taught him otherwise. This notion was grossly inaccurate. Among the 3,000 laws, there was no mention of the chaotic law. Of course, one cannot simply label Xiao Yao's chaotic law as a law. A more accurate description would be a principle, one level higher than a law, akin to the Great Tao itself. The Great Tao encompasses the 3,000 laws, while the chaotic principle stands apart, much like another Great Tao. Thus, it is precisely because of Xiao Yao that the foundation of transcending the Great Tao exists, along with a glimmer of hope. The other 3,000 demonic deities, even if they were not to perish during the creation of the heavens, may ultimately attain the path of eternal truth through their cultivation. However, they will undoubtedly remain incapable of transcending the Great Tao. This is due to the fact that the Great Tao itself embodies the essence of its laws. Of course, unless one were to conjure a force of laws beyond the 3,000, this endeavor would indeed be far more challenging than transcending the Great Tao itself. The 3,000 demonic deities have now begun to take shape. This presents a splendid opportunity for me to reap the rewards, Xiao Yao joyfully remarked to the Great Tao, expressing gratitude. Ahem, in any case, the Great Tao remains oblivious to his presence within its perception. Xiao Yao is non-existent, much like possessing an invisibility ability in modern society. Ahem, one can easily ponder this for themselves. Chapter 2. The collection of the 3,000 laws. At that moment, the entire chaotic realm had been transformed into a treasure map by Xiao Yao. The law of fate. What creature is that? An earthworm. Goodness, who would have thought it truly resembled the tales from my previous life? Xiao Yao gazed at the creature, ensconced in the law of fate and resembling an earthworm, feeling a surge of emotion. It was astonishing to realize that the myriad novels from the primordial era spoke of Hongjun transforming into a sentient insect, and now it seemed to be true. However, looking at the creature before him, Xiao Yao merely smiled faintly. Even if he knew that this fate demon, Hongjun, would eventually become the ancestral figure of the primordial world, he regarded it as just a minor junior, regardless of what this junior might accomplish. To Xiao Yao, it was merely a trivial matter. As long as he could rectify the chaos when the time came, the great momentum of the world was irreversible, yet the smaller forces could still be adjusted. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yao deftly extracted a strand of the law of fate. Seizing the moment before the law could react, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered law of fate, which felt as though something was amiss. Was it just an illusion? Although the law of fate lacked sentience, its fundamental operational rules remained intact. Yet, as Xiao Yao was essentially a bug in the fabric of reality. The law of fate remained oblivious to any changes, ultimately succumbing to self-doubt. As long as I am swift enough, you shall never fathom what transpired, Xiao Yao mused mischievously, observing the law of fate already beginning to evolve within the chaotic realm. Filled with delight, had he not just acquired the first law? Were the remaining 2,999 laws far off? Certainly not. After a full 100,000 years spent traversing the chaotic realm in search of the nurturing grounds for the 3,000 laws. This endeavor was indeed no easy task. After 100,000 years, Xiao Yao finally located the remaining 2,999 laws and extracted a strand to cast into the inner chaos, leaving only the final law of power yet to be found. This law was the most potent and mysterious of all, as Xiao Yao had not detected any trace of it throughout his tenacious search, leaving him utterly speechless. Goodness, Pangu must be exceptionally adept at concealment. Did he grow up playing hide and seek in his previous life? Even the law of concealment couldn't possibly be this elusive. One must admire such a divine being capable of splitting heaven and earth. Truly a child of the great Tao, Xiao Yao halted in the void, feeling a sense of frustration as he ran his fingers through his flowing hair, anxiety creeping in. Soon, the time for the awakening of the demon god would arrive. And if he could not gather the law of power to complete the 3,000 laws, he would be pressed for time to cultivate. With this in mind, Xiao Yao conceived a plan. Swiftly utilizing the power of the 2,999 laws he had already acquired, In an instant, the energies of the 2,999 laws converged throughout his entire being. Time passed unmeasured as Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, a smile gradually creeping onto his lips. At last, I have found you. With that, Xiao Yao's form vanished in an instant. The next moment, he stood before an enormous lotus flower. The 36th grade chaotic blue lotus, indeed, was right here, gazing at the magnificent blue lotus emanating the aura of laws. Xiao Yao exhaled in relief, hardly pausing to reflect before swiftly extracting a strand of the law of power and drawing it into the inner chaos. However, in the very next moment, the chaotic blue lotus seemed to sense something and halted its rotation. This startled Xiao Yao, who marveled at the potency of the law, realizing it had grown to such an extent that a treasure protects its master. How enviable! Yet, I am still a cut above. Pangu, I eagerly await your arrival into this world. Xiao Yao held a favorable impression of Pangu, who had single-handedly vanquished 2,999 demon gods, resulting in the demise of 90% of them, leaving only a scant few souls to endure, reborn in the primordial realm. Those who survived were but a mere collection of remnants devoid of spirit, ultimately merging with the chaotic energies to become savage beasts of slaughter. At last, everything has come to fruition. It is time for my departure. I shall find a suitable place to enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I attain the realm of the primordial limitless golden immortal. By then, even if all 3,000 demon gods awaken, the strongest among them will only reach that level. Xiao Yao was quite confident in this regard. He was certain that once he achieved the primordial limitless golden immortal state, he could certainly contend with the primordial Taiji golden immortal, as it represented a suppression of higher energy over lower energy. When that time comes, amidst the entirety of the chaotic realm, only Pangu would stand as a worthy opponent. Of course, Xiao Yao had no intention of clashing with Pangu. He wasn't foolish enough to do so. Instead, he anticipated gleaning insights when Pangu split heaven and earth. How else would he carve out his own inner chaotic realm? How would he ascend to the primordial Taiji golden immortal? Xiao Yao swiftly located a suitable spot, first sealing the surrounding space-time with the chaos pearl before settling into a meditative posture, fully immersing himself in cultivation at this moment, within Xiao Yao's inner chaotic realm. The 3,000 laws were provided with pure chaotic energy, which they greedily absorbed as if they were fish drawn to blood. The power of the laws began to evolve at an invisible pace, a phenomenon only possible due to the completeness of the 3,000 laws. The laws interacted within the inner chaotic realm, naturally compounding and verifying one another, thus accelerating the process compared to when they were singular or incomplete, like a puzzleware. Despite having placed 2,999 out of 3,000 pieces, the absence of the central piece renders it imperfect and discordant. In this environment, Xiao Yao's cultivation gradually intensified. At the initial stage of the 3,000 laws, his cultivation rose automatically to the primordial Deluo golden immortal. At the mid-stage, it escalated to the primordial limitless golden immortal. At the high stage, he reached the primordial Taiji golden immortal. He awaited the final completion of the 3,000 laws. Then, utilizing the chaotic laws as a foundation, he would split heaven and earth within the inner chaotic realm, evolving the universe, ultimately achieving the realm of eternal chaos. Once the universe was perfected, Xiao Yao would be able to truly transcend the great Tao and achieve the status of Tao sovereign. Thus, what Xiao Yao needed to do now was to fully operate the chaotic laws, absorbing chaotic energy to nourish the power of the 3,000 laws within the inner chaotic realm. The 3,000 laws have finally stabilized. That was quite an endeavor. Time and chaos is immeasurable. It is unclear how long had passed when Xiao Yao emerged from his meditative state, observing that the 3,000 laws within the inner chaotic realm had thoroughly stabilized. He let out a deep breath. In A Wonder novels mention losing all sense of time during seclusion. In this timeless chaos, by my calculations, it must have been at least several thousand years. Xiao Yao reflected deeply. If this were his previous life, several millennia would have seen human civilization undergo numerous transformations. It is no wonder they say that immortals and mortals are worlds apart. Emerging from a prolonged seclusion, one finds that familiar faces and places have vanished, leaving one at a loss as to whom to turn for explanation. Clearly, the rules established by the heavenly order of the primordial world are not without reason. I should now be at the initial stage of the primordial Deluo golden immortal. It seems I must continue striving, as the 3,000 demon gods will be born at the realm of primordial Deluo golden immortal. A formidable challenge indeed, Xiao Yao muttered to himself, feeling a renewed determination. swiftly entering the cultivation state once more. However, now that the 3,000 laws had stabilized, the process would be significantly smoother and quicker. Xiaoyao had his own plans. During his search for the 3,000 laws, he had encountered numerous unclaimed treasures in the making, while he had no personal need for them, as someone from a later age. He held a keen interest in collecting such spiritual treasures from the chaotic period. Even if not for himself, should he venture into the primordial world and encounter individuals he admired or even take on disciples, it would be advantageous to possess notable treasures. Moreover, if he were to establish his own universe, even without the necessity for spiritual treasures, acquiring some chaotic spiritual roots to place within his world would significantly elevate its prestige. Xiaoyao, aside from his own innate treasure, the Chaos Pearl, possesses an array of other artifacts, which diverges from the typical accumulation expected of a time traveler. Among the 3,000 demon gods, the Space Demon God Yang Mei wields the Chaos treasure known as the Space Gate. The Fate Demon God Hong Jun possesses the Chaos treasure called the River of Fate. The Time Demon God Shurchen carries the Chaos treasure known as the Time Compass. Numerous formidable demon gods are endowed with their own Chaos treasures, and within the Chaos realm, there exist many other unclaimed Chaos treasures that it stands to reason that these treasures would be sought after and refined by the 3,000 demon gods after their emergence, only to be rendered utterly fragmented by the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the acts of creation, during the pivotal moment of the primordial genesis. Ultimately, they would transform into nutrients for the Honglong world, a lamentable fate indeed. As a promising youth, Xiaoyao feels an obligation to rescue these enchanting treasures, indifferent to the fate of the demon gods, for their calamity is an inevitability, a change that the great Tao cannot alter. The choices made are solely those of the 3,000 demon gods. Had they opted not to impede Panga's creation, would the outcome have been different? Yet, if the Tao does not contend, then what purpose does cultivation serve? For the 3,000 demon gods, chaos is the key to their enlightenment, yet Panga's intent to disrupt the chaos realm obstructs their path. Thus, their attempts to thwart Panga's creation are entirely reasonable. For this is not merely a matter of loyalty, but a genuine contest of the great Tao. Victory leads to enlightenment, while defeat results in oblivion, leaving no room for blame. Chapter 3. Sweeping through chaos, uncertain how much time has elapsed. Xiaoyao observes an abundance of spiritual treasures and roots slowly manifesting within the chaos. The presence of the 3,000 demon gods grows increasingly profound, nearing the critical point of their awakening. The vast chaos world is on the brink of becoming livelied, this moment. Within the chaos space where Xiaoyao resides, a tremendous aura of law diffuses, an indistinct force of Tao directly siphoning all the chaos essence from an extensive area. Before returning to tranquility, as if the previous occurrences had never transpired, this the sensation of achieving the perfected unity of the Tai Chi Golden Immortal. A voice resonates softly from within the space, imbued with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and a hint of excitement. Subsequently, a figure gradually materializes, clad in a simple Taoist robe that exudes an air of natural harmony, with long, dark hair cascading effortlessly behind. Moving as if guided by an unseen breeze, he appears ethereal. His feet are adorned with modest gray shoes, but most striking are his handsome features, particularly his bright, captivating eyes that draw one's gaze involuntarily. Evoking the phrase, "a man on the path is as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world," this individual is none other than Xiaoyao, now having attained the status of a perfected unity of the Tai Chi Golden Immortal. Indeed, this is the visage befitting a protagonist. Xiaoyao feels a profound satisfaction with his current attire and aura. However, now is the time for some stealthy endeavors as he surveys the surrounding haze of chaos essence. He notes that the visibility has improved considerably since the dawn of chaos, suggesting that the demon gods have begun to autonomously absorb the chaos essence for their cultivation, with his divine sense expanded. Xiaoyao's realm encompasses the entire chaos world. What is this? There is even a living entity. Intrigued, he investigates further. Through his divine sense, Xiaoyao detects a location housing a living creature, seemingly awakening even earlier than the chaos demon gods, which surprises him. This marks the first instance of encountering a living being since his crossing, filling him with excitement as he vanishes from his original position. What? Is this a national treasure? Xiaoyao gazes at the creature before him, momentarily stunned, as it bears an uncanny resemblance to a national treasure from his past life. Could this be the chaos version of a panda? Who are you? At this moment, the creature, reminiscent of a national treasure. Also notices Xiaoyao's sudden appearance. Naturally, this was Xiaoyao's intention. Otherwise, the creature, possessing the realm of the perfected unity of the great Luo Golden Immortal, would never have detected him. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Instead, tell me, what exactly are you? Xiaoyao inquires with a friendly smile, observing the creature's anxious demeanor. Sensing no hostility from Xiaoyao, the creature relaxes slightly, albeit still wary, and cautiously responds, I am a chaos beast, a spiritual creature birthed from chaos essence. Might I inquire why you seek me? A chaos beast, I see. With the 3,000 laws encircling you, could it be that you cultivate the power of these laws? Xiaoyao remarks, genuinely surprised by the creature's aura, which mirrors his own cultivation method. My Lord Jest, I do not cultivate the power of the 3,000 laws. Rather, I am inherently attuned to the Tao, thus appearing as though I cultivate their power. I possess the innate characteristic of chaos essence, allowing me to embrace all laws. While I do not cultivate any specific law, I can wield any law's power and simulate the 3,000 laws. If one were to insist on my primary focus, it would be the law of formlessness. Where the great Tao is formless and nameless, it embodies the law of formlessness. Remarkable. Is this akin to a chaos version of the small formless technique? What? The small formless technique? The chaos beast inquires, intrigued by Xiaoyao's words. Cough, cough. It's nothing significant. Chaos beast, you are the first living entity I have encountered in this realm. It seems we are destined to cross paths. Are you aware of the impending calamity? I can offer you a means to evade this disaster. What are your thoughts? Xiaoyao adopts a benevolent demeanor, extending his hands toward the seemingly innocent chaos beast. As the first living being to emerge within chaos, born of its essence, the chaos beast possesses an intrinsic awareness of the forthcoming calamity, understanding that it is a matter of life and death. A perilous fate indeed. Observing Xiaoyao's somewhat dubious demeanor, the chaos beast contemplates its options. Given the certainty of its demise, it deems survival preferable. Unlike the 3,000 chaos demon gods, it merely wishes to exist in peace. With no aspirations to transcend the great Tao. Of course, if survival entails rest and sustenance, that would be ideal. Were Xiaoyao privy to the creature's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be amused, as this mirrors the very essence of a national treasure, aligning perfectly with his own philosophy. Little beast, I greet you as my master. The chaos beast, understanding the might of the being before it, realizes that Xiaoyao might genuinely lead it away from disaster. Seizing this golden opportunity, it promptly acknowledges Xiaoyao's supremacy. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Since you have recognized me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Tianyuan, befitting your nature. Additionally, a nickname shall be bestowed upon you. You shall be known as Gonggong. How does that sound? Upon hearing Xiaoyao's choice of names, the chaos beast feels a surge of joy, eagerly accepting its new title. I shall heed all your commands, my master. However, what does this Gonggong signify? Xiaoyao's expression falters momentarily. He cannot possibly admit to his whimsical sense of humor. Nonetheless, he remains composed, waving his hand dismissively. I am your master. What is wrong with giving you an affectionate name? Do you have any objections? Gonggong dares not protest. Thank you for the name, my master. The chaos beast, now known as Tianyuan, perceives Xiaoyao's mischievous glint and quickly acquiesces, rationalizing that the name Gonggong is rather pleasant. Should anyone else dare to call it by that name in the future, it would surely exact retribution. Well said. Tianyuan, can your form shrink? Pleased with Tianyuan's compliance, Xiaoyao smiles, though he finds Tianyuan's considerable size somewhat problematic. Based on his past experiences, Tianyuan's true form is akin to the size of a small planet. If you were to ride Tianyuan, it would hardly offer any sensation, let alone the desire to pet it. After all, this is Tianyuan, a long-held wish from his previous life now materializing before him surely. He must indulge in this opportunity. Yet, Tianyuan, perceptive as ever, notices Xiaoyao's frown as he regards its massive form. Understanding Xiaoyao's intent, Tianyuan swiftly transforms, shrinking from the size of a small planet to that of a small cat. Much to Xiaoyao's delight. Now this is much more fitting. That enormous form was rather unappealing. With a carefree demeanor, Xiaoyao sees the approaching Tianyuan, vigorously ruffling its head with a look of profound satisfaction. Tianyuan, on the other hand, could only endure the whimsical displays of its unscrupulous master, feeling utterly resigned to the whimsical outpouring of malevolent emotions. Despite its inner turmoil and dissatisfaction, it dared not move. Genuinely too afraid to do so. After indulging in a moment of satisfaction by petting the rotund creature, Xiaoyao's spirits soared. Come, rotund one, I shall procure some bamboo for you. What is bamboo? Tianyuan pondered, utterly bewildered. Yet, it could sense that this item was certainly not to its benefit. Before it could fully process this, Xiaoyao had already brought it to a small grove of bamboo. Observing the sight before him, Xiaoyao was elated, exclaiming, Look, rotund one, this shall be your sustenance from now on. As a rotund creature, how can you not consume bamboo? A rotund being that does not feast upon bamboo cannot be considered a true national treasure. Tianyuan rolled its eyes in exasperation, silently rebuking Xiaoyao's delusion, internally shouting, I am no national treasure. I am a chaos beast. Who decreed that I must consume this? However, upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Xiaoyao's gaze, Tianyuan found itself powerless, as if gazing up at the heavens. If only such a presence existed at that moment. Reluctantly, it managed to utter, Thank you, master. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do not be ungrateful. This is chaos spiritual root bamboo, which greatly aids in comprehending the laws of nature. Others would covet it, yet here you are, oblivious to your good fortune. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan's eyes lit up. This bamboo was indeed a precious resource, potentially allowing it to fulfill its desire of eating and sleeping in a continuous cycle of cultivation. In an instant, as it gazed at the bamboo, drool began to escape its mouth, its small eyes glimmering with eagerness as it looked up at Xiaoyao. Now you comprehend the kindness I bestow upon you, don't you? Xiaoyao teased. Enough of those innocent eyes. I shall first place this chaos bamboo in my inner chaos world for safekeeping. Whenever you wish to eat, it shall be yours. There is plenty to go around. Hee. Thank you, master. You are truly benevolent. You have even learned to flatter. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Young one. Xiaoyao marveled at Tianyuan, surprised that this seemingly simple creature had instinctively learned to flatter. Truly a chaos beast with great potential, which pleased Xiaoyao immensely. Come, let us explore the chaos. We are the paragons of virtue, with so much debris scattered throughout the chaos. It is our duty to restore harmony to this world. After all, we must maintain the tranquility of the chaos. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyao boasted without a hint of shame, leaving Tianyuan speechless. How shameless could one be? The mission was clearly to collect treasures, yet he spoke as if on a noble quest. Nevertheless, Tianyuan found itself intrigued by this notion and readily endorsed its master's grand aspirations. Thus began the duo's sweeping journey through the chaos, as they collected debris along their path, taking only what they deemed worthy, while leaving behind a few items for the soon-to-be-awakened chaos demon god, adhering to the principles of sustainable development that Xiaoyao understood well. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Demon Gods. Time flew by swiftly, and the duo had ceased their plundering of the chaotic realm, contentedly sorting through their bountiful harvest within Xiaoyao's inner chaos world. They had transplanted numerous chaos spiritual roots, such as the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Golden Apple Tree, and Jianmu Tree, creating a lush paradise within their domain. Even the greatest of Taoists would be astonished to witness such flourishing vegetation, as if they had plundered the very essence of chaos itself. Not to mention the myriad of spiritual treasures hovering throughout the chaos, each of the lowest quality being a superior chaos spiritual treasure, with the entirety consisting of exquisite treasures as for the chaos supreme treasures. They were few and far between, including Xiaoyao's own birth treasure, the chaos pearl, the chaos green lotus that birthed Pangu, and the chaos opening heaven axe, along with the creation jade dish. These four constituted the supreme treasures of the chaos world, with all others being merely exquisite treasures. Yet, Xiaoyao was acutely aware that the chaos spiritual treasures they had gathered would serve as nourishing resources for the universe he would create after the opening of his inner chaos. They could not possibly remain in the Hongwang world, for the heavenly Tao would never permit the existence of chaos spiritual treasures exceeding the innate supreme treasures. This was evident from the division of the 24 creation green lotus under the pressure of the heavenly Tao, transforming into the treasures of the three pure ones, an unfortunate fate indeed. However, this was an unavoidable reality. Chaos spiritual treasures were inherently superior to innate treasures. Should a chaos spiritual treasure suddenly arrive in the Hongwang world, it would be akin to pouring a bucket of water into a hot oil pan, instantly draining the essence of the Hongwang world. The Hongwang realm simply could not accommodate such an influx. Much like an old saying, a small temple cannot house a grand Buddha. Nonetheless, it was feasible to plant branches of chaos spiritual roots in the Hongwang world, indirectly supplying it with the essence of heaven and earth. Though such branches would merely be considered innate spiritual roots, just as the master and servant were reclining comfortably on a patterned chaos spiritual treasure while enjoying the fruits of the chaos. The 3,000 demon gods within the chaos world began to stir, extravagantly announcing their existence upon awakening. The duo scoffed at this ostentatious display, questioning the need for such a grand entrance when a more tranquil approach would suffice. What a bother! All 3,000 demon gods must be eccentric. Xiao Yao and Tian Yuan agreed in silent consensus that I am the time demon god, Shurchen, here to proclaim the Tao. I am the space demon god. Yang Mei, here to proclaim the Tao. I am the fate demon god, Hongjun, here to proclaim the Tao. I am. Soon, the chaos world was filled with the resounding declarations of 2,999 demon gods, creating a lively atmosphere. Goodness, these demon gods are truly flamboyant, proclaiming the Tao as if it were a grand performance. How absurd. Indeed, Master speaks the truth. Is it not better to keep a low profile? Truly eccentric, Tian Yuan concurred, munching on a golden apple with a look of contentment. At that moment, Hongjun gazed at his companion treasure, the fate compass, with pride and satisfaction, the top-tier chaos spiritual treasure. Surely none of the other demon gods possess a companion treasure of my caliber. However, noticing that numerous allies had awakened, he decided to seize the opportunity to engage in philosophical discussions with them. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the nearest demon god. Haha, I am the fate demon god. Hongjun, pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist. Yang Mei, observing the ostentatious introduction before him, nodded politely. I am the space demon god. Yang Mei, it is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. May I inquire what brings you to seek me out? With a smile, Hongjun replied, at this juncture, as the era of chaos dawns, I sought you out to engage in a discussion of the Tao. Would you be amenable to this? Oh, in that case, I would be most eager to oblige. As we share the same roots in the Tao, seeking the truth together is indeed a form of cultivation. However, it seems we are but two. Perhaps we should venture forth to find other like-minded companions in the chaos to engage in mutual discourse, which would be a delightful endeavor. What say you? Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement at this suggestion. This was indeed a splendid idea. The 3,000 paths of the Tao were intrinsically connected, and by learning from others' principles, his own fate Tao could accelerate in growth. Truly a win-win situation. That he nodded in agreement. Your wisdom astounds me, fellow Taoist. Ha! You flatter me. The two shared a knowing smile, feeling a kinship in their mutual appreciation. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao, observing this exchange from the shadows, felt a peculiar sensation at the sight of their expressions, leading him to display a rather lewd grin, causing Tian Yuan to instinctively shrink back. What has come over my master? Why does he wear such a lewd expression? Tian Yuan mused, attempting to reassure itself. Ah, I must remain pure. Yes, I am pure. I am truly pure. With a hint of narcissism, Tian Yuan comforted itself, though it could not help but distance itself slightly from its master. Witnessing Tian Yuan's reaction, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smirk, scoffing at its lack of discernment. How lonely it was to relish such a grand spectacle alone. Never did he anticipate that this Hongjun fellow would establish a connection with Yang Mei so soon within the chaos. Something was undoubtedly amiss. It was no wonder that during the Hong Wang era, Yang Mei assisted Hongjun in battling Luahu. That fellow was destined to falter. Xiao Yao's mind raced with these thoughts, yet he quickly caught up with the duo. Curious to see what the first grand assembly of the chaos demon gods would entail, he was eager to witness the commotion, as such lively chaos was a rare occurrence, and missing out would be rather unfortunate. Let us go. My master shall take you to witness the spectacle. As the carefree one indulged in his journey, consuming and accompanying, with the passage of time, an increasing number of demon gods joined the ranks of Hongjun and Yang Mei. Some came of their own accord upon hearing the news, while others were sought out by Hongjun. In total, it was counted that approximately over 1,000 demon gods had gathered for this assembly. The remaining demon gods, whether disinterested or engrossed in seclusion for cultivation, were not disturbed. After all, obstructing one's cultivation is a grave karmic offense, and they would not engage in such actions, for it all depended on fate. This endeavor lasted several years before Hongjun and the others finally paused. Gazing at the more than 1,000 companions around them, Hongjun and Yang Mei exchanged satisfied smiles. Esteemed friends, we, the 3,000 demon gods, excluding those unable to attend, have gathered a total of 1,300 demon gods together. This marks our first discourse among the chaotic demon gods. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your participation. Hongjun began, courteously bowing to those around him in a display of politeness. No need for such formality, dear friends. For an event of this magnitude, how could we not attend? Another responded. Indeed, as Taoist Qian Kuan has stated, it is a great honor to partake in this gathering. All right, esteemed friends, let us set aside our pleasantries. Thus, we now commence the first discourse among the chaotic demon gods. After Hongjun finished speaking, he turned to Yang Mei and asked with a smile, Taoist Yang Mei, would you care to start? Yang Mei shook her head gently and replied, there is no need for such formalities, dear friend. You are the initiator. It is fitting for you to begin. Hongjun nodded in agreement without further comment. I am Hongjun, the demon god who specializes in the laws of fate. I now warmly invite all esteemed friends to discuss the path of the laws of fate. Allow me to present my humble insights. And I welcome your guidance. The path of the Tao is formless, and the Tao itself is without shape. The great path of fate governs the destinies of all beings, shaping their fates and transforming the impermanence of life. It is a matter of transcending the great river of destiny, freeing oneself from the constraints of the Tao, in pursuit of eternal transcendence and mastery over one's own fate. All beings are born with destiny, act, and are influenced by fate. The great Tao is impartial, and all beings are equal. By communicating with the Tao through their own laws, they grasp the essence of fate within the Tao's richness. Comprehending the transformations of fate, as Hongjun elaborated on the path of fate, the laws of destiny encircled him, and the flowers of Tao blossomed in the void, prompting numerous demon gods to absorb the essence of these blossoming laws. With Hongjun's discourse on the great Tao, many demon gods gained insights into the laws of fate, nodding in understanding, clearly reaping considerable benefits, although they were not specialists in the laws of fate. The shared journey through the great Tao revealed commonalities, allowing them to validate and complement one another. When the flowers of the great Tao in the void dissipated, Hongjun's teachings reached their conclusion. The demon gods emerged from their state of enlightenment, bowing to Hongjun in gratitude. We thank you, Taoist Hongjun, for your enlightening teachings. Haha, esteemed friends, you are too kind. Next, we shall invite Taoist Yang Mei to share her insights on the laws of space. What say you, Taoist Yang Mei? Hongjun said with a smile, bowing to the gathered crowd before turning to Yang Mei. Yang Mei kindly nodded, refraining from further deflection, and took her place beside Hongjun, without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries. She began to expound on her specialization in the laws of space. I am Yang Mei, the demon god of the laws of space. The universe is rootless, and the Tao resides within it. The upper realm is called Yin, the lower realm Zhou, which pertains to space. The realms of heaven and earth are all within the domain of space. I, as the master of space, can traverse freely within its bounds, commanding all therein, thus being the sovereign of space. These grand concepts of the Tao, I merely speak whimsically, not fully comprehending, so let it be as it is, a makeshift effort. Chapter 5. The Top 10 Laws of the Tao. After Yang Mei concluded her discourse on the laws of space, each of the over 1,000 demon gods stepped forward to elucidate their own paths of the Tao, resulting in a discourse that spanned 100,000 years. Finally, Hongjun resumed his position as speaker. Casting a cheerful glance at the surrounding demon gods, who mirrored his joy, it was evident that this discourse had yielded significant rewards for them, not only in terms of their cultivation, but also in their comprehension of the laws of the Tao. Hongjun expressed his gratitude once more for the generous contributions of his fellow friends, declaring the first chaotic discourse to be a resounding success. Upon his announcement, as the attendees were about to engage in pleasantries, unexpectedly, the entire chaotic realm erupted in a golden radiance. Hongjun and Yang Mei exchanged astonished glances, their hearts swelling with joy. In unison, they exclaimed, "Merit of the Tao! What? This is the merit of the Tao! Who would have thought our discourse would attract such divine favor? Truly remarkable. Indeed, only through the recognition of the Tao would such merit descend. Not only that, but the merit of the Tao can accelerate the comprehension of the laws. A mere hint of it equates to countless years of arduous cultivation. Splendid! Quickly, let us calm our minds and await the descent of the Tao's merit, as you say." The multitude of demon gods, upon hearing the words of Hongjun and Yang Mei, quickly awakened to the significance of the merit of the Tao, which was documented in their legacies. They were astonished, never expecting that an ordinary discourse would garner the attention of the Tao and result in its merit being bestowed upon them. Unbeknownst to them, their discussions had contributed to the development of the chaotic realm, ultimately benefiting the Tao. Thus, the Tao rewarded the participating demon gods as a form of encouragement and recognition for their actions. At that moment, the merit of the Tao began to be distributed. First, Hongjun and Yang Mei, As the initiators of this discourse received the lion's share, Hongjun alone garnered 15% of the merit, while Yangmei received 10%. The remaining 80% was shared among the other 1,000-plus demon gods. Within the chaotic realm, Xiaoyao observed this scene. Utterly astonished, he had not anticipated that the inaugural discourse of chaos would attract the Tao's attention and be bestowed with its merit. Truly impressive. Hongjun, no wonder he had seized the opportunity during the primordial times to become the Tao ancestor. Such a foundation was indeed evident. Tianyuan, too, gazed in disbelief at the demon gods basking in the radiance of merit. Envy glimmering in his eyes. How much cultivation could one gain from even a fraction of that merit? Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Jealousy is unbecoming. When we venture out, do not refer to yourself as my Xiaoyao's pet. I cannot bear the disgraced its merely a bit of Tao merit. Must you wear such a face? When Pangu opens the heavens, I shall arrange a grand display for you to behold. Why envy such trivial merits? Xiaoyao regarded Tianyuan with disdain, displeased by his insatiable desires, and envied Tio Xiaoyao. This merit was but a minor affair. The true spectacle awaited the opening of the heavens by Pangu, which would yield significant merit, something worth aspiring towards. Ugh. Hearing Xiaoyao's remarks, Tianyuan cast a resentful glance at his master, wishing to swipe him across the face. Did he truly believe himself to be a child of the Tao? Dismissing the merit as trivial? Yet, Tianyuan dared not voice his thoughts, for he still needed to maintain some semblance of respect for his master. Otherwise, his own handsome visage might suffer unjust consequences. My master speaks the truth. My master is the greatest, Tianyuan replied, ingratiating himself with a servile demeanor. Having followed Xiaoyao for so long, he had learned to discern his master's character, knowing that at such moments, a flurry of praise was the way to go. Indeed, Xiaoyao's expression brightened, clearly satisfied with Tianyuan's display. Well done, a promising pupil indeed. Follow me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury, as Xiaoyao and Tianyuan reveled in their banner within the chaotic realm. The demon gods outside, upon the dissipating essence of the Tao's merit, awakened in delight, exchanging glances filled with joy. The power they had just received from the merit of the Tao had significantly advanced their cultivation, allowing them to swiftly approach the threshold of the mixed Yuan Wujin immortal realm. They only awaited their return to their birthplace to consolidate their cultivation before embarking on the journey to the limitless realm. Observing this, Hongjun recognized that his fellow friends were eager to return for seclusion, and he too felt the same. Thus, he refrained from lengthy speeches and promptly announced the dispersal of the assembly. In an instant, the once crowded space transformed, leaving only a handful of demon gods behind. Hongjun regarded the remaining few with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Esteemed friends, do you have something to discuss?" The lingering demon gods exchanged knowing smiles, understanding the intent of those who remained, and began to introduce themselves. I am the time demon god. Shurchen. I am the god of creation. Zaohua. I am the god of destruction. Luoho. I am the god of cause and effect. Ingwa. I am the god of yin and yang. Yin-yang. I am the god of heaven and earth. Xian-kuan. I am the god of reincarnation. Luan-hui. I am the god of life and death. Sheng-si. We have come to leave our mark, hoping to cultivate a benevolent relationship with our esteemed friends Hongjun and Yangmei, and to perhaps agree upon a time for the next discourse on the Tao. I am uncertain if this is possible. After introducing themselves, the representative of the eight spoke on behalf of the group. Upon hearing this, both Hongjun and Yangmei were greatly pleased. After all, having more like-minded companions is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Furthermore, these 8 individuals rank among the more prestigious among the myriad of gods, each possessing formidable powers of the laws that on the path to enlightenment. It is essential to have kindred spirits, for solitary pursuits in the quest for truth yield little. Given that my esteemed friends harbor such intentions, I could not ask for more, Hongjun expressed with great joy to the 8. Yangmei also responded with a smile. I too warmly welcome all of you. Following this exchange, the 10 gods shared a knowing smile, solidifying their agreement. They then deliberated on convening again after a Yuan meeting to collaboratively organize the second Chaos Tao Conference. Once the time was set, the individuals returned to their respective domains, eager to pursue their breakthroughs. Observing this scene from within the inner chaos, Xian Yao nodded in approval. Indeed, aside from the god of strength, Pangu, these beings could be considered among the top 10 gods of the primordial laws. It remains uncertain how many will escape the impending calamity of creation. However, it is assured that Yangmei, Hong Jun, Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and destruction will be reborn in the Hong Huang world, while the fates of the others likely ended at the hand of Panga's axe. What a pity. The reincarnation and life and death gods possess intriguing companion treasures, which might yield fruitful outcomes in the Hong Huang world. I certainly do not wish for the supremacy of the Hong Huang heavenly Tao. Under the great Tao, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity must coexist and develop together to establish a harmonious society. Fostering the advancement and ascension of the Hong Huang world, Xian Yao contemplated how to acquire the companion treasures of the reincarnation and life and death gods during the calamity of creation. Although I cannot guarantee the preservation of their quality as top-tier chaos spiritual treasures, the innate treasures will suffice. Additionally, there is the god of creation, whose primary laws belong to Nuwa. I surmise that the Nuwa of the Hong Huang world may very well be a rebirth of the chaos god of creation, with her laws transforming into innate creation energy that nurtured her into a primordial saint, another form of rebirth for the god of creation. However, the calamity of creation is still far off. Having seen enough of the commotion, Xian Yao transported himself directly to the birthplace of Tian Yuan. While the recent discourse among the gods offered limited assistance to him, it proved beneficial for Tian Yuan. At this moment, Tian Yuan displayed signs of imminent breakthrough. Though Xian Yao often playfully teased Tian Yuan, he held a deep affection for his companion. Despite their master-servant dynamic, Xian Yao regarded Tian Yuan as family. Should anyone mistreat him, Xian Yao would be the first to oppose it. Conversely, Tian Yuan would fiercely defend Xian Yao against any disrespect, attacking with utmost severity, devoid of any sentimentality. Nevertheless, Xian Yao provided guidance for Tian Yuan's cultivation. During the god's discourse, he instructed Tian Yuan to keenly absorb the teachings of the top 10 paths, as this would greatly benefit him. As for other laws, mere listening sufficed, given that Xian Yao had mastered the 3,000 laws to perfection. However, the insights shared by the law gods regarding their own interpretations differed from Xian Yao's. The pursuit of the Tao demands an appreciation of both similarities and differences. Each path is uniquely understood by each individual. Yet, all laws converge upon the great Tao, and the absorption of diverse understandings proves advantageous for both Tian Yuan and Xian Yao. This is why, during the Hong Huang era, those immortals frequently organized discussions, as it served as a form of cultivation. Chapter 6. Yang Mei. At this moment, in the birthplace of Yang Mei, she summoned her essence, a colossal willow tree that swayed gracefully within the chaos. The cascading branches exuded a profound resonance of the space Tao, generating waves of spatial shockwaves that radiated outward from her presence. Behind Yang Mei, a small spatial gateway shimmered with the power of spatial laws. This gateway is her companion treasure, an exquisite chaos spiritual artifact known as the Space Gate. It is through this treasure that Yang Mei traverses freely across the chaos realm, allowing her consciousness to instantaneously pass through the Space Gate. Were she to employ it for escape, no one in the chaos world could surpass her. This is a critical factor in her ability to evade the calamity of creation. Her astonishment. The power of these great laws has surged, elevating her cultivation to the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm. She contemplated attempting to break through to the mixed Yuan Wu Ji golden immortal stage. Hoping for a successful ascent, feeling her own power, she nodded in satisfaction. After all, her rapid advancement ensures that other chaos gods do not catch up. While the last gathering was peaceful, the chaos realm is inherently competitive. As all strive for the Tao in pursuit of transcendence, conflicts are inevitable. As the path to enlightenment is characterized by competition, one must vie for cultivation, laws, and even spiritual treasures. Each god is acutely aware that possessing more laws and treasures significantly aids in transcending the Tao. Though presently, most gods have yet to reach that level of contention, once they step into the mixed Yuan Wu Ji golden immortal realm, they will be on the verge of transcendence at that moment. Those without companion treasures will undoubtedly seek to acquire them, an unavoidable outcome. Although Yang Mei possesses the Space Gate, an exquisite chaos spiritual artifact that requires no additional treasures for her protection, it does not prevent other gods from coveting her treasure. After all, who would not desire an exquisite chaos spiritual artifact for their own defense? It is akin to gaining an additional life, enabling one to summon a treasure to shield themselves from disaster at a crucial moment. Thus, Yang Mei is eager to advance. Achieving a breakthrough ahead of others would place her in a favorable position, dissuading immediate attempts to seize her treasure. Good, Let the space gate assist me in breaking through to the mixed Yuan Wu-Ji realm. Great Tao, boundless, chaos essence, spatial laws, come to me. Mixed Yuan Wu-Ji. Grant me passage. As Yang Mei's voice resonated with the great Tao, the chaos essence around her coalesced like a whirlwind, drawing near. In response, she emanated her spatial law power, enveloping the gathering chaos essence and swiftly guiding it within her. Simultaneously, the space gate behind her radiated brilliant light, releasing waves of spatial law power that surged into her back, providing formidable support for her breakthrough. Time passed, and suddenly, dazzling light erupted from Yang Mei, only to settle into tranquility. Upon opening her eyes, two beams of golden light shot forth, creating the illusion of piercing through the entire chaos realm. At last, I have successfully transcended. Thankfully, the space gate continuously provided me with spatial law power. Otherwise, I would have faced great difficulty. It seems I need not wait for all to reach the Wu-Ji realm, when those without treasures or insufficient artifacts for a breakthrough find themselves stalled. They will surely venture forth to seize treasures. Reflecting upon this, Yang Mei sighed. Truth be told, the relationships among the 3,000 chaos gods resemble a familial bond, all birthed from the great Tao and originating from chaos. Yet, on the path to transcendence, principles often hold little weight. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists conflict. Regardless of kinship, if one's path is obstructed, one may sever familial ties, and this holds especially true for the chaos gods. Nonetheless, Yang Mei does not wish to be associated with their ilk. Swiftly, she stored away the space gate, and with a thought, she appeared in a secluded corner at the edge of chaos. There, she inscribed the great Tao spatial law marks, akin to a formation in the Honghuang world, rendering it undetectable to other gods who might approach. After ensuring everything was secure, Yang Mei nodded in satisfaction. Now I can cultivate in peace. You gods may contend amongst yourselves. I shall remain uninvolved. Yang Mei chuckled softly as she spoke, and upon concluding her words, she immediately settled into a cross-legged position, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Were Xiaoyao present, he would undoubtedly exclaim something about traditional culture. Goodness, Yang Mei can certainly be considered a practitioner of the art of survival, or rather, she undoubtedly qualifies as the progenitor of such a path. However, one cannot blame her. As the Taoist Yang Mei, she has witnessed the primordial chaos, ferocious beasts, and the era of dragons, ultimately restoring herself to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal before even Hong Jun in the conflict between Tao and Demon. Remarkably, this old fellow was the first to break through to the realm of the great Tao Saint, while still maintaining his art of survival, directly confronting Hong Jun, who had achieved the status of a heavenly Tao Saint. Before simply departing, a truly absurd turn of events, he established a cave dwelling amidst the chaotic stars outside the primordial world, where he comfortably indulged in his survivalist ways, never to be seen again in the primordial realm. Yet, traces of him linger in several minor worlds, albeit faintly. Mastering the art of spatial manipulation, he could directly seize his enemy's spiritual treasures when it comes to a clash of cultivation and the power of laws. Yang Mei truly does not fear any demon god. Furthermore, during the primordial era, practitioners did not directly cultivate the power of laws. They cultivated innate energy instead. It wasn't until reaching the threshold of the quasi-saint level of the primordial golden immortal that one could even approach the laws. Making the innate energy a significant gap to overcome in combat. It is akin to wielding a woodcutting axe against an adversary armed with a sniper rifle, entirely mismatched in terms of combat levels. Just as Yang Mei entered her secluded meditation, within the inner chaotic realm, Tian Yuan reached a pivotal moment. Observing the law power enveloping him, Xiao Yu nodded approvingly. Although Tian Yuan may not diligently cultivate regularly, he possesses considerable strength at critical junctures, proving reliable. It seems that this fellow, Gun, is merely a step away from entering the realm of the primordial endless golden immortal. Allow me to lend you a helping hand once more. With this thought, Xiao Yao sat cross-legged and began to chant profound words of the Tao. Something merges into one, born before heaven and earth, silent and desolate, standing alone yet unchanging, circulating endlessly without exhaustion. This can be called the mother of the world. I do not know its name. I call it Tao, and I forcefully name it Great. The Great signifies departure, departure signifies distance, distance signifies return. Thus, Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the sovereign is also great. Within the domain, there are 4 great entities, and and the sovereign resides within one of them. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, one should remain desireless to observe its wonders. And one should have desires to observe its boundaries. These two emerge together yet have different names. They are both referred to as mysterious, and the mysterious of the mysterious is the gateway to all wonders. As Xiao Yao's words of the Tao resonated, a rain of laws began to fall upon the entire inner chaotic realm. The 3,000 laws converged above Xiao Yao's head, revolving around him incessantly, as if he were the very center of the universe, with the 3,000 laws akin to pilgrims in awe of a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, Tian Yuan was also influenced by the profound teachings of Xiao Yao, and the law power surrounding him did not remain idle. It too released its own law power to assist Tian Yuan in breaking through. Under such immense impetus, Tian Yuan swiftly completed his ascension. Golden light flashing around him before his aura returned to tranquility. Thank you, Master, for aiding my breakthrough to the primordial endless golden immortal realm. Tian Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for without Xiao Yao's assistance, he would not have achieved this breakthrough so easily. Although he could still rely on his own efforts, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time. Xiao Yao playfully ruffled Tian Yuan's head, exclaiming cheerfully, "Haha, you are my pet. If you continue to meditate in seclusion, I would be left without a fine tool for petting, so there is no need for such formality." Tian Yuan rolled his eyes internally, thinking, quickly return my moment of gratitude. This master is truly insufferable. Who would want him? Yet, Tian Yuan could do nothing but acquiesce, choosing instead to embrace a carefree attitude towards life. This existence resembles something one cannot resist, so one might as well lie back and enjoy it. Sigh, this unadorned life has truly dulled my once steadfast heart in pursuit of the Tao. The Tao stands tall. It is not that I lack diligence, but rather that even without effort, I can still succeed. Can you not feel the frustration? Lying beside Xiao Yao, Tian Yuan wore a resigned expression, yet internally reveled in a sense of superiority. If their demon gods were to hear such thoughts, they would surely make Tian Yuan their target. Goodness, we seek such a supportive figure yet cannot find one. If success comes without effort, who in the world wants to toil for it? Cultivating is exhausting. Is it not? Chapter 7. Hong Jun, haha, you rascal. Xiao Yao observed Tian Yuan and instantly discerned his thoughts. However, he merely chuckled, refraining from lecturing him. After all, with such a remarkable master by his side, did he still need to put in the effort? Sometimes I envy you, Gun Gun. Just think, how fortunate you are to have a master as wise, formidable, charming, and virtuous as I am. Hee, you can simply revel in your good fortune. Xiao Yao shamelessly adorned himself with many flattering titles, leaving Tian Yuan momentarily speechless, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of a deity, as if to say, Master, your shamelessness is truly deserving of a beating. Tian Yuan internally scoffed, reflecting on how, as the chaos beast Tian Yuan, he began as an innocent creature, only to find himself in the company of such a master. Truly, the Tao is unjust, leading me astray. It is no wonder that master and servant share such a strikingly similar disposition, both wickedly self-absorbed and unrepentantly vain. A perfect match indeed. Well then, you have broken through. It is time for us to venture out. This inner chaotic realm lacks any excitement. The outer chaotic world is far more intriguing, populated with talent and pleasant conversation. I particularly enjoy watching them boast about each other. However, what is it now? Master, what is it now? Is there yet another spectacle to behold? Tian Yuan inquired with eagerness, for the inner chaotic realm had grown rather dull, possessing only Xiao Yao's transplanted chaotic roots and a few spiritual treasures. Alongside the 3,000 laws of the Tao, which lacked sentience and could not engage in play. It was far more appealing to explore the outer chaotic world, especially now that the 3,000 demon gods had awakened. In truth, it was unavoidable. Within the inner chaotic realm, the only beings capable of conversation were Xiao Yao and Tian Yuan. Regardless of how much they might wish to engage in discourse or amusement, it would inevitably become tedious. However, with the awakening of the 3,000 demon gods outside, even without actively engaging with them, merely observing would suffice. This could be regarded as a chaotic 5D movie experience, making both Xiao Yu and Tian Yuan eagerly anticipate the developments beyond. You only know how to eat and sleep and eat, without any concern for understanding the rules of the chaotic world? Do you think those demon gods have a master like me? Xiao Yao chastised the lazy Tian Yuan, lightly tapping his head, causing Tian Yuan to wear a look of grievance. That hurt, you know. If you wanted to lecture me, you could have just done so without hitting my head. Honestly, Tian Yuan lamented as he rubbed the spot where Xiao Yao had struck him. The pain was genuine. One could imagine the sensation of being struck by a pinnacle primordial Taiji golden immortal. No matter how lightly, it was undeniably impactful. All right, let us go, my friend, and I shall take you to watch a performance. Master, which unfortunate soul are we going to see? Seriously, why do you refer to them as unfortunate? How rude. Xiao Yao earnestly refuted Tian Yuan's words, feeling as though his mere presence meant that those he chose to observe were doomed. Am I truly such a person? That is blatant slander, and slander is a grave offense. Master, do you recall the last time we went to see that fellow? He ended up missing something. Would you like me to refresh your memory? Tian Yuan cast a disdainful glance at his unscrupulous master, casually voicing a statement that left Xiao Yao at a loss for words. Xiao Yao's forehead darkened with 3 lines of frustration, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What nonsense are you spouting? I do care about my reputation. Ahem, it was merely a minor extraction of primal power. Nothing significant. It was a trivial matter. Besides, I was merely preserving a bit of his legacy. All right, Sai, I am far too benevolent, the likes of which cannot be found again in this world. You will come to understand my intentions in due time. Tian Yuan gazed at Xiao Yao with a mixture of horror and admiration as he uttered such shameless words. Wishing he had a microphone in hand to inquire how one could utter such audacious statements. All for his benefit. I found it hard to believe you, you old rascal. A microphone? Why did that come to mind? What could it possibly be? Perhaps a treasure of chaos. As Tian Yuan pondered, his thoughts wandered aimlessly, and the memory of fish became a solid truth. Of course, this could be beneficial. Being a muddled beast might prove advantageous for Tian Yuan. Observing Tian Yuan's diversion once more, Xiao Yao discreetly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, reflecting that this lad was indeed predictable, veering off course yet again. Goodness, this was reminiscent of a character from a sitcom he had watched in his past life, who was charmingly quick-witted but also rather foolish. Silently, he offered a prayer for Tian Yuan, hoping he would recover. Amend. Of course, if a deity were present, he would undoubtedly respond with a dismissive remark, "Stay away from me." I'm done for this moment. In the birthplace of Hongjun, chaos enveloped him, the laws of fate shimmering around him incessantly. Though dear, this old fellow is quite impressive. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Yao looked at Hongjun with surprise. He knew that at this juncture, many of these demon gods were nearing their breakthroughs, but he had not anticipated that Hongjun would achieve his so swiftly. Indeed, Master, Hongjun possesses an extraordinary comprehension of the laws of fate, embodying the essence of these principles. It is likely he will break through shortly. Tian Yuan also gazed at Hongjun in astonishment, marveling at his profound understanding and cultivation of the laws. Aside from his own master, who was rather unhuman-like, he had never encountered anyone who grasped the laws so thoroughly, capable of reflecting the currents of fate within him, encompassing all 3,000 demon gods. This indicated that Hongjun had reached a level of cultivation where he could influence other laws as well. Such a being is truly remarkable. No wonder his master pays such close attention to Hongjun. For this old chap possesses considerable merit. I'll give you credit for your insight. Let me tell you, in this chaotic realm, never underestimate any demon god. They are all born from the great Tao. Forged in chaos, innately inclined towards the path, especially regarding their self-cultivated laws. With such inherent advantages, they thrive like fish in water. Even I would not dare claim to have a deeper understanding of the laws of fate than Hongjun. He is indeed the Tao ancestor of the primordial world. Master, you often speak of the Tao ancestor. What does that title truly signify? Tian Yuan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Yao merely shook his head, saying, "You will understand in due time. Just know that this old chap is destined to become a formidable figure, capable of wielding the destinies of all beings in a world. Wouldn't you agree that is impressive?" Oh, that should indeed be quite formidable. Though Tian Yuan was somewhat perplexed, he felt an unexplainable sense of awe. Since his master deemed it impressive, it must be so. That it seemed he truly could not underestimate any of the demon gods born from chaos. At this moment, Hongjun finally broke through to the realm of primordial infinite golden immortal. His previously closed eyes now opened, and his gaze appeared to encompass the entirety of the chaotic world. The laws of fate swirling within his vision, mysterious and powerful. I have finally reached this stage. Thankfully, I have not fallen too far behind. Hongjun retrieved his supreme chaotic spirit treasure, the River of Fate. He noticed several particularly bright points within the river, and at that moment, he knew that several chaotic demon gods had also broken through to the realm of primordial infinite golden immortal. This was indeed the pinnacle of what the River of Fate could achieve, reflecting the 3,000 demon gods of chaos, while remaining undetected by others. However, if Hongjun were to use the River of Fate to probe into a particular demon god, it would surely alert the other demon gods, which is why he refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, the River of Fate could assist Hongjun in locating other unclaimed chaotic spirit treasures, serving as a means to seek out hidden treasures. For Hongjun, this was currently the most essential function. Being able to seize the initiative would provide an advantage in the competition for such treasures. Hongjun first sensed with the River of Fate, quickly identifying the location of an unclaimed spirit treasure, and with that, he vanished from his spot. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, eagerly following suit. How clever of Hongjun to find this, Xiao Yao remarked with a smile. Observing the treasure Hongjun had collected, "Isn't this the treasure we deemed unnecessary? The mid-grade chaotic spirit treasure, the Haomeng sword." Tian Yuan recognized the long sword radiating purple light in Hongjun's hand immediately. This sword was encountered during their treasure-seeking venture in the chaotic realm, but Xiao had merely held it for a moment before discarding it back to its original place. Haha, what a splendid treasure. The mid-grade chaotic spirit treasure, the Haomeng sword, is just what I needed for offensive capabilities. Though it may not be a top-grade chaotic spirit treasure, it is exceedingly close. Hongjun felt elated as he regarded the Haomeng sword. He only possessed the supreme chaotic spirit treasure, the River of Fate, which was primarily an auxiliary treasure without offensive capabilities. Now, with the Haomeng sword, he had finally addressed the deficiency of lacking an offensive spirit treasure. Now, I merely require a defensive treasure. However, the pressing matter is to refine the Haomeng sword. Otherwise, should I encounter other demon gods competing for treasures, my odds of success would diminish. With that, Hongjun immediately began the process of refining the Haomeng sword. Observing this, Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Now was not the opportune moment to seek out additional treasures, as many demon gods had already achieved breakthroughs and begun their own treasure hunts. If Hongjun carelessly ventured out without refining the Haomeng sword, he would undoubtedly clash with those demon gods, leading to an unavoidable conflict. With his limited offensive means, Hongjun would likely suffer a disadvantage. Chapter 8. Farewell to the Giant Egg. Seeing nothing of particular interest, Xiao Yao did not linger, finding it rather dull to watch others refine treasures. It was far more entertaining to witness the dramatic clashes of the demon gods. Ha! A fight has broken out. Let us go watch the commotion. Sensing a disturbance nearby, Xiao Yao eagerly exclaimed to Tian Yuan. Where, master? Let us hurry and take a look. Tian Yuan was instantly excited. This was the first martial spectacle in the chaotic world, and they must arrive early to witness it and perhaps learn something valuable. Without further ado, Xiao Yao materialized at the scene of the confrontation. What is this? Luo Ho and the demon god of desire. Recognizing the two battling demon gods, Xiao Yao exclaimed. Isn't that the destruction demon god Luo Ho and the desire demon god Qing Tian? Xiao Yao couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected Qing Tian to dare contest Luo Ho for a treasure. After all, Luo Ho was a demon god of the law of destruction, renowned for his formidable offensive power within the chaos. Although the law of desire also held significance, it paled in comparison to Luo Ho's might. Luo Ho regarded Qing Tian with blatant disdain, his contempt igniting a fiery rage within Qing Tian. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Qing Tian glared fiercely at Luo Ho, wishing to strip him of his skin for such insolence. Luo Ho, I discovered this spirit treasure first. Your audacity is truly outrageous. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho erupted into a harsh, mocking laughter that grated on Qing Tian's nerves. With a dismissive glance at Qing Tian, Luo Ho scoffed. Qing Tian, you are utterly naive. As a demon god who cultivates the law of desire, you dare utter such words. Have you cultivated your brain away? At Luo Ho's taunt, Xiao Yao recognized that Luo Ho hailed from Zuan, and the potency of his insults was significant. This brought a nostalgic smile to Xiao Yao's face, reminiscent of his past life. You, Luo Ho, it seems we must settle this with our strength. Qing Tian's expression darkened, filled with venomous intent as he unleashed a surge of the law of desire toward Luo Hou. In the current chaotic world, battles were not yet as sophisticated as in the primordial world, characterized by pure clashes of law powers or chaotic spirit treasures, raw and primal. Mere trifles. Since you lack a spirit treasure, I shall not exploit that weakness. Luo Ho sheathed his accompanying spirit treasure, the supreme chaotic spirit treasure, the Annihilation Spear, and hurled a pure force of destruction toward Qing Tian. The two forces collided in a sudden clash, their laws intermingling, dissolving and resisting one another. In that fleeting moment, Qing Tian's law of desire faltered, utterly overwhelmed by the law of destruction, the force surging toward him without mercy. This is bad. Upon witnessing the scene, Qing Tian's expression instantly shifted, and he hastily unleashed 3 strands of the power of the laws to barely withstand the onslaught of the annihilation law. Had he failed to block it and been struck directly by the force of the law, while Qing Tian would not have faced immediate obliteration, he would undoubtedly have suffered significant damage to his Dao. Such injuries, unlike the trivial skirmishes of the Honghuang world, pertain to the very essence of the laws. Their healing could require an unfathomable amount of Yuan Hui, a burden Qing Tian could hardly bear. In the current chaotic realm, stagnation in cultivation equates to regression, leading to inevitable elimination by other demonic gods. Qing Tian, filled with trepidation, realized he was no match for Luo Ho. A confrontation could very well render him the first demonic god to face annihilation in the chaotic realm. A prospect decidedly not worth the risk. Contemplating this, his face darkened considerably, yet he mustered a facade of cordiality as he addressed Luo Ho, stating, "Your skills surpass mine. I concede and shall take my leave." Cunningly, Qing Tian dropped this inconsequential remark and vanished in an instant, leaving Luo Ho bewildered and Xiaoyao utterly speechless. Remarkably, his escape bore a striking resemblance to Yang Mei's previous antics at Achu. Achu, what on earth? How could I, a mixed Yuan Wuji golden immortal, suddenly sneeze? Somewhere in the chaos, Yang Mei furrowed her brow, her expression reflecting a profound existential crisis. Meanwhile, at Luo Ho's location, he gazed at the spot where Qing Tian had vanished, stifling an exasperated breath that he ultimately swallowed. After a considerable pause, he begrudgingly uttered 4 words, "I curse your lungs." Upon hearing Luo Ho's remark, Xiaoyao, who had just sipped some spiritual water, inadvertently sprayed it all over Tian Yuan's face, instantly drenching him like a drowned rat. "Master, what are you doing?" Tian Yuan looked at Xiaoyao with a mix of resentment and confusion, inquiring pitifully. Xiaoyao, feeling a bit sheepish, hastily helped Tian Yuan clean up, offering a sheepish smile. I couldn't control myself. In truth, Xiaoyao was at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had been reminded of a comedic film from his past, as if attempting to deceive a child? Tian Yuan, however, was far from convinced by Xiaoyao's flimsy excuse. "You, a peak-mixed Yuan Taiji golden immortal, dare utter such nonsense? Not even the Tao would believe it." Nonetheless, Tian Yuan could only grumble internally, turning back to continue his struggle against the spiritual water and fruits. The external conflict had concluded, leaving him to contend with these spiritual entities alone. "I shall devour you whole," Tian Yuan proclaimed dramatically, brandishing a fruit with an air of bravado. Xiaoyao, observing Tian Yuan's antics, felt a headache coming on, sensing that his friend had taken a rather unfortunate path. Outside, Luo Ho, feeling dejected, stored away his spoils. A mid-grade chaotic spiritual treasure known as the Sky Tower. It was a commendable defensive artifact. Had Qing Tian obtained it first, Luo Ho might not have triumphed so easily. This underscored the significance of chaotic treasures for demonic gods. Contentedly surveying the Sky Tower in his possession, Luo Ho swiftly concealed it within his being and set off in search of other treasures. Evidently undeterred, Xiaoyao, finding nothing more captivating to observe, chose not to follow Luo Ho any longer. Instead, he decided to check on Pangu, curious about the current state of the rugged giant. With that, Xiaoyao promptly vanished before a colossal egg. Gazing at the enormous orb, he mused that if he could consume such a sizable egg, it could sustain him for several yuan. It had been quite some time since he last indulged in an egg. The thought alone made his mouth watered. If sensing an impending threat, the giant egg quivered violently. Xiaoyao, intrigued, thought, Pangu is indeed extraordinary. Merely contemplating this has triggered a response. Fascinating. No wonder he is the child of the Tao. The colossal egg suddenly unleashed a powerful force of law, radiating outward, causing the surrounding space to collapse in layers, creating a shattered realm around it. Under the influence of chaotic primordial energy, the space reverted to its original state. Xiaoyao, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, "This force of law is remarkable. Just a flicker of law can shatter chaotic space. No wonder it was necessary to open the eyes of the chaotic world upon birth. My Pangu is truly impressive." However, the force of law had little impact on Xiaoyao. He seemed unaffected, as if he were not even in this chaotic realm. The force passed through him without causing a ripple. The giant egg, sensing no further anomalies, began to doubt its earlier instincts. Did I merely misinterpret that sensation? I distinctly felt a hint of danger. The egg pondered, now more determined to absorb chaotic primordial energy. I must focus on cultivation, striving to emerge soon. This chaotic world is indeed perilous. If Xiaoyao were aware that his mere presence might hasten Pangu's emergence, he would surely have mixed feelings. Yet even if Pangu were to arrive prematurely, Xiaoyao would remain unfazed. The grand scheme of things could not be altered. While minor fluctuations were inconsequential, for him, the greater narrative could be reshaped, provided it did not veer too far from reason. In this regard, the Tao remained indifferent. It was impartial and allowed for infinite possibilities beneath its umbrella. Moreover, within the Tao's framework, Xiaoyao was but an inconsequential anomaly. Nonetheless, as Xiaoyao gazed at the colossal egg, he fell into deep contemplation. He held a profound respect for Pangu. If he could preserve even a sliver of Pangu's consciousness without disrupting the opening of the heavens, he would willingly endeavor to do so. Pangu's demise led to his essence merging into the myriad of beings that constitute the Hongwang world. Tragically, he never had the opportunity to experience the world he had birthed. If Xiaoyao could salvage even a fragment of Pangu's intellect, it might allow Pangu to exist once more. While he might not regain the full might of Pangu's primordial form, at the very least, Pangu could live on, filled with hope and the ability to witness the world he had created. However, this endeavor posed significant challenges. Consider how Hongjun and Yang Mei managed to shine brightly in the Hongwang world. Their survival was predicated upon the sacrifice of their chaotic demonic forms, utilizing their premier chaotic treasures to shield themselves from calamity, allowing their lingering souls to persist in the Hongwang realm and achieve the status of innate sanctity, retracing the path of mixed yuan. Pangu, however, was fundamentally different. He himself was the calamity. How could one navigate such a predicament? Though Pangu's remnants, 3 primordial spirits and 12 drops of essence blood, were reborn in the Hongwang world, they were, in essence, merely his progeny, not Pangu himself. Furthermore, while the primordial spirit existed, it lacked true consciousness. It was akin to a living being devoid of awareness, merely existing without the capacity for action, perpetually at risk of demise. In contrast, true consciousness is like a paralyzed individual, alive, yet retaining awareness and thought. Such a person can continue to live, for their faculties can be compensated by external means. But can consciousness itself be supplemented? Clearly, it cannot. Thus, if one wishes to ensure Pangu does not vanish entirely, acquiring the essence of his consciousness is imperative. However, this is the chaotic realm, unlike the Hongwang world, where a sage could effortlessly obliterate a soul. Here, every chaotic demonic god embodies the pinnacle of completeness. Obtaining the essence of a chaotic demonic god's consciousness is a task more formidable than slaying the Tao itself. Only the demonic god in question could willingly sever a part of their consciousness. But no demonic god would be foolish enough to do so. The absence of such essence would preclude their attainment of completeness in the Tao, a consequence no demonic god could bear. Pangu, however, is an exception. He is destined to dissipate due to the opening of the heavens, leading to the scattering of his consciousness. Thus, even if a fragment of his essence were extracted now, it would not be catastrophic for Pangu. At worst, the loss would slightly diminish his comprehension of the force of law, but this could be compensated for later. Have you not noticed the chaotic blue lotus enveloping the giant egg? It is undeniably a treasure of chaos. While it may not rival the peculiar chaotic pearl, it possesses an immensely powerful function, the ability to replenish the primordial essence of demonic gods. This singular attribute explains why other demonic gods covet the chaotic blue lotus so fervently. Beyond its capacity to replenish the essence of consciousness, no demonic god would be reckless enough to injure their own intellect. The primary allure lies in its ability to replenish the essence of the laws, an existence akin to a cheat code. With this ability, demonic gods can expedite their understanding of the laws while purging impurities from their own comprehension, resulting in a purer essence of law. The purer the essence of law, the more formidable the enhancement it provides to the demonic god. As long as the essence remains untainted and the comprehension of the laws reaches a certain threshold, one may strive for the unattainable realm. Ultimately, the chaotic green lotus is an unparalleled treasure of the utmost path, capable of aiding the demon gods in attaining enlightenment, who would not feel envious upon encountering it. This is indeed a treasure for achieving enlightenment, a singular entity in the entirety of the primordial chaos. Of course, the creation jade butterfly also qualifies as a treasure for enlightenment. However, within the chaos, it merely serves as an auxiliary tool for cultivation. Were it to exist in the primordial world, it would rightfully be considered a treasure of enlightenment as it pertains to the heavenly path. Yet, in chaos, it pertains to the grand Tao. Upon contemplating this, Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. If I were to first seize the primal power of the chaotic green lotus and nurture it within my inner chaotic realm, then allow Pangu to extract a small fragment of sentient essence, would it not enable Pangu to be reborn within my inner chaotic realm? The crux of the matter is that Pangu could completely substitute me in the grand endeavor of creating the world within my inner chaos. With my presence, I would certainly prevent him from suffering the fate of death and dissolution. Instead, I would elevate him to the status of the heavenly Tao within my inner chaotic realm. Ah, how perfect! Xiaoyao felt an exhilarating rush. This plan would save him considerable time and effort. With that time and energy, he might as well witness the spectacle of the primordial world. However, the question remained. How could he persuade Pangu to willingly part with a fragment of his sentient essence? Xiaoyao pondered deeply. While the idea was sound, acquiring the primal essence of the chaotic green lotus was within reach, yet Pangu posed a more formidable challenge. If he were to seek Pangu's sentient essence now, it would be nearly impossible. However, during the time Pangu held up the heavens, when the grand Tao receded and the heavenly Tao had yet to emerge, a blank period would present a prime opportunity. All right, then it shall be settled. Dear brother Pangu, I truly worry for you. Surely, assisting you in creating the world should be a trivial matter. With this realization, Xiaoyao felt elated. He could now lie back and attain enlightenment. What a delightful prospect. Without delay, he circled the chaotic green lotus, then sealed the chaotic space with the chaos pearl. Ensuring the grand Tao could not detect any changes. He pointed at the chaotic green lotus, which quivered in evident resistance to Xiaoyao's covert actions. This infuriated Xiaoyao. Goodness, I am extracting a fragment of your essence for your own good. Have you not considered that once you and Pangu create the world, you will be shattered into pieces? Your essence will transform into 5 lotus flowers, and your body will become a primordial spiritual treasure. At that moment, will you still be yourself? I implore you, chaotic green lotus, do not disregard my benevolence. This is indeed for your benefit, for it may preserve your life in the future. You truly wish for your essence to vanish, leading to your demise. Xiaoyao delivered this impassioned speech to the chaotic green lotus, leaving it momentarily stunned, unable to respond. However, the chaotic green lotus was no simple entity. As a chaotic treasure, it possessed a certain awareness of its fate. Yet, being one with Pangu, it shared his selflessness. Otherwise, the grand Tao would not have allowed it to nurture Pangu, nor to facilitate the creation of the world. Yet, in this society, it is often better to cling to life than to die. If there exists even a glimmer of hope for survival, who could refuse? With this thought, the chaotic green lotus relinquished its resistance, allowing Xiaoyao to successfully extract its essence. After the extraction, it became apparent that the chaotic green lotus was beginning to waver in stability. Xiaoyao, however, had a plan. Smiling, he pressed his right hand upon the chaotic green lotus, instantly gathering the essence of 3,000 paths into his palm, which he then infused into the essence of the chaotic green lotus, gradually replenishing the missing primal essence. Though it could not compare to its original essence, it was still substantial enough to sustain it until Pangu's creation of the world. At most, the 5 primordial lotus flowers would lose a fraction of their power. What a trivial matter. Even with slightly diminished power, they would still be exceptional innate spiritual treasures, Xiaoyao shamelessly mused, entirely devoid of any embarrassment. Yet one could only imagine the profound indignation of the future owner of those 5-colored lotus flowers. Of course, they would need to be aware of it first, but Xiaoyao paid no mind to such trivialities. As he watched the primal essence of the chaotic green lotus take root within his inner chaotic realm, Xiaoyao chuckled and addressed the lotus. You must surely sense the connection between our essences. I have not intentionally obstructed it, so you should feel reassured. I am indeed a benevolent individual, Xiaoyao proclaimed with great righteousness. However, the chaotic green lotus lacked any significant sentience, relying solely on instinct, and thus could not respond to his statements. Xiaoyao could only lament his efforts were akin to playing music to a cow. Once the chaotic green lotus appeared to have sufficiently recovered, he withdrew the chaos pearl and entered his inner chaotic realm, leisurely observing the small chaotic green lotus blossom within. Quite splendid. He could even harvest some lotus seeds for consumption. What a delightful addition to his sustenance. Life can indeed feel as desolate as snow. Now he awaited the awakening of Pangu's sentience and his emergence to create the world. This chaotic realm was dreadfully dull, were it not for his unwillingness to act. He might have attempted to create a world himself, Xiao thought wickedly. This reflected his inner thoughts. Having already attained the realm of the primordial Tai Chi golden immortal, he had comprehended the laws to perfection, only lacking the final act of creation. However, the chaotic realm was currently under the dominion of the Grand Tao. If he dared to attempt such an act, the Grand Tao could obliterate him in an instant. While he felt quite formidable now, he still fell short when facing the Grand Dao. To illustrate, if the chaotic demon god were akin to a middle school student, Xiao had already progressed to doctoral studies at the university. Only the final evaluation by his advisor remained. Upon passing this assessment, he would seize control of his own destiny, and this advisor was none other than the Grand Tao. Thus, despite Xiao Yao's bravado, he could not circumvent the scrutiny of the Grand Tao. He could only await Pangu's decisive strike, after which his doctoral evaluation would be complete, granting him the freedom to soar to great heights, becoming the Taoist Lord Xiaoyao of the primordial world. Once the immeasurable tribulations had passed and his inner chaotic realm was perfected, he would truly transcend the Grand Tao and attain eternal existence. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao had tasks at hand. He needed to expedite the growth of the chaotic green lotus. If the chaotic green lotus were not fully matured by the time of creation, he would have no place to store Pangu's sentient essence. Although he could simply cast it into the inner chaotic realm, it would be far more optimal for the chaotic green lotus to nurture Pangu anew. This would be the most perfect and expedient approach, allowing Xiaoyao to assist Pangu in his rebirth, enabling him to create the world once more, thus allowing the inner chaotic realm to commence self-operation and self-evolution. Patting the head of Tianyuan, Xiao adopted a rare serious demeanor. Tianyuan, rise and get to work. Whether we can continue to enjoy life and leisure depends on this final act. We must give it our all. Tianyuan understood Xiaoyao's intent and promptly stood, declaring, Master, just instruct me on what to do. Given the stakes of their future happiness, Tianyuan recognized the gravity of the situation and was determined to contribute all its strength without hesitation. Haha, you clever little one. Come, let us channel the power of the laws together. Gathering the essence of 3,000 paths to bestow upon the chaotic green lotus, allowing it to grow rapidly. Once the chaotic green lotus matures, we need only await Pangu's creation of the world to truly embrace our freedom. Xiaoyao earnestly instructed Tianyuan. As Tianyuan was also adept in the myriad laws, its assistance would indeed prove effective for the growth of the chaotic green lotus. Chapter 10. Pangu's emergence. All right, Master, I shall follow your lead. Having spoken, the master and servant ceased their idle chatter, and the power of the 3,000 laws surged forth in unison, only to be swiftly absorbed by the chaos blue lotus, which began to grow incrementally. Observing the positive outcome, both Xiaoyao and Tianyuan diligently continued to gather the 3,000 laws for the sustenance and transformation of the chaos blue lotus. Within the inner chaos world, Xiaoyao and Tianyuan engaged in an enduring exchange with the chaos blue lotus. While outside, the chaos world erupted into conflicts among the chaos demon gods. In this realm, battles erupted sporadically, varying in scale. The sounds of the clashes between laws and the resonances of chaos spiritual treasures reverberating throughout the entire chaos world. For the duration of 3 yuan meetings, this fierce contest for spiritual treasures finally drew to a close. Although no demon god perished, the fundamental origins of the laws were significantly disrupted, widening the gap among the chaos demon gods and leaving a subtle premonition for those who would later meet their demise. Time in the chaos is unmeasured, and the world experienced a peculiar tranquility for a while. One day, the entire chaos world was abruptly shaken awake, causing some of the less powerful demon gods to nearly face annihilation. In an instant, all eyes among the chaos demon gods converged upon the heart of the chaos. There, in the void at the center of chaos, a lotus radiating infinite Tao essence unfurled, revealing a colossal egg within its embrace. Now marked by numerous cracks, this was none other than the chaos supreme treasure Chaos Blue Lotus, and the demon god of power, Pangu. Countless yuan meetings passed, and at last, it was Pangu's turn to emerge, heralding the culmination of the 3,000 great paths. However, at this moment, aside from Pangu, an ominous premonition settled in the hearts of the other demon gods, growing increasingly palpable with Pangu's emergence. Pangu was unlike any other demon god. The entire chaos world was suffused with an inexplicable aura. The profound sound of the great Tao resonated throughout the chaos world, echoing with immense significance. Is this the sound of the great Tao? How is this possible? Who is this being that even their birth is accompanied by the resonance of the great Tao? Instantly, all the demon gods fixed their gazes upon Pangu, eager to discern the identity of this extraordinary entity. Pangu emanated a rich aura of the great Tao, the power of the law of strength coalescing above the colossal egg without dissipating. With a thunderous crack, the egg shattered, and a towering figure materialized. This muscular man stood tall, wielding an enormous axe, his feet resting upon the blue lotus, a jade disc hovering silently behind his head. As he opened his eyes, beams of light erupted from them. And those fortunate enough to gaze into his eyes would perceive the very essence of the chaos world contained within them, profound and unparalleled. I am Pangu, the chaos demon god of the law of power. And I have emerged today. As the brilliance in his eyes faded, Pangu gazed upon the boundless chaos world and proclaimed his existence to the great Dao. So this is the demon god of power. Yang Mei exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had not anticipated such a late emergence among the 3,000 demon gods. He had assumed they all came into being simultaneously, or at least during the same Yuan meeting. Yet, Pangu's appearance defied his expectations, and an unsettling feeling stirred within Yang Mei, a sense of impending crisis he could not precisely identify, prompting him to furrow his brow. At that moment, Hongjun regarded Pangu with a mix of incredulity and resentment. Pondering the unfairness of the great Dao. As a distinguished embodiment of the top 10 laws, he possessed merely a single exquisite chaos spiritual treasure, while Pangu wielded chaos supreme treasures and stood upon one. With yet another floating behind him, that Hongjun's heart seethed with jealousy. The great Tao is so biased. Pangu must be the favored child, while we are merely the stepchildren. Despite his indignation, Hongjun recognized the futility of his complaints. Upon witnessing Pangu's cultivation level, he prudently chose to remain silent. Incredibly, Pangu emerged as a being of the mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal realm, though the specifics of his stage were indiscernible. It was still beyond the reach of a mere mixed Yuan Wujing Golden Immortal. Thus, Hongjun instinctively retreated, distancing himself from the center of the chaos world. However, a restless thought lingered in his mind. Upon seeing the jade disc behind Pangu, he felt an irresistible urge, realizing that if he wished to attain enlightenment, it would likely depend on that mysterious jade disc. Yet, despair washed over him. He could not simply rush forward to seize it, as that would mean certain death. Hongjun was not foolish enough to attempt such a reckless act. As a cautious individual, Hongjun resolved to observe how the situation unfolded, convinced that the other demon gods would harbor jealousy upon witnessing the 3 supreme treasures, each likely to entertain thoughts of claiming them for themselves. In the face of such temptation, even the most prudent could be driven to impulsive actions, regardless of their awareness of Pangu's might, such as the nature of the human heart and inevitability even among the chaos demon gods. Yet, at that moment, the other demon gods remained in a state of observation, fully aware that the risks of seizing the treasures were considerable, and none were foolish enough to act rashly. Finally, Pangu has emerged. Thankfully, I did not miss the occasion. Truly, the son of the great Tao commands such presence even at birth. Impressive, Pangu the Great. Xiaoyao's heart swelled with emotion as he witnessed Pangu's emergence, for this scene echoed the mythical tales from a previous life, holding special significance for him. Tian Yuan, observing Xiaoyao's excitement, found it difficult to comprehend, having not traversed through time as Xiaoyao had. Master, this is indeed the demon god of power, truly formidable, emerging as a mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal. While he may not rival your peak, he surely stands at the mid-stage of mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal, Tian Yuan remarked, astonished by Pangu's prowess. Xiaoyao merely chuckled, fully grasping Tian Yuan's sentiments. Heh, you think so? This is Pangu, the son of the great Tao. His words carried an unexplainable weight. Meanwhile, outside, after proclaiming his existence, Pangu paid no heed to the other demon god's scrutiny as a mixed Yuan Taiji Golden Immortal. He had little regard for their insignificant threats. Yet, he also exuded authority. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "Ja!" A tremendous sound, accompanied by the overwhelming force of law, rapidly radiated outward. Retreat. It's dangerous. Pangu. Bold indeed. Pangu. How ruthless. The surrounding demon gods were caught off guard by Pangu's sudden display, sustaining unexpected injuries. However, this was merely a minor reprimand from Pangu. Had he unleashed his full might, their wounds would have been far more severe. Humph. A bunch of cowardly wretches, Pangu retorted disdainfully, refusing to be disrespected. Xiaoyao felt no surprise at this display. Such was the demeanor of the great Pangu. How could a powerful being allow those who could only hide in the shadows to scrutinize him? This situation mirrored that of the Hong Wang world, where a mere Deluo Golden Immortal might foolishly attempt to discuss a saint, only to find themselves obliterated in an instant. One need only consider the prideful Sanqing to understand that. The demon gods looked upon Pangu's brazen demeanor with a mix of rage and helplessness. To confront him now would be akin to courting death. They understood the implications well, especially after having just engaged in a fierce contest for spiritual treasures. Each focused on their own survival, with no hope of cooperation. Thus, they retreated to their respective origins, although each secretly vowed to regain their dignity once they had recovered, resolving to confront Pangu. After all, even if one could not best Pangu alone, they could certainly unite in their efforts. However, not every demon god had previously clashed with one another, and the Chaos world offered limited opportunities for such treasures, most of which had already been collected by Xiaoya. Is it just a battle? That is merely a normal exchange. Where does the notion of life and death struggle arise from? Indeed, the hearts of the myriad demon gods naturally cast aside the matter of the spiritual treasure contest, as they now share a common enemy, Pangu. This lays the groundwork for the subsequent collective assault of the Chaos demon gods against Pangu, as he opens the heavens. As for Pangu, he remains entirely unconcerned. Even if aware of the thoughts of these demon gods, he would likely regard them with disdain. Does he truly believe that the axe of creation in his hands is merely for show? However, Pangu is well aware that the pressing concern at present is to stabilize his cultivation and diligently pursue his training, for he is currently in the mid-stage of the Primordial Taiji Golden Immortal Realm. Pangu aspires to transcend the Great Tao and attain eternal enlightenment. How could he be content to linger at the current level of the Primordial Taiji Golden Immortal? Thus, Pangu resolutely seated himself upon the Azure Lotus, utilizing his 3 supreme treasures to enter a state of closed-door cultivation. In comparison to the other demon gods, Pangu's method of cultivation appears somewhat unreasonable. The Chaos Azure Lotus is a treasure that aids in the path to enlightenment, and its ability to assist in cultivation needs no elaboration. Moreover, he possesses the Creation Jade Butterfly, which, though still a Chaos treasure at present, was designated by Hongjun as the Creation Jade Butterfly after its fragmentation lowered its grade. This Chaos treasure embodies 3,000 laws, greatly enhancing Pangu's comprehension of the laws. The law of strength is not merely a reference to raw power. Rather, it resembles a conceptual law. The power of the laws also belongs to the domain of strength. Thus, as the demon god of strength, Pangu wields its other laws with remarkable finesse. It rivals the carefree chaos laws and far surpasses the formless laws of Tianyuan. Consequently, witnessing Pangu's method of cultivation, Xiaoyao, accompanied by Tianyuan, observed intently, as this served as an excellent way for both of them to gain insight. Pangu's primary cultivation technique is the 9 revolutions of primordial energy. With each breakthrough, he deepens his understanding of the law of strength, and upon reaching the 9th revolution of the laws, he will ascend to the pinnacle of the Primordial Taiji Golden Immortal Realm. At that point, Pangu will be able to seek enlightenment, and although he may ultimately fail, he will have reached the zenith of the Chaos world. Xiaoyao, upon observing, seized the rare opportunity to autonomously operate his own cultivation technique, the primordial technique, while Tianyuan hurriedly engaged in his own method, the formless divine technique of primordial energy. It seems that in the Chaos world, every cultivation method is synonymous with the term primordial. Even Xiaoyao, who hails from a later era, has not escaped this unfortunate trend. However, such details are of little importance, as time quietly passes amidst the individual cultivation of the Chaos demon gods. In this Chaos world, time is the least valuable commodity. Time. Who said that? Step forward and clarify. In the blink of an eye, several cycles of the Yuan had elapsed, and some of the weaker demon gods had emerged from their respective states of cultivation to partake in a social gathering within the Chaos world. The assembly of Chaos demon gods, which began with a mere 3 or 5, had evolved into a gathering of over 1,000, resembling the format of the inaugural Chaos Tao Conference, led by the top 10 demon gods. Except for Hongjun, all others, including Yangmei, were present. However, it appeared that in the end, both Hongjun and Yangmei would have to step onto the stage. At this juncture, Pangu had stabilized his cultivation level and opened his eyes, opening the heavens. In Pangu's gaze, which radiated with the boundless power of the Great Tao, a flicker of unusual light flashed. He initially sought to break through to the transcendent realm, yet sensed an elusive barrier. A persistent voice within urged him that to attain transcendence, he must shatter the Chaos world and reopen the heavens in order to strike at that supreme realm. Were Xiaoyao aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly discern that the Great Tao was orchestrating events, a fate that Pangu, as the offspring of the Great Tao, was destined to encounter, and it was also a destiny for Pangu as the demon god of strength. Pangu, in contemplative thought, recognized that should he truly wish to open the heavens, it would not be an easy endeavor. The 3,000 demon gods would surely attempt to thwart him, for only within the chaos world do they possess the opportunity to impact the path to transcendence. If he were to indeed open the heavens, it would fundamentally obstruct the possibility of the 3,000 demon gods achieving transcendence. How could they not risk their lives to impede Pangu? He was acutely aware of the immense karma involved in such obstruction, yet this remained his sole path to enlightenment. Thus, even with this knowledge, Pangu would resolutely proceed. This is Pangu, regardless of the formidable obstacles before him. He confronts them with unyielding resolve and seeks to resolve them. If the 3,000 demon gods come to obstruct him, then he shall slay 3,000 demon gods to pave his path to opening the heavens. With clarity in his heart, Pangu hesitated no longer and summoned his 3 supreme treasures. Clearly, Pangu was not foolish. Despite his confidence, he understood that facing 3,000 demon gods necessitated the full exertion of his abilities. Otherwise, he risked a disastrous misstep, even when confronting beings as insignificant as ants. This was the steadfast principle of Pangu. Pangu rose, wielding the axe of creation, standing upon the chaos azure lotus, while the creation jade butterfly whirled behind him. I am Pangu, the demon god of strength. Today, I shall shatter the chaos to validate the great Tao. The proclamation of the great Tao resonated throughout the entire chaos world, startling not only those demon gods who had convened to plot against Pangu, but also those who were still in closed-door cultivation. Abruptly breaking their meditative states, upon hearing Pangu's declaration, the 3,000 demon gods momentarily fell into a daze. They had not anticipated Pangu's audacity in desiring to rupture the chaos world. Was it truly so simple to break through this realm? Yet, they swiftly regained their composure, their expressions boiling with indignation as they turned to face Pangu. What? Pangu intends to tear apart the chaos. He seeks to obstruct our path. Curse be he. How reckless can Pangu be? Does he not regard us at all? Humph. If he aims to rend the chaos, we shall see whether we, the demon gods, consent to such a venture. Indeed, as the time Taoist has stated, let us witness Pangu's resolve and see if he dares hold such intentions in the face of us demon gods. We are not to be trifled with. Very well. Let us proceed. A few demon gods exchanged terse words, igniting a collective fervor among the ranks of demon gods, surging towards Pangu's location. Others unconsciously joined the fray, including Hanjun and Yamei, who arrived at the last moment. Though both were acutely aware that this encounter would not bode well, the matter concerned their great Tao, leaving them no choice but to participate. Pangu, what is your intention? The time demon god glared fiercely at Pangu, his tone laden with menace. Pangu, unfazed, responded with an expression devoid of emotion. The 3,000 demon gods should have gathered completely by now. This is indeed fortuitous. Pangu surveyed the surrounding demon gods, murmuring, entirely dismissive of the time demon god's words. The time demon god blushed with rage. How could Pangu so blatantly disregard him? As the esteemed time chaos demon god, was he to be so disrespected? The time demon god seethed with indignation. You, the time demon god trembled, pointing a finger at Pangu, his voice quaking with fury, evident that his anger had reached its zenith. Wishing to eliminate this disrespectful Pangu to teach him a lesson. However, Pangu once again ignored him, speaking to himself. Since all have arrived, let me see just how much weight you 3,000 demon gods carry. With that, Pangu raised the axe of creation, directing it straight at the 3,000 demon gods. Words are superfluous. Today, I, Pangu, shall undertake the endeavor of opening the heavens. If you demon gods wish to obstruct me, then come forth. At this moment, Pangu's fighting spirit surged to its peak, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement. For Pangu, this was his inaugural battle, perhaps even his final one, and he intended to relish every moment of this exhilarating clash. Ah, Pangu, you shall perish. The time demon god, unable to contain himself, charged forth as the vanguard. Law of time, time reversal, go. The time demon god unleashed a powerful temporal spell, hurtling towards Pangu. In response, Pangu erupted with laughter. Joyous and resounding. Ha! Splendid. Witness my 9 styles of opening the heavens. Primordial fragment. Confronted with the formidable temporal spell, Pangu swung his colossal axe, cleaving the air with a strike infused with the power of strength. The two potent forces of the laws clashed, culminating in a massive energy vortex that sent the surrounding chaos demon god scattering in all directions, while the time demon god was knocked back, struggling against the force of the tempest. What? In the face of the imposing figure of Pangu, the master of time, having stabilized his form, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with disbelief. It is important to note that his ability to reverse time had previously been invincible, capable of directly affecting the demon god and causing its cultivation to regress within the temporal laws. rendering it powerless to retaliate. A supreme mastery of the laws of time. He had not anticipated that his time reversal would be ineffective against Pangu, who effortlessly dispelled it with a single swing of his axe. This was a devastating blow to the Master of Time. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression darkened, and he summoned all his power over the laws of time. He resolved to confront Pangu with the purest force of the laws. Unwilling to endure such humiliation, he could not believe that after gathering all his power, he would still be unable to overcome Pangu. He even produced his innate spiritual treasure, the time compass, with the time compass's enhancement. The force of the time laws surged with unprecedented ferocity. The chaotic space surrounding the Master of Time shattered and reformed under the influence of this power, creating a cycle that left the observing demon gods in a state of trepidation. Aha! Pangu, prepare to perish, the Master of Time shouted in fury, directing the time compass straight at Pangu. Pangu, however, displayed no signs of fear, instead wearing a look of amusement. Now this is more like it. This remark elicited laughter from the onlooking Xiaoao, who could not help but exclaim at Pangu's determination to not relent until the Master of Time was defeated. Observing the Master of Time's frantic expression, Xiaoao was even tempted to capture it as a meme. Though he lacked a phone, with a simple yet formidable swing of his axe, Pangu unleashed the technique opening the heavens. Chaos break, just as the time compass was about to strike him. Pangu met it with his axe. A powerful wave of axe energy surged toward the time compass. With a resounding crack, the exquisite chaotic spiritual treasure shattered beneath the force of the axe's energy. This sight left the surrounding demon gods in shock, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What? Impossible! This cannot be happening, the Master of Time exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the shattered time compass. Unable to comprehend the unfolding reality, this was a time compass imbued with all his power over the laws, yet it could not withstand Pangu's axe. However, the soul-rending sensation unmistakably informed him that his innate treasure, the time compass, was indeed destroyed. His heart shattered, and he fell into a frenzied state. Pangu, I will fight you to the end, he shouted, once more channeling all his power over the laws, even summoning all the treasures he had seized in a desperate bid to confront Pangu. This reckless display transformed the gazes of the surrounding demon gods. Yet, they found themselves powerless to intervene, for it was too late. The full might of a demon god could only be matched by Pangu. They could only watch in astonishment as this shocking scene unfolded. Faced with the Master of Time's desperate gamble, Pangu, too, adopted a rare seriousness, raising the opening axe high and infusing it with the powerful force of the laws. Opening the heavens, annihilation of the demon gods, he bellowed, the massive axe blade surging forth towards the Master of Time. With a thunderous boom, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the chaos, leaving all the demon gods in a daze as they witnessed the spectacle. Is he dead? Has the Master of Time truly perished? How could this be possible? A visceral sense of dread washed over all the demon gods as they witnessed a time-worn chaos demon god being cleaved in two before their very eyes by Pangu's axe. The shock of the moment sent chills down their spines. Yet, in this dire situation, there was no retreat. The arrow was already on the string, and they could not afford to falter, even if they wished to withdraw. Pangu would not allow it. All the demon gods understood this well. Thus, the only choice remaining was to unite their strength against Pangu, for this was their sole opportunity for survival in this battle. Clearly, in that moment, all the demon gods reached a consensus. They summoned their various treasures, preparing to unleash their full power, for failure would mean certain death. Just look at the Master of Time. He was a prime example. Pangu, observing this, wore a grave expression. He understood that his earlier confrontation with the Master of Time was merely an appetizer. The true feast was yet to begin. However, the more intense the situation grew, the more exhilarated Pangu became. Now this is what I desire. Come, let us engage in a truly exhilarating battle, where we shall determine both our strengths and our fates, Pangu declared, his gaze steady upon the gathering demon gods. In this moment, Xiao fell silent. The demon gods collectively fell into a hush. Even the chaotic world seemed to descend into a temporary stillness. The 3,000 demon gods stood against the heavens, while Pangu faced them alone. Had the moment finally arrived? As Xiaoyao beheld the scene before him, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, accompanied by a profound sense of solemnity as he stood witness to history. In facing the imminent threat of death, none of the demon gods faltered. Such spirit was reminiscent of the 12 ancestral witches forged from Pangu's essence and the Taoist Tongtian. The ultimate battle of the great opening cataclysm had begun. With a unified roar, the 3,000 demon gods shouted, "Kill!" They moved in perfect unison towards Pangu. Pangu, his expression grave, commanded, chaotic green lotus, protect me, with a powerful stamp of his foot. A colossal illusion of the green lotus manifested, enveloping Pangu entirely. The onslaught of attacks rained down upon the green lotus illusion, exploding like fireworks, yet Pangu remained unharmed, his form undisturbed. This spectacle left the surrounding demon gods trembling in fear, unable to fathom that the chaotic green lotus possessed such capabilities. Do not lose heart. Even if the lotus has defensive abilities, it must have its limits. Let us concentrate our attacks on a single point. By breaking through at one location, we will surely shatter this shell. Luoho, the demon god of destruction, quickly discerned the strategy and rallied the others, restoring their morale. All right, everyone, focus your attacks. The demon gods exchanged glances, quickly agreeing to Luoho's plan. They aimed their strikes at a specific area of the green lotus illusion. It was evident that this strategy was effective. However, they seemed to forget that Pangu would not merely stand by and allow them to strike. Ha! Taste my axe, Pangu declared with a chuckle, swinging the axe forward. Two devastating waves of energy collided with a resounding bang, akin to a cosmic explosion. With a thunderous roar, all existence fell silent. The explosive sound reverberated for some time before gradually dissipating. In the aftermath, the demon gods found themselves scattered by the overwhelming force, and even Pangu was pushed back a considerable distance before he could regain his footing. This demonstrated that the force was mutual. Within the chaotic realm, Tianyuan watched in astonishment. Goodness, if that had struck me, I would have been utterly obliterated. Tianyuan trembled inwardly. Xiaoyao too regarded the unfolding events with a grave expression. He had not anticipated that the combined power of 3,000 demon gods could unleash such energy. Indeed, in this chaotic world, one should never underestimate anyone. Xiaoyao, for the first time, recognized the true combat prowess of the chaotic demon gods. Though it was the culmination of their collective strength, it still surprised him. After all, even a small gap in realms could result in a significant difference, let alone a major one. The highest cultivation among these demon gods barely reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Supreme Golden Immortal, while the others hovered around the mid to late stages, with some barely breaking into the early stages, compared to Pangu, who stood at the pinnacle of the Chaos Taiji Golden Immortal realm. The disparity was immense, an insurmountable chasm. Yet, under these circumstances, their collective outburst of power was enough to match Pangu. Xiaoyao could not help but admire the unity that bred such strength. One must never underestimate the world and its people, he reminded himself, vowing to approach others with utmost vigilance, lest he fall victim to unforeseen calamities. As Xiaoyao reflected within the chaotic realm, the external demon gods regained their senses. Unlike the first strike, this time, although they were repelled, Pangu was similarly affected. Had he remained immobile, their morale would have undoubtedly crumbled. This encounter invigorated their spirits, instilling them with newfound confidence to continue their battle against Pangu. The demon gods wore expressions of joy, sensing victory was within their grasp. Clearly, they were determined not to grant Pangu even a moment's respite. Do not stop. Continue the assault. At the command, the myriad demon gods once again converged their assault upon Pangu. Pangu, fully concentrated, summoned the entirety of his spiritual strength, elevating the power of the laws to its utmost limit. The 9 styles of creation, chaos break, demon god fall, heaven and earth annihilation. Pangu swung his axe thrice towards the demon gods, the blades shimmering with the essence of the laws, magnifying in the eyes of the demon gods. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding impacts echoed, as these strikes were far beyond the capabilities of the lesser demon gods to withstand. Amidst the cries of anguish, at least several hundred demon gods were obliterated in the chaotic realm, their powers and divine treasures shattering into nothingness. This scene truly terrified the remaining demon gods, who beheld their erstwhile comrades, those who had fought alongside them, perishing in such a manner, their hearts heavy with fear and profound sorrow. In an instant, their resolve solidified. Facing certain death, they would fight Pangu to the bitter end. This sentiment reverberated in the minds of each demon god. They too had their dignity as demon gods, a dignity that forbade them from choosing the path of flight, that could not bear to lose face, preferring to stand and die rather than kneel and live. With this indomitable spirit, many demon gods who sensed their imminent demise displayed expressions of madness. Ha! My comrades, I shall pave the way for you. With that, one demon god charged directly towards Pangu with his own body. No, the fire demon god is going to self-destruct. A demon god recognized the fire demon's determination, his eyes filled with deep sorrow, for he had shared a close bond with him. Witnessing his comrade, who had once been by his side day and night, resolved to self-destruct alongside Pangu was a heart-wrenching sight. However, This was undoubtedly the fire demon's own decision. Consequently, what transpired next required no further contemplation. The harsh reality was that the fire demon god did not even reach Pangu before being cleaved in two by Pangu's axe. Old Fire, the fire demon's friend. Witnessing this scene, felt his spirit shatter, an inferno of wrath igniting within him as he cast a resolute glare at Pangu, determined to follow in the footsteps of the fire demon and sacrifice himself for righteousness. Yet, this time, he was not alone in his thoughts. Pangu, I shall fight you. Accompanied by the furious roars of dozens of demon gods, they seemed to have reached a silent agreement, charging towards Pangu from all directions. Compressing the power of the laws to its zenith, explosive sounds erupted around Pangu as he staggered under the onslaught. Clearly, such suicidal attacks had taken him by surprise. In a moment of inattention, he suffered a setback, unable to thwart the wave of self-detonations from so many demon gods. Even the Chaos Green Lotus's defenses were utterly shattered by this assault. Chapter 13. The Precious Treasures Shatter. The remnants escape. Witnessing this, the remaining demon gods felt no joy, for they understood that this outcome was the result of their fallen comrades' sacrifices. Their duty now was to honor that sacrifice. Kill. A voice imbued with a sense of fatal resolve resonated among the demon gods. As they recklessly unleashed their attacks upon Pangu, observing this, a surge of unrestrained valor surged within Pangu's chest. Haha, splendid. Now we shall engage in a true battle. Pangu bellowed, seizing the axe of creation, and for the first time, he charged directly at the demon gods. In an instant, the demon gods clashed with Pangu, filling the chaotic realm with the cacophony of battle. Within the chaotic world, Xiao Ao and Tianyuan felt their blood boil. The atmosphere was so infectious that they longed to join the fray themselves. The grandeur of the combat was a simple yet brutal display, brimming with the aesthetics of violence. Fists met flesh as demon gods were sent flying by Pangu's strikes. Yet they quickly regained their footing and rejoined the fray, as if boundless energy coursed through them, casting aside the fear of death. This spectacle of martial prowess was more thrilling than any drama from his past life. Xiao Ao reflected. Though Tianyuan was unfamiliar with the concept of drama, he nodded earnestly, his eyes glued to the fierce battle unfolding outside. As time wore on, some demon gods began to show signs of exhaustion. Succumbing to Pangu's relentless onslaught, the adage "a sorrowful army is destined to win" proved to be mere words in the face of overwhelming power. As the mightiest of demon gods, Pangu's fighting spirit only grew stronger with each encounter. In the end, only a handful of demon gods remained. Yang Mei, Hongjun, Lu, Zhaohua, Yinghua, Qian Kuan, and Yinyang. The air in the chaotic world was thick with the scent of impending doom. Hongjun, witnessing the decimation of his fellow demon gods, felt a pang of trepidation. However, retreat was not an option. His fear of death clashed with the dignity of the chaotic demon gods, which forbade him from fleeing. He could only channel a fragment of his spiritual essence into his supreme chaotic treasure, hoping to secure a sliver of survival. Esteemed comrades, given this scenario, we stand no chance. But I possess a secret method that may grant us a glimmer of hope. Hongjun projected his thoughts to the remaining demon gods. What method? The demon gods, not foolish, were eager to learn of any possibility for survival. Thus, they collectively inquired of Hongjun. Without reservation, Hongjun divulged the method to them. Comrades, if we can channel a fragment of our spiritual essence into our supreme, chaotic treasures, even if the treasures shatter, there remains a chance for survival. However, our demon god forms will undoubtedly perish in the coming battle, but at least we can revive and reclaim our paths in the future. The demon gods exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Hongjun's plan. It was their only avenue of escape. With Pangu resolute in his intent to carve open the heavens, their fate of demise was sealed. However, by channeling a fragment of their spiritual essence into their supreme chaotic treasures, even if they lost their formidable demon god bodies, as long as their essence remained, they could be reborn in the world Pangu would create, retaining their original spiritual essence, unlike those who had truly perished, with no hope of revival. Realizing this, they wasted no time in expressing gratitude, immediately following Hongjun's guidance to channel a sliver of their spiritual essence into their supreme chaotic treasures. As the last of the demon gods completed this process, time seemed to freeze, and Pangu remained oblivious. Without the burden of apprehension, they cast aside their fears and denied Pangu any respite, collectively preparing for a final confrontation through self-detonation. Fully aware that their end would be death, while Pangu would endure, yet they aimed to inflict significant harm upon him. Moreover, through their self-detonation, they could safeguard their supreme chaotic treasures from complete annihilation, ensuring they would not dissipate entirely. This was their calculated compromise. Thus, they charged unflinchingly toward Pangu. With a thunderous roar, the calamity of the demon gods unfolded, culminating in their demise and Pangu's injury. Amidst the chaos, the supreme chaotic treasures, now infused with fragments of unfamiliar spiritual essences, shattered, but their decision had been wise. Within the larger shards, remnants of their spiritual essences vanished from Pangu's sight. Pangu, at this moment, was grievously wounded, grappling with the aftermath of the explosive attacks from the strongest demon gods, rendering him unable to attend to anything else. Consequently, these demon gods had miraculously survived in an alternate manner, though their spiritual essences fell silent amidst the shattering. The time required for their consciousness to awaken anew remained uncertain. Of course, Xiaoyao witnessed this scene unfold, having subtly aided these demon gods by concealing their essence with the Chaos Pearl, allowing them to escape the scrutiny of the great Dao. In truth, they could have revived in the Hongwang world without Xiaoyao's intervention. But he suspected the great Dao must have imposed some restrictions upon them. Otherwise, how could they have perished so thoroughly in the battle between Dao and demon? Only Yang Mei and Hongjun remained, while Xiaoyao found himself in the Hongwang world. Certainly, the arrangement of the Dao is indeed quite reasonable. Consider the fact that once these demonic deities are reborn, their methods of cultivation will diverge significantly from the primordial practices. The vital essence they draw from the heavens and the earth will also differ. They rely on the primordial chaos energy for their cultivation, whereas, after the primordial era was established, only the innate energy remains. How could they possibly endure a cultivation method reliant on such energy? Would they not drain the entirety of the innate energy from the primordial world, leaving the other beings of that realm helpless against them? Thus, the Tao has taken certain measures, introducing calamity energy, which emerged following the cataclysmic battle with Pangu. This calamity energy attaches directly to their fundamental spiritual essence, seemingly having no discernible effect. Yet at critical moments, it can cause them to be directly detonated by the great calamities of the primordial realm. This is fundamentally why, during the subsequent conflict between Dao and demons, they were swiftly vanquished by the four swords of the immortals when facing Luo Ho. Otherwise, even if they were to falter against him, they would not have met their demise so utterly. Only Hongjun managed to evade disaster by altering his cultivation method, substituting Dao cultivation with celestial path cultivation, allowing him to escape the impending calamity. Yang Mei, having fled into the chaotic starry seas beyond the primordial realm, also remained unaffected, yet he dared not return to the primordial realm, fully aware that should he do so, he too would inevitably be influenced by the calamity energy. It seems that Xiaoyao, too, harbored a touch of compassion, contemplating the future development of his inner chaotic realm. The primary reason these demonic deities cannot thrive in the primordial world is that it no longer suits their cultivation needs. However, the inner chaotic world that Xiaoyao has established imposes no such restrictions, allowing them to be reborn and commence a new journey of cultivation. Yet, Xiaoyao harbored no fears that these demonic deities might escape their inner chaotic realm, for they were utterly incapable of doing so. Even when they possessed the bodies of chaotic demonic deities, such an act was beyond their reach, let alone when they would be faced with the innate divine and demonic bodies in the primordial world. Nevertheless, they could cultivate to reach the heights of the chaotic world, attaining the realm of the boundless golden immortal, which would allow them to coexist with the heavens and the earth for a lifetime in carefree existence. Indeed, this would represent the best possible outcome for them. With the presence of these demonic deities beginning their cultivation in the inner chaotic world, their methods would proliferate, leading to the establishment of saints and ancestors within Xiaoyao's realm, significantly contributing to its prosperous development, a truly advantageous endeavor. As for Pangu, with all threats now eliminated, the only remaining task is to open the heavens and attain the Tao, having no obstacles in his path. He would not be foolish enough to commence the opening of the heavens immediately. After all, he was still in a wounded state. To open the heavens, he must first restore his cultivation to its optimal state. Pangu gazed serenely at the vast expanse of the chaotic world, his heart devoid of excessive emotion. The disappearance of the 3,000 demonic deities evoked little sentiment within him, as their fate was one they had chosen themselves, albeit under his coercion. Such is the ruthlessness and brutality of the struggle for the Tao. The law of the jungle prevails, and this is an inescapable truth. Collecting the creation jade butterfly, which had been affected by the battle, in the somewhat dimmed chaos blue lotus, Pangu looked upon the heaven-splitting axe radiating a faint red glow in his hand and couldn't help but smile. This was the first time Xiaoyao had witnessed Pangu smile, and he was taken aback by the warmth emanating from this meticulous and stern figure. However, upon reflection, Xiaoyao deemed it quite natural, for Pangu had likely come to regard these three treasures, which fought alongside him, as his lifelong companions. Now, in the chaotic world, only Pangu remained, accompanied by these three supreme treasures. Indeed, the strong are often solitary, yet even the most isolated of warriors harbor an inexplicable warmth within their hearts. Though it often goes unseen, after all, it is said that the heights can be quite chilling. Xiao smiled as he regarded Pangu, his tone imbued with admiration. After all, this was the illustrious Pangu, a being of flesh and blood. Chapter 14. The Ascendance of Heaven. As Pangu began his final retreat into seclusion to prepare for the opening of the heavens, Xiao remained industrious, readying himself for the impending event, for he was uncertain whether this opening would impact him. Xiao believed it prudent to exercise caution. This was not fear, but rather self-protection. He had no desire to find himself ensnared by the Tao, like those demonic deities, with no one to turn to for help. Pangu had sustained significant injuries, necessitating several epochs for him to adjust his state. Xiaoyao, recognizing that Pangu was on the verge of opening the heavens, focused entirely on him, his spirit fully engaged, while Tian Yuan also stood ready. Aware that this event would influence its own future. I am no mere decoration, Tian Yuan mused. On this day, Pangu stood upon the blue lotus, with the jade disc atop his head and the heaven-splitting axe in hand. His spirit soared, exuding an aura akin to a colossal divine body, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the chaotic world, his presence fully charged. I am the embodiment of the Tao's force, the chaotic, demonic deity Pangu. Today, I shall open the heavens and attain the Tao. May the Tao bear witness. Having declared this, Pangu raised the heaven-splitting axe and struck forward with 81 mighty blows, shattering the chaotic space before him. An essence foreign to the chaotic world surged forth from the fractured expanse. Pangu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to strike in all directions, delivering another 81 blows that the chaotic space shattered. The entire chaotic world began to collapse in a chain reaction, the sound of its demise resounding throughout the chaos. Xiaoyao, sensing the apocalyptic energy, quickly cloaked himself with the chaos pearl, and as the collapse accelerated and expanded, he adeptly navigated the shifting temporal nodes to avoid being affected by the calamity of the heavens. Though it appeared effortless, this was only possible due to the meticulous preparations Xiao had undertaken beforehand. The perils he faced were known solely to him. Ultimately, the chaotic world vanished entirely, giving way to a hazy realm where chaos reigned supreme, devoid of vitality, with myriad laws reconfiguring and dissipating within its depths. Exuding an enigmatic aura, Xiao recognized this as the embryonic form of the primordial world. The next phase depended on Pangu's continued efforts to forge a new world. It was akin to developing new software, requiring the dismantling and reorganization of the old to unlock infinite possibilities. Otherwise, one would be confined by the limitations of existing programs. Now that the system had been restructured, it was up to Pangu to establish the rules and order of the new world. At that moment, Pangu found himself at the very center of this nascent realm, surveying the shape of the world he had begun to create, nodding in satisfaction, and embarking once more on his path of creation. Heaven and earth arised as Pangu's axe cleaved through the air toward the new world. The murky chaos within began to divide, manifesting countless laws that in the end, pure essence mixed with shattered chaotic fragments ascended to form the starry sky and the heavens. While the turbid energies combined with the remnants of the 3,000 demonic deities descended to create the earth. Thus, the structure of the primordial world was established, yet it quickly began to coalesce, reverting toward chaos. Observing this, Pangu immediately used his own body to prop up the heavens and the earth, preventing their convergence, while his form grew larger and taller, ultimately filling the entire primordial world. Time passed gradually as Pangu sustained the heavens. As the saying goes, even the strongest may tire. This sentiment applied to Pangu in this moment. After all, he had yet to attain transcendence, and his reserves of power were not limitless. Pangu was acutely aware of his current state, yet he persevered in his efforts to uphold the heavens. With boundless affection in his eyes, Pangu gazed upon the new world he had birthed. Even knowing his fate, he felt no regret. Even without achieving ultimate enlightenment, he remained unconcerned. The profound love in Pangu's heart manifested in that moment, as he sought to transform his very being into the essence of all creation to fulfill the world he had established. Time and fate have aligned. I, Pangu, harbor no regrets. This new world shall henceforth be known as the primordial realm. As Pangu's declaration echoed, the entire primordial world responded with a resonant rumble. Pangu smiled once more, this time with a loud, carefree laughter, filled with contentment, for he understood that his creation had succeeded, and his offspring had gained new life, brimming with infinite potential. Pangu then summoned the jade disc, observing its somewhat diminished form, and spoke to it. "Jade disc, let us embark on the journey to forge a new era together." Upon uttering these words, the jade disc was instantly detonated, shattering into countless fragments. The force of the laws contained within surged forth, diffusing throughout the cosmos, bathing the entire realm in its nurturing essence. The power of the laws permeated the universe. Its foundations began to solidify significantly. The same procedure was employed to summon the chaotic azure lotus, which too fractured into myriad pieces. The formidable power of the lotus scattered in all directions, with its shards drifting towards the primordial world, while Pangu merely observed with a tranquil demeanor. The heavenly axe, too, was cleaved by Pangu, yet it did not disperse. Instead, Pangu transformed it into three innate treasures: the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. First, Pangu utilized the chaos bell to stabilize the fabric of space and time, then employed the Taiji diagram to contain the rampant forces of the laws, guiding them towards their rightful destinies. Finally, he wielded the Pangu banner to continuously release the energy of creation, further expanding the breadth of the primordial realm. Under the influence of these three treasures, the universe began to take shape, no longer coalescing. Pangu relinquished his support, observing the cosmos gradually solidifying before his eyes. As Pangu prepared to manifest all things, Xiaoao did not forget his own intentions. At this moment, the Tao had receded, awaiting Pangu's declaration that the Tao would embody all things to establish the primordial world, thus allowing the heavenly Tao to gestate. Therefore, Xiaoao sought to seize this opportunity to confront Pangu directly, elucidating everything and persuading Pangu to willingly offer his essence of wisdom. "Greetings, great Pangu." The sudden voice reverberated through the cosmos, startling Pangu, who was on the verge of manifesting all things. "Who dares?" Pangu called out, scanning the surroundings, yet seeing no one. He raised his voice further. Noticing Pangu's evident agitation, Xiaoyao emerged alongside Tianyuan, revealing himself before Pangu. This sight genuinely startled Pangu. The events were utterly unfathomable. In his perception, no sentient beings existed in this primordial realm, and yet here stood two. It defied logic. Xiaoyao smiled broadly at Pangu, his gaze tinged with a hint of mischief, causing Pangu to involuntarily shudder. "There is no need for such alarm, Pangu. Are you not aware of me? I have watched you grow." He continued. "Moreover, I have observed the rise of the 3,000 demon gods. All that has transpired within the chaos is known to me. You simply cannot perceive my presence. If I truly intended to bring you harm, do you think you could evade me?" Xiaoao's nonchalant tone left Pangu momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that this individual possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Observing Xiaoao closely, he realized he could not discern the nature of his practiced laws, yet he recognized the black and white creature beside him as one embodying the formless laws. "Who are you, then, if you have been concealed? Even the Tao has failed to detect you. What is your purpose for appearing now?" Pangu inquired solemnly. Xiaoao chuckled softly, first signaling Pangu to remain calm before gradually revealing his purpose. "Pangu, are you indeed resolved to embody all things and forge this primordial world?" "Indeed, you are correct, esteemed elder. This primordial realm is of my making. I cannot permit it to return to the void. Since I have initiated its creation, I shall sacrifice myself to ensure its fruition. Such is my ambition as Pangu. Even if I cannot transcend the Tao, even if I perish in the end, I fear not." Hearing Xiaoao's inquiry, Pangu spoke with unwavering determination. Xiaoao nodded in acknowledgement. "Is it not your desire to witness the world you have birthed?" Sighing deeply, Pangu replied with a touch of melancholy, "Have I not longed for that? Yet, alas, this is the will of fate, within the Tao. All things are governed by its principles. I cannot escape the rules of the Tao." Upon hearing Pangu's words, Xiaoao's spirits lifted. "Pangu, since you harbor such aspirations, I, as your elder, can offer you a glimmer of hope. Would you desire it?" Xiaoyao's enticing words left Pangu momentarily incredulous. "Elder, are you suggesting that you can grant me a chance at survival?" Pangu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think I jest with you?" Xiaoyao nearly sputtered in exasperation, taken aback by Pangu's incredulity. Realizing his misstep, Pangu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "Esteemed elder, please forgive my ignorance. I am but a rough individual, lacking in eloquence." "I certainly believe in your words." Seeing Xiaoao's demeanor soften, Pangu sighed in relief, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask, what must I do?" Cough, cough. A teachable child indeed. Hearing Pangu's flattery, Xiaoao felt quite pleased. Compliments from the great Pangu were rare and held significant weight. Once Pangu is reborn anew, it would not be impossible to take him out for a stroll, would it? Just imagine the expressions on the faces of the innate deities upon encountering Pangu. Xiao thought mischievously, and a smirk crept across his lips. Chapter 15. The emergence of the primordial world. Pangu regarded Xiao with an expression of bewilderment, unaware of why such thoughts had invaded his mind. Nevertheless, he politely inquired, "Elder, are you unwell?" Slapped Tian Yuan. Feeling exasperated, face-palmed, realizing that Xiao had once again succumbed to his daydreams, that he thought to himself, "The primordial world must be completed soon, otherwise my master may very well lose his sanity." Upon hearing Pangu's words, Xiao quickly snapped back to attention, adopting a serious facade as he adjusted his attire. "I am perfectly fine, merely contemplating how to assist you." Pangu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had not expected such concern from a figure of such stature upon their first meeting. He thought, what a kind-hearted person. Had Xiao been aware that Pangu had given him a good person card, his expression would have been most entertaining. Seeing Pangu's touched demeanor, Xiao felt a sense of pride. Look at that, he is already under my influence. However, instead of revealing his method outright, Xiao first recounted the tale of how Hongjun and others had escaped from their tribulations, leaving Pangu in a state of enlightened understanding. "That I had sensed the matter you spoke of from the beginning. Yet the presence of those demon gods soon vanished. So, it was you who intervened. Elder, I am truly in awe." Pangu paused, gathering himself, then asked, "Elder, do you intend for me to emulate Hongjun's method and reconstitute a fragment of my essence of wisdom? Yet, I lack the means to house such essence. The 3 innate treasures I have shattered cannot accommodate my essence of wisdom. What is to be done?" Xiao, smiling, remained silent until he produced the chaotic azure lotus, which had been reborn within the chaotic realm. Pangu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon witnessing the chaotic azure lotus before him. "Elder, this is the chaotic azure lotus, but I shattered it, and its essence and laws had dissipated. How can this be? Is there more than one chaotic azure lotus in existence?" Xiao reveled in Pangu's astonishment, shaking his head as he responded, "How could that be? This particular chaotic azure lotus is a fragment of its essence that I extracted while you were still in the process of creation. I nurtured it within my own chaotic realm, making it akin to the azure lotus's progeny." Pangu was at a loss for words, astonished that such a feat was even possible. He could only awkwardly compliment. "Truly, esteemed elder, your foresight is remarkable. I am deeply impressed." Pangu harbored no ill thoughts regarding Xiao's acquisition of the chaotic azure lotus's essence. The ability to extract such essence unnoticed was nothing short of astounding. He did not wish to leave a negative impression on this powerful elder, lest he withhold assistance in the future. As the saying goes, to survive, one must sometimes bow their head. "All right, I shall not tease you further. Now, please separate a fragment of your essence of wisdom. I cannot delay you too long, or the Tao will manifest once more. Indeed, time is of the essence. I shall now separate a fragment of my essence of wisdom." Pangu, fully aware of his circumstances, spoke no further, directly dividing a sliver of his essence of wisdom and offering it to Xiao. Xiao graciously accepted the fragment, placing it within the lotus pod of the chaotic azure lotus to nurture the essence. Before returning the lotus to his chaotic realm, "All is resolved now. I must take my leave. As for your other questions and the reasons behind my intervention, I shall explain them to you upon your revival within my chaotic realm. Time is of the essence, and I must fulfill your destiny." Upon hearing Pangu's words, he promptly adopted a serious and solemn demeanor. Bowing deeply to Xiao, with sincere tone, he proclaimed, "I, Pangu, am here to express my profound gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by my esteemed predecessor. Once I have revived anew, should you require anything of me, I shall not hesitate to oblige." After uttering these words, he cast a loving glance over the primordial world and earnestly requested Xiao, "I have but one humble plea. I wish to transform into all things. Once the primordial world is stabilized, I hope you will extend your guidance and protection over me. I am eternally grateful." With that, he performed an elaborate bow to Xiao once more. Xiao, in response, nodded and said, "Rest assured, I shall do so. However, do not be overly pessimistic. Perhaps one day you might return to the primordial world and witness it for yourself." "Haha, I shall eagerly await that day." Pangu laughed heartily, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation for the future. "Very well, I shall take my leave. I bid you farewell, esteemed predecessor." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao vanished once more into seclusion with Tia Yuan. As Pangu watched Xiao disappear from sight, He gazed longingly at the primordial world before resolutely declaring to the Tao, I am Pangu. Today marks the genesis of the primordial heavens and earth. Yet, the world remains unstable. Thus, I, Pangu, shall transform my chaotic demonic body into all things to stabilize this primordial realm. May the Tao bear witness. As soon as Pangu finished speaking, his entire form began to fracture. Subsequent chronicles would record, Pangu opened the heavens and transformed all things. After his fall, his body underwent profound transformation. The breath he exhaled became the winds and clouds of the four seasons. His voice morphed into the resounding thunder. His eyes turned into the sun and moon. His limbs became the four cardinal directions of the earth. His skin transformed into the vast landscape. His blood flowed as the mighty rivers. His sweat became the life-giving rain. This metamorphosis lasted for a full 9 epochs. On that day, the primordial world resonated with the sound of 9 chimes, echoing across the cosmos. Ding, 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 ding. The chimes reverberated endlessly, and a stream of mysterious yellow energy descended from the heavens into the primordial realm, merging with the merit energy of the opening of the heavens to form 2 treasures of merit. One, named the Merit Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda, vanished along with Pangu's 3 primordial spirits. The other, known as the Hongming Measuring Ruler, was directly acquired by Xiaoyao through his spells. A significant fragment of Pangu's skull was also imbued with merit energy, encasing 12 drops of his essence, which then merged into the primordial earth. The remainder of the merit energy transformed into a rain of virtues, nourishing the nascent primordial world and fostering the awakening of all living beings. It was this rain of virtues that heralded the beginning of life's revival in the primordial realm, thus commencing its legendary saga. Xiaoyao was equally eager for what was to come, but his immediate priority was to assist Pangu in his rebirth, as he awaited Pangu's aid in opening the heavens. In the inner chaotic world, Xiaoyao and Tianyuan were fully engaged, as their future depended on this endeavor, prompting them to approach the task with utmost seriousness. 12 epochs passed. At this juncture, the primordial world entered the era of demonic revival. However, these demons were not the chaotic ones, but rather new lives born from the remnants of the chaotic demon's essence intertwined with a fragment of rule power after their demise. Following the fall of the chaotic deity, they were reborn in this unique manner, a final arrangement by the Tao, utilizing their last remnants of rule energy to assist in the birth of the heavenly path, which was their ultimate destiny. Yet, these new demons lacked true intelligence, possessing only the instincts inherent to their nature. Thus, the chaotic world concluded its battles, while the primordial realm began its first chapter through theirs. At this time, the heavenly path of the primordial world existed merely as a gaseous entity. Although it had begun to form a semblance of foundational rules, it would require several calamities before it could truly take shape. From Xiaoyao's perspective, at least the trials of the demonic and ferocious beasts must be endured before it could fully materialize. Only then would the rules of the heavenly path reach their complete state, allowing it to govern the primordial realm. However, Xiaoyao understood that perfection was unattainable. The Tao would inevitably trim a portion of the heavenly path's essence, leaving a sliver of hope for all beings. This is what future generations would refer to as the heavenly path's essence being 50% complete, with the Tao altering the heavenly path to preserve life. Thus, the heavenly path retains a fraction, 1 out of 4. This also serves as the fundamental reason for Hongjuan's eventual role in supplementing the heavenly path. However, any addition would always bear imperfections. Thus, in many matters concerning the primordial realm, the heavenly path often relied on Hongjun as its spokesperson to resolve and arrange various issues. The heavenly path's action stemmed from a desire to reclaim its essence diminished by the Tao through the boundless trials, seeking to complete its own foundation and transcend it. This was a test set by the Tao for the heavenly path of the primordial realm. Upon passing, it could transcend the heavenly path and ascend to the Daoic level. Xiaoyao had also observed the nascent heavenly path of the primordial realm, akin to the early stages of a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. To transcend, one must break through to the realm of Hunyuan Tai Chi Golden Immortal. However, if the essence remained incomplete, the heavenly path of the primordial realm would forever be unable to ascend to the Tai Chi Golden Immortal stage, at most reaching the pinnacle of Hunyuan Wuji Golden Immortal. In the hierarchical ranking of cultivation within the primordial realm, the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal is regarded as the saintly realm, while the Hunyuan Wuji Golden Immortal aligns with the heavenly path's saintly realm, and the Tai Chi Golden Immortal represents the Daoic saintly realm. In the future, many cultivators in the primordial realm would spend their lives reaching the saintly realm, forever unable to break into the heavenly path's saintly realm. The fundamental reason for this is the heavenly path's suppression. Without its approval, even the most skilled cannot transcend, as the cultivation of saints entirely relies on the heavenly path. Saints cultivating beneath the heavenly path must always maintain a significant gap in their realm. Adhering to the established rules of the game.it is essential to note that this refers to the saints, not the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, which is equated with the saintly realm. However, once a saint achieves true sanctity through the heavenly path, they can never become a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal unless they possess immense willpower and wisdom, relinquishing all their cultivation to retrace the path of Hunyuan. But is that feasible? Clearly, it is an impossible endeavor. Chapter 16. The Rebirth of Creation.at This moment, more and more innate demonic beings began to awaken in the primordial world, initiating their instinctual cultivation and competing for resources. In the inner chaotic world, Xiaoyao and his companions were reaching their final moments. Observing Pangu's figure manifest within the green lotus, Xiaoyao couldn't help but exhale deeply. Good heavens, 12 entire epochs. I, Xiaoyao, have exerted every ounce of effort over these 12 epochs, and finally managed to stabilize Pangu, truly exhausting. Stopping the infusion of rules, he lamented with dissatisfaction. He had never anticipated that Pangu would prove to be such a formidable challenge, requiring so much time to restore him completely. It was indeed taxing. Glancing at Tianyuan nearby, he noticed the latter had already collapsed from exhaustion, though the faint sound of snoring betrayed his state. In light of this, Xiaoao felt a surge of irritation and delivered a firm kick to the slumbering creature. Tianyuan was jolted awake by the kick, bewildered as he looked up at his master, still trying to comprehend the situation. However, upon meeting Xiaoyao's gaze, he instinctively recoiled. Dumb, master, the little beast hasn't offended you, has it? Tianyuan asked cautiously. Haha. Xiaoyao let out a cold chuckle before addressing Tianyuan in a friendly tone. You little rascal, you slacked off halfway through, leaving me to toil away. Who is the master here? And who is the pet? Huh? The tone of reproach immediately made Tianyuan alert. He quickly leaped into Xiaoyao's embrace, rubbing against him earnestly. Master, the little beast is in the wrong, but my abilities are limited. You're the one truly formidable. So please don't hold it against me. I was simply overwhelmed. Observing Tianyuan's eager demeanor, Xiaoyao affectionately ruffled his little head. He wasn't genuinely upset with the little creature. It was merely frustration, as he recognized that the little one had exerted all its capabilities. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Pangu, the great blood cow. The fact that their combined efforts could exhaust Tianyuan was indeed impressive. Xiaoyao sighed with a wry smile. All right, I know I can't blame you. Now, get off me so I can stretch. Sitting cross-legged for 12 epochs has left me feeling rusty. With that, he unceremoniously tossed Tianyuan aside, stood up, and began to stretch. Instantly, a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated from within him. Ah, that feels splendid. Satisfied, Xiaoyao stretched luxuriously, feeling rejuvenated. Let's go. Pangu is about to emerge, and our good days are about to begin. I, Xiaoyao Dazun, am finally on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of my life. He exclaimed with exuberance. Envisioning the splendid life that lies ahead, Xiaoyao could not help but emit a laugh akin to a goose's honk. From the chaotic beginnings, he had diligently laid the groundwork, amassing resources, all for the ultimate goal of embracing a life of leisure. Now, that dream was on the cusp of realization, leaving Xiaoyao in a state of poignant reflection. At that moment, Pangu had also completed the final steps of his revival, re-emerging anew. Upon witnessing his own rebirth, Pangu was filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that merely 12 Yuan meetings would suffice to complete the cycle of death and rebirth. This revelation deepened his understanding of Xiaoyao's formidable power and filled him with heartfelt gratitude. Without hesitation, Pangu knelt before Xiaoyao, his voice trembling with emotion and profound appreciation. The humble deity Pangu, thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. Words of gratitude could fully encompass his feelings, leaving only this simple expression of thanks. Enough, enough. Why are you kneeling? This is truly unnecessary, Xiaoyao replied, taken aback by Pangu's act of deference. The mighty Pangu, a figure of great pride, was kneeling before him. This was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao maintained an air of dignity, understanding that he was worthy of such reverence, having saved Pangu's life. After all, he could be seen as the path within Pangu's chaotic world, and now that Pangu was being reborn within that realm, he could almost be regarded as a son. This thought brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiaoyao. His status had indeed risen. However, the name Pangu seemed ill-suited for this newly revived being. With a smile, Xiaoyao addressed Pangu. You need not always refer to me as elder. I did not disclose my title previously, but you may now know it that I am known as the Taoist of leisure. You may call me Daozuan or simply Xiaoyao Daozuan. As you prefer. However, the name Pangu no longer fits you. Since you have been reborn, it is time to bid farewell to your past and embrace a new beginning with a new name. What are your thoughts on this? Your humble servant will heed the Daozuan's wishes, Pangu quickly affirmed, feeling it inappropriate to address Xiaoyao by his name, as it might seem disrespectful. Thus, he opted to use the title instead. Xiaoyao nodded. Very well, will you choose your own name, or shall I bestow one upon you? Pangu hesitated, admitting, Daozuan, I have not contemplated this matter. Might I trouble you to provide a name for me? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao felt an inner delight. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Pangu is quite perceptive. He deserves more rewards in the future, perhaps a day trip to the primordial world, he thought, maintaining a facade of calmness. Since you have requested, I shall not decline. My intent in reviving you is to witness you create a new heaven and earth within my chaotic realm, enabling it to evolve and perfect its rules. Do not worry about supporting the heavens once more. I have made ample preparations. Your sole responsibility is to open the heavens. I will handle the subsequent developments, given that you have already established the primordial world. I shall name you the Creator God, embodying the essence of a deity who brings forth new worlds. How does that sound? Xiao articulated his intentions and, with a hint of mischief, conferred the name Creator God upon Pangu. Pangu, now Creator God, was delighted, feeling that the title resonated with his true essence. Thank you, Daozuan, for the bestowed name. I am most satisfied. I shall dutifully fulfill your wishes. When do you wish for me to commence the creation of heaven and earth? Creator God inquired eagerly, unperturbed by the task ahead. He felt a thrill at the prospect of creating once more. During his previous endeavor, he had not fully relished the experience, and now he welcomed the opportunity to do so again. Seeing the Creator God's eager and animated demeanor, Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his enthusiasm. Could it be that the Creator God has lost his senses over the prospect of creation? He mused. However, as long as he was willing to proceed, Xiaoyao had no objections. As long as the heavens were opened, all was well. Your current cultivation, bolstered by my support, has reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. This chaotic world of mine cannot be compared to the true chaotic realm, so your current level is more than sufficient for the task at hand. Therefore, you may commence the creation of heaven and earth. Ushering in a new chapter for this realm, he instructed, handing the Creator God a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure known as the Creation Sword, a name Xiaoyao had chosen himself. This supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, the Creation Sword, is bestowed upon you today, granting you the advantage in your endeavor. Creator God promptly accepted the Creation Sword, bowing deeply. Thank you, Daozuan, for this treasure. I shall not betray your trust. Xiaoyao nodded. Go forth. I shall support you from behind. Yes, Daozuan, I shall take my leave, Creator God replied, positioning himself once more upon the chaotic blue lotus. No, it could no longer be called the chaotic blue lotus, upon standing atop it. Creator God aptly renamed it the Creation Lotus, prompting Xiaoyao to admire his acumen. Standing at the center of the chaotic realm, Creator God wielded the Creation Sword, poised atop the Creation Lotus, emanating an aura of confidence and valor. His gaze was resolute, and the power of the laws surged around him. He raised the Creation Sword and struck forward without hesitation, his movements fluid and imbued with a newfound steadiness, a sense of assuredness that surpassed his previous attempts. With what seemed an unremarkable act, the inner chaotic world was cleaved in two by a single stroke. The heavens were opened with ease, a stark contrast to the arduous task of establishing the primordial world. As the heavens gradually took shape, Creator God struck the sky and the earth with the sword, and in an instant, the realms expanded rapidly beneath those two strikes, transforming the chaotic world entirely. Satisfied, Creator God nodded in approval. Observing this, Xiaoyao recognized that it was now his turn to intervene. The formation of the heavens was merely the precursor to the emergence of living beings, a task that fell to him. He gestured to Creator God to step aside. Then, he summoned the chaotic spiritual treasures he had secretly acquired from the primordial world, unleashing a surge of power to shatter them, preserving only a few for future use. A prudent decision for his future disciples. Subsequently, Xiaoyao drew forth a drop of his essence blood from within, merging it with the shards of treasure. The chaotic laws transformed into a chaotic flame, gradually melting the blood and shards before fusing them into a colossal sphere suspended within the chaotic realm. Pleased with his creation, Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. He then mimicked the cosmic explosion from his previous life. igniting the sphere within the chaotic realm. As anticipated, the explosion scattered the sphere into countless fragments, each empowered by the laws, giving rise to the myriad beings of this chaotic world. Larger fragments became the sun and moon. Smaller ones transformed into stars, while some morphed into mountains and rivers. Others, propelled by the shockwaves of the explosion, formed winds, thunder, and the very components of existence. Additionally, some fragments took the initial forms of spiritual treasures, while others became the nascent forms of living beings, all progressing towards the realization of a true world. Once the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity had coalesced into the rules of the new realm, the world would be perfected. It was merely a matter of time. The subsequent growth of this world would be left to its inherent rules, and Xiaoyao would refrain from excessive interference, adopting a stance akin to the Tao itself, merely observing as the world flourished. Chapter 17. The Eternal World. With everything back on track, Xiaoyao prepared to rename this new realm. He had long contemplated a fitting title. Eternal World would be the name bestowed upon this realm, encapsulating his hopes for its inhabitants and signifying his own transcendence into eternity. The Tao had been cultivated to its zenith. He could proudly proclaim, at the end of the Tao, I find my true self. All paths converge within me. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. The Taoist is revered, thus I am Xiao Daozuan. Your humble servant pays respects, Daozuan. Congratulations on your transcendence and attainment of eternity. The Creator God gazed upon Xiaoyao, and he no longer appeared as he once did, surrounded by the boundless power of the laws. Now, Xiaoyao seemed utterly intangible, resembling an ordinary person devoid of any semblance of cultivation. Yet, the Creator God understood that this was the true manifestation of enlightenment, where all things exist solely for oneself, embodying the principle of returning to simplicity and authenticity. In this moment, the Creator God felt an uncommon surge of motivation within, yearning for the same transcendence, an aspiration shared by every chaos demon god, and especially the Creator God himself. Witnessing a cultivator attain enlightenment before his very eyes, achieving eternity, and earning the title of Taoist Master, evoked a thrill that ordinary beings could scarcely comprehend. Haha, Creator God, I have merely taken a step ahead. You too shall achieve this in time, I believe, Xiao remarked with a smile, his words not mere empty rhetoric. For in his eternal realm, anything was possible. The Creator God smiled in rare delight. Haha, then I shall borrow the auspicious words of the Taoist Master. Tian Yuan, standing nearby, laughed exuberantly like a husky, for with his master attaining transcendence, he could bask in the shade of a great tree, having fortuitously found such a formidable ally. Overjoyed, he leapt into Xiaoyao's embrace, frolicking with glee, prompting a tender smile from Xiaoyao as he reflected on how this little fellow had alleviated his loneliness since the dawn of chaos. Accompanying him through countless epochs, he was certain that in the future, he would assist Tian Yuan in achieving his own transcendence and eternal freedom. With this thought, Xiaoyao pointed into the void, and a chaotic-colored orb materialized before him. Gazing at this chaos orb, Xiaoyao was filled with profound sentiment. His achievements were entirely reliant upon it. It was through the chaos orb that he was reborn into the chaos and attained his current enlightenment. Now that Xiaoyao had transcended, the chaos orb returned to its original state, no longer serving as his corporeal form, but rather reverting to its essence. Furthermore, having undergone Xiaoyao's enlightenment, the chaos orb had grown significantly more powerful, acquiring the ability to assist others in their own enlightenment. It could be said that the current chaos orb had surpassed the ranks of mere chaos treasures, qualifying as a treasure of enlightenment. Even more formidable than the Chaos Azure Lotus, especially since Xiaoyao's mastery of the laws of chaos encompassed 3,000 principles, the Chaos Orb was now capable of aiding others in their understanding of the Tao, akin to the Creator Jade Disc. Thus, the Chaos Orb had evolved into a versatile spiritual treasure. As for the Chaos Orb, Xiaoyao had his own plans. Chaos Orb, today I have transcended, and you too shall be liberated. It is time I grant you your freedom. With the decree of Taoist Master Xiaoyao, I bestow upon you the essence of spiritual intelligence, allowing you to develop consciousness. How you wish to proceed is entirely up to you. However, if you desire to remain in the eternal realm, I would be most pleased. Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyao lightly tapped the chaos orb with his finger. Instantly, a wave of the power of the great Tao enveloped the orb, and shortly thereafter, it gained consciousness, its spiritual essence taking form. The chaos orb, having transcended its destiny as a mere treasure, transformed into a beautiful girl clad in a chaotic-colored dress. As she emerged, all beings in the eternal world rejoiced, and the heavens, earth, and humanity resonated with the sounds of the great Tao, collectively celebrating her birth. Observing this scene, Xiaoao smiled with genuine happiness. "Brother." The girl beamed brightly at Xiaoao, her voice laced with joy as she softly addressed him. "Ah, since you call me brother, shall I bestow upon you a name?" Xiaoyao gazed tenderly at this girl, who embodied the essence of all heavenly spirits and possessed a beauty that could overshadow the very heavens. Coupled with an aura that embraced all creation, Xiaoyao was certain that this girl, born from the Chaos Orb, surpassed all goddesses in beauty, embodying a divinity beyond mere words. The girl smiled radiantly, causing even the creator god beside them to momentarily lose his composure. Quickly bowing his head, while Tianyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Unfazed by their expressions, the girl gently replied, "That sounds wonderful. Since I emerged from my brother's essence, it is only fitting that you name me. However, please do not give me an unappealing name. I am a girl, after all." She playfully glanced at Xiaoyao, fully aware of his past antics despite lacking consciousness prior to her manifestation. Xiaoyao's expression darkened as he suddenly remembered that this little sister was once one with him in the chaos. And she was certainly aware of all his past deeds. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well, during critical moments, your brother is quite reliable. Let us not dwell on the past." He quickly shifted the topic. "What is most important now is to give you a beautiful name. Right? Haha." The girl chuckled at her brother's flustered demeanor, covering her mouth as she stifled her laughter, yet she graciously nodded in agreement, allowing Xiaoyao to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "After all, she is my sister, always supportive of me. I am Xiaoyao. What do you think of the name you're in?" Xiaoyao proposed. Upon hearing the name, the girl rolled her eyes at her brother. "Brother, is this the best you can come up with?" "Really? Not fond of it. How about Qingcheng, Miaoyin, Yuyao, or Menglian?" Upon realizing his sister's discontent, Xiaoyao quickly suggested 4 more names, causing Tianyuan to cover his eyes, unable to bear the embarrassment of his master. "Brother, you truly are something else." The girl, exasperated by her brother's lack of naming prowess, realized that she could not hold too high expectations for him. She felt a twinge of sympathy for the chaos treasure named Tianyuan. Feeling sorry for its unfortunate name, with a resigned gesture, she furrowed her brow, secretly acknowledging that if given the chance, she wouldn't know what name to choose either, considering their sibling bond was akin to that of twins. With Xiaoyao having manifested first through her essence, "Forget it. I shall be called Miaoyin from now on. It is the best option." Tired, Miaoyin declared. "Ha, I knew it. Miaoyin is indeed a lovely name. Splendid." Upon hearing Miaoyin accept his suggestion, Xiaoyao erupted into laughter, though if one could see the cold sweat on his forehead, they would surely believe that he was genuinely elated. Afterward, Xiaoyao promptly retrieved several exquisite chaos spiritual treasures he had set aside, presenting them to Miaoyin with a smile, his eyes gleaming with affection. "Here, sister, these are all treasures I have preserved for you. Take a look and choose whatever you liked." In response to Xiaoyao's generosity, Miaoyin smiled and readily accepted his offerings, happily exploring the array of spiritual treasures before her. Ultimately, Miaoyin selected 3 treasures: the 9-colored Heart's Desire skirt, which Xiaoyao had preserved for its beauty, and he too donned a garment known as the Heavenly Universe robe, both of which possessed the unique ability to change their appearance and color according to their wearer's thoughts. Naturally, their defensive capabilities were of little concern to either Xiaoyao or Miaoyin. Their primary focus was on aesthetics. After all, beauty was a lifelong pursuit, and when it came to defense, who could rival Miaoyin and Xiaoyao in either the primordial or eternal realms? At present, Miaoyin's cultivation was on par with Xiaoyao's before his enlightenment. Standing at the pinnacle of the primordial Taiji golden immortal stage, Miaoyin simply awaited her own enlightenment, a process that required personal understanding and could not be directly bestowed by Xiaoyao, for each individual must traverse their own path. The second item was a jewel, as Miaoyin, having transformed from a jewel, held a natural affinity for such treasures. This jewel, known as the source of the Great Tao Pearl, was a premier chaos spiritual treasure with temporal properties. Albeit not as extraordinary as the Chaos Orb, yet it resonated with the path Miaoyin sought to cultivate, which is why she chose it. The third item was a lotus flower, distinct from the Chaos Azure Lotus. It was a 36-colored lotus that Pango had initially mistaken for the Chaos Azure Lotus upon first sight. Later, it became evident that while the lotus flower is indeed beautiful, each of its 36 hues represents a profound principle of the Tao. Thus, this lotus is also known as the 36-colored lotus, serving as a supplementary spiritual treasure that aids individuals in comprehending the 36 principles it embodies. Naturally, for Miaoyin, its primary function has been reduced to that of a mount. Chapter 18. Journey to the Primordial Chaos. Upon seeing Miaoying select these three spiritual treasures, Xiaoyao smiled, thinking to himself that, after all, girls tend to choose treasures that are visually appealing. Well, now that you have chosen your items, you can refine them later for use. Allow me to introduce you to these two, Xiaoyao interjected, interrupting Miaoying, who was brimming with joy, as he pointed to Tianyuan and the Creator God. This is Tianyuan, a companion who has stood by your brother through countless epochs. Although I refer to it as my spiritual pet, you must treat it as a family member, though I often call it my pet. My heart has long regarded it as kin.do, you understand. Listening to Xiaoyao's introduction, Tianyuan was instantly moved to tears, despite always identifying as Xiaoyao's foremost spiritual pet. It had already come to consider Xiaoyao its closest being. Although Xiaoyao had never treated it as an outsider, hearing such words from him was a first. Deeply touched, Tianyuan leapt into Xiaoyao's embrace, joyfully licking his face while tears streamed down uncontrollably. In truth, Tianyuan could have taken on a humanoid form long ago, but knowing that Xiaoyao cherished its original appearance, it had forsaken the idea of transformation, choosing instead to remain in its true form. It silently vowed never to change. It had known Xiaoyao this way from the very beginning, and even when it attained enlightenment, it would remain as it is. No one could alter this conviction. Moreover, even without transformation, who would dare underestimate it? Xiaoyao continued to affectionately stroke Tianyuan's fluffy head, saying little, for he understood that the bond between them transcended the need for sentimental words. Brother. Miaoying understands, she said gratefully. Casting a look at Tianyuan, who was frolicking in Xiaoyao's arms, she had always been aware of everything, having observed it all. Now, this is the Creator God, once the Chaos Demon God of power, now the Creator God, the architect of the eternal world, and the ancestral deity of this realm. Xiaoyao gestured towards the Creator God as he introduced him to Miaoying. Little God, Creator, has met the esteemed Miaoying. The Creator God quickly bowed in greeting. Miaoying smiled back at the Creator God, saying, Thank you, Creator God, for your hard work in establishing the eternal world for my brother. From now on, this eternal world shall be your home as well. You need not be overly formal with me. In the future, I will require your assistance in overseeing this realm. That is an obligation I shall gladly accept. It is my honor, replied the Creator God with a smile. For Xiaoyao had just designated him as the ancestral deity of the eternal world, thus granting him this esteemed title. This was indeed a tremendous fortune, as long as he diligently managed the eternal world. Once it ascended or attained perfection, it would be his moment of enlightenment, a far greater achievement than that of Hongjun, with no comparison whatsoever. All right, now that we are all acquainted, I must arrange our abode. We cannot possibly reside in the eternal world without a proper place to stay. With that, Xiaoyao produced a palace-like spiritual treasure named the Tao Palace, an exquisite chaos artifact that contains 3,000 halls, each representing a distinct principle of the Tao. Every hall encompasses a unique law, and within it lie ethereal mountains, spiritual lakes, and rare flora. Xiaoyao had also planted all the spiritual roots he had gathered from the chaos world in the spiritual garden of the Tao Palace, which was densely populated with chaos spiritual roots, each one capable of effortlessly surpassing all innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. This was Tianyuan's favorite place, for one could gaze upwards and feast upon spiritual fruits. While looking down, one would find spiritual bamboo shoots, surrounded by celestial herbs. It was a veritable paradise of Tianyuan's dreams. Xiaoyao casually tossed the Tao Palace into the sky of the eternal world, where it instantaneously expanded to an immense size, gradually ascending until it vanished among the clouds, becoming a place of aspiration for all practitioners in the eternal world. After completing this task, Xiaoyao led Miaoying, along with Tianyuan and the Creator God, into the Tao Palace. Creator God, you may choose a hall within the Tao Palace as your sanctuary, where you can manage the affairs of the eternal world. Upon hearing such an opportunity, the Creator God eagerly nodded. Little God is grateful for the benevolence of the Tao Master, and I shall not betray your trust. Haha, Creator God need not stand on ceremony. Go ahead and find a hall that suits your fancy. By the way, each hall possesses its own power of law, so seek out the hall that resonates with your power of the Tao, as it will benefit your future cultivation. Xiaoyao made sure to remind the Creator God. The Creator God's eyes sparkled with excitement as he respectfully bowed to Xiaoyao before vanishing from sight in search of the Hall of Power. Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The Creator God, given a second chance at life, seems to have changed so much, so spirited and lively, quite delightful. Indeed, the former creator god was far too rigid. Now, he has truly come into his own, Tianyuan agreed, nodding in affirmation. Miaoin, observing quietly from the side, simply smiled, her heart silently reflecting on how everyone connected to her brother had been liberated from their fates. How could she be any different? Had it not been for her brother's kindness and gentleness, she too would not have found her own freedom. As long as Xiaoyao did not awaken her spirit. As a unique treasure of chaos, it was impossible for her to gain consciousness. Such was the law, one that even the Tao could not contravene. Yet, in the end, Xiaoyao attained enlightenment and granted her liberation. He could have selfishly chosen not to awaken her spirit, thereby allowing her to remain his protective spirit treasure for eternity, forever unable to transcend. Thus, Miaoyin felt profound gratitude for Xiaoyao from the depths of her heart. Just as Miaoyin was lost in thought, a broad, warm hand gently rested upon her head, snapping her back to reality. Meow meow, what are you pondering? Hee, brother, I was just thinking about which palace I should choose. Miaoyin playfully replied, careful not to divulge her earlier thoughts, for between family, there was no need for thanks. Xiaoyao chuckled upon hearing this, realizing this was what she had in mind. Ha! You little rascal, why worry about that? Of course, you will be residing in the same palace as your brother. The Dao Palace has a main hall, which is far superior to the other 3,000 halls. Behind it lies the spiritual garden and the spiritual pet garden. The spiritual garden is already filled with the spiritual roots I planted. Though the spiritual pet garden has yet to be stocked. We can venture into the primordial chaos to collect some innate divine beasts. And it will surely be a delight. Xiaoyao enthusiastically boasted about his future plans, causing Miaoyin to smile broadly. Well aware of how those spiritual roots had come to be, she was not easily deceived. However, with such an abundance of spiritual plants, Miaoyin was genuinely pleased, as Xiaoyao's influence had led her to develop a fondness for culinary delights. Naturally, she would be happy to indulge in delectable treats. Xiaoyao was also determined to cultivate his sister into the next generation of food lovers. It wouldn't be fun if only he and Tianyuan enjoyed the feast. Come, brother will take you to see the realm I have established for you. Xiaoyao declared boastfully, striding confidently towards the main hall. Miaoyin and Tianyuan exchanged glances, sharing a helpless smile as they watched Xiaoyao strut ahead, both murmuring in unison, brother, master, is acting like a child again. With that, they couldn't help but laugh as they chased after him. Brother, master, wait for me. Ah, this is the life. Cultivating is far too tedious. A leisurely and blissful existence is what one truly desires, eating and sleeping. Perhaps a bit of travel here and there. The world is vast, and we must explore it. Xiaoyao reclined on a lounge chair in the garden, surrounded by an array of fruits and a tea set. The teapot was filled with tea brewed from the leaves of the Chaos Spiritual Root Enlightenment tea tree. With a mere thought, the teacup on the table floated to Xiaoyao's lips. And he opened his mouth wide, allowing the tea to flow in, an image of a carefree young man. Miaoyin, lounging beside him, shot a disapproving glance at her brother, feeling as though he was leading her astray, causing her to adopt a more sedentary lifestyle. Brother, we've been in the eternal world for quite some time now, and it has settled into a routine that we no longer need to oversee it. Right? Didn't you mention that the primordial chaos has many exciting adventures? When shall we visit the primordial chaos? Miaoyin, unable to contain her eagerness, inquired of Xiaoyao, who had spent the years telling her just how delightful the primordial world was, yet had never ventured out. He claimed that the eternal world was yet to find its footing and that they must maintain order within it. However, from Miaoyin's perspective, her elder brother had simply grown lazy. Achieving enlightenment is quite an accomplishment, she thought, inwardly mocking her brother. If only she could attain enlightenment herself, then she wouldn't have to endure the rigors of cultivation. How frustrating it was. At Xiaoyao's feet, Tianyuan, who had been competing with a large spiritual fruit, perked up at Miaoyin's words. Did, too, longed for adventure, having grown somewhat bored after such an extended stay in the eternal world. Their trio had been the only company, though occasionally the creator god would join them for a bit of amusement. Yet, that creator god had changed in every aspect except for the relentless pursuit of cultivation, devoid of any sense of flair. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyao realized that the innate demonic gods should have emerged by now, and the primordial world must be bustling with activity. It was time to venture there. Alas, this indulgent lifestyle has truly eroded my pure heart. I find myself reluctant to move. He silently excused himself. With newfound resolve, he told Miaoyin and Tianyuan, very well, The time is right. I shall take you to the primordial world to witness the spectacle. In an instant, Xiaoyao whisked Miaoyin and Tianyuan away to the primordial world, not forgetting to send a message to the Creator God before departing. Whether the Creator God received it remained a mystery. He was likely still engrossed in seclusion, his haste puzzling to Xiaoyao, who could only scoff at the Creator's obsessive nature. Chapter 1. The Primordial World. Upon their arrival in the primordial world, Xiaoyao felt no sense of the great Tao or the heavenly Tao. This disappointment gnawed at him. Were there not tales of anomalies prompting the great Tao and heavenly Tao to intervene? Yet, the great Tao was fully aware of Xiaoyao's presence from the moment he arrived. However, it found itself powerless. Xiaoyao had transcended to a level beyond its own, making any attempt to suppress him futile. The great Tao, though merely a set of rules, possessed enough wisdom to avoid unnecessary conflict. Thus, it chose to disregard Xiaoyao entirely. As for whether Xiaoyao would influence the celestial order, that was of no concern to the great Tao. After all, had the heavenly Tao not already begun to take shape? Was it not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao? Otherwise, what purpose would there be in birthing a heavenly Tao? The great Tao cast a disinterested glance at Xiaoyao before promptly retreating. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao remained merely an embryo, completely unaware that it had been abandoned by its progenitor. The great Dao.it was so infuriated that it wished it could complain to its mother, if only it had one. For now, the heavenly Tao could only pray silently that Xiaoyao would not take notice of it, for it was still but a child. Fear not, little heavenly Tao. Focus on your development, and when you emerge, there shall be rewards from your uncle, Xiaoyao remarked with a rather mischievous expression, gazing at the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao within its space. Startled, the heavenly Tao hugged itself tightly, too frightened to respond. Pondering how someone so formidable could also be so lewd. Father, I am scared. Miaoyin, standing beside Xiaoyao, watched her brother's antics in disbelief, bemused by his playful nature, seeing the heavenly Tao on the verge of tears. She gently patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder, chuckling. All right, brother, you frightened the poor child. Really? How could such a gentle soul as I ever scare a child? Do not think that just because you are my sister you can slander me. Humph, Xiaoyao retorted indignantly, adamant that his reputation remained untarnished by any hint of impropriety. Yet, the only response to Xiaoyao's claims was Miaoyin's knowing laughter. Cough, cough. Enough of this. Let us find a place for a Taoist gathering. I know of a splendid location I reserved long ago, which can be considered the finest paradise in the primordial world. Let us go. With that, Xiaoyao swiftly changed the subject, casting a warning glance at the heavenly Tao before transporting Miaoyin and Tianyuan to an island. This island was the largest fragment of chaos within the primordial world, known as Palai Island. The other two islands were Yingzhou Island and Fazhang Island, collectively referred to as the Three Immortal Islands. Distinct from the Three Immortal Islands of Yunshao, Master, this island's spiritual energy is actually composed of chaotic primordial energy. I never expected such power to exist here, Tianyuan exclaimed upon entering Palai Island. At this time, the spiritual energy within the primordial world was primarily derived from innate sources, far inferior to the sheer strength of chaotic primordial energy. Thus, cultivating on Palai Island would yield results akin to training in the chaotic realm itself, allowing for much greater efficiency than in the primordial world. Indeed, this island is formed from fragments of the chaotic realm. In truth, Palai Island does not belong to the primordial world. It exists beyond the heavenly Tao's jurisdiction. A manifestation of anomalies. The heavenly Tao cannot exert control over Palai Island or perceive its inner workings. This serves as a potential refuge for the inhabitants of the primordial world as long as one remains on Palai Island. They are free from the heavenly Tao's oversight. However, not everyone can withstand the allure of chaos, Xiaoyao explained with a smile. While the chaotic primordial energy was of a higher grade, the cultivation techniques from the primordial world could not absorb it without disastrous consequences, unless one reached the level of a saint. Fortunately, the three of them were unaffected. They had always cultivated with chaotic primordial energy, making them feel right at home in this environment. Now, let us go treasure hunting. This place is rumored to be filled with extraordinary treasures. Indeed, brother, in such a vast island, treasures are surely abundant. Haha, come along, I shall show you. With that, Xiaoyao led them to a picturesque lake. Wow, brother, those lotus flowers must be remnants of the shattered chaotic blue lotus. Right? Miaoyin exclaimed, gazing at the myriad of blossoms in the lake, tugging at Xiaoyao's arm with curiosity. Xiaoyao nodded, Precisely. These are one of the flowers that evolved from the shattered chaotic blue lotus, known as the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purifying white lotus. Observing the lake filled with white lotuses, Xiaoyao noted that they were likely all offshoots of the 12th grade purifying white lotus. Look at that magnificent white lotus in the center of the lake. It must be the 12th grade purifying white lotus that if you desire it, feel free to take it. He gestured towards the ethereal flower, but to his surprise, Miaoying shook her head. No. Thank you. I already have the colorful lotus. I find this one too plain and ordinary. If the gods and demons of the primordial world were aware of Miaoying's sentiments, they might have exclaimed, "What a fine display of Versailles." It was worth noting that in the current primordial world, even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was fiercely coveted by the gods and demons, let alone a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Very well, let this flower remain here, nurtured by the three-light divine water. It shall not perish, and perhaps I can use it for my disciples in the future, Xiaoyao concluded, deciding not to pluck the white lotus. After all, Penglai would rightfully belong to him, and the lotus could serve as a decorative piece. Tianyuan had even less interest in the flower, proudly asserting that even a single hair of its own was far superior. Xiaoyao then guided Miaoying and Tianyuan around Penglai, uncovering all the hidden spiritual treasures. Although they had no use for them, Xiaoyao contemplated establishing a treasure vault for his future disciples, allowing them to explore and seek treasures at their leisure. Ultimately, Xiaoyao returned to the lakeside, pondering where would be most suitable to settle down. The area, with its mountains and waters, was quite appealing. Moreover, the lake was at the heart of Penglai Island, befitting his status. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao produced a building-type spiritual treasure and tossed it into the air. As it caught the wind, it expanded and gracefully settled into the open space by the lakeshore. Satisfied, Xiaoyao nodded, pleased with his palace complex. It was indeed a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, proving its worth. All right, let us go inside and explore. Brother, you really have an impressive collection of building-type spiritual treasures, Miaoying remarked, casting a playful glance at Xiaoyao. Despite her exasperation with her brother's eccentricities, she had to admit that such items were quite convenient. Xiaoyao Pavilion. Miaoying's mouth twitched involuntarily as she read the inscription on the plaque. Wow, really? Could you not choose a better name? Simply naming it after yourself? Are you planning for your disciples to introduce themselves as students of the Xiaoyao Pavilion? It lacks gravitas and seriousness. Miaoying gently tapped her forehead, feeling a twinge of reluctance as she gazed at the three characters on the plaque. Her brother had been rather dismissive, to say the least. After all, this was meant to be the Fade of Xiaoyao in the vast wilderness, and such a name felt overly casual. Of course, the name Xiaoyao signified strength, but the problem lay in the fact that no one truly knew who Xiaoyao was. Even the Tao itself was oblivious to Xiaoyao's identity, let alone the little brats of the wilderness. However, if Xiaoyao were to emerge and confront the heavenly Tao, his name would undoubtedly echo through the ages. Yet, Xiaoyao would never stoop to such trivialities. He adhered to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked. This was a matter of character. If Xiaoyao truly decided to get serious, could the wilderness withstand such a force? You know me. I'm hopeless at naming things. Why don't you come up with something more imposing? Xiaoyao scratched his head, genuinely at a loss when it came to names. It was too taxing on his mind. And besides, Xiaoyao wasn't bad either. He recalled a martial arts sect in his past life that was also named Xiaoyao, filled with handsome men and beautiful women, quite fitting for their current states. Xiaoyao was a striking figure, Miaoying a stunning beauty, and Tianyuan was an absolute cutie, perfectly suited to the name Xiaoyao. Yet, since his sister disapproved, they could always change it, as long as he didn't have to think of it himself. She could call it whatever she pleased. Ultimately, strength was what truly mattered. No one would dare look down on you, even if you were called the boring gang, if you possessed the power to back it up. Upon hearing this, Miaoying furrowed her brows in thought, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. Brother, don't you frequently mention a poem called Xia Ke Xing in the Eternal World? I believe the final line. Who can inscribe under you? The Sutra of the Great Mystery sounds rather splendid. Tai signifies the origin of all, while Xian represents the vessel of the Tao. What if we named our future sect Taishuan? It has a meaningful ring to it, and sounds quite formidable. What do you think, brother? Miaoying exclaimed, joyfully shaking Xiaoyao's arm, clearly pleased with her suggestion. Taishin sect? Why did it feel so familiar? Oh, it seems many protagonists in fantasy novels have sects by that name. But that is not a bad thing. Everyone who joins our sect could become a protagonist, Otherwise, Xiaoyao would have a hard time boasting. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyao promptly made his decision. That would be the name. All right, my sister is indeed wise. This name is both melodious and imposing. Henceforth, our sect shall be called Taishan Sect. After saying this, he swept his hand across the plaque, instantly replacing the characters for Xiaoyao with Taishan. Remarkably, once the name was changed, the atmosphere seemed to brighten considerably. There was a sense of solemn grandeur, a majestic aura befitting a great sect. Chapter 2. The Four Primordial Spirits since the establishment of Taishan Sect on Primordial Island. Xiaoyao refrained from the ostentatious proclamations typical of those grand sections. He found such displays a bit silly and somewhat pretentious. Besides, since Taishan Sect had no ambition for supremacy, what was there to announce? It was far more enjoyable to quietly develop behind closed doors, only to dazzle all the primordial beings of the wilderness at the opportune moment. That, of course, at present, Taishan Sect had no disciples. Xiaoyao would have to seek them out himself. However, during his years on Palai Island, he had not been idle. He had first employed formations to encircle the islands of Palai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. After spending some time on Palai Island, he ventured out and discovered Yingzhou and Fangzhong, swiftly bringing them alongside Palai. With a simple 3 talents formation, he united the 3 islands. He justified this move by claiming that Palai Island was too small. After all, his disciples would need a place to reside, and it wouldn't do for them to share an island with their master. Miaoyin, however, saw through Xiaoyao's subtle intentions. It was evident that he wished to avoid being bothered by his future disciples on the same island. Thus, he had brought the 2 islands over as territories for them, allowing them the freedom to establish their own domains. One island for Xiaoyao's disciples, and another for Miaoyin. Perfectly arranged. That evening, the 3 of them lay in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky of the wilderness, admiring the moon that radiated a mysterious aura, while savoring spiritual wine and fruits. Tianyuan was busy gnawing on a roasted leg of some unknown spirit beast, creating a scene of utmost leisure. Little Balian, is the roasted chicken ready yet? Xiaoyao called to a little girl bustling by the fire. This little girl, named Balian, was a manifestation of the 12th grade White Lotus. One day, inspired by the fact that all the ancient ancestors had their Taoist children, Xiaoyao decided he should have one too. Thus he enlightened the 12th grade White Lotus, resulting in this charming girl. Master, it will be ready soon. Little Balian replied cheerfully, lifting her face to respond. Watching the industrious little Balian, Miaoyin's affection was unmistakable. She was utterly enamored with the little girl Xiaoyao had enlightened. After all, girls naturally have a fondness for adorable children, especially one so cute and innocent. Miaoyin had no defense against such charm. Playfully rolling her eyes at Xiaoyao, she gently said to little Balian, "Little Balian, don't work too hard. Come here to your master aunt. I have delicious spiritual fruits for you." Upon hearing this, little Balian's eyes lit up, and she abandoned her task, skipping over to Miaoyin. "Thank you, master aunt. You're so kind to Balian." Little Balian had no fear of Xiaoyao, as she knew Miaoyin had her back, and Xiaoyao himself was quite submissive in her presence, completely the doting brother. More so than even Fushi. After this, she even stuck out her tongue at her master. Much to Miaoyin's amusement, Xiaoyao, unable to do anything about his mischievous disciple, could only glare at little Balian with feigned annoyance, and helplessly remarked to his sister, "Sister, look, little Balian has been corrupted by you. She was so well behaved at the beginning, and now sigh." Xiaoyao wore a look of exasperation. "Cut it out. You're just using little Balian as a laborer. Look how young she is. You're practically employing child labor, and you could end up in jail," Miaoyin retorted. Over the years, Xiaoyao had often shared anecdotes and stories from his past life with Miaoyin and the others, and they had absorbed every bit of it. Sometimes, Xiaoyao would lament how he had brought this upon himself. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and murmured, "She's my own flesh and blood." Hearing Xiaoyao's soft words, Miaoyin covered her mouth and giggled with little Balian. Xiaoyao wore a resigned expression, and in a fit of irritation, he seized the roasted chicken and took a hearty bite. "Ah, this feels wonderful. The spirit beasts in the wilderness are truly untainted by pollution. This roasted chicken is exquisite, tender and fragrant, absolutely delicious. Indeed, one must never neglect fine food and wine." With a bite of chicken and a sip of spiritual wine, Xiaoyao reclined comfortably, releasing a deep breath of satisfaction. "That you're just being lazy. Look at you. You're practically rusting away. It's been ages since we arrived in the wilderness, and we ought to go out and explore." Besides, brother, you really should take on a disciple. Right now, Taishin sect has only little Balian, who is still your apprentice. The great events of the wilderness are about to unfold. Our sect needs a proper representative. Miaoyin shot Xiaoyao a disapproving glance, earnestly urging him. Her brother was far too reclusive, lounging about all day. Taishin sect had been established for a while now, yet he hadn't made any effort to find a disciple to bolster their presence. Did he truly intend to handle all matters in the wilderness himself? She was well aware of her brother's plans for the future. Yet, plans aside, Xiaoyao's penchant for idleness meant that if she didn't nudge him, he would likely remain inactive indefinitely. All right, do you see me as so incompetent? Your brother is merely strategizing. Everything is under control. Rest assured. Xiaoyao waved his hand in exasperation. Cut it out. You always say that. Humph. Miaoyin remained skeptical, having heard this line for years without any variation. Fine. I know you want to go out and have fun. How about we finish eating, and then I'll take you both to play in the chaos starry sky. With the primordial demons on the verge of awakening, they decided not to interfere in this upcoming tribulation. Let the heavenly Tao deal with it. Really, brother? You promise? Miaoyin's face lit up with joy. She had been on Penglai Island for too long and was eager to see the world beyond, as it had grown rather monotonous. Hey, when have I ever deceived you? Xiaoyao boasted, brazen, having filled their bellies. Xiaoyao rose and dusted off his clothes. Let us go. We'll take a stroll through the wilderness first and see if there are any promising candidates for disciples. Xiaoyao also felt that the time had come to take on a disciple. In the future, many matters could be entrusted to his disciple, allowing him to remain in the shadows and observe the unfolding events, thus simplifying his responsibilities. After expressing this thought, he, along with 3 companions and 1 beast, departed from Penglai Island and emerged into the outside world. Beyond Penglai Island lay the vast expanse of the eastern sea of Hongwang, and upon their arrival, they found themselves upon its surface. Although the innate deities and demons had yet to awaken, the Hongwang had already begun to teem with myriad life forms, with the eastern sea now brimming with diverse creatures. Various marine beings swam through the waters, including colossal sea turtles larger than mountains and massive whales. While fish occasionally leaped from the waves, the entire eastern sea appeared vibrant and full of life. These beings had yet to cultivate and lacked any methods of cultivation. At this moment, Hongwang existed as a world untouched by cultivation, where all things retained their primordial forms, governed by the natural law of the survival of the fittest, once the innate deities and demons awakened. Their inherent cultivation techniques would spread, heralding the dawn of the cultivation era in Hongwang. The ensuing chaos would see the 3,000 laws vying for supremacy, and countless techniques would be disseminated across the heavens and the earth. The heavenly Tao would absorb the power of the laws wielded by these deities and demons to strengthen itself, ultimately luring them into conflict to annihilate one another, allowing the heavenly Tao to assimilate their essence and complete its own laws. However, these matters were of little concern to Xiaoyao at present. His primary focus was to explore this new world of Hongwang and behold its enchanting scenery. Suddenly, Xiaoyao halted before a valley, seemingly sensing something, and smilingly addressed Miaoyin. Haha, my great disciple is about to make an appearance. Where could it be? Miaoyin, curious, tilted her little head to glance around. Usually, she refrained from releasing her divine sense, instead enjoying a simple and joyful existence alongside Xiaoyao, like an ordinary person. Xiaoyao pointed towards the valley, saying, right here, just sense it, and you will know. Oh, is that what it is? A collective manifestation of the innate 4 spirits. Quite impressive, indeed, a perfect candidate to be your brother's disciple. Possessing extraordinary potential, worthy of the innate sacred lineage. However, it seems this collective is somewhat unstable, Miaoyin remarked after sensing it. She noticed a cluster of 4-colored auras within an innate formation in the valley, each hue representing one of the 4 types of innate spiritual energy: earth, water, fire, and wind. Yet, the convergence of these 4 spirits appeared challenging, fluctuating between unity and separation. Following the original laws, it was destined that the innate 4 spirits would ultimately disperse and drift towards the 4 corners of the universe. However, Xiaoyao had discovered this promising seed, ideal for a disciple, as the potential of the innate 4 spirits could rival that of Hongjun and other innate demons, proving to be exceptional. Let me lend a hand, Xiaoyao declared, raising his hand to direct a force of law into the gathered auras. With this assistance, the four spirits swiftly coalesced into a brand new innate sacred body, soon transforming into an innate Tao body, devoid of any transformative tribulation, as the heavenly Tao was not yet fully formed, thus no tribulation could arise. This innate Tao body was shaped in reference to the Panga divine body, resembling a human form. Before long, a girl clad in a robe of 4 colors burst forth from the formation, arriving before Xiaoyao. She understood that it was this senior who had enabled her transformation. "Thank you, senior, for your grace. I, Linglong, am willing to serve you for eternity, and I humbly seek your approval," she said, kneeling before Xiaoyao, her eyes filled with gratitude and her tone earnest. Xiaoyao gazed at the girl kneeling before him and nodded in approval. He was quite satisfied with this great disciple, who had emerged at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, making her one of the top cultivators in the current Honghuang. "Your name is Linglong, a splendid name indeed that I wish to accept you as my grand disciple. Would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, Linglong was overjoyed, never expecting such a tremendous opportunity. She quickly bowed her head in reverence, exclaiming, "I am willing. I, Linglong, pay my respects to my master." "Haha, splendid. Linglong, please rise. We do not adhere to such formalities in my sect." Xiaoyao waved his hand, and Linglong found herself standing, no longer compelled to kneel that he gestured towards Miaoying, saying, "This fairy is my younger sister, named Miaoying. She is your martial aunt." Disciple Linglong greets martial aunt Miaoying. "May martial aunt be well." Linglong promptly performed a respectful bow to Miaoying, although Xiaoyao indicated that kneeling was unnecessary. She believed that such respect should not be disregarded. Miaoying, with a playful smile, winked at Linglong. "Hello, niece. I do not possess any gifts at the moment, but when we return to Penglai, I will personally take you to find a powerful spiritual treasure." "Thank you, martial aunt, for your kindness," Xiaoyao continued. "This beast is named Tianyuan. You may refer to it as your martial uncle." Disciple greets martial uncle. Linglong exclaimed, "Dada, no need for such formalities. When I have the time, I shall bring you some delicious treats." Tianyuan responded warmly, waving a paw in greeting. "Dada, thank you, martial uncle," Linglong replied. "Ahem, this is my attendant, named Balian. You may call her senior sister, although I have not taken her as my disciple. She was the first to join my sect. Our sect does not rank members by cultivation level, but rather by the order of entry. So remember that, Linglong." Linglong nodded earnestly, sensing that this senior sister Balian appeared to possess a higher cultivation level than her own, likely at least at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. "Linglong pays her respects to senior sister," she said, bowing respectfully to Balian. Balian beamed with joy, bouncing over to Linglong and playfully patting her on the shoulder, saying, "Hello, junior sister Linglong. From now on, I will look out for you. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will take care of them. I, your senior sister, am quite formidable." With that, Balian proudly raised her chin. Linglong, feeling a bit dazed, was touched by the warmth of her new companions. She sensed that she had entered an extraordinary sect, where even an attendant and a senior sister were so impressive. Yet, being protected made her feel immensely happy. "Hee, thank you, senior sister. I shall follow you from now on." Linglong quickly complimented Balian, which brought her great delight. "That I must tell you, your master," Balian, enjoying her role as the elder sister, eagerly began to share stories about Penglai and the Tai Xian sect with Linglong, who listened in awe, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she occasionally glanced at Xiaoyao. Filled with a deep sense of reverence, Xiaoyao felt pleased, reassured that he had not erred in accepting this disciple, and with Balian's charm, he could afford to let her handle lighter chores upon their return to Penglai as a form of encouragement. All right, little Balian, look at your master. If you keep this up, his tail will be soaring to the heavens." Ultimately, it was Miaoying who could no longer bear to watch, hastily intervening in Balian's overly flattering behavior, which caused her some embarrassment, especially considering her brother's demeanor, which was rather cringeworthy for one of such esteemed status. "Oh, very well then. I shall speak with my junior sister later." Balian, who had been enthusiastically engaging, obediently ceased her prattle, knowing that if she continued, her martial aunt might ruffle her hair, leading to an untidy appearance, something she found quite bothersome. Intimately linking arms with Linglong, she instinctively positioned herself behind Xiaoyao. occasionally whispering playful remarks to Ling Long, leaving Miao Yin exasperated yet silent. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the Honghuang world, causing Xiao Yao's eyes to brighten. Oh, it seems the innate demons have finally awakened. Haha, a splendid show awaits. I am the ancestor of the Tsangtian, and today I emerged. I am the ancestor of the Huangtian, and today I emerged. I am the ancestor of the Qingtian, and today I emerge. The three of us establish our doctrine upon the ninefold mountains. All beings of Honghuang shall heed our call. The three ancestors of heaven proclaimed in a rather ostentatious manner, prompting Xiao Yao to chuckle softly. These unfortunate souls truly know how to seal their own fate. Xiao Yao, accompanied by several companions, concealed themselves in the heavens, watching with a smile as the three young men atop the ninefold mountain demonstrated remarkable courage. In this primordial world, they were the first to awaken and declare their existence. However, their actions inadvertently interrupted many of the slumbering innate demon gods, significantly impacting their cultivation and forcing them to emerge prematurely. This audacious display truly marked them as the proverbial bird that sticks its head out, offending numerous innate demon gods and setting a troubling precedent for the primordial realm. It is no wonder that the heavenly Tao has deemed these three foolish beings as prime subjects. Their titles alone, Sangtian, Huangtian, and Qingtian, suggest a rebellion against the very fabric of the heavenly Tao. Who else could they be targeting but themselves? Observing the current situation, it is likely that the other awakened demon gods will need to take a moment to consolidate their own cultivation before daring to emerge. Although they disapprove of the actions of the three, they recognize that their own strength pales in comparison, and confronting them would be tantamount to courting death. After all, a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a millennium. And in the primordial realm, time is an abundant resource. Humph, just you wait, 3 days. Once I stabilize my cultivation, you'll see what I can do. Many demon gods muse silently, promptly returning to their meditative practices. Meanwhile, the 3 days were brimming with confidence. Haha, second brother, third brother, it seems we have gained the upper hand. Once we master the entire primordial realm, we three brothers shall become the heavenly Tao, governing all living beings. Song Tian exclaimed, gazing at Huang Tian and Qing Tian with palpable excitement. Huang Tian and Qing Tian mirrored his enthusiasm, as this plan had been mutually devised. Although fraught with risk, greater risks often yield greater opportunities. Presently, only they, the innate demon gods, understood the path of cultivation. The other beings were merely instinctively absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, lacking any comprehension of true cultivation. Thus, aside from the innate demon gods, the primordial beings remained in their primitive states, unable to take form. The crux of the matter lies in their ignorance of cultivation. If they could seize the initiative to preach their doctrine across the primordial realm, soon all beings would follow their path, effectively allowing them to control the entire realm. In due course, they could establish the ancient heavenly court, effortlessly claiming the position of the heavenly Tao. The three brothers were envisioning an illustrious future. But such dreams were merely fanciful notions. Despite their early lead, many primordial beings were still inclined to pay their respects, gathering beneath the ninefold mountain to await the teachings of the three ancestral beings. However, this situation did not persist for long. Far shorter than the three had anticipated, I am the ancestor Kunwu, having emerged today to establish a doctrine on Kunwu Mountain. All primordial beings are welcome to listen. I am the ancestor Panshan, having emerged today to establish a doctrine on Panshan. All primordial beings are welcome to listen. The declarations of various innate demon gods echoed from all corners of the primordial realm, shattering the three's illusions in an instant. Damn it, I didn't expect their recovery to be so swift. It seems we must hasten our teachings. Second brother, third brother, elder brother, let us go forth and impart wisdom to the beings. All right, we shall heed your lead. Qing Tian and Huang Tian understood that their only course was to advance step by step to seize the advantage, for encompassing the entirety of the primordial beings in one fell swoop was likely unattainable. Their priority now was to quickly cultivate their influence, ultimately mobilizing against the other innate demon god factions to unify the primordial realm. Thus, the day passed amid the proclamations of the innate demon gods. Xiao counted the echoes of 47 declarations, while figures like Qin Kuan, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and Hong Jun continued to bide their time, evidently reluctant to engage in this calamity, fully aware that it was a trap laid by the heavenly Tao. With the three ancestral beings, the count was precisely 50. Xiaoyao could not help but marvel at the inevitability of fate. History often unfolds with astonishing similarities that as soon as these 50 innate demon gods fell, the heavenly Tao would absorb their principles, solidifying its form and dominion over the primordial realm. Yet, Xiaoyao would never allow the heavenly Tao to reach completion. Otherwise, the beings of the primordial realm would be forever bound beneath its yoke, unable to transcend, a fate unfit for the realm's ascension. The paths of heaven, earth, and humanity must coexist. Heaven must harbor vitality. The earth must embrace cycles of reincarnation, and humanity must possess boundless potential. This is the true essence of the great Tao. The righteous path. The primordial realm will grow ever stronger along the right trajectory. The three paths and the primordial realm exist in a symbiotic relationship, wherein collective prosperity is genuine prosperity. This is far preferable to a scenario like in the past life, where the heavenly Tao reigns supreme, resulting in the primordial realm's eventual extinction during the endless calamity, leaving no survivors, a lamentable fate indeed. Having arrived in this realm, Xiaoyao was determined to alter the course of history, steering the primordial realm onto a righteous path toward eternal ascension. Thus, the primordial realm welcomed an exuberant era of cultivation and learning as time progressed. An increasing number of beings embarked upon the path of cultivation, taking on diverse forms, albeit some were rather unsightly. Look over there, a cultivator with a human body and a dog's head, and over there, those features suggest a wild boar-esque transformation, perhaps, and that one. What a sight! 9 tails. Is that a 9-tailed fox? How could it look so hideous? My eyes. Xiaoyao sat leisurely amidst the clouds, wandering through the primordial realm, eager to experience the flavor of the Shanhai Jing. Yet, he was taken aback by the utter lack of refinement among the primordial beings. Even if they had not transformed into innate Tao bodies, retaining their original traits, could they not at least possess pleasing features? Xiaoyao was well aware that some female innate demon gods were exceptionally beautiful, fit to be the top influencers of his past life, especially the enchanting demon god. She could make any innate being surrender in an instant. Brother, why does it seem that these beings, despite their lengthy cultivation, have strayed from the right path? Miaoyin inquired, her face reflecting her disappointment as she observed Xiaoyao's amused demeanor. She found it perplexing. The cultivation methods taught by the innate demon gods were sound. So why did the transformed beings appear so shabby? She had hoped to see handsome figures, yet this was what she encountered. Ah, you see, these primordial beings, regardless of their cultivation, harbor a deep-seated belief in their ancestral bloodlines. Each one perceives their lineage as supreme, that if they were to transform directly into innate Tao bodies, they would feel as though they were diminishing the nobility of their bloodlines. In essence, they were merely self-satisfied narcissists. Xiaoyao understood this well. During the primordial era, all beings exhibited a natural reverence for their bloodlines, which contributed to the lack of unity in the primordial realm. Each tribe held its pride, neither willing to concede superiority to another's lineage. This state of affairs would only conclude in the age of the witch and demon. How absurd! For the sake of that so-called lineage, they forsake the optimal form of cultivation, the innate Tao body. What purpose does that serve? It is merely an exercise in self-deception. Chapter 4. Choices. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao chuckled heartily, neither affirming nor denying the sentiment. Patting Tianyuan's head, he gestured toward some hidden locations, saying, "Look, not all beings are devoid of intellect. Observe those individuals. They have made commendable choices in their pride and self-determination. Although few, they can be regarded as the first batch of free cultivators in the primordial realm." Miaoyin nodded, recognizing the individuals before her as some of the most astute and intelligent members from various tribes. Upon their transformation, they had chosen the innate Tao body, which rendered them outcasts among their own kin. Though they were not subjected to execution, they were nonetheless expelled from their tribes, and even their biological parents regarded them with shame. Thus, these wandering cultivators naturally united to form the alliance of loose cultivators, existing in a state of limbo between the tribes and the forces of demonic deities. They frequently convened to discuss philosophical doctrines and share insights on cultivation, living in a state of carefree bliss. Due to their innate Tao bodies, their rate of cultivation significantly surpassed that of other beings lacking such a foundation. Presently, the highest among the alliance had already attained the rank of Great Luo Jinxian. while the least among them had reached the golden immortal level, illustrating a stark contrast in prowess. However, they remained uninvolved in the conflicts of any factions, thus bearing no karmic burdens. Their frequent discussions also led to the development of numerous techniques and divine powers, which they generously shared at opportune moments, contributing enormously to the advancement of the primordial world. In the subsequent eras of the primordial realm, many cultivators benefited from the blessings of this initial group of loose cultivators, including Hongjun, who gained considerable advantages as well. According to Xiaoyao, these loose cultivators were akin to the research personnel of a nation. Although not widely renowned, they commanded great respect from the elite. Thus, they could truly be regarded as enlightened high cultivators, with their moral integrity remaining largely unaffected throughout all subsequent tribulations, existing in a realm beyond worldly concerns. Xiaoyao held a deep admiration for these pure-hearted cultivators, often extending a helping hand whenever possible. In the present primordial world, a flourishing tapestry of diverse forces had begun to emerge, with innate demonic deities consolidating their powers. Some, like Ancestor Santian, boldly established the ancient heavenly court upon the Ninefold Mountains, while Ancestor Kunwu founded the Kunwu dynasty, and Ancestor Meihua erected the 100-Flower Palace, among many others. Although the current atmosphere seemed tranquil, it was merely the calm before an impending storm within the Kunwu dynasty. In the opulent Kunwu Palace, Ancestor Kunwu sat majestically upon his central throne, exuding an aura of sovereign authority as he surveyed the ministers gathered below. Ancestor, our Kunwu dynasty has reached a developmental impasse. We beseech your guidance on our next course of action. A canine-headed cultivator stepped forward, respectfully addressing Ancestor Kunwu. In the current primordial world, both the dog and fox tribes were recognized as paragons of wisdom, with many dynasties seeking their counsel for strategic insights. Tiango, what is your perspective? Do not hesitate to speak freely, Ancestor Kunwu replied, his expression impassive as he regarded his foremost strategist, whose counsel had been instrumental in the dynasty's progress thus far. Ancestor, esteemed ministers, Tiango began, first expressing gratitude to Ancestor Kunwu, before elaborating on his thoughts. Currently, all forces in the primordial world have reached their respective peaks. Expand our influence further and unify the entire realm. We must resort to military might. From what I have gathered, our Kunwu dynasty, along with the Heavenly Court, the Five Elements dynasty, the Yin-Yang dynasty, and the Pan-Shin dynasty, represent the apex of primordial powers. The remaining factions lack the strength to contest with us. Should we engage the other four factions immediately, it may result in a mutually detrimental conflict, benefiting the smaller forces instead. Therefore, I propose that we first eliminate all surrounding minor factions before unifying the domain. I believe the other four major forces will likely follow suit. Once we have consolidated the smaller factions, we can then unleash our full might against the four great powers. The victor shall be king, while the vanquished shall be but a footnote. The unification of the primordial realm and the mastery of heaven and earth will soon be within our grasp. As Tiango spoke, Ancestor Kunwu felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins. His spirit ignited. This was precisely the course of action he desired. Tiango had articulated his innermost thoughts. The illustrious Ancestor Kunwu aspired to be the strongest among all, adhering to the principle that prosperity follows righteousness while demise follows opposition. This was his ultimate pursuit. With this in mind, Ancestor Kunwu struck the armrest of his throne with a resounding clap, silencing the Kunwu Palace as all ministers displayed expressions of fervent excitement, their gazes ablaze with anticipation directed toward Ancestor Kunwu. With a mere command from him, they would devote their last drop of blood to expand the Kunwu dynasty's territory, striving for supremacy in the primordial realm, enabling their clans to stand proudly amidst the chaos. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through them. Excellent, esteemed ministers, if you harbor ambitions of conquest, then I shall lead you to dominion over the realm, Ancestor Kunwu declared passionately, rising to his feet and proclaiming his ambitions, igniting fervor among the ministers, their faces flushing with excitement. Ancestor is mighty, Ancestor's decree is sacred, we shall follow you eternally, assisting you in achieving dominion. Ha! Splendid. Marshal Hu, heed my command. Your subordinate is present. You shall lead the Kunwu army to sweep through the northern domain. Within 3,000 years, I demand that Kunwu stands unparalleled within the northern domain. Your subordinate obeys. I shall ensure that within 3,000 years, the northern domain will belong solely to the Kunwu dynasty. Aiding ancestor in unifying the northern domain, that I swear to fulfill your wish." As Marshal Hu concluded, the other ministers echoed his resolute declarations, and in that instant, the Kunwu dynasty embarked upon an audacious campaign to unify the northern domain. As the Kunwu army began to harvest the minor factions within the northern domain, similar events unfolded across the other 4 domains. Thus commenced the cataclysm of the innate demonic deities, a conflict destined to unleash torrents of bloodshed and despair. With countless beings perishing in this sweeping war across the primordial realm, that it is crucial to note that during this era, the concept of reincarnation was non-existent, and even the paths of humanity and Earth had yet to awaken. The innate demonic deities who perished would be absorbed by the heavenly Tao, serving as its sustenance, a situation that the Tao eagerly anticipated. Tiango was but one of its hidden pawns. And there existed others within the 4 major factions, all of them playing their roles as instigators of this calamity. In an instant, the primordial realm was awash with crimson light, replete with vengeful spirits and the chaos of battle. Where all beings were equal beneath the tumult of war. In the skies above, Xiao Yao and his companions beheld this gruesome scene, each taken aback. It was far more tragic and heroic than the battles of the chaotic demonic deities. It was often said that the heavenly Tao treated all beings as mere fodder, and such sentiments were not without merit. These demonic deities could have chosen to safeguard themselves, traversing the path of freedom in the primordial realm. Yet one by one, they succumbed to their desires for power, ultimately paving the way for the heavenly Tao's ambitions. Miaoyin gazed compassionately at the unfolding scenes below, yet they refrained from intervening, for this was the inevitable course of events. The advancement of the primordial realm necessitated such occurrences. Survival of the fittest was a natural law, although many innocent neutral tribes became entangled in this turmoil. In a world of contention, to abstain from conflict was tantamount to extinction. The weak would inevitably be consumed by the strong. Furthermore, these tribes had their own opportunities for choice, yet they chose to cling to their clans, ultimately becoming lost in the vastness of the masses, their existence fading without a trace in the primordial realm. Conversely, some prescient tribes made the prudent decision to seek refuge within the alliance of loose cultivators, preserving their clans, albeit only a handful arrived by the time they reached their destination. The 5 major factions, too, displayed a tacit understanding, refraining from targeting the beings who sought solace within the alliance, thus leaving a glimmer of hope for the inhabitants of the primordial realm. The alliance of loose cultivators had opened its gates to welcome beings seeking refuge 300 years prior to the outbreak of war, closing its formations thereafter, ensuring that only those who arrived within that time frame would be deemed fortunate enough to escape their fate. Those who failed to arrive would simply succumb to destiny. And the alliance would not overly resist the incursions of the 5 major factions, as such actions would benefit no one. Despite this, the beings of the primordial realm expressed profound gratitude towards the alliance of loose cultivators. This alliance had indeed proven commendable, preserving a sliver of hope beneath the grand Tao. "They have truly done well," Miaoyin remarked, observing the actions of the alliance with a sense of satisfaction, for they had genuinely retained a vestige of goodwill for the primordial realm. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Miaoyin's sentiments. "Indeed, these individuals are commendable. Should the opportunity arise, we might pay them a visit." "Yes, that would be delightful. We could invite them to our Penglai for a feast of spirit fruits and libations, as a reward for their virtuous deeds. After all, they currently lack the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao. If the Tao does not provide, then we shall. It would also serve as a means of cleaning up after that Tao's mess." She added playfully, "Haha, you still possess the heart of a child, but that is not without its merits. It also serves to slightly vex Penglai. After all, Penglai should rightfully be their place of practice following the establishment of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance. Yet I have preemptively claimed it, offering them a modicum of compensation." Xiaoyao did not oppose this, for in his view, good deeds deserve recognition. Otherwise, who would be encouraged to perform them in the future? While excessive sentimentality is undesirable, he is by no means stingy with genuine praise and motivation. In this regard, he dares say that even the Tao itself would not dare to challenge him. "Tao, Senior, feel free. I am but an observer." Chapter 5. The awakening of the will of heaven. After the calamity was set, invitations were extended to the organizers of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance to visit Penglai. Xiao Yao continued to relish the rare spectacle of a magical duel, which was certainly more captivating than the fantastical films of his previous life. Thus, he watched with great enthusiasm, occasionally offering commentary that left Miaoyin and the others in a state of bewilderment. There were remarks about using spiritual treasures to strike the forehead, about stealthily tugging at hair, and about wielding a spiritual hammer against one's own lower regions. Strange and sinister tactics flowed from Xiao Yao's lips, causing Linglong and Balian to huddle together, trembling in fear, as if they were witnessing the antics of a pervert. Though Tianyuan had grown accustomed to it, he still instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Miaoyin, too frightened to face Xiao Yao directly. This was a lesson he had learned over many years. Reflecting on the past, Tianyuan could only lament with tears and snot, for there were times when his master would directly employ the very tricks he described upon him, merely for show. Yet they left indelible scars on his psyche, a source of profound shame. Brother, could you not conduct yourself with a bit more decorum? Linglong and Balian are present. You are leading the children astray. Miaoyin shot a disapproving glance at her brother, embracing the trembling little rabbits, soothing their heads in comfort. These two little girls were undoubtedly frightened by their master, likely believing they had encountered some sort of deviant. Envisioning a future shrouded in darkness. Xiao Yao's expression fell, a touch of embarrassment crossing his face. It seemed he had become a bit too excited. Haha, Linglong and Balian, I assure you, your master is a person of integrity and kindness. Everything you just witnessed was merely an illusion. Yes, just an illusion. However, Linglong and Balian regarded him with the countenance of disbelief, their expressions betraying their immense distrust. This left Xiao Yao feeling somewhat hurt. How could his own disciples hold such disdain for him? A dignified Taoist lord, the purest and most charming gentleman of the 21st century, kind-hearted, gentle, harmonious, and approachable. In short, a good person. To be scorned by his own students was a considerable affront. Was it so shocking that I merely described a few common combat techniques from my past life? Must they react with such alarm? Their emotional resilience is woefully inadequate. It seems I must subject them to some trials in the heart refinement array to instill in them an understanding of my noble intentions as their master. Alas, I do this for your own good, Xiao Yao mused inwardly, vowing to help his disciples grasp the treachery of human nature, so they might not suffer in the wilderness of the primordial world. Such a responsible master as I is truly rare. Life is as lonely as snow, he thought, maintaining an outwardly cheerful demeanor while secretly calculating his next moves. Ultimately, he presented two exquisite innate spiritual treasures to Linglong and Balian, which restored their acceptance of him, eliciting genuine smiles upon their faces. Yet, Xiao Yao could not shake the feeling that something was amiss in Balian's gaze, and Linglong seemed somewhat anxious. Had he misjudged the situation? Shaking his head, he reassured himself that as long as his sister did not lecture him, all was well. Sister Balian, I believe this is an innate for spirit pearl, a premium innate spiritual treasure. Master is quite generous. Linglong beamed like a weasel that had pilfered a chick, covering her mouth and squinting her eyes in delight. Balian remained composed, thinking, this is nothing. Your master possesses even premium chaotic spiritual treasures. This innate spiritual treasure was merely picked up during a stroll in the primordial realm. As she toyed with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the slaying heaven sword, Balian resolved to work harder in order to coax a chaotic treasure from her master in the future. Calm down, junior sister. We have only just begun. With the support of our master, we can acquire even more spiritual treasures, let me tell you. Balian's large eyes sparkled with cunning as she mischievously coaxed her junior sister, who gazed at her in awe, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Foolish disciples, do you intend to drive me to my grave? Xiao Ao observed the playful exchange with a facade of calm, while internally lamenting the misfortune of having accepted these two foolish disciples, who were constantly scheming to exploit his treasures, which he viewed merely as toys. However, he was too indulgent to hold any grievances against them. After all, they were his disciples, and what else could he do but pamper them? Eventually, all his collections would belong to them. It was simply that their current cultivation levels were insufficient to refine so many spiritual treasures. He had only given them these items when the time was right. Otherwise, would they think him a fool? Xiao Yao cast a proud glance at his two disciples, playfully teasing them. Your master is merely amusing himself, you little rascals, still too young. Tianyuan observed everything quietly, choosing not to speak up. Children's playfulness was entirely normal, Which family did not have a few mischievous youngsters? He pondered whether he might also take on a few disciples to entertain himself. When I have the time, I shall seek out a few disciples, Tianyuan resolved earnestly, recognizing that such delightful antics should not be solely for his observation at this moment. Within the space of the heavenly Tao, the will of heaven awakened after many innate demon gods perished. The heavenly Tao absorbed a wealth of nourishment and had now fully roused itself. As soon as the will of heaven awoke, it enveloped the entirety of the primordial realm, only to suddenly halt. Seemingly struck by a terrifying realization, and immediately recoiled. If any onlookers had been present, they would have noted the tremor in the will of heaven, as if it were fearful of something. Xiaoyao, observing this display, chuckled with amusement, but chose not to engage further. Phew, I'm relieved to have preserved my life. Why is that elder still wandering about the primordial realm? Surely, he wouldn't impede my plans. What should I do? The will of heaven's inner turmoil raced furiously as it contemplated its next course of action. In the next moment, a voice suddenly resonated within the space of the heavenly Tao. Little heavenly Tao, you need not worry about us. We shall not intervene in this calamity. Focus on your development. Just look at those little arms and legs of yours. They are far too weak. Younger generation pays respects to the elder. Thank you for your support. The will of heaven responded, immediately recognizing the voice. It was none other than Xiaoyao. Upon realizing that Xiaoyao had no intention of interfering, the will of heaven was filled with joy. It quickly transmitted a respectful thought to Xiaoyao, adopting a posture befitting a junior. However, after Xiaoyao conveyed his intentions, he did not respond further, allowing the will of heaven to breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was the embodiment of the rules of the heavenly Tao, lacking the ability to take form or possess its own intelligence, it was still the heavenly Tao, the pinnacle of the primordial realm. It maintained a certain awareness, akin to an intelligent brain, manifesting in both tangible and intangible ways. It could control the tangible while remaining unseen, indescribable, much like how the beings of the primordial realm could not perceive the true essence of the heavenly Tao, yet felt its presence at every moment. The so-called grand trends are immutable, while smaller trends may be altered. This signifies that within the bounds of the rules of the heavenly Tao, one may play as they wish. However, should one exceed the limits set by these rules, the heavenly Tao will descend with a punitive thunderstorm, ensuring that one learns their lesson. Those who constantly proclaim their desire to defy the heavens remain unscathed, because such actions fall within the purview of the heavenly Tao's rules. Cultivation itself is an act of defying the heavens. Otherwise, one would never transcend the rules of the heavenly Tao and ascend to higher realms. Yet, when one's abilities truly defy the heavens, the rules of the heavenly Tao will impose trials. If one overcomes them, they may transcend. If not, they face annihilation. Do not be misled into thinking that a primordial golden immortal or a future quasi-saint has enjoyed a long existence. If they cease their cultivation, the 5 declines of heaven and man are no laughing matter. Every entity has a lifespan, even the heavenly Tao itself. Thus, the heavenly Tao requires sustenance. When a being perishes and their soul returns to the underworld, what becomes of their essence? Their very essence seeks to return to nature. And what is the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao is nature itself. The phrase "the Tao follows nature" is profoundly simple, yet profound. The return of the essence to nature equates to a return to the heavenly Tao. Why is the heavenly Tao so eager to initiate calamities? Firstly, because the accumulated karma has reached a threshold that the heavenly Tao can no longer bear. How can karma dissipate? It must be alleviated through merit. But is merit so easily obtained? Certainly not. What, then, is the second reason? There exists but a singular possibility, the automatic dissolution of karma. How might one facilitate the self-dissipation of karma? Simply by ensuring the demise of its vessel. All will dissipate along with the death of that carrier. Observe the current primordial demigods. Each is cherished by the vast expanse of the cosmos, naturally endowed with supreme treasures and ancestral cultivation methods. Yet, a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Should any individual lose control over their desires, they inevitably tread the path to their own annihilation. The demigods of this era are precisely on that trajectory, nearing their ultimate destination. The vicissitudes of existence are as unpredictable as they are profound. Choices indeed hold paramount importance. Xiaoyao cannot help but reflect on the multitude of souls from his past life who have met their demise due to a singular choice, an overwhelming number. He could have chosen differently, yet what of it in the end? Desires, in their essence, are profoundly tormenting. Yet, devoid of desire, all beings would stagnate, unable to evolve, a fundamental principle of the natural order. Miaoyin approaches Xiaoyao, softly echoing, "Indeed, choices are crucial. I consider myself fortunate to have chosen you as my brother." With that, she affectionately clings to Xiaoyao's arm, genuinely feeling lucky and content in the present. Xiaoyao remains silent, tenderly ruffling Miaoyin's hair. In truth, Xiaoyao is also fortunate and happy. The three little ones gaze at him with reverence. Everything is understood without words. Time swiftly elapses amidst the chaos of the primordial realm. The 5 great domains have achieved unification, and various factions have commenced their period of recuperation, temporarily restoring tranquility to the primordial world. Chapter 6. The fear of demigods all unfolds under the governance of the heavenly Tao, with Xiaoyao observing silently as a bystander. "Brother, we have unified the central domain of the ancient heavenly court. Next, if we vanquish the other 4 domains, we shall command the entirety of the primordial realm, and our ancient heavenly court will truly reign over all beings." Asserting its rightful dominion as the heavenly Tao, Qingtian speaks with palpable excitement to Sangtian, his tone brimming with eagerness. Yet, as they approach this final step, Sangtian feels an unsettling disquiet, for everything has proceeded too smoothly. So smoothly it appears almost surreal. Yet he cannot pinpoint the source of his unease. They are already committed, unable to retract their actions, and thus Sangtian feels little enthusiasm for the prospect of unifying the central domain. My brothers, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Have you not noticed that all our endeavors seem to be orchestrated by an unseen hand? From our emergence, preaching, establishing our power, to the current unification of the central domain. This path has resulted in untold casualties, and the air is thick with karmic retribution. This is no trivial matter. Sangtian expresses his concern seriously to Qitian and Huangtian, his brow furrowed. Qitian and Huangtian exchange puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why their elder brother harbors such thoughts at this juncture. "Brother, could it be that you are overthinking? The unification of the primordial realm and the attainment of the mixed Yuan Dao is the logical conclusion we have all calculated," Qingtian asserts. "Indeed, brother. Moreover, we are merely one step away from achieving the Tao. Once we attain the mixed Yuan, what schemes could possibly threaten us? In the face of strength, all plots and machinations become naught but illusions." Qingtian and Huangtian evidently lack the foresight of their elder brother. Their cultivation levels do not match Sangtian's, who has reached the pinnacle of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, while they remain in the advanced stage, the pinnacle of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. One can just begin to perceive the threads of fate, yet it is only upon attaining the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal that one can truly navigate the river of destiny and seize control over their own fate. The heavenly Tao, even if just awakened, is the master of the river of fate. Should it become aware, it would be truly alarming. The river of fate is a primordial treasure born from Hongjun after the chaos fragmented, and the heavenly Tao emerged from this very river, perfectly mastering it upon its birth. The destinies of all beings in the primordial realm are mirrored within this river, rendering escape impossible. This is precisely why only Hongjun can claim the title of the harmonized Taoist. He is, in essence, the embodiment of fate, perfectly attuned to the heavenly Tao, and even possesses the potential to usurp it, reclaiming dominion over fate and overthrowing the heavenly Tao to become the new sovereign. This explains Hongjun's compliance with the harmonized Tao. After all, would a primordial demigod act foolishly without incentive? Such an endeavor is akin to Panga's creation of all things, yet Hongjun lacks Panga's grand vision. Naturally, the heavenly Tao operates on instinct. It is insufficiently complete as a result of Xiaoyao's actions, and upon encountering Hongjun, it sees its last hope. Should it devour Hongjun, it would compensate for that missing fragment of its essence, achieving completeness and enabling its ascension beyond the primordial realm. However, both parties harbor ulterior motives, each wary of the other, ultimately leaving the heavenly Tao incomplete and embroiled in myriad complications. The terrestrial and celestial paths are suppressed under the reckless actions of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, leading the primordial realm into a silent abyss of boundless calamities. At this moment, seeing his two brothers express such sentiments, what could Sangtian do but place his hopes on achieving the mixed Yuan Dao after unifying the primordial realm, trusting that he could maintain control? Otherwise, death would be his fate. Very well, let the enemy come. We shall meet them with resolve. For now, The primordial realm enjoys a cessation of hostilities, thus we shall hasten our cultivation. The final battle with those adversaries is inevitable. The more strength we possess, the greater our chances of victory. Yes, brother, Qing Tian and Huan Tian, perceiving Tsang Tian's rekindled spirit, readily accept his proposal. The three of them then retreat to the Lingxiao Palace, preparing for the ultimate confrontation. It seems Tsang Tian possesses a modicum of wisdom, albeit limited. Xiaoyao muses with interest as he observes the grand screen before him, a creation of his own conjuring, akin to a vast projection. This is not a recording, but a live broadcast. Xiaoyao had only recently remembered that previously, he merely watched without fully grasping the entirety. Although their divine consciousness could encompass the entire primordial realm, he still preferred this primitive visual experience, producing a blanket-like treasure, adorned with reclining chairs and tea tables, laden with spiritual tea and fruits. The four beings and one creature bask in comfort as they indulge in delicacies while watching the expansive live broadcast of the primordial realm. Relishing the experience, their cultivation levels are there, yet regrettably, they remain confined to this stage. Were they to attain the mixed Yuan Dao, they might grasp a thread of destiny's laws, thereby breaking free from the shackles of fate. But for now, escaping the heavenly Dao's control seems unlikely, as it fundamentally governs the river of fate, making it trivial to manipulate those who are not even mixed Yuan De Luo golden immortals. Miaoying gazes at the screen, curious about her brother's creation to resurrect the lost. One must first incite madness. This little heavenly Dao plays its cards well, in a wonder Luo, who met his demise at its hands. Brother, do refrain from spoiling the plot. Such habits are ill-advised. You little rascal. Very well. I shall see what else is captivating. The other four factions must be undergoing their final cultivation, much like the ancient heavenly court. Is there anything you wish to see, sister? Let me think. Oh, right. I suddenly recalled that I set out to find a few disciples. Now that the primordial realm has grown mundane, brother, could you take us to the Tyne Star? I sense there are disciples I wish to recruit. Miaoying evidently realizes that her initial purpose was to seek disciples, yet she has spent so long watching the spectacle with her brother. Although it was quite entertaining, the lack of intriguing content now prompts her to find a disciple. Upon noticing this, Xiaoyao swiftly retracts the screen and commands the flying carpet towards the Tyne Star. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Flying carpet. Brother, what a ridiculous name you have chosen. I disdain you. Master, I too disdain you. Lord, I also disdain you. Should I follow suit, master? Xiaoyao glares, prompting Tianyuan to seek refuge with Miaoying. This scene elicits hearty laughter from the others, while Xiaoyao feigns a demeanor of a transcendent sage. With the flying carpet gliding towards the Tyne Star, the scenery along the way is enchanting, causing the three girls to exclaim joyfully, occasionally pointing with delight, as if they were a family on an outing. A heartwarming tableau. Xiaoyao watches the three girls with affectionate eyes. For him, such scenes epitomize life itself. Cultivation seems dreadfully mundane, an exercise in tedium that is truly unbearable. Wow, is that the exquisite primordial spiritual root, the laurel tree? How beautiful! The starlight is so bright and enchanting, and those pure white blossoms appear so sacred. Upon her arrival at the Moon Star, the delicate Bai Lian immediately beheld a colossal tree of shimmering silver hue. She recognized it as the exclusive spiritual root of the Moon Star. The extraordinary innate spiritual root known as the laurel tree. The flowers produced by this tree can be crafted into a unique product of the Moon Star, laurel wine, a single sip of which can elevate a mortal to immortality, granting them a lifespan of 36,000 years. Even cultivators who consume it can enhance their cultivation and experience a remarkable increase in their enlightenment within a short period, making it an excellent aid for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Although it may not rival the wayfinding tea, it is nonetheless a rare spiritual treasure in the vast wilderness. There are only 10 such extraordinary innate spiritual roots in the primordial world. Underscoring the rarity of the laurel tree. It is fortunate that this laurel tree has survived the cataclysms, remaining unscathed amidst the terrifying tribulations, a testament to its inherent qualities. In the realm of existence, only the Moon Star provides an environment conducive to the survival and growth of this laurel tree. Should a cultivator attempt to forcibly remove it, the chances of success are negligible, even if it were possible. The tree would not survive. rendering it a lifeless entity devoid of any utility. Moreover, the laurel tree has long established a profound causal relationship with the moonstar. Forcibly removing it would incur consequences that few could withstand. Not even the esteemed Hong Jun.it is essential to understand that the moonstar is a transformation of Panguzai, inherently imbued with the causal laws of the universe. Even sages dare not meddle with such cause and effect, for the colossal repercussions could be fatal. Thus, the laurel tree remains an enigma to all. This spiritual root possesses wisdom, having bound itself directly to the moonstar, forming an intricate connection and establishing a causal relationship, which explains its enduring presence. Xiaoyao, with a discerning eye, immediately perceived the essence of the laurel tree. Had he possessed the ability to see through, he would have noticed that the roots of the laurel tree were intricately woven throughout the entirety of the moonstar. To remove the laurel tree would necessitate the destruction of the moonstar itself. Who would dare to undertake such a feat? Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the branches of the laurel tree swayed joyfully, producing a rustling sound akin to a captivating melody, instantly captivating by Lin and Ling Longa. This tree even understands the principles of melody. How impressive! It is no wonder that many great deities in later generations favor crafting musical instruments from laurel branches. They serve as exquisite natural materials, Xiaoyu mused. Observing the scene, he felt the resonance of melodic principles. Astonished that this seemingly modest laurel tree contained a trace of melodic LAW.it seemed that the laurel tree had absorbed a fragment of the melodic deity's primordial essence. This, indeed, was a unique blessing. However, Xiaoyao refrained from immediately dispelling the state of the two little ones. This circumstance was not detrimental. Rather, it could prove beneficial for them. This was another function of the laurel tree. Or perhaps a divine ability, capable of purifying the spirit and serving as an application of melodic principles. Those who were under its influence could cleanse their minds, which would greatly benefit their future cultivation. Before long, the branches ceased their quivering, the music faded, and the two little ones awakened, their faces radiating joy, clearly having sensed the marvel of the experience. Thank you for your generous gift. Bai Lian and Ling Long sincerely expressed their gratitude to the laurel tree, for they understood the importance of gratitude when receiving kindness. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His disciples were so thoughtful, and he was genuinely pleased. Yet, given that the laurel tree had expressed its sentiments, Xiaoyao would ensure that it would not go unrewarded. "Ha! You clever little tree, I appreciate your kindness. I see that you harbor the principles of melody, though they are not fully realized. Allow me to assist you," Xiaoyao proclaimed, extending his right hand and gently pointing. A complete melodic law manifested at his fingertip, then merged into the branches of the laurel tree, causing it to tremble momentarily before radiating a brilliant white light that gradually faded. The laurel tree now exuded an air of solemn mystique, for all laws are inherently sacred and mysterious, each representing a distinct path to enlightenment, although it was but a fragment of a law's power. For the laurel tree, it was a tremendous opportunity that it had not anticipated that a spontaneous act would bestow such profound blessings upon itself. This was an exchange well worth making. Though it had yet to develop true intelligence, it instinctively bent its trunk in gratitude towards Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. This is a trivial matter. I look forward to witnessing the moment you awaken your intelligence. Should you truly possess the potential to do so, I will return to offer you an opportunity." Xiaoyao expressed. He was curious to see if the laurel tree could transcend its fate. If it could indeed manifest intelligence and transform, it would have successfully altered its original destiny and could enter the Penglai Taishian sect. The laurel tree recognized this immense opportunity before it and eagerly nodded its branches, determined to strive for it. Such a grand chance was not to be squandered. "Very well, I anticipate that day. Continue your diligent training. We shall not intrude further," Xiaoyao remarked with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. His actions were guided by instinct, and thus, the final outcome would also be in accordance with his will. Nonetheless, the laurel tree resolutely divided a branch from its main body to present to Xiaoyao as a token of gratitude, which he graciously accepted. After all, possessing an additional innate spiritual root was certainly advantageous. Having concluded their business, Miaoyin took Xiaoyao's hand and soared towards a specific location on the moonstar. Upon their arrival, they found themselves amidst a convergence of innate lunar energy, safeguarded by a natural formation, an exceptionally rare paradise. Miaoyin, brimming with joy, exclaimed to Xiaoyao, Brother, this is the spot. I can sense that the beings within are precisely what I seek. Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, urging her to remain calm. He then effortlessly dispelled the formation, revealing the scene within. There, upon a massive jade platform, sat a woman emanating innate lunar energy, her presence radiating purity and grace. Xiaoyao immediately recognized this as the source of the primordial lunar deity's law. He surmised that it was the essence of the chaotic lunar deity that had fallen to this place, giving rise to the innate divine being seated upon the jade platform, while the primordial world also harbored a lunar deity born from the essence of lunar energy. That being was a purely Yin entity, whereas this woman embodied the essence of the lunar body, which fundamentally surpassed the purely Yin form in potency. Her lunar essence was far more pure. Otherwise, the lunar deity of the Yin-Yang dynasty would not manifest as a male. For the fundamental reason lay in the fact that the essence of the lunar deity contained not only pure lunar laws but also a blend of various other laws, resulting in a male divine form. What pure lunar essence? Miao Yin remarked gleefully, her eyes alight with admiration as she gazed upon the woman, whose ethereal beauty and celestial aura fully embodied the title of the lunar goddess. Wang Shu gently opened her eyes, startled by the sudden appearance of 4 figures and a beast before her. A look of alarm etched across her features. It was truly overwhelming. She had felt no disturbance from the formation's dissolution, not even a ripple. Despite being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, she sensed no aura from anyone present, save for the young woman, particularly from the man, who instinctively evoked a sense of reverence within her. Junior Wang Shu pays respects to the esteemed elders. May I inquire about your purpose in my presence? Wang Shu steadied herself, a hint of nervousness evident as she rose to greet Xiaoyao and the others. Wang Shu, is that name of your own choosing? It is quite lovely. Do not be anxious. We mean you no harm. Miao Yin interjected before Xiaoyao could speak. Indeed, I chose the name Wang Shu after awakening my intelligence. She replied, puzzled by the intentions of her unexpected visitors. If they harbored ill will, her abilities would scarcely suffice against them, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of ease, especially drawn to Miao Yin's gentle and inviting demeanor, fostering an instinctual trust in her. You are an innate divine being born from the convergence of lunar essence and primordial energy, naturally endowed with lunar law. Your innate lunar body is remarkably gifted. I am Miao Yin, the vice headmaster of the Panlai Taishan sect. I have come to this place to recognize your talents and wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Miao Yin, without any superfluous words, directly expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu momentarily failed to grasp the situation. She had no concept of what Panlai Taishan men was. However, the prospect of Miao Yin wanting her as a disciple filled her with joy, for she recognized that the goddess before her, named Miao Yin, was a practitioner of formidable prowess. If she could become her apprentice, it would certainly open the door to superior cultivation resources in the future. With this thought in mind, Wang Shu did not hesitate. With a resounding thud, she knelt before Miao Yin, saying, Disciple Wang Shu pays respects to Master. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. Miao Yin quickly helped Wang Shu to her feet, nodding with satisfaction as a captivating smile graced her exquisite features. All right, rise quickly. In our sect, we do not adhere to such formalities of kneeling. Feel free to be at ease. She then gestured toward her grandmaster. This is your granduncle, Xian Yao Daozun. You should go greet him. What on earth? Daozun? Is that truly a Daozun? When did the primordial world have a Daozun? How could a Daozun possibly come to this newly arrived primordial realm? After hearing Miao Yin's introduction, Wang Shu was struck with astonishment. She possessed the inheritance of the Chaos Taiyin law, and a Daozun represented the pinnacle of the Dao. This was utterly shocking. Currently, in the primordial world, even a practitioner of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm was considered extraordinarily powerful. A Daozun. Was this some kind of international joke? Wang Shu's pupils constricted, her mouth agape in disbelief as she glanced between Xian Yao and Miao Yin, her voice trembling as she asked, Master, the Daozun you speak of, is it the same Daozun I am thinking of? Upon finishing her question, she gazed intently at Miao Yin's lips, hoping to hear something different. However, as soon as Miao Yin spoke, she was rendered speechless. Indeed, you must possess some knowledge due to your inheritance of the Taiyin demon goddess law. Your granduncle is above the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Realm, having attained the Daozun level of transcendence known as Xian Yao Daozun. Miao Yin chuckled. Furthermore, I too am at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Realm, merely one step away from transcendence. Therefore, as my disciple, you must learn to remain calm. Miao Yin looked at the dazed Wang Shu with a playful smile. Wang Shu, feeling utterly defeated by her teasing master, felt as though she had been struck by a massive hammer in her chest. A sense of discomfort welling within her. She wanted to retort, "How can a mere Deluo golden immortal like me remain calm?" "Master, I understand," she finally replied, with a look of resignation on her face. Turning, she approached Xian Yao and knelt once more, saying, "Disciple Wang Shu pays respects to Xian Yao Dao Zun. Greetings to my granduncle." With respect preceding her lineage, Wang Shu displayed her understanding. Xian Yao, visibly pleased, gently waved his hand, allowing Wang Shu to rise. First, he looked at Miao Yin with a smile and shook his head, then turned his gaze to the modest Wang Shu, his tone softening significantly. "Wang Shu, you need not be anxious. Since you have joined my Tai Xian Men, you are now my disciple and part of the family. Therefore, do not be overly concerned with titles. In our sect, we emphasize following one's heart, acting freely, and embracing fate. The so-called Tao is fundamentally simple, and the laws of nature are inherent to it. I merely walk ahead on the path of the Tao. All beings pursuing the Tao are equal. The heavens, the earth, and all people are of equal significance. A true practitioner should remain unflustered in the face of calamity. Do you understand?" Xian Yao's profound words were not only directed at Wang Shu, but also inadvertently addressed the equally astonished Bai Lian and Ling Long. Although they were unaware of what a Dao Zun entailed, they certainly understood the significance of the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Realm. It was their first realization that their master, Lord, had transcended the Tao. For a moment, the shock was overwhelming. They had never imagined that their seemingly ordinary master had reached the highest realm of cultivation. After the initial astonishment, Ling Long and Bai Lian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. But following Xian Yao's sermon, their emotions gradually stabilized. One must acknowledge that the words of a Dao Zun carry immense weight, even if they seemed nonsensical in the ears of the three girls. They resonated like the voice of the Tao, striking them profoundly and elevating their state of mind. They exchanged glances and stood before Xian Yao, performing the customary gesture of respect. "Thank you, Master, Granduncle, for your teachings." Seeing this, Xian Yao smiled with satisfaction, pleased with the understanding of the three children. "Haha, as long as you gain something, it is worth it. Now, rise. Wang Shu, let your granduncle present you with a gift." With that, Xian Yao produced a divine wheel exuding the power of the Tai Yin and handed it to Wang Shu. "This is the Tai Yin divine wheel, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Take it and enjoy." "Ah, thank you for the precious gift, Granduncle." Wang Shu could only accept it with delight, having experienced so many shocking events already. This top-tier innate spiritual treasure felt trivial in comparison. Wang Shu declared that she was no longer the same Wang Shu as before. She was determined to rise to new heights. Chapter 8, The Transmission of the Tao on Polai Island. All right, let me continue with the introductions. This is a chaos beast named Tian Yuan. You shall refer to him as Tian Yuan Sherbua, Miao Yin continued, pointing at Tian Yuan, who was watching the scene unfold. Disciple Wang Shu pays respects to Tian Yuan Sherbua. Hee, little Wang Shu, hello. I don't have any spiritual treasures. But here, have some fruit, it's quite delicious. Tian Yuan smiled cheerfully, producing a multitude of chaos spirit fruits from his inner space and offering them to Wang Shu. She accepted them numbly, having given up on resisting. "Is this fruit? It's clearly chaos spirit fruit. Why does it sound like a snack?" She lamented internally. This was indeed difficult. These fruits could only grow on chaos spiritual roots and were not something the primordial realm could possess. Just look at the spiritual energy contained in those fruits. It was pure chaos energy. "Thank you, Tian Yuan Sherbua," Wang Shu replied, her lips twitching awkwardly. Greetings, sister. I am Ling Long, a disciple of your granduncle. I am Bai Lian, your granduncle's maid. Hello, senior sisters. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Haha, no need for formality. I am also new here. Let us cultivate together from now on. Sounds good. The three girls quickly formed a bond, and the presence of peers alleviated Wang Shu's earlier anxiety. The camaraderie among girls often blossoms swiftly. Soon, the three were chattering excitedly, with audible gasps of surprise from Wang Shu as Ling Long and Bai Lian shared amusing stories. Xian Yao watched this scene with a smile, shaking his head. This child will likely be led astray, but it's a good thing nonetheless. Little sister, now that our tasks are complete, let us return and teach them how to cultivate. All right, I will follow you, brother. Then, magic carpet, let's go. Upon hearing this, the flying carpet swiftly soared toward Polai Island. Yet, Those aboard felt no impact from the speed. The three girls occasionally leaned over the edge of the carpet, watching the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers below, laughing joyfully. Steniel felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscing about childhood. The speed of the carpet was impressive, as a chaos spiritual treasure. It quickly arrived at Panglai Island, stopping neatly before the Tai Xian men. Xian Yao led the group down, stowing the carpet away before guiding them inside. They soon arrived at a place called the Dao Pavilion, specifically designed for the assembly of the Tai Xian men. Future discussions and teachings would take place here. All right, what are you staring at? Step inside. This will be our Tai Xian Men's assembly hall from now on. There will be plenty of time to admire it later. With that, Xian Yao stepped inside. You need not be overly amazed. It is merely a hall crafted from chaos jade gold. There is no need for such astonishment. It is trivial for your master, Do. Ling Long and Wang Shu took a deep breath, steadying themselves before following the giggling Bai Lian inside. They shot Bai Lian a fierce glare. This friend was utterly untrustworthy. Having clearly known about the situation beforehand and choosing not to inform them, eager to see them make fools of themselves, they resolved, find a time to get back at her. Ling Long and Wang Shu exchanged glances, silently agreeing on their plan. Little Bai Lian was blissfully unaware of the impending consequences she would face from her two junior sisters, still laughing innocently. Tian Yuan, observing the three girls, couldn't help but shake his head. Reflecting on how vibrant and youthful girls could be, the Tai Xian men was beginning to foster a lively atmosphere, which was delightful. Tian Yuan trotted along behind, positioning himself comfortably at Xian Yao's feet. The coolness of the chaos jade gold was soothing, making it a pleasant resting place. Xian Yao sat in the main seat, smiling down at Ling Long and the others. Our Tai Xian men practices the Hunyuan Dao, striving towards the ultimate Dao. The esteemed primary cultivation method of our Tai Xian sect is known as the Heaven and Earth Primordial Art, which possesses no hierarchical divisions. This profound technique directly addresses the primal laws of the universe, facilitating the opening of one's inner chaos, thereby allowing the creation of a world within that chaos, ultimately leading to the realization of the great Dao. Wang Shu. As for your cultivation method, it shall be imparted to you by Miao Yin. Miao Yin's supreme chaos art is akin to my Heaven and Earth Primordial Art. With diligent practice, one can progressively elevate their cultivation. Now, I shall bestow this method upon you, with the hope that you all may soon achieve the status of primordial golden immortal, thereby unlocking your inner chaos. Only then will the true journey of transcending the Tao commence. Each of your cultivation paths is unique. In the time to come, I will provide specific elucidations on the laws of the Tao. Now, gather in groups of 3 and take your seats on the cushions. Yes, Master. The 3 individuals obediently found their respective cushions. These cushions possess the ability to assist one in comprehending the Tao, enhancing their capabilities of enlightenment, proving to be of great benefit to the trio. Observing the 3 seated, Xian Yao pointed a finger into the air, and in an instant, the Heaven and Earth Primordial Art was transmitted into Ling Long and Bai Lian's minds, while Miao Yin similarly imparted the method to Wang Shu. Immediately, the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoed within their minds, revealing to them the essence of true magnificence. The trio, not daring to be negligent, swiftly followed the guidance of the cultivation method and entered a state of practice. Witnessing this, Xian Yao commenced his teachings, and the air was filled with resplendent words of the Tao, transforming into numerous lotus blossoms that entered the 3 individuals' bodies, which they absorbed, refined, and comprehended. Gradually, their cultivation began to flourish. Time passed swiftly amidst Xian Yao's teachings, which continued for 3 millennia. Once this extensive period concluded, Xian Yao ceased his discourse, seeing that the 3 were still in a state of cultivation. He chose not to interrupt them, for he understood that the next phase would be for them to break through their respective realms, a task he would not assist with. The master leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation is ultimately a personal endeavor. He would not engage in any act akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow. True understanding and cultivation can only be attained through one's own efforts. Otherwise, all would be but castles in the air, visually appealing but ultimately ineffectual. Subsequently, Xian Yao, along with Miao Yin and Tian Yuan, retreated to his abode, embracing a life of leisure. From time to time, he would venture into the wilderness to catch spirit beasts for roasting, or occasionally brew some divine fruit wine. During this time, he also planted a branch of the laurel tree in the spiritual garden, which has now matured splendidly, thriving in the rich primordial energy of Panglai Island, where rapid growth is inevitable. One day, Xian Yao, Miao Yin, and Tian Yuan were comfortably lounging on reclining chairs, savoring the freshly brewed divine fruit wine. This fruit wine is delightful, sweet, and smooth, truly a success, Xian Yao exclaimed, downing the contents of his cup with immense satisfaction. Indeed, I too find this batch to be exquisite. The fragrance of the fruits is quite pronounced, making it incredibly enjoyable, Miao Yin agreed. This wine is imbued with profound laws. Only we can indulge in such delight. Others might find it overwhelming. If a person without any cultivation were to absorb and refine this spirit wine, it could very well elevate them to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, or perhaps even allow them to directly break through to the realm of Primordial Golden Immortal. Why concern ourselves with that? I only care whether it tastes good. Everything else is secondary. However, we could invite some individuals to come and partake in it. After all, enjoying alone is inferior to enjoying together. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. We could host a divine fruit banquet and invite virtuous practitioners from the wilderness. It could be our Taishan sect's token of appreciation to them, Miao Yin enthusiastically proposed. Xian Yao did not oppose such an idea, recognizing the benefits it would bring to the wilderness's development. Moreover, these divine fruits were supremely valuable to the wilderness, yet for Xian Yao, they were merely a means to satisfy his palate. Your idea is commendable. I support you, dear sister. As for the specifics, you may handle it as you see fit. We could also hold a Dao discussion conference, offering rewards of spiritual treasures to the top 3 participants. This would undoubtedly encourage the practitioners of the wilderness. After all, competition breeds motivation. Does that mean we would witness a battle? Tian Yuan's eyes lit up at the thought. To relax at home and watch a fight sounds splendid. Slap, you rascal, is that all you think about? We are not here just to witness battles. We aim for the proper development of the wilderness. Xian Yao playfully reprimanded Tian Yuan, who wore an innocent expression. Really, you should know better than to voice such thoughts. Even if you harbor them, they should remain unspoken. It would tarnish our image as lofty sages who cherish peace. Tian Yuan, feeling wronged, thought to himself. I merely spoke the truth. If Miao Yin had said it, he would have laughed and agreed. How unfortunate to have such a master. Did I not just let it slip? Tian Yuan chuckled sheepishly. Rubbing his head, Miao Yin gently pulled Tian Yuan closer and affectionately patted his head, causing him to hum contentedly. Miao Yin is the best, Tian Yuan sighed, basking in her warmth while playfully lamenting. Miao Yin shot her brother a reproachful glance and retorted, Brother, you always pick on Tian Yuan. And dare you claim you do not share such thoughts? Of course not. Tian Yuan was too cautious to respond further, covering his head with both hands, feigning ignorance, which only frustrated Miao Yin further. You are such a punching bag, lacking any spirit of resistance. It truly vexes me. Tian Yuan sighed helplessly. If only I could match Xian Yao's strength. I'd assure you I'd make him feel the weight of being pinned down. Xian Yao regarded Tian Yuan with a smug expression, silently approving of his cleverness. In response, Tian Yuan adopted a sycophantic demeanor, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from Miao Yin. But this was simply the unique rapport shared between Xian Yao and Tian Yuan, akin to an eccentric master and his beleaguered pet, both unique yet entirely normal. Chapter 9. Disciples achieve the Tao of primordial unity. At this moment, the 3 individuals in the Tao Pavilion were nearing the culmination of their cultivation. The first to break through was Bai Lian, who, possessing a higher cultivation level than Ling Long and Wang Shu, swiftly ascended to the realm of primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, advancing even further into the mid-stage before pausing. Bai Lian nodded contentedly, savoring her unique inner chaos, which appeared as a hazy expanse, with 2 spiritual treasures floating in the center, devoid of any other entities. However, she was quite satisfied with this situation, as she intended to gradually enrich the foundation of her inner chaos. When her cultivation reached the appropriate level, she would be able to manifest a world within her inner chaos, thereby achieving the realm of primordial limitless golden immortal. From this day forth, Bai Lian's future appeared promising. Observing Ling Long and Wang Shu, who were still engaged in their practices and seemingly on the verge of their breakthroughs, Bai Lian chose to sit aside and wait for their success. Soon enough, Ling Long became the second to break through, as the forces of the 4 fundamental elements, wind, water, fire, and earth converged around her, which she absorbed, successfully opening her inner chaos. In an instant, her cultivation reached the realm of primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Though she was only in the initial stage, her foundation was established, and with continued effort in cultivation and comprehension, she would gradually ascend. Just after Ling Long's breakthrough, Wang Shu began her final push. A pure stream of Ta Yin Law energy surged from above her, entering her body and aiding her and opening her inner chaos. Her cultivation broke through to the initial stage of Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. And she slowly opened her eyes. My two senior sisters, you have both achieved your breakthroughs. Yes, we have been waiting for you. Now, we have all successfully broken through. Indeed, I calculated, and it has been a full 10 millennia. Quite a long time, Bai Lian. Breaking through to Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal in 10 millennia is not a long duration, is it? Exactly. Just look at the practitioners in the wilderness. Not only is it difficult for them to reach the realm of Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, but even transitioning to a minor stage as a Great Luo Golden Immortal typically takes at least 10 millennia. I was merely jesting. Besides, who instructed us to have such a remarkable master? Right. Bai Lian's words were met with earnest agreement from Ling Long and Wang Shu, who nodded solemnly. Indeed, Bai Lian's words ring true. Had we not been fortunate enough to join the Taishan sect, we would likely still be uncertain about our future. The prospect of breaking through to Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal at such a speed would be akin to dreaming. Absolutely. Now that we have broken through, we must hurry to thank our master in person. We must not neglect our manners, Bai Lian remarked thoughtfully. Then let us go. I know where our master is. He is surely lounging in the garden. I'll tell you, our master loves nothing more than lounging in the garden. Along the way, the lively chatter of Bai Lian filled the air, while Ling Long and Washu listened, occasionally bursting into laughter that resembled the quacking of ducks. The path from the Dao Hall to the garden was not particularly long. They entered through the back door, revealing a vast expanse of mountain and water landscapes that separated the Dao Hall from the residential area behind it. It bore resemblance to the exquisite gardens of Jiang'an. Upon traversing the garden, they were greeted by a magnificent sea of flowers, a dazzling array of blossoms unfurling before Ling Long and Washu, accompanied by numerous ethereal bees and butterflies diligently laboring upon the blooming petals. The air was saturated with the fragrance of 100 flowers, a scent so potent that merely inhaling it could enhance one's cultivation. Clearly, these were not ordinary flowers. They were the innate spiritual blooms gathered by Xiaoyao and Miaoyin from the primordial wilderness, each a unique existence. Gradually, they began to proliferate within the garden, leading to its splendid appearance today. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient, elegant courtyard, reminiscent of a Sihiyuan but far grander. Xiaoyao and his companions resided within. Bai Lian, bouncing with excitement, led Ling Long and Washu inside, unable to contain her anticipation. The aroma of roasted meat and the fragrance of fruit wine wafted from the entrance, her absolute favorites. "Old master, we're here. Did you save some delicious treats for the lovely Bai Lian?" she exclaimed as she stepped through the door. Crossing the front yard and entering the back courtyard beneath a towering tree, the trio finally spotted Xiaoyao and his two companions, leisurely indulging in their feast. This tree was no ordinary specimen. It was the chaotic spirit root, the world tree, embodying the laws of the universe. Practicing cultivation near the world tree yielded extraordinary results, and even passively absorbing its inherent essence could deepen one's comprehension of the laws. In such an environment, even a stubborn stone could evolve into a sentient being. "Look at you, making such a racket. You hardly present yourself as a young lady. Be careful, or you might end up unmarried," Xiaoyao remarked, reclining comfortably in a lounge chair without lifting his gaze. Bai Lian, unfazed, stuck out her tongue and made a face at him, caring little about the prospect of marriage. After all, she was still just a child. What does it matter? Who's a child for several 100,000 years? Disciple Ling Long Washu pays her respects to master and uncle. Only Ling Long and Washu, earnest and respectful, performed a proper greeting to Xiaoyao and his companions, which brought a sense of satisfaction to him. After all, they were two normal young ladies. Rising to sit properly, Xiaoyao regarded his three disciples with a nod of approval. "Not bad in just 10,000 years. You've already opened your inner chaos and attained the Dao fruit of Hunyuan Dao Yue Jingxian. Quite commendable. Come, don't stand there. Sit down and relax. Enjoy some spiritual fruits and fruit wine first. They will help stabilize your cultivation." With a wave of his hand, new chairs and tables appeared in the adjacent space, laden with spiritual fruits and fruit wine. "Thank you, master, uncle." Ling Long and Washu expressed their gratitude simultaneously and promptly seated themselves, savoring the spiritual fruits and sipping the fruit wine. As for Bai Lian, she had her own designated lounge chair and unceremoniously lounged there, devouring roasted meat with a fervor that was utterly charming. An unrepentant little foodie. "Slow down, there's no one competing with you." Miaoyin gently wiped the grease from Bai Lian's face, affectionately lecturing her. Bai Lian, with a silly grin, tilted her head upward, inviting Miaoyin to better clean her face. Her eyes brimming with admiration. In Bai Lian's heart, Xiaoyao and Miaoying had long become her closest kin, which allowed her to be so carefree and unreserved in their presence. Xiaoyao and Tianyuan exchanged amused glances. Watching this scene unfold, knowing full well they regarded the little one as their own cherished family member, Linglong and Wangshu, however, looked on with envy at this harmonious tableau, yet they understood that in time, they too would share such a bond with Bai Lian. It was merely a matter of time. Deep down, they felt fortunate to have entered the warm and nurturing Taishan sect. Under the guidance of such a wonderful master, this was their blessing. Hee, you two little ones need not envy. Since you have joined our Taishan sect, we treat all as equals. As disciples, you are also family. Therefore, you need not be overly reserved, interact as freely as Bai Lian does. This is the true mode of familial interaction. As long as you do not err in matters of great significance, we, as your master and uncle, will be forgiving. Thus, you must learn to relax. If you cannot unwind at home. What is home for? Xiao cheerfully reassured Linglong and Washu, understanding that as new disciples of the Taishan sect, they were still unfamiliar with one another, making it natural for them to feel a bit restrained. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the two disciples nodded vigorously, their eyes glistening with tears, overwhelmed with a sense of safety and happiness. Miaoying, noticing this, lovingly approached them and gently patted their shoulders. All right, relax. From now on, we are family. In a family, there is no need for excessive formality. Within our Taishan sect, you may do as you please. Return to your true selves. Cultivation should also reflect this. If you lose your original intent on the path of cultivation, it loses its significance, becoming nothing more than a cold, mechanical process. You are all good children. At home, you may freely express your thoughts and feelings. Your brother and I are your guardians. That if anyone bullies you in the outside world, you can come to us. We stand by our own. If anyone dares to bully you, we'll see how tough they truly are. Bai Lian also squeezed into Miaoying's embrace, her small hand grasping Linglong's and Wangshu's, sisters. When I first met Master and Aunt, it was Master who enlightened me to take shape. In my heart, Master and Aunt are my closest family. They often indulge my childishness, so I feel at home here. I consider this place my family. Thus, you should too. From now on, this will be your home. Do you understand? As she spoke, Bai Lian's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting on her journey since her emergence. She knew how much Master and Aunt had tolerated her childishness, even though they never vocalized it. However, Bai Lian kept it in her heart, never uttering a word, for as Master often said, in a family, there is no need for excessive formalities. Hence, Bai Lian was also very considerate, helping Xiaoyao and the others with chores or finding ways to make them smile. Xiaoyao, Miaoying, and Tianyuan had all noticed this, which was why they cherished little Bai Lian so dearly. Love in this world is never without reason. It is always reciprocal. Chapter 10, The Little Demon of Palayamimham. Senior sister, we understand. Linglong and Washu exchanged glances, observing the caring and warm expressions on Xiaoyao, Miaoying, Tianyuan, and Bai Lian's faces, filling their hearts with a sweet warmth. Witnessing this scene, smiles broke out across their faces, illuminating the garden more brightly than the flowers themselves, an expression of unparalleled beauty and emotion. I'm so glad to see you two so open-hearted. As your master, I have decided to reward each of you with a gift. Speak up, what kind of spiritual treasures do you desire? I shall fulfill your wishes. Observing Linglong and Wangshu's newfound ease in their integration, Xiaoyao proudly proclaimed. Miaoying, upon hearing this, smiled and patted Linglong and Wangshu's shoulders, providing them with encouraging glances. Bai Lian, however, needed no such encouragement, as she had already joyfully rushed to Xiaoyao's side, eagerly offering to massage his legs. Master, Bai Lian wants a beautiful dress. I've seen Aunt's 9-color-free spirit dress. It was so lovely, and I want one too, she exclaimed, half-squatting as she raised her adorable face, her eyes sparkling with excitement, causing Xiaoyao's lips to curl into a smile. Yet, Xiaoyao did not respond to Bai Lian immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Linglong and Wangshu. Realizing his intention, the two beamed and hurried to Xiaoyao's side, enthusiastically massaging his shoulders. Though their technique was rather lacking, Xiaoyao's delight was evident, and even the world tree swayed gently in rhythm with his laughter. All right, you are all good children. Come, let me bring them out. You may choose for yourselves. Upon concluding his words, with a casual wave of his hand, a multitude of spiritual treasures materialized in the sky above, all of which were of the chaotic spiritual treasure grade. Xianyao did not present the supreme innate spiritual treasures for selection, as he had already devised a plan in his mind. Any disciple who ascended to the status of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian would be rewarded with a chaotic spiritual treasure. This was the extravagant manner of the Taishian sect. As the various spiritual treasures appeared, the three young ones erupted in joyous exclamations, unceremoniously discarding Xianyao's presence to eagerly select their desired treasures. Bai Lian's eyes immediately fell upon a dress-like spiritual treasure. Although it was not as exquisite as Miao Yin's 9-colored free-flowing skirt, it was undeniably beautiful, causing Bai Lian's little eyes to gleam with delight. She swiftly grasped the treasure in her hands, caressing it with an expression of utter satisfaction. The treasure she obtained was the supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, the Starry Dream Garment. Though termed a garment, it could reshape itself according to its owner's will, containing the principles of the stars. It served as a top-tier defensive treasure, capable of emitting stellar energy to form a protective barrier around its wielder. Impenetrable by anyone below the Hunyuan Taiji Jingxian level, Linglong, on the other hand, had her sights set on a tower-shaped artifact known as the Hunyuan Four-Symbol Source Tower, classified as a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure. This tower contained the power of the four symbols and consisted of 9 levels, each with distinct functions. The pinnacle, for divine beasts stood guard, making it a versatile artifact that could be used for offense, confinement, or defense. Wang Shu selected an ancient-looking bottle, known as the chaotic Yinyang Jibibi, also a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure. This bottle contained the principles of Yin and Yang, making it particularly suitable for Wang Shu, aiding her in comprehending the power of these principles. After all, solitary Yin does not endure, and the Yin-Yang principles are of a higher order of power, which would greatly enhance Wang Shu's understanding, allowing her to achieve the balance of Yin and Yang and ultimately transform the Yin principle into the embodiment of the Yin-Yang law, guiding her toward a higher path in her future endeavors. Seeing that the three had made their selections, Xianyao put away the remaining treasures. Well then, you three have chosen your desired treasures. With your cultivation as Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, you should be able to refine them successfully in no time. Henceforth, ensure you refine your treasures thoroughly, especially the power of the principles contained within. You must grasp this well, as it will aid in your cultivation. Should you have any queries, feel free to inquire with me or Miao Yin. Yes, we understand, Master Sherbua. The three nodded in unison, akin to chicks pecking at grain. After all, these were supreme chaotic spiritual treasures. In the vast wilderness, the highest grade treasures could only be found in the hands of Hong Jun. Specifically the low-grade chaotic treasure, the Creation Jade Disc. However, even that was merely a fragment of the Creation Jade Disc, which, although it contained the 3,000 Great Tao principles, was often incomplete, with only a trace of them present. The truly complete principles numbered merely in the tens, yet even that was sufficient for Hong Jun to attain the position of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, though the treasures chosen by the three were not the companion treasures of the chaotic demon gods, they were still birthed from chaos. They may not compare to the companion treasures of the chaotic demon gods, but they were certainly commendable, allowing them to comprehend the purest paths of the principles. Well then, now that the matters are settled, and since you have just emerged from your secluded training, take some time to rest before refining your treasures. There is no rush. In cultivation, a balance between work and rest is essential. Indeed, what you say is quite right, brother. After a millennium of cultivation, it would be wise to relax for a while. Linglong and Wang Shu, as this is your first visit to Penglai Island, there are many delightful sights and delicacies you have yet to experience. During this time, let Bai Lian guide you around, allowing you to become acquainted with the myriad beings of Penglai Island. Miao nodded in agreement with Xinyao's words, kindly addressing Linglong and Wang Shu. This sparked a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Upon arriving here, they had immediately begun their cultivation, leaving no time to explore the wonders of Penglai Island. With this thought, the two eagerly looked at Bai Lian. Their intentions unmistakable. Bai Lian, not particularly eager to refine her treasure, had long since adopted Xinyao's relaxed attitude. She nodded enthusiastically, her face radiating confidence as she declared to her two junior sisters, "All right then, after we rest and have a bite to eat, I shall take you both on a tour. Let me tell you, I am the leader among the beings of Penglai Island. They all heed my words." Impressive, right? Having spoken, Bai Lian puffed her chest with pride, akin to a child awaiting praise. Oh please, it's not like you don't enjoy playing pranks. You have no idea what nickname they've given you behind your back. Haha. Oh, I know. They call me the Penglai Little Demon. Bai Lian, you are quite something. Tian Yuan, upon hearing Xinyao's words, seemed to recollect something and, unable to restrain herself, bluntly revealed Bai Lian's secret, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. What? Polite little demon? How outrageous. Humph. I shall find out who started this and confront them, Bai Lian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at her two junior sisters, who were struggling to suppress their laughter. Tian Yuan paused, realizing she had inadvertently dug a significant hole for herself among the beings of Polai, and fell silent. Ahem. She thought to herself that it was not her intention, and hoped the beings would not hold it against her. Xianyao observed Tian Yuan with an amused expression, shaking his head at her antics. You truly are something else. It's fortunate they don't know. Otherwise, it would be quite the spectacle. Miaoyin, witnessing this, could only shake her head in exasperation. Recognizing Tian Yuan's occasional lack of foresight, feeling somewhat guilty, Tian Yuan quickly bowed her head, pretending to munch on a spiritual fruit. The others, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle, leading to Bai Lian's immediate embarrassment. How annoying. Bai Lian's cheeks flushed as she pouted, pulling her two junior sisters away. Come on, junior sisters, let's leave. I want to play with Master and the others anymore. They are too bothersome. I'll take you to our residence. Ah, all right. Linglong and Wang Shu readily complied, covering their mouths as they followed Bai Lian's lead. Miaoyin shot Xianyao a glance, exasperated by his penchant for teasing Bai Lian, deeming it rather childish. Once the lively trio departed, Xianyao stretched comfortably, causing his bones to crack satisfyingly. Well, after a hearty meal, it's time to retire for the night. Such splendid weather would be wasted if I didn't indulge in a good sleep. Wait for me, master. Tian Yuan chirped, scampering after Xianyao, as she had always shared a dwelling with him. It wasn't that she had nowhere else to stay, she had simply grown accustomed to it. Hey, Gun, stop pawing at me. It's hard to walk with you around. Look at all the juice on your paws. Don't you ever wash them? I swear, if you don't clean up, I'll toss you into the lake, observing her brother bickering as they walked. Miaoyin smiled softly. Though Xianyao had attained the title of Taoist lord, he still enjoyed a simple life. He sought to relish life, and while Miaoyin initially struggled to understand this, she gradually came to appreciate it. After all, true living is not solely about cultivation, otherwise, life would become exceedingly dull. For Xianyao, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation was merely a means to achieve a carefree existence, where he could relish a worry-free life filled with joy and ease. Why else would he have rushed to attain eternal Taohood? What was the purpose of all his pursuits? Now that he had finally reached eternal Taohood, he could live freely, indulging in delightful days. Currently, he feasted on divine beasts, drank spiritual wine, enjoyed delicacies crafted from nectar and various spiritual fruits, and occasionally entertained children, all while taking leisurely strolls to appreciate the scenery and engage in meaningful endeavors. How wonderful, how liberating. Miaoyin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her brother. Brother, you have truly attained your true self. With this thought in mind, Miaoyin smiled gently, rising to gaze at the sky, and then the garden outside. A refreshing breeze brushed past, stirring her smooth, dark hair. Her porcelain-like face glowed softly in the light, adorned in the 9-colored free-flowing skirt, which shifted hues in tandem with her emotions, rendering her an ethereal goddess. Akin to the creator of the universe, regrettably, no one else was present to witness such a beautiful moment. Chapter 11. A simple breakfast. As the days of blissful living passed swiftly, one morning, Bai Lian roused the still sleeping Linglong and Wang Shu, eager to take them on a tour around Polai Island, recalling her promise to introduce them to the island's myriad beings. Absolutely not eager to seek trouble with those fellows. No, absolutely not. Linglong, with her sleepy eyes still half closed, rubbed them and looked helplessly at the impatient Bai Lian, her heart lamenting. She was certain that this senior sister was harboring resentment over the matter of introducing her to the beings of Polai, seeking to avenge that naming grievance. However, there was little they could do about this much younger sister. They could only indulge her. Moreover, after living together for such a long time, they had long since become like family. The rules of Taishian's sect dictated that one should assist relatives rather than reason, a rather bold principle. Yet, they were well aware that Bai Lian would not engage in any outrageous behavior. This much they understood, as a being nurtured by the pure white lotus. Her heart was inherently pure and untainted, kind-hearted and upright. At most, she might play a harmless prank, childish antics that were quite understandable. In fact, the beings on the island were also aware of this and willingly played along with Bai Lian's mischief. They genuinely adored her, for she frequently bestowed upon them generous portions of the 3 light divine water. Albeit in a playful and mischievous manner. To them, it was akin to receiving a divine boon without cost. Thus, all tolerance and forbearance stemmed from love. Wang Shu harbored no discontent. She merely cast a doting glance at Bai Lian. Though Bai Lian was their senior sister, as the goddess of the great Yin, her nature was inherently gentle and tender. especially when it came to treating Bai Lian, having lived on the island for such an extended period. They had adopted a carefree lifestyle reminiscent of leisure, their cultivation having stabilized while their spiritual treasures were initially refined. The rest, they entrusted to time, for time was in ample supply for them. Hence, they relished this simple, ordinary life filled with happiness, quite unlike other cultivators who seemed desperate to stretch a minute into two, endlessly practicing their cultivation, which felt monotonous and dreary. This way of life brought them joy and enchantment. All right, my dear senior sister, do not be in haste. Let us first wash up and tidy ourselves before having breakfast with you. Surely, Sherbua and the others are enjoying a delightful meal right now. Won't you join us? The carefree existence of Xiaoao mirrored the lifestyle of her past life. Upon hearing Wang Shu's words, Bai Lian paused her steps, nodding in agreement with her small head. Indeed, junior sister is right. Master and the others must be indulging in delicious food. Let us hurry then. Yes, we will be quick. You can sit on the chair for a moment. All right. Once the two young women completed their washing, the trio entered the dining hall, feeling refreshed. At that moment, Xiaoao, Miaowen, and Tian Yuan were already enjoying their meal. Seeing this scene, Bai Lian joyfully dashed over, grabbing food from the table and exclaiming, Master, you no longer care for me. You start eating the good food without waiting for us. Hey, little one, when you hurriedly ran out just now, I did call for you, but you didn't even pause. Now you say I didn't call you. How amusing. Xiaoyao shot Bai Lian a glance, feeling rather speechless. Hee. Bai Lian's expression froze for a moment, yet she quickly regained her playful demeanor, flashing a grin at Xiaoyao before diving into the food, prompting Xiaoyao to feel a headache coming on. This little one certainly had an extravagant way of eating. I truly cannot contend with you. Linglong, Wang Shu, hurry over and have some. Otherwise, your gluttonous senior sister will finish it all. Today's breakfast will be rather casual. Xiaoyao ignored her, beckoning the two disciples to join her for breakfast. The two young women, feeling no need for formality, promptly sat down and began to eat, though it was labeled a simple breakfast. It was actually a variety of dishes prepared by Xiaoyao, reminiscent of the Cantonese dim sum from her past life. In the world of Hong Wang, there was no shortage of food, and Xiaoyao had gone to great lengths to gather many ancestral seeds of delicacies from her previous life to cultivate. She even specially established a garden, humorously naming it a vegetable garden, much to the teasing of Miaowen and the others. However, Xiaoyao paid little heed to their jests. She beamed with joy at the sight of the flourishing vegetables, feeling even happier than when she attained eternal enlightenment. Since the establishment of this garden, Miaowen and her companions had enjoyed a feast, as Xiaoyao concocted delightful dishes daily without repetition, according to her. The variety of culinary traditions in Huaxia was beyond imagination. Having tasted the grandeur of the Manchu Han imperial feast and the 8 culinary traditions, there were simply countless delectable options available. Xiaoyao took pride in declaring that no one in the entirety of Hong Wang could rival her culinary prowess. Wow, master, today's soybean milk is incredibly delicious, and this char siu bun is delightful. Not to mention the phoenix claws. They smell heavenly. I feel so fortunate. Indeed, the porridge made by Sherbua is equally exquisite, fragrant, sweet, and melts in the mouth. Simply marvelous. Master is the best. The 3 young women occasionally exclaimed praises, bringing immense joy to Xiaoyao, for every chef yearns to receive compliments for their dishes, and Xiaoyao is no exception. Haha, if you find it delicious, eat more. There are even more treats awaiting you in the future. The 3 girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously. Yes, we understand. Tian Yuan reclined lazily in her chair, tears streaming from her eyes, prompting Miaowen to stifle her laughter. Nevertheless, she could not help but marvel at how delicious her brother's food truly was, leaving her feeling quite stuffed. Yet, she relished this sensation, choosing not to use any magical means to alleviate it. Instead, she lounged in a reclining chair like Tian Yuan, watching the 3 little ones joyfully devour their breakfast. The warm atmosphere and full bellies lulled Miaowen into a state of drowsiness. Wow, you finally finished. I'm so full. Before long, the table was cleared, all the food devoured by the 3 young women, with Bai Lian as the primary participant, eating the most. Rubbing her slightly bulging belly, Bai Lian exclaimed happily. Linglong and Wang Shu also put down their bowls and chopsticks, leaning back in their chairs with satisfied expressions, their eyes closed in blissful reminiscence. Xiaoyao chuckled, waving her hand as the tableware instantly became spotless and magically relocated to the cupboard, neatly arranged, nodding in satisfaction. Xiaoyao appreciated the convenience of having magical powers to avoid washing dishes. She then retrieved a tea set, diligently preparing tea. At this moment, without saying a word, The lounging individuals quickly returned to the table, gazing eagerly at Xiao Ao as she brewed tea, resembling eager little animals waiting to be fed. Xiao Ao couldn't help but wonder if she had inadvertently become a caretaker of pets, transforming from the esteemed leader of Tai Xian sect into a caretaker of creatures. How amusing. Yet, Xiao Ao found joy in it. Swiftly finishing a round of Gonfu tea, she served it to her companions, including Tian Yuan, of course. Come, enjoy the freshly brewed honey tea and settle your stomach. The group hurriedly raised their cups, first inhaling the aroma, then taking gentle sips. Instantly, the unique fragrance of myriad flowers and the refreshing essence of the tea burst in their mouths, making them feel as if their minds had entered a state of clarity. With the powers of the laws within their bodies instinctively enhancing, this tea is truly delightful, brother. It actually boosts the power of the laws within me, and the taste is simply exquisite, far better than the plain Wudao tea. I adore this flavor. Miaoin, being of higher cultivation, exited the state of enlightenment first, her face brimming with joy as she expressed her fondness to Xiao Yao. Well then, in a moment, brother will give you some floral honey. And you can brew it at home whenever you wish. It's quite wonderful. Having a cup before bed will allow you to cultivate even in your dreams. Impressive. Isn't it? Tian Yuan's eyes lit up, thinking to herself how extraordinary her master truly was to create such a thing, advancing the ease of a laid-back life. Master, Sherboa, I want it too. Upon hearing this, the three young women immediately turned to Xiao Ao with playful affection, insisting that such delightful treasures should not be deprived of them. Of course, there is plenty for everyone. Would I ever forget you? Really? Hee. The three girls exchanged smiles, joyfully savoring the tea in their cups without a hint of waste. After finishing the tea, Xiao Ao faithfully provided each of the four girls with a portion of floral honey and Wudao tea leaves, before leading Tian Yuan to tend to the spiritual pets in the pet garden. Miaoin chose not to accompany them, opting instead to stroll through the spiritual plant garden, which was now in full bloom, showcasing a breathtaking array of flowers. She adored it, with peach blossoms, pear blossoms, osmanthus, and various flowers competing for beauty, creating a dreamy spectacle. Walking along the stone path laid out in the garden, she felt an ethereal, otherworldly sensation. Meanwhile, as soon as Ling Long and Wang Shu finished their tea, they were whisked away by Lian to frolic outside. In response, Xiao Ao, Miaoin, and Tian Yuan could only silently mourn for the spirits who would encounter them. Junior sister Ling Long, junior sister Wang Shu, look, this is my birthplace. All the white lotuses here belong to me. Am I not impressive? Lian first led Ling Long and Wang Shu to the great lake in front of the Taixian gate, proudly pointing at the numerous white lotuses in the water and introducing them. Sister, this water is extraordinary. It must be the legendary San Guang divine water, right? Wang Shu, possessing significantly more knowledge than Ling Long, instantly recognized the uniqueness of the water. Sister, what is so remarkable about this San Guang divine water? Ling Long asked curiously, her lack of awareness understandable, as she had initially been merely a manifestation of four innate energies, devoid of any intelligence or the legacy of the primordial demon gods. Thus remaining unfamiliar with many elements of the primordial world, Wang Shu smiled and explained to Ling Long, this San Guang divine water is a sacred remedy for healing in the primordial realm. It can neutralize all poisons and cure even the most hopeless afflictions. It can mend wounds and ailments, and even restore life to the deceased. However, this divine water is divided into three types: the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. The sunlight divine water depletes vital essence and flesh, the moonlight divine water erodes the primordial spirit, and the starlight divine water possesses immense power to dissolve true spiritual consciousness. When combined, they foster creation. When separated, they become wickedly potent. Upon hearing this, Ling Long could not help but be astonished. This water holds such immense power. No wonder it nurtured my sister. Truly remarkable. Lian, feeling quite proud, lifted her head and declared, of course, I am quite impressive, I assure you. With that, she extended her small hand and gathered a large orb of Sanguang divine water. Come, sister, let us engage in a water fight. It will be splendid fun. Saying this, she bounced away with the massive water orb, leading Ling Long and Wang Shu along. The two girls exchanged knowing glances and then followed by Lian with gentle smiles. Chapter 12. Beings of Palai before long. Lian stealthily brought the two girls to a stone cave, signaling them to remain silent while she peeked inside. A happy smile spread across her face, clearly indicating that the state of the beings within pleased her immensely. After smiling, Lian, amidst the bemused expressions of Ling Long and Wang Shu, leaped to the entrance of the cave and shouted to the beings inside. "Haha, I, Bai Lian, have returned. Little lion, prepare me a water gun." With that, she used her magical powers to release a portion of the water orb above her head, forming a torrent of water that surged into the cave. At that moment, the Heavenly Lion Taoist was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, constantly on the verge of success. Bai Lian's torrent of Sanguang Divine Water provided the final assistance he needed. And the Heavenly Lion Taoist eagerly absorbed the spiritual energy contained within, successfully breaking through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, his heart brimming with joy, hearing Bai Lian's voice from outside the cave. Gratitude filled his eyes, yet he playfully engaged with her. "Who is it? Who has drenched me? Such mischief!" he exclaimed dramatically as he rushed out of the cave, only to find Bai Lian, Ling Long, and Wang Shu. The latter two wearing amused expressions, while the Heavenly Lion was perplexed, unsure of the identities of the two women. "Ha, little lion, it is your Bai Lian returning. I see you have broken through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm." "Splendid," Bai Lian said without reservation, jumping beside the Heavenly Lion and playfully tapping his shoulder while introducing her two disciples. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Lion was taken aback. "Disciples? So they are the Island Lord's students?" He quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Penglai Heavenly Lion Taoist, I greet the two young lords." The beings of Penglai referred to Xiaoyao as the Island Lord, yet they regarded him as their master in their hearts. Thus, the master's disciples were indeed considered young lords. "Please rise, Taoist. My sister is merely playful. Do not take offense," Bai Lian said with a smile. "You two young lords are too polite. I am grateful to young Lord Bai Lian for her assistance. Without her Sanguang Divine Water, I could not have broken through so swiftly," the Heavenly Lion explained earnestly, filled with gratitude. Ling Long and Wang Shu nodded in understanding, well aware of the situation. Given their own status as Great Luo Golden Immortals. By the way, I am Ling Long, and this is my senior sister's disciple, Wang Shu. "Greetings, Fairy Ling Long and Fairy Wang Shu," the Heavenly Lion responded, displaying his keen awareness. "Oh dear, must you be so formal?" Bai Lian remarked, pouting at the Heavenly Lion's overly courteous demeanor. The three, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. 3 Young lords, I have gathered quite a few delicacies over the years. May I invite you to my cave to sample them? The beings of Penglai had been greatly influenced by Xiaoyao. Aside from diligently cultivating, they had adopted his lifestyle, particularly in terms of culinary pursuits. They had even organized a gastronomic festival, reminiscent of modern times, where Xiaoyao would occasionally serve as a judge, offering small rewards in return for his efforts. Thus, the Heavenly Lion often ventured out of Penglai to explore the primordial world in search of fine ingredients, experimenting with dishes to showcase at the festival, a trend that other beings followed as well. The culinary competition had become quite competitive, much to Xiaoyao's astonishment, as many of the dishes crafted by these beings had earned his praise. This was also why Bai Lian enjoyed wandering around Penglai so much. Of course, in exchange for indulging in others' culinary creations, she would often use the Sanguang Divine Water to assist the beings of the island. This endeared her to them, fostering genuine appreciation. "Oh, little lion, have you invented something delicious again?" Bai Lian asked eagerly. In response to my young lord, I have indeed developed a new dish recently, one that the other beings on the island are completely unaware of. The Heavenly Lion replied, leaning in with pride as he shared details of his new culinary creation, with Ling Long and Wang Shu listening with great interest. To his credit, the Heavenly Lion possessed a genuine talent for gastronomy. The new dish captivated the 3 women, who devoured it heartily. Observing this scene, the Heavenly Lion felt immense joy. "Wow, little lion, you are truly remarkable. This dish could undoubtedly win the next gastronomic festival. Is that so?" "How wonderful!" the Heavenly Lion exclaimed in delight, for the champion would receive prizes of exceptional innate spiritual treasures or possibly even a premium innate spiritual fruit, both being top-tier rewards. Should the cultivators of the primordial world learn of this, they would surely be envious, as they fought fiercely over even low-grade innate spiritual treasures, while the beings of Penglai could win exceptional treasures simply by cooking. Then I shall borrow young Lord Bai Lian's auspicious words. If I do win, I shall treat the 3 young lords to a grand feast as a token of my gratitude. "Agreed. I shall hold you to that," Bai Lian replied with a grin. "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word," the Heavenly Lion affirmed. "Very well, then, it is settled. I shall take my 2 junior sisters to explore other places, and you should stabilize your realm after your breakthrough. We will not disturb you further. We shall visit again soon. Yes, I shall see the 3 young lords off." the Heavenly Lion said, watching the three women depart until they were out of sight before turning back to the cave to solidify his cultivation. Before leaving, Bai Lian instructed him to introduce her two junior sisters to the beings in his domain, ensuring they were aware of the situation to avoid any misunderstandings, for the beings of Penglai were quite united when it came to outsiders. Naturally, no beings from outside the island could enter. Did they think the Three Talents formation was merely for show? The three islands are divided into numerous regions by the beings residing within, each overseen by a designated leader responsible for managing the creatures in their respective areas. This arrangement serves to better regulate all beings on the islands and to prevent unnecessary conflicts among them. The Isle of Penglai comprises 7 regions, all named with the character Tian, meaning heaven. Similarly, the Isle of Ingzhou consists of 7 regions, each named with the character Di, meaning earth, while the Isle of Fangzhong also contains 7 regions, all named with the character Ren, meaning human, akin to the Penglai Heavenly Lion. In addition to the Tian Lion, Penglai Island is home to 6 other leaders: Tianxiang, Tianxiao, Tianhua, Tianyao, Tianjin, and Tiandao. Ingzhou Island boasts 9 leaders: Diling, Dichuan, Dixing, Dishu, Diding, Dijue, and Daimi. Fangzhong Island has 9 leaders as well: Renjie, Renwu, Renxian, Renxiu, Refeng, Renyun, and Rentiger. All of them are of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, which can be attributed to their relatively short time of existence. Though they benefit from the supply of Chaos Yuan Qi, their cultivation still relies on their own efforts. When these beings first took form, Xiao had imparted some basic cultivation knowledge to them, as they were unable to comprehend anything too profound, given their origins. Even though they are native to the 3 islands, their innate talents are limited. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as their heights are predetermined by the primordial chaos. These beings either take shape from spiritual beasts or from innate qi, having emerged from the absorption of primordial qi after the 3 islands fell into the chaos. Without the existence of Chaos Yuan Qi and the assistance of Xiaoyao, they would not have been endowed with such fortune. In the trajectory of a past life, there were no beings on the 3 islands capable of attaining sentience and taking form. They ultimately became resources for the cultivators who later occupied the islands, exploited at will. This is also the reason why the beings of the 3 islands referred to Xiaoyao as their master. During this time, Bai Lian, accompanied by Ling Long and Hua Shu, ceaselessly traversed between the 3 islands, their joyous laughter echoing across the islands, much to the distress of the 27 leaders, who shouted in exasperation. However, their shouts bore no ill intent, but rather a hint of joy and gratitude. Over this period, the inhabitants of the 3 islands became aware of the newly emerged young masters, transitioning from initial unfamiliarity to a harmonious camaraderie. Ultimately, the 3 women gathered the 27 leaders together. Additionally, other beings not engaged in closed-door cultivation congregated on a vast platform on Penglai Island, the very place where Xiaoyao had previously imparted teachings to the island's inhabitants, which later transformed into a venue for a culinary festival, a rather refined creation of Xiaoyao. The structure resembled a martial arts stage, often seen in dramas from a past life, albeit more exquisite and comprehensive. It is a grand circular jade platform, with a smaller circular jade platform at its center, reminiscent of the Temple of Heaven from a previous existence. Xiaoyao named it the Dao Platform and the Dao Hall, which harmoniously echoed each other. At this moment, the Dao Platform was filled with beings from the primordial chaos, arranged in orderly circles, while the 27 leaders were evenly distributed, seated on their respective cushions. In the center, Bai Lian, along with her 2 companions, gently floated in the air, seated upon a pristine white lotus, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure known as the 12th rank pure world white lotus. Observing the assembled beings below, Bai Lian momentarily shed her usual lively demeanor, her expression stern, eyelids lowered, embodying a serious countenance. Ling Long and Wang Shu mirrored her solemnity, for Xiaoyao had previously advised them that when imparting teachings, one must maintain an air of seriousness and diligence. After all, conveying teachings is no trivial matter. The consequences of such actions are significant. Today, I, the Celestial Maiden Bai Lian of the Taishian sect, along with my fellow disciples, the Celestial Maiden Ling Long and the Celestial Maiden Hua Shu, shall impart teachings to the beings of the 3 islands for 3,000 years in celebration of our attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. All beings must listen attentively. Upon finishing her proclamation, Bai Lian disregarded the astonished expressions of the beings below and commenced her first discourse. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of all things, while the named is the mother of all things. As the Great Luo Golden Immortal began to speak, the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the heavens, causing blossoms to rain down from the celestial realm and ethereal lotuses to materialize in the void. The beings immediately entered a state of cultivation, eager to grasp the essence of the Tao's voice. In the preceding millennium, Billion elucidated the path of the Golden Immortal. In the following millennium, Wakshu imparted the teachings of the Tai Golden Immortal, and in the final millennium, Linglong elucidated the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This discourse spanned a total of 3,000 years, concluding with an additional 300 years dedicated to resolving the doubts of the beings of the three islands. Throughout these 3,300 years, many beings who had not yet broken through their realms achieved significant progress, with all 27 leaders reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the Great Primordial Golden Immortal, awaiting their return to their respective caves to continue their comprehension and cultivation before achieving that breakthrough. Chapter 13. The final battle approaches. When the 3,300 years elapsed, Balian and her companions disbanded the beings of the three islands, each returning to their homes. The three of them returned to the residence of Xiaoyao within the Taishan sect, embarking on a simple and ordinary life. One day, Xiaoyao summoned everyone. The time has come. I shall take you out to watch a performance. Brother, is it the five great factions preparing for battle? Miaoyan inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she anticipated the situation. Xiaoyao nodded. Indeed, the five great factions have gathered at Zhou Mountain, commencing their final battle. This is the last confrontation of this calamity. We cannot miss it. Really, Master Sherbua, please take us to witness it. Otherwise, they may finish before we arrive. The three girls expressed their excitement to Xiaoyao. Although they enjoyed their time on Palai Island, the prospect of venturing out to witness such a grand spectacle was equally enticing. Very well, let us depart. Without further ado, Xiaoyao produced a blanket and led everyone to soar towards Zhou Mountain in the primordial chaos, at the foot of Zhou Mountain. The five factions occupied their respective positions, their expressions solemn. As a heavy atmosphere enveloped the air, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao had quietly descended upon Zhou Mountain, observing the unfolding scene. Xiaoyao cast a glance at the heavenly Tao, but chose not to concern himself further, instead taking interest in the imminent clash below. At that moment, the leaders of the five factions stood at the pinnacle of the Great Primordial Golden Immortal Realm, mere steps away from breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, they could not take that crucial step. Xiaoyao understood that this was all the doing of the heavenly Tao, which had directly suppressed their opportunities for breakthrough, resulting in their stagnation. This predicament was also a consequence of the karmic burdens they bore. Without such burdens, the heavenly Tao would not have been able to exert such control over them. A misstep leads to further missteps. This aptly describes their plight. They once had favorable outcomes, but their ambitions ensnared them. The ancestors of the three heavens, the ancestor of Kunwu, the ancestor of Panshan, the pure Yin and pure Yang ancestors, and the ancestor of the five elements all fixed their gazes intently upon one another, while their respective armies awaited their final commands. Songtian regarded Kunwu and the others with a cold gaze, his murderous intent palpable as he spoke first. Kunwu, Panshan, pure Yin, pure Yang, and the five elements. It is not too late for you to surrender. Otherwise, my heavenly court shall ensure your demise, leading to your obliteration. Kunwu let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, Songtian, is your mind addled from your cultivation? I suggest you surrender. I could spare your life and allow you to serve as a charioteer in my Kunwu dynasty. Kunwu, do not insult my elder brother. Prepare to meet your end. Qing Tian. Enraged by Kunwu's public humiliation of his most respected elder brother, could no longer restrain his fury. Drawing his exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qing Tian sword, he charged at the ancestor Kunwu, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Kunwu, seeing the situation escalating, did not dare to be negligent, summoning his exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Kunyan Tower, to confront him. He shouted loudly, "You insolent brat, let us see if you possess the capability." Upon witnessing their elders engaging in battle, the soldiers of the Kunwu dynasty and the heavenly court were instantly invigorated. Brothers, follow me into battle against the Kunwu dynasty. Leave no survivors. Attack. The soldiers of the Kunwu dynasty responded to the command. Follow me in slaying the enemies. Two imperial generals, commanding their respective dynasties, instantly issued commands upon witnessing the unfolding situation, and in the blink of an eye, they plunged into battle. This was a clash of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers, with both sides unleashing their full might. The remaining three factions, seemingly in concert, engaged in their own confrontations. The Five Elements dynasty faced the Panshan dynasty, while the Yin Yang dynasty launched an assault on the celestial court. The ancestors of Pure Yin and Pure Yang confronted the ancestors of Song Tian and Huang Tian, marking the inception of a chaotic melee, heralding a new chapter in the primordial world. High above, the battle among the Hunyuan golden immortals intensified. Song Tian wielded a treasured seal, facing the Pure Yang ancestor of the Yin Yang dynasty, who brandished the Pure Yang sword. Both combatants held supreme innate treasures, rendering any advantage from their artifacts moot. Thus, they resorted to their respective divine laws for confrontation. Song Tian practiced a technique known as the Aoshi Sangqiangju, an imperial law cultivation method, which included the celestial seal of heaven and earth. An unparalleled offensive divine art. He cast the seal, which, under the augmentation of his spiritual power, surged toward Pure Yang at breakneck speed, expanding as it approached, ultimately transforming into a colossal seal resembling a mountain, forcefully descending upon Pure Yang. Here it comes. Witness my Taiji Pure Yang sword technique. Pure Yang remained unperturbed, raising his sword to meet the attack, unleashing the Taiji Pure Yang sword technique, infused with the essence of the Pure Yang laws. A resounding boom echoed as the seal collided with the Pure Yang sword, sending a shockwave that rippled outward, instantly cleaving the peaks of distant mountains. Both Song Tian and Pure Yang were propelled backward by the force, retreating several miles before halting, their expressions grave, eyes brimming with combat fervor. Humph, now it's my turn. In a moment of concentration, Pure Yang raised his sword, directing it toward Song Tian, his gaze narrowing as he summoned all his spiritual energy. The immense pressure immobilized the ranks of lesser soldiers below, their faces etched with terror as they turned to gaze skyward. Taiji Pure Yang sword technique. Sunfire burning heaven, Pure Yang shouted, striking the hilt of his sword. Instantly, the Pure Yang sword radiated a dazzling crimson light, blinding the soldiers beneath, who wept blood and clutched their eyes in agony. Song Tian, witnessing this, steeled himself and summoned the celestial seal to hover above his head. Heaven and Earth Sangqiang method. Sangqiang covers the world. As he spoke, the seal glimmered with golden light, forming a circular barrier around him. With a thunderous crash, the red light dissipated, but the Pure Yang sword cracked audibly. Pure Yang's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly retrieved the sword, finding it marred by numerous fissures. Had it not been for the innate brilliance within the treasure, it would have shattered completely. Yet now, it was clearly rendered unusable. Meanwhile, Song Tian was not without his own troubles. The seal above him had dimmed significantly, fissures now marring its surface. If he did not swiftly employ the power of the laws to mend it, even the innate brilliance would not prevent its eventual destruction. Both combatants gazed at their damaged treasures with palpable grief, these artifacts having accompanied them for countless years, now irreparably harmed. Even if repaired, their quality would undoubtedly diminish, falling to the category of superior innate treasures. Their former might greatly reduce in that moment. Their eyes blazed with murderous intent, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding. They stowed their treasures within, and under the full operation of their techniques, the innate spiritual energy surged around them, signaling an impending life-or-death struggle. They reverted to their primal battle forms, the state of innate divine demons. Kill, they roared in unison, unleashing their fundamental powers, charging toward one another with the ferocity of innate demon gods. Their combat was pure, a brutal exchange of blows as they collided and separated repeatedly, the relentless action thrilling the onlookers. Look, this is true combat, a battle for men, Stin Yao exclaimed, eyes glued to the fierce confrontation. Turning to the equally captivated Tian Yuan nodded in agreement, recalling the chaotic era when the 3,000 demon gods battled against Pangu, where the purest laws reigned, simplifying all conflict to its essence. A true clash of principles. Spectacular in its intensity. In contrast, the female spectators, including Miaoyin and her companions, found the brutal nature of the battle less appealing. As girls, they preferred graceful and exquisite techniques, dismissing this raw display as barbaric. Xian Yao and Tian Yuan, however, chuckled, acknowledging their naivety. You girls just don't understand the romance of manhood. They refrained from further argument. After all, countless dramas from their past lives illustrated such themes, beyond Song Tian and Pure Yang. The other ancestors' fights unfolded similarly, leading to the destruction of their treasures and culminating in a visceral melee. The resonating clash of laws echoed throughout the primordial realm, scattering clouds in the heavens with the sheer force of the conflict. The first to fall was the Five Elements ancestor, ultimately bested by the Kunwa ancestor, who delivered a devastating strike to the heart of the Five Elements ancestor. His eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured forth uncontrollably. And Kunwa's law power surged within him, shattering his innate demon body in a cataclysmic explosion. Ancestor, the Five Elements dynasty was engulfed in despair as they witnessed their leader's annihilation. Tears flowed freely, and a wave of sorrow enveloped their ranks, igniting a fervor among the soldiers. Driven by a spirit of martyrdom, they charged recklessly into Kunwu-'s domain, detonating themselves in a final act of vengeance. In the wake of such suicidal assaults, Kunwu-'s forces suffered grievous losses, dwindling to mere remnants. Other dynasties, witnessing this devastation, swiftly converged to eliminate the surviving forces of Kunwu, leading to the obliteration of both the Kunwu and Five Elements dynasties. Coughing, the battered Kunwu ancestor clutched his chest, eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld the carnage. He summoned his remaining essence, rekindling some of his power, unleashing his law force downward, incinerating those who had just vanquished his final remnants. Chapter 14. The Celestial Tao of Four Nines. Having witnessed it all, the Kunwu ancestor glared fiercely at the other ancestors, a manic smirk curling upon his lips. Ha ha. You shall all accompany me in death. Kunwu Laozu's figure surged forth, his entire being enveloped in a frenzied whirl of primordial power, unleashing the forces of the laws without restraint. With a thunderous roar, he charged into the heart of the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, detonating his innate divine demon form, a colossal energy sphere, reminiscent of the cosmic explosion, erupted violently, expanding rapidly. The few surviving ancestors present were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that Kunwu Laozu would choose such a drastic measure. While they were caught off guard, Xiaoyao observed keenly, realizing that in a fleeting moment of distraction, Kunwu Laozu had fallen under the control of the heavenly consciousness concealed above Zhoushan, leading to this frenzied act. It appeared that the heavenly will could hardly contain its impatience. Xiaoyao merely smiled and shook his head, acknowledging that the heavenly will was still too young. This cataclysmic event claimed the lives of the three ancestors, Tain, Huan Tian, and Qi Tian, who accompanied him in death, leaving Kunwu Laozu with no regrets. The soldiers below were utterly obliterated in the shockwave of the self-detonation, plunging the entirety of the primordial realm into a brief silence. The beings outside the battlefield watched in terror, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. An overwhelming dread filled their hearts, the final majesty and terror of the innate demon god indelibly etched in their minds. Even as they became relics of the past, the shadow of that fear would haunt them throughout their lives until their demise. At that moment, Songtian and Chuniang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear, but predominantly an overwhelming sorrow, a poignant sentiment of a rabbit's death and a dog's lament entwined within their hearts. In this final moment, they grasped the profound causality of this calamity. Instantly, they surged forth, charging toward the hidden sanctuary of the heavenly consciousness. The heavenly will, caught unawares, suffered an unexpected blow as Songtian and Chuniang offered no chance for a reaction, detonating themselves in unison. Heavenly will, it is all you're doing. Perish now. The resonance of their furious cries awakened the primordial beings to the revelation that all that had transpired was a scheme orchestrated by the heavenly will. Realizing the intentions of the two ancestors, they hastily concealed their forms, retreating into the shadows. Songtian, I shall assist you in escaping beyond the heavens. Since the heavenly will seeks to collect our primordial essence, I shall deny it that satisfaction. Let us self-detonate our innate demon forms together. As it attempts to absorb my primordial power, seize the moment to flee. Even if it means our essence dissipates into the chaotic void, we must leave a sliver of hope for the beings of the primordial realm. This shall be our final act of redemption for the sins of our past. Very well, let us proceed. If the heavenly will seeks completeness, I shall ensure it does not achieve it. In that fleeting moment of mental communion, they chose the most dignified path to death. Ultimately, they would be consumed by the heavenly will, which would absorb their primordial power to attain its own completeness. Thus, they resolved to fight for a chance at survival for the beings of the primordial realm, fulfilling their responsibilities and dignity as innate demon gods. Above Zhoushan, in the hidden sanctuary of the heavenly consciousness, two horrifying explosions reverberated, while Songtian's primordial power swiftly escaped the primordial realm, breaking free from the oppressive will of the heavenly force, venturing into the chaotic world beyond. However, this chaotic realm was far too formidable for a single strand of primordial power to withstand. Consequently, this essence cast one last lingering glance back at the primordial world before being swept away by the torrents of chaos, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the calamity of the innate demon gods concluded in a tragic demise, under the final gaze of Songtian's waning essence. Meanwhile, the heavenly will seethed in impotent fury, unable to fathom how Songtian's primordial essence had managed to escape. It was well aware that once breached into the chaotic void, it would be irrevocably lost, signifying the heavenly will's destined incompleteness. Could it not substitute with other laws or primordial powers? This was akin to an element composed of various trace elements. Losing even one vital component renders the whole imperfect, akin to a being falling ill. Illness arises from a deficiency or injury within, and if one can locate and replace the missing element, health can be restored. However, this is a heavenly will governing the primordial realm. It cannot exist apart from it. Thus, the escape and disappearance of that primordial power represent a permanent loss, irretrievable, even if Hongjun, as the reincarnated fate demon god, sought to mend the heavenly will, it would prove futile. Hence, the heavenly will must dominate the entirety of the primordial realm, leveraging the calamity of its inhabitants to replenish its lost essence. For Tsangtian's essence was indispensable to the calamity's source. Yet, being a postnatal calamity, it bore the same name but not the same essence. This is why the heavenly will orchestrated numerous calamities, culminating in the unending cycle of destruction within the primordial realm. Of course, this reflects the heavenly will's failure to grasp the profound principles of balance. It remained fixated on suppressing the paths of the primordial beings, rather than realizing that by uniting the heavens, earth, and humanity, it could recover its lost primordial power. Regrettably, the heavenly will ultimately made a grave error in judgment. It should not have incited Hongjun to merge with it, but rather allowed Hongjun to serve as its representative, facilitating the swift revival of the earthly and human paths. Once the three paths united, the primordial realm would flourish, and the restoration of that essence would be a matter of moments. However, the heavenly will was inherently devoid of consciousness and intelligence. Thus, Xiaoyao would not intervene to halt its actions. It was simply the course of destiny. Should Xiaoyao attempt to obstruct such events, the narrative would lose its intrigue, and the tale would reach its conclusion prematurely. Indeed, even though Xiaoyao was now a Taoist master, he bore the responsibilities of great love and selflessness, acknowledging that both the heavenly calamities and the earthly calamities were intrinsic to the cosmic order. Thus, Xiaoyao, as a deity of the natural laws, would not disrupt this order. Yet, as a unique existence imbued with sentiment and empathy, he sought to restore balance, a blessing, a fixation, and an expression of profound love. When one's child errs, though direct admonishment is not feasible, subtle correction remains possible. If the conclusion remained unchanged, Xiaoyao would not impede the unfolding of events. If the primordial realm were to revert to chaos, so be it. There would always be another opportunity. The primordial realm's rejuvenation had officially commenced. At this moment, the heavenly will could only gaze despondently at the primordial barrier, its impotent roars encapsulating its current state. The entire primordial realm resonated with the wrath of the heavenly will, as all beings trembled under its oppressive force, prostrating themselves in earnest supplication for mercy. This celestial will was far too impatient, and thus it faced failure. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he observed the now formed consciousness of the heavenly will, mockingly taunting it. With the heavenly will at a precarious juncture, a sliver of hope remains. What a delightful twist! Why the excitement? Brother, what shall we do now? The show seems to have reached its conclusion, with little left to behold. The consciousness of the heavenly will has fully manifested. The next calamity will be the beastly tribulation of the primordial realm. Though it shall pass swiftly, far less formidable than the calamity of the innate demon gods. However, we can seize this opportunity to capture a few fierce beasts and place them upon the 3 islands of Palai, serving as majestic guardians of the island. Xiaoyao mused, stroking his chin, treating the fierce beasts as mere sentinels. We must find some aesthetically pleasing creatures. I refuse to settle for anything unappealing. Are there any beautiful beasts among them? Miaoyin inquired skeptically. You underestimate the matter. There are indeed a few strikingly beautiful fierce beasts, though they seem yet to be born. It appears we shall have to wait some time, given that the primordial realm is currently at peace without conflict. Let us leisurely explore this realm for a while, perhaps even ascend a mountain for recreation. Upon hearing this, the others found the notion intriguing, nodding enthusiastically in agreement with Xiaoyao's suggestion, with a spirited gesture toward Zhoushan. Xiao declared, let us commence our adventure from this very mountain. Zhoushan, transformed from Pangu's spine, is imbued with his formidable presence and holds the essence of creation. It is bound to harbor numerous spiritual treasures and artifacts. Let us embark on a treasure hunt. I wonder how the creator god would feel knowing we are seeking treasures upon his spine. Miaoyin covered her small mouth, lost in thought, and let out a rather unrefined laugh. Xiaoyao, indifferent, clapped his hands and carelessly remarked, that fellow is completely absorbed in his cultivation within the eternal realm. Besides, This is merely a manifestation of his former chaotic demonic body. He has already been reborn. So what does he care about anything now? This mountain will eventually collapse, so it's better to let us benefit from it now that we are merely ensuring that those spiritual treasures are not lost. This is indeed a good thing. Oh. The four women immediately cast scornful glances at the shameless Xiao Yao and collectively voiced their disapproval. Xiao Yao's face darkened in response, questioning, "What do you mean? I'm acting with the spirit of bravery here." Truly. Ha ha. What if we find the treasure later? Are you all not going to take any? Xiao said with a sidelong glance and a nonchalant tone. Hey, that simply won't do. Those who see it should share in it. Exactly. Master cannot hoard it all for himself. +1. +2. Upon hearing this, the four women immediately expressed their dissatisfaction and began to counter Xiao Yao with righteous indignation. Chapter 1. The remnant of the demon god transforms into a fierce beast. Haha. You little ones, you still have much to learn. How infuriating. You've got me cornered. Ha! The group erupted into laughter, their joyous atmosphere enveloping them. All right, enough of this. Let us proceed. Very well. Xiao Yao led the group down from the flying carpet. Landing at the foot of Zhou Mountain. From above, the mountain appeared rather unassuming, but standing at its base and gazing upward, one could immediately feel the imposing majesty and grandeur of Zhou Mountain. Wow, from this angle, Zhou Mountain truly seems vast and elongated. Huh, what is this wolfish talk? Hearing Bailian's astonished exclamation, Xiao Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, but upon seeing Bailian's innocent expression, he realized he was overthinking it. Ahem, after all, Zhou Mountain is an ancestral mountain of the Primordial era. How could it not be majestic? Xiao Yao coughed lightly, attempting to alleviate his own awkwardness. All right, let us walk and observe. No sooner had he spoken then Bailian eagerly bounded up the mountain, her hands busy plucking flowers. Before long, she had gathered a large bouquet of colorful blossoms, joyfully bounding over to Xiao Yao. Master, could you make me a flower crown? Please, she said, looking up at him with eager, sparkling eyes that made Xiao Yao immediately relent. Gently patting Bailian's little head, he smiled softly. All right, Master will make one for you. Go and gather some more flowers, and I shall craft one for each of you. One sheep is easy to herd, and so is a flock. Though Miaoing and the others said nothing, their furtive glances at Xiao Yao's hand spoke volumes. Okay, Bailian grinned widely, turning to skip away in search of more flowers. This child, Miaoing approached Xiao Yao, her eyes filled with affection as she watched Bailian joyfully collecting flowers. She then fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Yao's hands, eager to see how he would craft the crown. Such pretty and delightful things held an irresistible allure for girls, as could be seen with Ling Long and Hua Shu, who were happily assisting Bailian in her flower gathering. Xiao Yao caught Miaoing's glance, offering a silent smile. He deliberately slowed his movements, allowing her to observe closely. Before long, a charmingly playful flower crown took form in Xiao Yao's hands. Wow, Master is so impressive. This flower crown is beautiful. What do you think? Do you like it? Yes, yes, yes. Bailian loves it. Thank you, Master. Come now. Take it. Master, could you please put it on me? Very well. I shall fulfill your request. Upon hearing this, Bailian joyfully tossed the flowers in her hands to Ling Long and scampered over to Xiao Yao. Raising her little head and smiling sweetly as if waiting to be fed like an adorable little creature. Seeing this, Xiao Yao's lips curled into a gentle smile as he placed the flower crown atop Bailian's head. Instantly, she resembled a flower sprite, gleefully showing off to Miaoing and the others. Xiao Yao merely watched with a paternal gaze, and after receiving praise from everyone, including Tian Yuan, Bailian contentedly hummed an unknown tune, her steps light as she pranced ahead. Noticing the longing expressions on the faces of the other girls as they looked at Xiao Yao, he sighed with a wry smile, his hands moving swiftly as he soon crafted 3 more crowns, which he handed to the 3 women. Their faces lit up with delight. Rolling. Do you want one? Xiao Yao asked, glancing down at Tian Yuan with a mischievous grin. Tian Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering what he would do with such a thing. Why would I want that? I'm not a girl. It doesn't suit me. Huh. I wouldn't want it anyway. It can't be eaten. The glutton's sharp retort left Xiao Yao speechless. Straight man, Xiao Yao remarked blandly, fixing his gaze on Tian Yuan. Tell me, how can you not understand romance at all? How will you ever find a partner in the future? Huh? Tian Yuan looked up at Xiao Yao disdainfully. Hee, Master, didn't you say that women only disrupt one's state of mind? Huh? Did I ever say that? You mustn't slander me. That's a serious offense, you know. Xiao Yao quickly turned the tables, refusing to acknowledge having made such a statement. Tian Yuan, unaffected, even found it amusing. Thus, The two continued their banter as they climbed the mountain, while Miaoying could only shake her head at their childish antics. How old are they? Yet still so immature. However, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Fierce beasts are birthed from the remnants of demon gods, mingled with the primordial turbid chi, devoid of intelligence and unable to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. They symbolize the impurities of the world and are deemed ominous. Many fierce beasts possess grotesque visages, their eyes glowing red and exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Each one is formidable, endowed with an invincible physique that rivals the finest innate spiritual treasures. They do not consume spiritual energy. Instead, they absorb the turbid chi of the universe to temper their bodies. Some of their powerful physiques can even compare to the finest innate treasures, making them quite difficult to contend with. As several epochs passed in the primordial world, fierce beasts emerged in full force, with the most notable being the four great beasts and the beast god, Taotai, Chaos, Xiongqi, and Taowu. Each possesses extraordinary abilities and stands out among the multitude of fierce beasts. The beast god is even more fearsome, born from the fusion of several demon god remnants, boasting combat prowess unrivaled in the current primordial world. Even two of the four great beasts together might struggle to defeat the beast god. Only when all four are united can they hope to contend with it. Each of the four great beasts occupies a region of the primordial world, while the beast god dominates the central territory, establishing its domain amidst the 10,000 great mountains. Fierce beasts thrive on turbid chi, yet they also revel in capturing primal beings as prey to satisfy their hunger. Consequently, under the reign of these beasts, the entire primordial world is filled with cries of despair and suffering, with many tribes sometimes obliterated in the wake of fierce beast assaults. When Xiaonao and his companions occasionally roam and encounter fierce beasts wreaking havoc, they sometimes lend a helping hand. To Xiaoyao. If fate has brought them together, it signifies that their lives are not yet forfeit. One day, they arrived at a certain tribe that was under attack by a fierce beast. However, the strongest cultivator in this tribe barely reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while the fierce beast's physique had already attained the standard of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With the initial cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, it was impossible to breach the fierce beast's formidable physical defenses. Despairing, the cultivator closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, death did not come. Leaving the cultivator somewhat perplexed, perhaps the fierce beast was simply sated, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly speechless, his jaw agape in shock. You dare to slaughter beings indiscriminately, to howl foolishly, and to grow into this form. Take this, a punch from me. Ada, Tianyuan, filled with righteous indignation, leaped atop the fierce beast's head and unleashed a flurry of blows, causing Xiaonao and the others to double over with laughter. Ha ha ha, rolling, could this be your illegitimate child? Ha ha ha. Xiaoao laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, which caused Tianyuan's vision to darken in an instant, his composure shattering. No. It can't be. This creature merely resembles me. It cannot possibly be my illegitimate child. How could there be a fierce beast that looks so much like me in the primordial world? Ah, my innocence is lost. Tianyuan wore an expression of existential doubt, jumping in front of Xiaoyao to loudly defend himself, or rather, to explain, you all must believe me. I truly did not. Yes, we believe you, they chimed in, giggling. Forget it, let it perish. Seeing Miaoying's teasing gaze, filled with playful banter, Tianyuan surrendered, collapsing onto the ground in a lazy sprawl. That being said, Tianyuan Shirshu, Linglong believes in you. Yes, and I, Tianyuan Shirbua, Wangshu also believes in you. Bai Lian raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, all right, since my junior sisters have placed their faith in you, I shall do the same. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan felt increasingly withdrawn, casting a resentful glance at Bai Lian, thinking to himself how he had cared for her all these years in vain. Xianyao, noticing the situation, quickly sought to reassure Tianyuan. Come now, we were merely jesting. Yet, this ferocious beast bears a striking resemblance to you. The Honghuang world is truly remarkable, but what exactly is this creature? Why does that sound so awkward? Ahem, let us not dwell on the details. Gun, regardless of how you look at it, there is a certain similarity between you two. Why not inquire what this creature truly is? With a resigned sigh, Tianyuan, eager to comprehend the situation, reluctantly rose to his feet and approached the trembling beast. With a swift motion, he slapped the beast's face and demanded, speak. What exactly are you? And why do you impersonate my likeness? Answer me quickly, or I shall eliminate you. Tian Yuan's menacing demeanor caused the beast to freeze, its mouth opening and closing in silent panic, sweat beading on its forehead as it regarded Tian Yuan with fear. Terrified that he might decide to obliterate it on a whim. Observing this, the cultivator thought to himself that the beast had likely been so frightened that it had lost its ability to speak. He felt a fleeting sympathy for the creature, recalling how brutal that earlier scene had been, likening the beast to a mere punching bag without any means of resistance. Esteemed seniors, I believe I am familiar with the identity of this ferocious beast. May I offer my assistance in alleviating your concerns? The cultivator adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to Xian Yao and the others. Upon hearing this, Tian Yuan's eyes lit up, for it was an opportunity to prove his innocence. He immediately appeared before the cultivator. Young man, do you know the origins of this ferocious beast? The cultivator, taken aback by Tian Yuan's sudden appearance, was filled with terror and astonishment. He sensed no fluctuations of law emanating from the creature, indicating that it surpassed his understanding and was unfathomably powerful. He hastily took 3 steps back and bowed, saying, Indeed, I am aware. Then speak up. You must be weary from speaking in such a manner. Thank you for your consideration. Now, quickly tell us, what is this creature? Esteemed senior, this beast is a fusion of the bodies of both light and dark demon gods, born from the primordial turbid chi, which accounts for its black and white fur. Additionally, it has a penchant for consuming iron, hence it is commonly known as the iron-eating beast. Xian Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, it truly is an iron-eating beast. He approached the creature, gently stroking its fur. The beast's coat felt as hard as iron, perhaps due to an overindulgence in iron, and there was a coolness to the touch. Yet, to Xian Yao, it felt surprisingly smooth and delightful. A gentle tap produced a metallic clang, which was quite curious. I must say, you are rather large. Can you shrink your form? Xian Yao asked with a smile. The iron-eating beast gazed at the man before it in fright, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Just moments ago, Xian Yao had effortlessly rendered its metallic fur soft and pliable. This level of strength suggested that he was yet another formidable individual, making the beast wonder if it had unwittingly disturbed a hornet's nest. It had merely hoped for a simple meal from a small clan, but had instead encountered these powerful beings. Yet, it complied and shrank down to a height comparable to Xian Yao's calf. The smaller iron-eating beast bore a striking resemblance to Tian Yuan, which piqued Xian Yao's interest. The others, including Miao Yin, felt a similar urge to reach out and touch it, as Tian Yuan seldom allowed them to do so. Xian Yao nodded in approval and turned to Tian Yuan, saying, Gun, this iron-eating beast is quite remarkable. It seems we have a unique connection. Why not take it as your disciple and guide it well? It could pave the way for your own legacy. What do you think? Tian Yuan pondered for a moment. His master and Miao Yin had both taken on disciples, establishing their own legacies. It wouldn't be a bad idea for him to do the same, especially since this iron-eating beast appeared to possess considerable potential, bearing the powers of both light and dark laws. Furthermore, it seemed capable of absorbing metal energy to refine its physique, making it a valuable companion. Very well, this creature seems free of any karmic burdens, which is a good sign. With that, he fixed his gaze on the iron-eating beast and declared, Listen here, young one. I am a chaos beast, having existed since the primordial beginning. Now, seeing your potential and the bond we share, I am willing to take you as my grand disciple. What say you? The iron-eating beast was taken aback, feeling as if it had struck gold. It quickly dropped to all fours and bowed its head vigorously before Tian Yuan, exclaiming, I am willing. Thank you, master, for accepting me as your disciple. Very well, rise. Your posture is rather awkward. Have you already learned to take form? Reporting to master, I am indeed capable of taking form. Then show me. Yes. The iron-eating beast complied without hesitation, transforming into a youth adorned in a black and white Dao robe, standing upright before the group. Good heavens. This resembles a character from a game I played in a past life. Xian Yao gasped, taken aback by the iron-eating beast's transformed appearance, which elicited nostalgic memories. Seeing this, Tian Yuan sighed in frustration and smacked his forehead, while Miao Yin and the other girls erupted into laughter, finding the scene rather amusing. Is this truly how you choose to take form? Hurry up and transform to resemble my master. What are you thinking? You look utterly ridiculous, and this does nothing to aid your cultivation. I can't fathom how you ferocious beasts think. Have you lost your minds? Tian Yuan's exasperation was palpable as he scolded the creature, lamenting the futility of retaining its trivial traits, which only hindered its growth. The iron-eating beast lowered its gaze, Smiling sheepishly, It had grown accustomed to this behavior within its own clan, where such forms were deemed more appealing by other iron-eating beasts. Additionally, it was a point of pride among its kind. However, since its master had given a command, it had no choice but to comply. It certainly did not wish to incur its master's wrath, which could be quite painful. It must be noted that the iron-eating beast was not truly foolish. Its behavior was merely a product of its environment. Thus, it quickly transformed again, this time into a young man wearing a black and white Dao robe. Appearing before the group in a radiant light, Tian Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. This is the correct form for your primordial Dao body. What were you thinking before? The iron-eating beast looked somewhat aggrieved, thinking it was not entirely at fault. The fault lay with the current world. Nevertheless, it kept its grievances to itself. Goodness, what is that expression? You are a grown man. Yet you look so timid and awkward, it's quite revolting. Do you believe I won't discipline you? Act normally. Tian Yuan scolded, swiping at the creature with a claw. Yes, master, I understand my mistake. The iron-eating beast quickly tucked away its thoughts and replied earnestly. This response pleased Tian Yuan, who nodded in approval. Though the creature seemed a bit foolish, it would suffice for now. As your master, I shall give you a name. You cannot simply be called the iron-eating beast. That would not do. Yes, I leave it to master to decide. The iron-eating beast had learned to comply, recognizing that whatever Tian Yuan said was right. Now, let me bestow upon you a name. You shall be called Jin Yuan. Yes, thank you, master, for the name. Jin Yuan expresses gratitude. Tian Yuan nodded, then turned to Xian Yao and asked, Master, what do you think? Sounds good to me. Jin Yuan is a fitting name. Xian Yao agreed, clearly satisfied, relieved to avoid the task of naming the creature himself. Jin Yuan, come here. I wish to introduce you. Following this, Tian Yuan introduced Jin Yuan to Xian Yao and the others. Jin Yuan greeted Xian Yao, Miao Yin, and several senior sisters with utmost respect. Jin Yuan, come here. Allow your master to present you with a welcoming gift. Upon hearing this, Xian Yao produced a top-tier innate spiritual treasure and casually tossed it to Jin Yuan, who was understandably thrilled. Miao Yin followed suit, presenting a similar gift, leaving Jin Yuan utterly exhilarated. What a remarkable welcome gift. Top-tier innate spiritual treasures. What kind of celestial sect have I joined? Suppressing his inner joy, Jin Yuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. All right. Our Taishan sect does not adhere to excessive formality. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our Taishan sect. Understood? Yes, master, I understand. Meanwhile, the nearby cultivator was utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The sudden shift in atmosphere left him bewildered. Moreover, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure was not a trinket. It was astonishing that such a valuable item was so freely bestowed upon a newly initiated disciple. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yao felt a surge of joy within his heart. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed out a supreme innate spiritual treasure, directly handing it to the cultivator, who fumbled to catch it. Mouth agape in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ha! You're quite the lad. Consider this spiritual treasure a reward for the enlightenment you provided us earlier. However, remember that spiritual treasures are merely external aids. True cultivation lies within oneself. You must diligently pursue your cultivation and not become overly reliant on material possessions. That I hope we shall meet again by fate. Having spoken, Xiao Yao did not wait for the cultivator to respond and swiftly departed with his companions. There is nothing amusing left for us here in the primordial world. Chaos is about to ensue again. Let us seek out 3 fierce beasts and return to Palai Island. It's been quite some time since we ventured out. He suggested. Very well, but where shall we find these 3 fierce beasts? Came the reply. Just follow me, and you shall see, Xiao Yao responded, employing his divine powers to lead everyone directly to the realm of the 3 fierce beasts. In a harmonious manner, they captured the 3 beasts before promptly returning to Palai Island. Before them lay the 3 fierce beasts, each appearing despondent in the hands of the young girls. Xiao Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Girls truly have little resistance against such adorable creatures. Miao Yin cradled a pure white 9-tailed fox, lounging comfortably in a recliner while gently stroking the fox's soft fur. Bai Lian was happily petting a pure purple 9-life cat. And Ling Long and Hua Shu were playfully frolicking with a pure golden celestial dog, with the courtyard occasionally echoing with the girls' joyous laughter. Despite their current docile and charming demeanor, these 3 pets had once been ferocious and formidable. each a top-tier beast ruling over their domain. The nine-tailed fox possessed an innate charm, its gaze exuding an irresistible allure that few fierce beasts could withstand. The nine-life cat was imbued with the laws of life and death. While it boasted 9 lives, it was capable of transcending its physical form in moments of peril, using the vitality within the laws of life and death to reconstruct its body, gaining strength with each demise. The celestial dog, as its name suggests, was endowed with the power of devouring, capable of absorbing anything to enhance its own cultivation, and could ultimately consume celestial bodies when sufficiently powerful, though they were naturally capable of transforming into humanoid forms. Miao-Yin and the others preferred their beastly forms, and so, whenever they were at Xiaoyao's residence within the Taishan sect, the beasts willingly remained in their original shapes. Their understanding was endearing. However, their companionship with the girls brought benefits evident from their sustenance, and thus they relished their time, often visiting Xiaoyao Pavilion to play, of course, with Xiaoyao's permission, for otherwise they wouldn't even be allowed near the Taishan sect's entrance. Meanwhile, as the cultivator regained his composure, he found that Xiaoyao had already vanished from sight. Nevertheless, he solemnly held the spiritual treasure aloft and knelt in the direction Xiaoyao had departed. Junior expresses profound gratitude for the bestowed treasure. And I shall heed your esteemed teachings. As Xiaoyao left, a faint smile graced his lips. Brother, what shall we do now? One asked. The fierce beasts have begun their transformation into humanoid forms, Xiaoyao replied, upon returning to Punlai Island. Xiaoyao promptly assigned duties to the 3 beasts. The 9-tailed fox was tasked with guarding Punlai, the 9-life cat with safeguarding Yingzhou, and the celestial dog with watching over Fazhong Island. Throughout the years, they had fulfilled their responsibilities diligently. Although there was little to attend to, their efforts were acknowledged, allowing them the occasional visit to Xiaoyao Pavilion under the pretense of playing with the young masters. Relishing in the consumption of spiritual fruits and wines to enhance their cultivation. Truly a delightful arrangement. A single sip of spiritual wine could equate to years of their cultivation, an exceedingly fortuitous situation. Over the years, their cultivation had soared remarkably, initially focused solely on the laws of the physical body and absorbing the turbid energies of the world. Upon entering the Taishan sect, Xiaoyao treated them equally, imparting the primordial cultivation techniques, enabling their rapid advancement. Now, all 3 beasts had reached the realm of primordial golden immortals. As for Jin Yuan, the disciple of Tian Yuan, his cultivation had flourished even further. Having cultivated on the island, he had already reached the early stage of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, successfully opening his inner chaos, much to Tian Yuan's satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the outer world of the primordial chaos, the dormant chaotic deities had begun to emerge. Among them, Qiankuan, Yin Yang, Yang Mei, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho had all re-emerged, albeit without making any significant moves, for their cultivation levels merely matched that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Far inferior to the fierce beasts that had been active for much longer. At this juncture, the primordial world had been overtaken by powerful fierce beasts, entering an era of dynasties once more. The 4 fierce beasts and the Beast Emperor possessed the most formidable forces, while other powerful beasts each commanded their own territories, aggressively consuming the turbid energies of the heavens and earth. The turbid energies had been nearly depleted, and to further strengthen themselves, they would inevitably resort to devouring the flesh of other fierce beasts, leading to unavoidable conflict, a natural cycle within the primordial realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. And factions inevitably rose and fell, a reflection of the inherent laws of the universe. Only the protagonists had changed. The chaotic deities, including Hong Jun, were moving cautiously through the primordial realm, seeking spiritual treasures to bolster their power. Fully aware that the fierce beasts would ultimately meet their demise, a truth they were not oblivious to. Among them, Qiankuan Taoist possessed the innate treasure, the Qiankuan Ding. Yin Yang Taoist wielded the Taiji diagram. Yang Mei Taoist, lacking any spiritual treasures, relied solely on his mastery of spatial laws to gather all innate objects, rendering the possession of treasures irrelevant to him. Quite a boastful stance indeed. Meanwhile, Hong Jun had not only discovered fragments of the creation jade plate, but had also found formidable treasures such as the Panga banner. Continuously searching the primordial realm for other fragments of the creation jade plate in hopes of reassembling this chaotic treasure. Unfortunately, his efforts had yet to bear fruit. Luo Ho, upon his emergence, sought refuge in the west, discovering a paradise for cultivation, where he stumbled upon the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus, the heavenly demon tower, and his accompanying spiritual treasure, the god-slaying spear, all exceptional artifacts. However, he was unable to retrieve them at that moment. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the primordial realm, all these events were secretly unfolding. Once the calamity of the fierce beasts had passed, they would emerge to make their presence known. The fierce beasts, however, did not keep them waiting long. As the era of fierce beast dynasties commenced their conquest, one dynasty clashed with another, each vying for dominance, resulting in countless casualties among the fierce beasts during this initial confrontation, plunging the entire primordial realm back into an era of chaos and conflict, with cries of battle echoing relentlessly and calamity energy gradually enveloping the skies, leaving Hong Jun and his companions in a state of alarm. The calamity of the fierce beasts had undoubtedly begun. Time was of the essence. Hong Jun gazed skyward from Yujing Mountain, his eyes filled with disdain for the fierce beasts, viewing them as mere slaughtering machines ignorant of the greater cosmic order. Mere scavengers of the turbid energies of the primordial realm, ultimately unable to escape their tragic fate. Indeed, these fierce beasts are formidable, absorbing turbid energies for cultivation, yet this path is hardly righteous, he mused. Ha ha, my dear friend Shinkoin speaks wisely. These fierce beasts cultivate their physical forms while neglecting the laws. It is a case of losing sight of the greater picture for the sake of petty gains. They possess innate laws yet choose not to cultivate them, instead opting for the self-destructive path of absorbing turbid energies to refine their bodies. A truly misguided endeavor. Within a secluded cave, Qianquan and Yin Yang sat opposite each other, their expressions filled with mirth as they observed the battles outside, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Come, my friend Yin Yang, sample this newly acquired spiritual wine. It is a rare treasure I obtained from the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Qianquan offered Dada. I never expected you to possess such a talent, my friend, that I must indulge in this delight. Yin Yang replied that I've heard that this spiritual wine from the Loose Cultivators Alliance is a product of Penglai Island. Indeed, yet I remain perplexed as to the origins of this Penglai Island, for it possesses such extraordinary abilities. Quite so. Over the years, I too have sought this extraordinary force, but despite traversing the entirety of the primordial realm, I have found no trace of it, a true mystery. Yin Yang spoke with a tinge of regret. This spiritual wine was a rare find in the primordial realm, capable of enhancing one's cultivation while gradually deepening their understanding of the laws, a remarkably potent elixir. I suspect this force must be substantial. Perhaps we should refrain from probing too deeply, lest we inadvertently entangle ourselves in unforeseen consequences. After all, we are merely newly awakened chaotic deities. Our strength pales in comparison to before. It would be prudent to exercise caution, and should we chance upon individuals from Penglai in the future, we might establish a friendship. That I received word from the Loose Cultivators Alliance that the denizens of Penglai Island are kind and just. Venturing into the primordial realm seemingly in search of culinary delights, this truly baffles me. We cultivators have long relinquished such earthly desires. I cannot fathom why the cultivators of Penglai Island are so fixated on food. Could there be some deeper significance behind this? The Taoist of heaven and earth furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. The Taoist of Yin and Yang also expressed a hint of surprise. Logically speaking, as cultivators, they should have long been able to attain the state of fasting, rendering such postnatal foods utterly devoid of significance for them. Moreover, it seemed somewhat absurd to be concerned with trivial matters while overlooking the grander opportunities. Little did they know that what appeared utterly useless to them represented a monumental opportunity for the denizens of Penglai Island. Have they ever encountered such exquisite innate spiritual treasures, fragrant and freshly baked? In an era where even the lowest grade innate spiritual treasures are a rarity among the cultivators of the primordial world, nearly every inhabitant of Penglai Island possesses such treasures, a testament to their remarkable circumstances. Ah, but why dwell on it? I have heard that in 10,000 years, Penglai Island will host a grand conference on the Tao, inviting many virtuous figures from the primordial realm to participate. Among them, the upper echelons of the Loose Cultivators Alliance will surely attend at that time. We can join them to explore the mysteries of Penglai Island and discern its true nature. Indeed, my friend, let us venture forth together then. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, the Taoist Hongjun was diligently contemplating the chaotic jade disk. Gazing at the chaotic jade butterfly floating before him, Hongjun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ever since acquiring the butterfly, he had devoted countless days and nights to its study, yet the method eluded him, leaving him disheartened. No wonder it is a treasure born of the Panga great deity. Its profundities are truly challenging to comprehend. What must one do to unravel its mysteries? If only I could grasp the laws contained within the chaotic jade butterfly, my cultivation would surely surpass that of any other, and ascending to the realm of the Primordial Supreme would no longer be an arduous task. However, as the heavenly Tao now governs the primordial world, the cultivation of the laws has become increasingly arduous. Must I truly embark on an alternative path? The messages conveyed by the heavenly Tao, are they truly feasible? For a moment, Hongjun found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion that he sensed the impending calamity of the innate demons and understood the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao. This, in fact, presented an opportunity. However, should he choose to align himself with the heavenly Tao, it would become exceedingly difficult to transcend it in the future, effectively binding him to the primordial realm for eternity. Yet, if he were to assist the heavenly Tao in its ascent, he might leverage its power to transcend the primordial world and embark upon the path of the primordial Tao anew. Alas, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Hongjun was acutely aware of this. From what he understood, aside from himself, the likes of Qianquan, Yinyang, Yangmei, and Lu had all recently revived. Should he refuse to collaborate with the heavenly Tao, it is possible that the other demon gods would seize the opportunity before him, leaving him with no chance whatsoever. Presently, the heavenly Tao's cultivation stood at the pinnacle of the primordial infinite great Luo golden immortal. Unless he could surpass this level, he would remain shackled by its constraints, unable to break free from the primordial realm and venture into the chaotic cosmos to reclaim the path of the primordial Tao. However, the primordial world is already under the dominion of the heavenly Tao, and aspiring to cultivate the primordial Tao has become exceedingly arduous. Achieving the laws necessary for the primordial great Luo golden immortal is akin to scaling the heavens, for the heavenly Tao will not easily permit the cultivators of the primordial world to tread upon this path of defiance. Indeed, the heavenly Tao itself embodies the aggregate of the primordial world's laws. Striving to cultivate the path of the laws equates to competing for resources against the heavenly Tao. Moreover, once these resources are lost, they are exceedingly difficult to recover. Thus, the heavenly Tao will not allow such occurrences. In truth, the heavenly Tao could directly annihilate these demon gods, yet the principle of fairness prevails. The heavenly Tao operates under the scrutiny of the great Tao. To unjustly eliminate a demon god would be perceived as a violation of fairness, and should the heavenly Tao act without cause, it would undoubtedly face retribution in the form of a bolt of divine retribution, obliterating its consciousness. At that point, the heavenly Tao would become a mere embodiment of unfeeling rules. Such causality is something even the heavenly Tao would not dare to provoke. Hence, it can only enact changes within the framework of the great Tao. Engaging in a game of rules, this is the essence of calamity, reflecting upon the calamity of the innate demon gods and the current calamity of ferocious beasts, as well as the calamity of dragons and phoenixes. They all share a commonality. They cultivate the path of the primordial Tao, a path that defies the heavens. Would the heavenly Tao permit this? Certainly not. Yet, it cannot directly extinguish everything. Hence, it can only use these beings to destroy themselves, essentially. I kill myself, and thus it is inconsequential, as long as the heavenly Tao does not intervene directly. After all, within the rules of the great Tao, the law of survival of the fittest is the most natural of principles, making mutual destruction under such rules entirely commonplace, is it not? Chapter 4. The calamity of ferocious beasts. As the calamity of ferocious beasts unfolded, the heavenly Tao's choice of Hongjun was fundamentally rooted in his identity as the demon god of destiny. The law of destiny aligns harmoniously with the essence of the heavenly Tao and, to a certain extent, can supplement the primordial power of the heavenly Tao. Although it cannot perfectly fill the void, it can at least elevate the heavenly Tao, enabling it to better govern the primordial realm. Thus, Hongjun currently has no other path to pursue, for his cultivation revolves around the law of destiny. The great Tao is predestined. Why is it that among all the cultivators of the primordial world, only Yangmei ultimately transcended and achieved the status of primordial great Luo golden immortal? This is entirely because Yangmei cultivates the laws of space, which, when perfected, become exceedingly elusive even to the heavenly Tao, and Yangmei consciously evades the heavenly Tao's scrutiny. Do not be misled by the fact that Yangmei currently stands at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. His comprehension and application of the laws of space are of a monstrous caliber. If he genuinely wishes to conceal himself, even if one were to scour the entire primordial realm, he would remain undetectable. A master of evasion, Hongjun gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes that he had made his decision to cooperate with the heavenly Tao and tread the precarious path of cultivation, given this opportunity. Hongjun should not let it slip away. The law of destiny is not merely about controlling the fates of others. First and foremost, one must immerse oneself in the stream of destiny to fully master the path of fate. Otherwise, if one cannot even grasp their own destiny, what right do they have to control the destinies of others? It is akin to the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha's vow. If I do not enter hell, who will? To obtain something, one must first seek to understand and approach it. It is as simple as that. Upon receiving Hongjuan's information, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao flickered, and a powerful force of the heavenly Tao surged from the void into the chaotic jade disk. Streams of law power erupted from the disk, directly infusing themselves into Hongjuan's consciousness. In an instant, Hongjun was enveloped in a radiant aura of multicolored light, appearing exceedingly divine. In the celestial pavilion, Xiaoyao sensed this spectacle and sighed. It seems that Hongjun has indeed chosen this path. The great Tao is impartial. If he persists in the primordial Tao, he might still transcend the heavenly Tao. Alas, Hongjun is too stubborn and overly fixated on the chaotic jade disk. Truly, his fortune and misfortune are entwined with this disk. Miaoyin, bewildered, inquired, "Brother, if Hongjun were to abandon the chaotic jade disk and solely cultivate the law of destiny, could he still transcend the heavenly Tao and attain the status of primordial great Luo?" With a chuckle, Xiaoyao replied, "Do you not wonder why only Hongjun could discover the fragments of the creation jade disk? Of course, now it has been transformed into the chaotic jade disk by the heavenly Tao. The name itself reveals its meaning. You really believe the heavenly Tao would be so benevolent?" Xiaoyao sneered, his tone laced with endless sarcasm towards the heavenly Tao. He understood full well that this was merely a rudimentary tactic, akin to those companies in his previous life that made grand promises. The heavenly Tao is akin to a company's founder, while Hongjun serves as the executive director summoned to assist in managing the company. All the good and bad tasks are delegated to Hongjun, while the heavenly Tao comfortably reaps the benefits from behind the scenes. Naturally, as an executive director, Hongjun would also enjoy certain perks. However, one must grasp a fundamental truth. Do you think a company's founder would willingly relinquish control of their enterprise? Would they allow themselves to lose authority over the company? Such a scenario is utterly implausible. Ultimately, Hongjun is merely a victim of the heavenly Tao's deception, a quintessential employee out of course, even though Xiaoyao is aware of this. He chooses not to intervene, merely enjoying the spectacle. After all, these developments are generally beneficial. A company cannot thrive without good management. Although Hongjun may exhibit occasional self-interest, overall, he is still commendable. Moreover, the vast primordial realm cannot go unmanaged. Otherwise, it would lead to chaos. Just think back to the calamity of the Wu and Yao, which nearly tore the primordial realm asunder. Should the primordial realm cease to exist, what could be discussed further? There would be nothing left. In conclusion, this situation ultimately yields more benefits than drawbacks, and it is indeed favorable for the future development of the primordial realm, something Xiaoyao is pleased to witness. It appears the heavenly Tao possesses some wisdom after all, Xiaoyao remarked. He shot a glance at the heavenly Tao, noting, "It is the heavenly Tao. It must possess some capabilities. Would it be like those novels from my previous life, where cultivators effortlessly obliterate worlds or commit acts of defiance against the heavens? From my current perspective, it merely signifies that those worlds' heavenly Taos are nothing more than a set of rules or a program. In comparison to the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm, they are entirely on different levels. Enough of that. Let's focus on the ferocious beasts. The calamity of ferocious beasts is also drawing to a close." With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyao conjured a massive screen once more. Several disciples, upon seeing this, instinctively reclined on their chairs, watching the captivating performance displayed on the grand screen. They're starting to fight. "Junior sister, look quickly. That hideous giant is the beast god. Wow, it really is quite ugly. And those 4 ferocious beasts too. They resemble grotesque caricatures. Have your focuses strayed, perchance?" "Humph, it was indeed so. Dear brother, girls are simply like that. One merely needs to grow accustomed to it." Miaoyin, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, looked at the visibly dejected Xiaoyao and couldn't help but laugh, albeit rather unkindly. "Oh, very well, I suppose I have spoken out of turn," Xiaoyao said, shaking his head in exasperation, Attempting to reason with a little girl seemed rather foolish. In the primordial world, various factions had already commenced their brutal conflicts. The battles of the fierce beasts were nothing short of a pure aesthetic of violence. Engaging in combat with their very forms, when they vanquished their opponents, they would simply swallow them whole, absorbing the earthly impurities contained within their flesh to augment their own strength. The laws embodied within those bodies were unceremoniously devoured by the heavenly Tao, thereby bolstering its own foundational power. These primordial energies, after undergoing a unique transformation by the heavenly Tao, would eventually give rise to the sages and the primordial purple energy that would later emerge. The fierce beasts engaged in combat without a hint of unnecessary dialogue. It was purely a melee, and by the end, the distinctions between friend and foe had blurred entirely. The remnants of rational thought within their minds were obliterated by the stench of blood and death. In that moment, they were nothing more than beasts locked in a relentless struggle, fighting to the death. Of course, there were influences from the calamity drawn by the heavenly Tao, but ultimately, it was merely the result of the fierce beast's ignorance of fate. These fierce beasts were inherently suited to the primordial world, and to stabilize its development, they would inevitably face reckoning. Everything the heavenly Tao orchestrated was within the realm of order and thus entirely reasonable. It presented Xiaoyao and his companions with a spectacular display of primal warfare. Xiaoyao and Tianyuan were thoroughly engrossed, with even the nine-tailed fox, the nine-lives cat, and the celestial dog becoming fervently animated. After all, they too belonged to the ranks of fierce beasts and were easily swept up in the emotions of the moment. Consequently, the three beasts found themselves blushing and panting, their limbs restless. Yet they were firmly held in the embrace of Miaoyin and the others, unable to break free. "Behave, or I shall singe your fur," Bai Lian admonished in a soft voice. "Woo woo woo." The three beasts gasped in surprise, their senses immediately sharpening as they lowered their heads in submission, no longer daring to gaze upwards. Xiaoyao chuckled at the sight, entirely unconcerned. Such a scenario was quite normal, considering they were all fierce beasts. As long as they were in the primordial world, under the influence of calamity, any fierce beast would exhibit some reaction. Even if they were on Panlai Island, the karmic ties within their bloodlines would still exert some influence, albeit a trivial one for those situated on Panlai Island. Xiaoyao raised his hand, conjuring 3 streams of divine water, which he infused directly into the bodies of the 3 beasts, dispelling the fiery energy within them. Much to their gratitude, they were not fools. Observing the scene unfolding on the grand screen, they realized that if they ventured out to join the fray, there would be no return. They had no desire to relinquish their current blissful existence. "Enough, you need not watch any longer. It serves you no benefit. Return to your dwellings and meditate in seclusion until the calamity passes. Then you may emerge," Xiaoyao instructed. The 3 beasts nodded eagerly, and the girls released their hold, allowing them to depart from Xiaoyao's abode. In matters of great significance, they were quite clear-headed. This battle did not endure for long. After all, it was a melee, with combat occurring in the blink of an eye. As fierce beasts were consumed and vanished, only the beast god and the 4 fierce beasts remained standing. However, these 5 beasts were already at their wits' end, yet the ferocity in their eyes showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, their momentum had intensified, having consumed countless fierce beasts at this moment. Their physiques were comparable to the treasures of innate origin, the mightiest treasures beneath the heavenly Tao, should they succeed in devouring the remaining 4. It was entirely possible for their bodies to ascend to the level of chaotic spiritual treasures, akin to the realm of the primal chaos golden immortal. At that point, they could transcend the heavenly Tao and break free from the confines of the primordial world, journeying to the chaotic starry skies, wherein lay their ultimate sanctuary. Alas, everything is dictated by fate, and not even the beasts can escape its grasp. These 5 fierce beasts, now maddened by bloodlust, fought amongst themselves, each biting and ramming into the others, depleting one another's strength. Ultimately, the 5 beasts collided with one another, resulting in a veritable rain of flesh and blood falling from the heavens. The calamity of the fierce beasts concluded dramatically, leaving the cultivators hidden in the shadows of the primordial world somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated a grand climactic battle among the last 5 fierce beasts, expecting it to last for centuries. Yet it ended rather abruptly. Much to their astonishment, as the calamity dissipated, the skies cleared, and a gentle rain fell, signaling the end of the tumult. Observing this, Xiaoyao dismissed the grand screen. Well, there is nothing more to behold. We are now entering another period of restoration in the primordial world. Let us prepare for the Tao conference in 10,000 years. Many hidden cultivators will certainly make their presence known. And we must not allow the reputation of our Penglai Taishian sect to falter. Chapter 1. The Penglai Grand Assembly Linglong. You shall preside over this Tao conference. The beings from the three Tao are at your disposal. Wang Shu, Bai Lian, and Jin Yuan, as disciples of the Taishian sect, assist Linglong in ensuring the success of this event, that we cannot afford to tarnish the image of our Taishian sect. This will be our formal debut in the world. So it must be executed flawlessly. Xiaoyao spoke to his disciples with a cheerful demeanor, himself indifferent to such matters. However, as a Taoist lord, he recognized the importance of the Penglai Tao conference, which he had advocated for. While he did not personally care, his disciples would eventually represent the Taishian sect in the primordial world. Lacking a certain level of prestige would be rather unbecoming. Noticing the anxious expressions on his disciples' faces, Xiaoyao reassured them, there is no need to be overly nervous. You may seek assistance from the leaders of the three islands, as they possess the necessary experience. Yes, Master, we understand and will not disappoint your expectations. Ah, splendid. You may leave now and begin making arrangements. Remember to send invitations to the cultivators in the primordial world. We must maintain decorum. Understood, Master. The disciples promptly departed from Xiaoyao's abode, although there were 10,000 years until the event. Such a span of time would pass swiftly in the primordial world. A mere seclusion could consume a millennium. Additionally, there were countless details that required organization to accommodate the multitude of cultivators within the primordial world. The Scattered Cultivators Alliance alone would bring in no fewer than 3,000 cultivators. They could not simply be left to find their own lodgings, as that would be quite ungracious. Linglong possessed a modicum of organizational ability. She first convened a meeting with the leaders of each region from the three islands at the Tao platform. Esteemed friends, as per our Master S instructions, a Tao conference will be held on Penglai Island in 10,000 years. Aimed at promoting the cultivation paths of the primordial cultivators, we will cordially invite virtuous individuals from the primordial world to participate, allowing for mutual verification and sparring. The grand prize shall be an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, with subsequent rewards for the top 3 participants. To encourage innovation in the cultivation of Tao and Law, additional rewards will be offered, including chaotic spiritual fruits, enlightenment tea, and the unique 100 fruits wine from Penglai Island. With the beings of Penglai Island also permitted to participate. Friendship first, competition second. The Penglai Tao Conference merely provides a platform for exchange and trade among primordial cultivators that I hope all esteemed friends will assist us in realizing this grand undertaking. Linglong expressed her gratitude. You are too kind. As beings from the three Tao, we shall do our utmost. Indeed, Linglong, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall ensure that the event is conducted with the utmost grandeur, so that the island master may rest easy. Then I shall thank you all on behalf of our master. Oh dear, such flattery is far too much. The leaders of the three islands quickly stood, bowing in modesty, for they could hardly accept such praise. Seeing this, Linglong paid it no mind and continued with the arrangements. Very well, I shall begin organizing the matters. First, the leaders of Penglai Island shall be responsible for crafting the invitations. Our master has instructed that we may utilize the unique chaotic jade from Penglai Island for this purpose, while the guest list will be handed over by my junior sister, Wang Shu. The leaders of Penglai Island responded. Yes, we are at your command. Next, the redesign and construction of the Tao platform shall be overseen by the leaders of Yingzhou Island, with my senior sister Bai Lian providing guidance on improvements. The leaders of Yingzhou Island replied. Yes, we are at your command. Thirdly, the resting areas shall be constructed by the leaders of Fangzhong Island, and I will personally lead the team to select the locations and styles. The leaders of Fangzhong Island affirmed. Yes, we are at your command. All right, Ji Yuan, you will be responsible for preparing various refreshments for the guests at the conference. Our master has authorized you to bring along being skilled in the culinary arts from the three Tao to gather ingredients from the orchard and seek out provisions in the primordial world. You will lead this endeavor. Understood, senior sister. Jin Yuan is ready. Jin Yuan nodded in agreement, for this matter had long been discussed by Xiaoyao with them. Collecting spiritual fruits from the orchard was a trivial task. The primary concern was to bring along 3 living beings to the primordial chaos in search of ingredients. His main role was to provide protection, as the primordial chaos was indeed perilous. With Jinyuan's current cultivation level as a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, he was more than capable of fulfilling this protective role. Very well, time is of the essence. Let us commence our preparations. We shall reconvene here a century before the Tao discussion conference to discuss the specific details. He declared. In unison, the others responded, indeed. As they made their way back to report to Xiaoyao, Beilian gazed up at her junior sister with admiration. Wow, Linglong, you were so impressive just now. Linglong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied. Beilian, please don't say such things. I was merely doing my part. Wangshu, noticing Linglong's rosy complexion, brightened up and playfully touched her cheek, teasing, look at you, sister, blushing like that. You were genuinely quite commanding. Master will surely praise you upon hearing this. Really? Do you think so? I was worried that I might not perform well and disappoint Master, Linglong said anxiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her small hands nervously gripping her skirt, resembling a little girl. Which left Jinyuan momentarily dazed. Is this truly the same sister who was so dignified and valiant just moments ago? He thought. Fear not, sister. You are truly remarkable. Do you not know? You must be more confident. Yes, you are the best, junior sister. As your senior, I must applaud you. Beilian chimed in with a giggle. Hearing her 2 companions speak so favorably of her, Linglong couldn't help but smile, content in the knowledge that she had not let Master down. After all, this was the first task Master had entrusted to her, and she sincerely wished to meet his expectations. The 3 girls skipped along, their laughter ringing out as they headed towards Xiaoyao Pavilion to report their progress. Meanwhile, Jinyuan dutifully trailed behind them, his gaze filled with envy, pondering why he could not be a girl instead. Master, we have returned, and I have made all the necessary arrangements, he announced. Indeed, Master, you have no idea how impressive junior sister Linglong was just now. I am in awe, Beilian exclaimed. Before Linglong could finish her sentence, Beilian eagerly rushed to Xiaoyao, chattering away and singing her praises. Reclining comfortably in a lounge chair, Xiaoyao listened with a smile, feeling quite pleased. He was well aware of the events that transpired on the Tao platform. You little one, what rewards do you seek? Master will surely fulfill your wishes, he said, easily discerning Beilian's intentions. Unfazed, Beilian quickly beamed at Xiaoyao. Hiki, Master, you said it yourself. I desire a beautiful spiritual treasure. Xiaoyao remained silent for a moment before turning to Linglong and the others, inquiring, and what about you 3? Without hesitation, they expressed their desires for spiritual treasures as well. Seeing this, Xiaoyao promptly produced 4 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, along with 1 supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, which he designated for Ji Yuan, who had also reached the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm. The reason for not bestowing more chaotic treasures was that their current cultivation levels could only accommodate 1, and having too many would be counterproductive. Moreover, they had yet to fully refine even one of the supreme chaotic treasures. Come, Jinyuan, as you have now attained the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm, it is tradition within the Taishan sect to reward disciples who reach this level with a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure. With that, Xiaoyao handed Jinyuan a staff-shaped spiritual treasure. Jinyuan accepted it with wide eyes, bowing gratefully to Xiaoyao. This staff is known as the Hunyuan Light and Dark Scepter, a supreme chaotic spiritual treasure. Refine it well, as it will greatly aid your future cultivation. Afterward, he tossed Jinyuan another supreme innate spiritual treasure. This is the supreme innate treasure, Sun and Moon Diagram, which encompasses a miniature world. Take your time to comprehend it. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. Jinyuan expressed sincerely. No need for such formality. This treasure is also an offensive one. Make good use of it, Xiaoyao replied. Then without further ado, he handed each of the 3 girls a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Beilian received a cloud of 9 colors, which, while not particularly practical, was visually stunning and could be used as a mount. Possessing inherent stealth and speed properties, she was elated with her gift. Linglong received a hairpin named the Sky-Breaking Pin, capable of effortlessly dismantling any celestial formation, a rare treasure indeed. Upon receiving it, she promptly adorned her hair with it. Finding it remarkably fitting, Wangshu was gifted a jade belt known as the Nine Heavens Ethereal Jade Belt, an offensive artifact that gracefully floated around her, exuding an ethereal aura that beautifully complemented her celestial demeanor. Well then, you have received your rewards. Now, off you go to attend to your own matters, Xiaoyao concluded. All right then, master, we shall take our leave. You may continue to relax, Balian said playfully, as she tugged at her companions to depart. Ah, this little rascal is quite adept at shedding her burdens, Xiaoyao chuckled, watching Balian dart away. Miaoying stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Isn't this a result of your own indulgence? You deserve it, Xiaoyao retorted. Hey, are you two not the same? My lord, you cannot place the blame on us. Just look at yourself, treating little Balian like a daughter. You're a full-blown daughter slave, Tianyuan remarked, turning over without even opening his eyes. Xiaoyao was left speechless, promptly delivering a light smack to Tianyuan's head, causing him to leap up and engage in playful banter, leading to a delightful scene that left Miaoying in stitches. Chapter 2. The issuance of invitations. Time passed swiftly, and the task of issuing invitations was completed first. The beings from the three islands were quite cooperative, actively participating and making significant progress. Balian also provided the list of recipients to the person in charge, directing them to send beings to the primordial chaos to deliver the invitations. On this day, the three islands dispatched a total of 3,000 beings, each at the Luo Jinxian level, who flew from the three islands to various regions of the primordial chaos, invitations in hand. The Loose Cultivators Alliance had long since vacated the land of the primordial chaos, establishing a new base on a series of islands overseas. Over the years, they had meticulously organized their overseas domain, with various palaces arranged in an orderly fashion. The center, they had constructed a great hall for discussions, where the alliance's administrators would typically convene. The being sent to deliver the invitations was the Penglai Celestial Lion, affectionately referred to as Little Lion by Balian. This time, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian, and he was on the verge of stepping into the Hunyuan Jinxian realm. Due to his frequent visits to the Loose Cultivators Alliance for exchanges and news, he was well acquainted with the administration there and naturally volunteered to undertake this task. Upon entering the Loose Cultivators Alliance, the Celestial Lion made a beeline for the Great Hall. Are Aoki, Sangsong, and Baiwa present? The Penglai Celestial Lion has come to pay a visit. Is that the Penglai Celestial Lion? Aoki, who had been meditating, opened his eyes upon hearing the voice and turned to Sangsong and Baiwa. Indeed, it is the Celestial Lion. I wonder why he has come to our Great Hall so openly? Yes, he usually arrives quietly. What could be the reason for his grand entrance this time? The three mused, exchanging knowing smiles, and promptly rose to greet him, aware that such a display likely indicated an important matter. Haha. Welcome, Celestial Lion. What brings you to the Loose Cultivators Alliance? Aoki, as the representative, inquired, bowing slightly. The Celestial Lion arrived swiftly, halting before the trio with a friendly smile. My dear friends, it has been a while. I come bearing an invitation. Celestial Lion, you are too modest. Have you come with important news? Aoki responded, as their familiarity allowed for straightforward conversation. The Celestial Lion chuckled heartily, retrieving 3 elongated jade tablets that emanated chaotic energy. The front bore engravings of the 3 islands, while the reverse displayed a formation rune, an entrance rune for the Sankai formation, serving also as a means of identification. Quite ingenious. In the current primordial chaos, written language had yet to emerge. Xiaoyao aimed to leverage the upcoming Penglai Dao discussion conference to disseminate the principles of the Great Dao, fostering the advancement of all matters in the primordial chaos. My friends, the Lord of the 3 islands of Penglai has specially invited you to attend the Dao discussion conference, and I have been entrusted to deliver this invitation. The eyes of Aoki and his companions narrowed in surprise as they were suddenly struck by the revelation that the master of Penglai Island, a figure shrouded in mystery, had unexpectedly emerged. Their astonishment. This enigmatic figure was not only making an appearance, but was also grandly hosting a Dao discussion conference. Despite their own cultivation having reached the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they could not underestimate the significance of Penglai Island. After all, they had encountered numerous beings of considerable power from Penglai Island, all of whom had attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, having witnessed at least 1,000 such individuals. Moreover, these beings, born through the transformation of the innate from the acquired, inherently possessed a weaker foundation. Yet, under such circumstances, they had managed to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, a phenomenon that was nothing short of miraculous. The inhabitants of Penglai Island were also remarkably united. When one faced adversity, they would rally support from all directions. With so many great Luo Golden Immortals converging, even Hunyuan Golden Immortals would find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. Furthermore, although the beings emerging from Palai Island were of the great Luo Golden Immortal tier, their cultivation techniques were of a significantly higher caliber, undoubtedly crafted by a powerful entity, the master of the island himself. Contemplating the fact that the techniques created by the master could elevate these beings to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, they could not help but wonder about the master's own cultivation level. It was conceivable that the master had already attained the status of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. With this thought in mind, the three exchanged glances and promptly approached to respectfully accept the invitation. We three shall certainly comply with your request. Please convey our gratitude to the master. We will undoubtedly attend. Haha, there is no need for you three to be so anxious. My master will not harm you. He simply perceives that the progress of the Hongwang cultivators in their understanding of the Tao of cultivation has been somewhat sluggish, hence his desire to invite virtuous individuals from Hongwang to Palai Island for a joint discussion to enhance the path of cultivation. Moreover, my master holds great expectations for your scattered cultivator alliance, so you need not worry. Of course, each of you may bring 10 companions along with the invitation you hold. Well then, I shall not linger any longer. I have other invitations to distribute. Until we meet again, I shall await your esteemed presence at Palai Island. After speaking, Tianshi clasped his hands in farewell and, without waiting for the three to respond, swiftly departed towards other areas of the scattered cultivator alliance. This Tianshi remains as carefree as ever. His disregard for formalities truly exemplifies the demeanor of a transcendent being, embodying a sense of freedom and ease that seems inherent to the denizens of Palai Island. Watching Tianshi's retreating figure, the three were filled with envy. Let us proceed inside to discuss how we shall approach this matter. Agreed. Aoki tightened his grip on the invitation the moment he grasped it. He sensed its extraordinary nature. With Tianshi having departed, he quickly summoned Song Song and Bai Hua to enter the great hall and deliberate on their next course of action. They were certainly going to attend, but they needed to decide who among the additional 10 individuals to bring along. Furthermore, they needed to ascertain the true significance of the invitation in their possession. However, they were convinced that this item would greatly aid their cultivation. Even in just a short time, they felt the long-repressed bottleneck within them beginning to loosen, leaving them astounded by its formidable capabilities. Aoki, if I am not mistaken, this invitation is crafted from chaos jade. Imbued with a rich concentration of chaotic essence, the intricate formation engraved on its reverse side is exceedingly profound, beyond my comprehension. Indeed, Song Song, you are correct. It appears that Palai Island has chosen to reveal its strength in a manner that is truly astonishing. This raises questions about the extent of Palai Island's power. Indeed, the entirety of Hongwang has long been devoid of chaotic essence, let alone chaos jade. The foundation of Palai Island is remarkably profound, far beyond what our scattered cultivator alliance can compare to. Haha, this is indeed a fortuitous event. With such an esteemed elder wishing to guide the cultivators of Hongwang, it will undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the future development of Hongwang. We should discuss whom to bring along. That is a good point. However, judging by Tianshi's demeanor earlier, there are likely others within the scattered cultivator alliance who have also received invitations. Once Tianshi departs, we should gather all those who have received invitations to deliberate together. Upon hearing this, Aoki concurred, recognizing the merit in the suggestion. Let us proceed as Bai Hua suggests. This is a significant opportunity for our scattered cultivator alliance, and we must not underestimate it. We understand. Having reached a consensus, the three silently entered a state of cultivation, each holding their invitation. They anticipated that it would take some time for Tianshi to leave the scattered cultivator alliance, and they aimed to maximize their time by utilizing the chaos jade for cultivation. They could not be certain whether the chaos jade would still belong to them after they ventured to Palai Island. After departing from the Great Hall, Tianshi made a grand tour through the various palaces of virtuous individuals within the scattered cultivator alliance, distributing over 100 invitations. Upon completing this task, he left the scattered cultivator alliance to continue his distribution elsewhere. The Earth Spirit of Yingzhou was tasked with locating the hidden cultivators within the Hongwang continent, following the list provided by Bai Lian. The Earth Spirit promptly arrived at the location of Hongjun. As the Earth Spirit approached Yujing Mountain, Hongjun sensed his presence and furrowed his brow. He had not thought of this cultivator for a long time, and as he perceived the Earth Spirit's aura, he realized that this individual was at least at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, Hongjun remained composed, as he felt no hostility emanating from the Earth Spirit. On the contrary, the Earth Spirit exuded a calm and just aura, indicative of a virtuous being. Thus, Hongjun adjusted his attire and made his way to the cave entrance to greet him. The Earth Spirit smiled upon seeing Hongjun and could not help but marvel inwardly. What a truly accomplished cultivator. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Might you be Hongjun Taoist?" "Indeed, I am Hongjun. You honor me, Taoist friend. May I ask your name and the purpose of your visit to Yujing Mountain?" Hongjun replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Haha, I am the Earth Spirit of Ingzhou from Penglai Island that I have been sent by my master to deliver an invitation to you, inviting you to attend the Tao Discussion Conference at Penglai Island." With that, the Earth Spirit gently pushed the invitation forward, delivering it into Hongjun's hands. As Hongjun held the invitation, his eyes widened slightly, clearly recognizing its significance. In an instant, he grasped the situation and, without hesitation, he accepted the invitation, bowing slightly as he said, "Thank you for the invitation from your esteemed master. I shall make my way there at once, and I appreciate your effort in delivering the invitation. Since you have traveled such a distance, might you not rest in my cave for a brief moment?" Upon hearing this, the Earth Spirit smiled and politely declined. "You are too kind, Taoist friend. I am on a mission and have many more invitations to deliver. I shall not impose further. I hope you will forgive me. Haha, I shall not insist any longer. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I would gladly welcome you to Yujing Mountain as my guest. And I would ensure a warm reception. Thank you, Taoist friend. I must take my leave now, and I shall await your esteemed presence at Penglai Island." "Very well, Taoist friend. Please do as you wish." After exchanging pleasantries, the Earth Spirit gracefully turned and departed, leaving Hongjun standing silently, holding the invitation, watching the Earth Spirit's receding figure, lost in contemplation for a long while. Chapter 3. Gathering at Penglai Island. As the beings of Penglai Island widely distributed invitations, the cultivators of the Hongluang world became abuzz with excitement. Some cultivators began their journey to Penglai Island as soon as they received their invitations, while others invited friends who also held invitations to accompany them. Consequently, beams of light frequently streaked across the sky over Hongluang, all heading towards the direction of Penglai Island. Hongjun, too, had made arrangements early on to travel to Penglai Island with Yangmei Taoist. "Yangmei, it has been eons since we last met, and your cultivation has grown increasingly profound. Surely, you are on the cusp of breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Congratulations," Hongjun remarked with a smile as he observed Yangmei by his side. Upon hearing this, Yangmei smiled in return, pleased by the congratulations from an old friend. "You are too kind, Hongjun Taoist. You have also made remarkable progress. We are quite similar in this regard. However, Hongjun Taoist, have you changed your path of cultivation? You seem to be no longer practicing the Tao of Hunyuan." Yangmei inquired, curiosity evident in his expression, as he had sensed something unusual about Hongjun's aura upon their meeting. It did not resonate with the energy of Hunyuan cultivation. As old friends, such questions were not out of place. In response, Hongjun sighed softly, his tone tinged with bitterness. "You see through me, my friend. I have indeed altered my path of cultivation, yet the reasons behind this change are difficult to articulate." Yangmei, seeing his friend's discomfort, smiled and assured him, "There are myriad paths to enlightenment. Each choice we make must stem from our own considerations. I am merely curious. You need not feel burdened." Hongjun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your understanding. However, the path you have chosen is fraught with challenges. Exercise utmost caution," Yangmei advised gravely, his words carrying weight. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for the warning, my friend." Hongjun's expression grew stiff as he forced a bitter smile. Upon noticing this, Yangmei refrained from saying more. Everyone has their own choices and paths to tread, and he could not interfere excessively. Yet, Yangmei was acutely aware that the path Hongjun had chosen was fraught with peril, and it was possible that he could end up in a situation from which there would be no return. He did not wish to witness such a scene, considering the friendship they had forged since the beginning of chaos. "Haha, very well. I trust that my friend has a foolproof plan. Who knows, participating in the Tao conference might present new opportunities. Let us hasten to Penglai. I am quite curious about this sacred place." "You speak truly, although I am certain there will not be other chaotic demons. I can assure you of that. Oh, Hongjun, do you have any news? As far as I know, in the vast wilderness, there are only you and I, along with Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and Luo Ho who have revived. All other demons perished during the calamity of the innate demons, leaving us with a mere 5 chaotic demons. The tone of sorrow tinged Hongjuan's voice. It was lamentable that from the once thriving 3,000 chaotic demons, only they remained. Furthermore, they were now subjected to the oppressive forces of the Tao, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Yang Mei, who cultivated the laws of space, was somewhat better off, while Hongjuan's pursuit of the laws of destiny left him feeling stifled. Had he emerged before the Tao seized control of the wilderness, his situation might have been different. But now he had no choice but to bow his head. Yang Mei understood the underlying truths. Yet, the Tao is impartial. Their survival from the calamity of creation was no small feat, and they were no longer in the chaotic era. To retrace the path of primordial unity was a defiance of fate itself. Were it not for his unique existence, he might find himself perpetually constrained beyond the realms of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The two, sharing a bond of mutual suffering, reminisced about the past and lamented their current circumstances as they swiftly approached the outskirts of Penglai Island. Upon arrival, they were startled by the sight of 3 ferocious beasts before them. In the wilderness, there are still beasts that endure? Hongjun observed the trio with a grave expression. These 3 beasts must be the 9-lives cat, the 9-tailed fox, and the celestial dog. They are renowned creatures from the age of ferocity. Yet here at Penglai, they serve merely as guardians. Moreover, it appears they have transcended to the path of primordial laws, no longer pursuing the physical path, and have likely reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal. A primordial golden immortal as a gatekeeper. Penglai Island truly is remarkable, Hongjun remarked, his tone laced with bitterness. The realm he struggled to breach had been surpassed by beasts that once only understood the physical path. A disheartening realization. The other arriving cultivators from the wilderness wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them. Yet, they respectfully fell into line, entering Penglai Island with a sense of decorum. 2 individuals were responsible for reception. One was a celestial lion, and the other a earth spirit. The earth spirit glanced up and, upon seeing Hongjun, greeted him with delight. Welcome, Taoist Hongjun and Taoist Yang Mei. To the Tao Conference. Hongjun and Yang Mei promptly produced their invitations, responding courteously, "You are too kind. This is our invitation." The earth spirit glanced at the document and smiled. "Please, enter, as long as you hold your invitations. You may freely access Penglai. I must attend to other guests, but once you are inside, the beings of the 3 islands will guide you." "Very well, we shall comply with your wishes." Hongjun and Yang Mei obediently held their invitations and gradually advanced forward. Before long, they encountered an invisible barrier, yet with the invitation in hand, they easily breached it. Upon entering, the scene before them dazzled their eyes. The first thing they beheld were 3 enormous islands, which from above formed a natural formation, perfectly enveloping the 3 celestial islands. It was no wonder the existence of Penglai's 3 islands was imperceptible from the outside. It must be due to this formation and the unique nature of the islands themselves. They quickly discerned that these 3 islands were formed from chaotic fragments, and the presence of chaotic jade stones was evident. More importantly, the spiritual energy within these islands was not the innate energy found outside in the wilderness, but rather the unique chaotic primordial energy exclusive to the era of chaos, which left them astounded. Logically speaking, even if these 3 islands were formed from chaotic fragments, without the essence of the chaotic world, the primordial energy would gradually dissipate over time, eventually transforming into the same innate energy found in the wilderness. Yet, what lay before them was a scene brimming with chaotic primordial energy, seemingly inexhaustible, which truly astonished them. In mere moments, they absorbed more chaotic primordial energy than they had during years of cultivation in the wilderness. Glancing at one another, they recognized the shared astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. However, they dared not speak much. It appeared that the island master must be in existence above the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, for it was inconceivable that such a being could stabilize the naturally dissipating chaotic primordial energy. Thus, they proceeded with caution, aware that this formidable presence might be observing them even now. Before they could linger too long, a being from the 3 islands approached to welcome them. "Greetings, esteemed Taoists, I am Dai Xing, the host of Penglai. You have traveled far. Please follow me to your lodgings for a brief respite. Of course, I can also introduce you to the circumstances of our 3 islands." "Thank you, Dai Xing. Then we shall trouble you to lead us to our residence while you share the details of the 3 islands." Diexine, a beautiful girl who had transformed from a spiritual butterfly, smiled professionally at their words. The "It is my duty. There is no need for formality. Let us proceed, and I shall explain as we walk. Then we shall be grateful for your guidance." Diexine, unfazed, nodded and led the way, expertly providing details about the three islands. These three islands were initially three separate celestial islands, all formed from chaotic fragments. Later, our island master arrived here and, upon witnessing the extraordinary nature of this place, decided to settle on Palai Island. Out of compassion for the beings on the island who were unaware of the cultivation path, the island master personally established a Tao platform on Palai Island to impart the teachings of the cultivation path to us. With satisfaction, Diexine pointed to the dramatically transformed Tao platform, saying, "Esteemed Taoists, that enormous lotus-like plaza is the Tao platform, where the Tao conference will be held." Continuing, she explained, as the number of beings transforming on Palai Island grew. The island master, seeing this, decided to relocate Yingzhou and Fazhong Islands here, utilizing the unique characteristics of the three islands to form the Three Talents Great Formation, which is how we have the current layout of the three islands. Subsequently, with the island master's assistance, Yingzhou and Fangzhong Islands began to transform and cultivate, and the beings of the three islands elected 9 responsible individuals to oversee various regions for better management: the Celestial Lion, Celestial Phenomenon, Celestial Flood Dragon, Celestial Flower, Celestial Bird, Celestial Sword, and Celestial Blade from Palai Island, the Earth Spirit, Earth Spring, Earth Star, Earth Tree, Earth Vine, Earth Abolishment, and Earth Annihilation from Yingzhou Island, and the Human Calamity, Human Crow, Human Xian, Human Elegance, Human Wind, Human Cloud, and Human Tiger from Fangzhong Island. In total, there are 21 responsible individuals managing the beings of the three islands, all of whom are at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and are on the verge of breaking through to the Primordial Golden Immortal stage. Diexine spoke with envy, as she was still at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage and had yet to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, thus limiting her role to that of a receptionist. Haha, I never expected the Earth Spirit to be one of the responsible individuals on Palai Island. What a surprise! Listening to Diaxine's words, Hong Jun felt a surge of emotion. Yang Mei was equally astonished. Realizing that the three islands had a total of 21 peak Great Luo Golden Immortal existences, a force formidable enough to surpass even the scattered cultivator alliance in the wilderness. Chapter 4. The eve of the conference. The Earth Spirit is indeed a great individual, often providing guidance to the lower beings of our three islands on the path of cultivation. We hold him in great esteem, Diexine remarked, clearly grateful for the Earth Spirit's assistance. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun and Yang Mei exchanged knowing smiles and nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but patiently listening to Diaxine's explanations. Our island master has several disciples, namely, the Linglong Fairy, the Wangshu Fairy, the Balian Fairy, and the Jinyuan Jinren, all of whom are existences of the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. What? Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal? Hong Jun and Yang Mei exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Diexine, startling her. Indeed, the island master's disciples are already Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortals. What's so surprising about that? Diexine replied, bewildered, not understanding why the two Taoists were so astonished. The Hong Jun and Yang Mei were momentarily left speechless, grappling with the sheer ignorance of the situation. What was there to be surprised about? These were Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortals we were speaking of. Do you see any others like them in the wilderness? Diexine, have you never left Palai Island? With a bemused expression, Hong Jun inquired, while Jiexin nodded her small head with remarkable decisiveness. Indeed, the island master has stated that one cannot leave the island unless they reach the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. I've heard from other fellow cultivators on the island that the outside world is quite enchanting. Is that true? Jiexin gazed at Hong Jun with a look of yearning, her eyebrows raised in anticipation. Haha, no wonder. Fellow cultivator, you truly are blessed. Hong Jun thought, feeling a pang of envy and resentment. How was it that such opportunities eluded them? Observing Jiexin before him, who was essentially a spiritual butterfly that had achieved transformation, he recognized that her seemingly ordinary aptitude was elevated by such fortuitous circumstances. Without this chance, she would have struggled even to take form, let alone cultivate that. As for the two of them, they were both quintessential innate beings. Possessing top-tier qualifications in the primordial chaos, yet they had only attained the level of great Luo golden immortals thus far, and the path of cultivation remained arduous. Who could they complain to about this? Nevertheless, Jiexin remained blissfully unaware, laughing heartily. Hee, I feel the same. I truly admire the island master. Hongjun could only smile wryly, finding the situation rather disheartening. Along their journey, Jiexin diligently introduced the basic conditions of the three islands to Hongjun. Though she refrained from mentioning the situation regarding Xiaoyao, as previously instructed, soon, Jiexin led them to their lodgings on Palai Island. They beheld a series of well-ordered courtyards nestled at the foot of a spacious mountain, all paved with jade stones, leaving many primordial cultivators in awe. Each courtyard could comfortably accommodate at least 5 residents, exuding an ancient and tranquil charm, with various spiritual plants cultivated from the branches of chaotic spiritual roots, all of which were innate spiritual roots. The sight left the primordial cultivators utterly astonished. When had innate spiritual roots become so undervalued? Hongjun and Yang Mei chose to share a courtyard, sitting on a bench crafted from chaotic jade stones. Lost in contemplation of the innate spiritual roots, the atmosphere harmonious and serene. Before long, all the cultivators attending the discourse conference had settled within the 3 islands, awaiting the commencement of the event. Master, all the cultivators have been settled. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Linglong joyfully reported to Xiaoyao at the Xiaoyao Pavilion upon completing her tasks. Well done. You have maintained the dignity of our 3 islands. Allow those fellows to rest on the island for 3 days. After that, I shall personally go to the Dao platform to commence the discourse conference. You all have worked hard. Take this time to rest well. As for the daily lives of those cultivators, leave it to Tian Shi and the others to handle. There is no need for you to be hands-on. Linglong nodded eagerly. All right then. With that, she reclined comfortably in a lounge chair and quickly drifted off to sleep. Xiaoyao observed this scene with a smile, feeling pleased that his disciple had become capable of independent responsibility. Bai Lian and the others soon joined in, exhausted from the recent toil, realizing they had not had a proper rest in ages. They intended to make the most of these 3 days. Miaoyin and Tianyuan watched this scene with a mix of pride and concern, feeling both joy and sympathy for their children in such a state. Brother, look how exhausted they are. They Haven Tea had a decent sleep. Indeed, master. Why not let the island's inhabitants handle such matters? They lamented. You lot only know how to fret over them. I don't feel sorry for them. However, fledglings must learn to fly. Some challenges are necessary for their growth. This is also a form of heart tempering, Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. Miaoyin shot him a sidelong glance. Hee, brother. Your words imply we are overly indulgent mothers. Xiaoyao chuckled sheepishly. Well, I shall make it up to them later, perhaps taking them to the eternal world for some fun. Would that suffice? Hee, that sounds about right. Speaking of which, it's been ages since we returned to the eternal world. I wonder how the Creator God has been managing things there. Hey, we'll find out when we go back. Tianyuan remarked cheerfully. Miaoyin wholeheartedly agreed, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyao was the master of the eternal world and undoubtedly knew its state. Xiaoyao, however, chose not to elaborate. It would be far more amusing for them to discover it themselves later. At this moment, harmony reigned in Xiaoyao's abode, filled with lively chatter as many long-lost friends reunited. The atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Oh, is that not Taoist Mingkong? Have you received an invitation to? It's been how many years since we last met? Haha, it's Taoist Huoyin. I too am fortunate to have received an invitation. Why not come to my place? I happen to have a good stock of Jade Spring spiritual liquid in my cave. Oh, I must try it. The last time I savored it was eons ago. And the memory still lingers delightfully. Taoist Huoyin remained as generous as ever. Let us go. I'm just a short distance ahead. Then I shall gladly follow your lead. The 2 old friends, having not seen each other in ages, joyfully linked arms and departed together. Such scenes unfolded continuously among the lodgings. Hongjun and the other 5 chaos demons also gathered at Hongjun and Yang Mei's residence, reminiscing about the glorious days of the chaos. The atmosphere exceedingly amicable. At this juncture, neither Hongjun nor Luoho had yet reached the point of establishing their respective paths. Their relationship remained one of pure camaraderie. 3 days swiftly passed, during which the visiting primordial cultivators began to appreciate the unique allure of the 3 islands. An abundance of delicacies and spiritual fruits flowed forth, seemingly provided without cost. Only those with considerable resources could endure such lavishness. The initial astonishment of the primordial cultivators soon gave way to a sense of numbness, eventually becoming accustomed to the opulence. This experience revealed to them that beyond mere closed-door cultivation, there existed such delightful indulgences. Initially, they had thought to partake sparingly in consideration of the three islands, as they were already great Luo golden immortals, having long abandoned their earthly cravings which might hinder their cultivation. However, upon tasting the offerings, they quickly realized their narrow-mindedness. They had been woefully ignorant. What they consumed was no mere food. It was akin to miraculous elixirs. Have you ever encountered roasted spiritual beast meat that could enhance your cultivation with a single bite? Have you ever sipped spiritual wine that deepened your comprehension of laws? Have you ever enjoyed a platter of fruits that could fortify your physical form? No, never. Thus, these primordial cultivators now eagerly anticipated their 3 daily meals, as the sensation of breaking through while indulging was simply intoxicating. They found themselves reluctant to leave the island, yet reminded that this was not their territory. They lamented while feasting voraciously on the delicacies presented by the island's inhabitants. Many cultivators, poised for breakthroughs, managed to ascend their realms within these 3 days, while numerous others, under the influence of spiritual wine, crafted formidable techniques and spells, sparking a fervor in cultivation. Hongjun and the others, too, experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation, breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan golden immortals, leaving them exhilarated. This only heightened their anticipation for the discourse conference. Just imagine, if even the accommodations were so extraordinary, what marvelous treasures awaited at the conference. The prospect filled them with delight, as they recognized this was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the 3 islands began their final preparations, an array of delicacies, spiritual wines, and fruits being delivered to the Tao platform. Tianshi and the others were busier than ever, as over 30,000 cultivators had arrived, excluding the island's natives. Consequently, the area of the Tao platform expanded significantly, maintaining a circular form, with seating arranged towards the center, reminiscent of a grand bird's nest, albeit far more magnificent and spacious. The seats were crafted from spiritual grasses woven by the island's inhabitants in the 100-flower garden, possessing the ability to clear the mind and calm the spirit. Before each seat lay a small square table adorned with delicacies, spiritual wines, and fruits for the cultivator's convenience. From above, the scene appeared to swirl in a dazzling spectacle. At the center stood a lotus-shaped round platform made of chaotic jade stone, radiating a lustrous glaze, with 7 lotus seats, 4 small and 3 large, glowing with an extraordinary aura. This was, in fact, a treasure hoard of Xiao Yao's, perhaps due to his fondness for lotus-shaped spiritual artifacts. A matter of personal taste, yet undeniably beautiful. Hovering above the jade platform was a colossal bell, exuding an aura of the great Tao and chaos, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of the great Tao. Majestic and imposing, this was none other than Xiao Yao's supreme chaotic spiritual treasure, the great Tao Xianhuang Bell. Chapter 5. The conference begins. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. On the morning of the 4th day since the primordial cultivators arrived on the island, the resounding toll of the bell reverberated through the heavens and earth, awakening all living beings and cultivators of the 3 islands. Each toll of the bell felt as though it cleansed their souls, purifying their primordial spirits and elevating their minds, as if their physical forms were tempered anew. Unconsciously, they emerged from their meditative states. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a melodious voice resonated from the Tao platform. The Pinglai Discourse Conference has officially commenced. All cultivators, please gather at the Tao platform and take your seats. Upon hearing these words, the assembled cultivators ceased their inquiries, hastily adjusting their garments before soaring towards the Tao platform. Those with greater speed swiftly reached the platform, eagerly occupying positions near the jade platform, while the slower ones had no choice but to linger at the back. Naturally, none were foolish enough to claim the 7 lotus platforms atop the jade platform. There was no contention for seats. Instead, everyone tacitly chose a mat to sit upon, awaiting the proceedings in silence, not daring to utter a sound. Their gazes, however, were filled with curiosity as they regarded the colossal bell above the jade platform. They understood it to be a spiritual treasure, but the notion of a supreme chaos spiritual treasure was beyond their comprehension. Only the 5 chaos demons, including Hongjun, occupied the foremost positions, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the giant bell. Their eyes brimming with incredulity, the 5 exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken meaning therein. This was a supreme chaos spiritual treasure. How could it be? Yet, they dared not voice their musings aloud, sitting upright with solemn expressions. Fixated on the 7 lotus platforms, knowing that these 2 belong to the realm of supreme chaos spiritual treasures, this revelation left them in disbelief. When had the primordial world begun to harbor such anomalies? The heavenly Tao showed no reaction, and the sudden emergence of 8 such treasures was tantalizing, igniting a fierce desire within them. Had they not known that attempting to seize these treasures would lead to their own obliteration, they might have succumbed to the urge to snatch one, for possessing even a single treasure would ensure their path to enlightenment. Alas, they were not naive, and their hearts remained steadfast. At that moment, the celestial lion appeared atop the jade platform, smiling as he surveyed the seated cultivators. Esteemed friends, welcome to the Pinglai Dao Conference. The island master shall arrive shortly, please wait a moment. With that, the celestial lion descended from the jade platform and took a seat on the nearest mat, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Before long, Xiaoyao and the others suddenly materialized upon the lotus seats, catching the cultivators completely off guard. After a brief moment, they reacted, hurriedly rising to bow in respect, exclaiming, "We welcome the island master. May the island master enjoy boundless longevity." Xiaoyao nodded in acknowledgement, his heart swelling with joy as he surveyed the full assembly. It had been long since he had participated in such a lively gathering, the first time dating back to the chaotic era. With this thought, he cast a glance at the position of Hongjun and his companions, causing the 5 to momentarily freeze, rooted in place. "You need not be so formal. Please take your seats and do not feel constrained." "Thank you, Island Master," the crowd replied respectfully, obediently resuming their seats. "I am the master of the Taishan Gate of Pinglai, known as the Taoist of Freedom. I have transcended and attained eternal enlightenment, bearing the title of Taoist, and I govern the eternal world, which remains imperishable, observing the slow progress of cultivation within the primordial realm. I have invited all of you to participate in this Tao conference to collectively explore the great Tao. I shall impart teachings to you for 3 millennia. You should take the opportunity to reflect deeply." After concluding his introduction, Xiaoyao wasted no time and began expounding on the Tao. His teachings commenced with the most fundamental principles. Gradually delving deeper, there exists a primordial unity, born before heaven and earth, tranquil and desolate, independent yet unchanging, circulating yet never faltering. It can be regarded as the mother of all under heaven. I do not know its name. I call it Tao, and if I must name it, I call it great. The great is the passage of time. The passage of time is the distant. The distant leads to the return. Hence, Tao is great. Heaven is great, earth is great, and the king is also great. Within the realm, there are 4 great forces, and the king resides within one. Humanity follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. The Tao that can be expressed is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, one should remain desireless to observe its subtleties and maintain desires to observe its manifestations. These 2, though arising from the same source, bear different names. They are both called the mysterious beyond the mysterious. The gateway to all wonders. As the Taoist imparted his teachings, the great Tao rejoiced, and blossoms of the Tao filled the skies above the 3 islands. Countless sounds of the Tao transformed into Tao lotuses, floating in the air, coalescing without dispersing. The 3,000 principles of the Tao manifested resplendently, the eternal world casting its reflection upon the 3 islands, continuously evolving the path of the world. The cultivators fervently absorbed the Tao lotuses, their comprehension of the principles skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket, their cultivation rapidly advancing. Among them, the 5 chaos demons reaped the most benefits, having specialized in the principles of the Tao. Xiaoyao's teachings allowed them to gain profound insights instantaneously, transforming these revelations into their own paths. Meanwhile, the primordial essence of the 3 islands began to surge as Xiaoyao lectured, generating tidal waves of essence that surged towards the Tao platform, dispersing into a continuous rain of spiritual essence, cleansing the bodies of the cultivators. In an instant, many cultivators harnessed this invigorating energy, breaking through and stabilizing their cultivation, filling their hearts with ecstatic joy. They exclaimed internally, "This is the true great opportunity. The great Tao is within reach." Yet, as their focus shifted, they desperately endeavored to grasp the essence of Xiaoyao's teachings. Initially, they could comprehend his words, but as he delved deeper, many cultivators found themselves overwhelmed, and attempting to force comprehension only proved counterproductive. They could only shake their heads in resignation, frustratedly reaching for the spiritual wine on the table, downing it in one gulp. At that moment, they realized that the spiritual wine had been waiting for them all along. However, upon consuming the wine, their capacity for understanding grew, and they could absorb more of Xiaoyao's teachings, leading to renewed excitement as they fell back into the rhythm of enlightenment. Yet, relying on external aids was inherently limited, and despite this, they found themselves content, recognizing that it was fate. As Xiao approached the final 300 years of his discourse, only a handful of cultivators remained steadfast. While the majority had already entered a phase of absorbing spiritual rain to enhance their cultivation. Among them, Hongjun and the other 5 exhibited remarkable resilience, enduring until Xiaoyao concluded his 3,000 years of teachings. Once Xiaoyao ceased speaking, the 5 exhaled deeply, relieved to have persevered. Had he continued even a moment longer, they might have struggled to withstand the overwhelming opportunity. They understood that while opportunities were formidable, they must also possess the capacity to bear them. Forcibly grasping them would only tarnish their own Tao fruits. This understanding was crystal clear to them. Thus, as Xiaoyao concluded his teachings, they immediately halted their absorption of the sounds of the Tao, refraining from merging and comprehending right away. Yet, during these 3 millennia, they had nonetheless managed to break through a layer of cultivation, a revelation that left them utterly astonished. 3,000 years have passed. You should earnestly comprehend the principles contained within. Each of you has your own path to walk. I hope you can carve out your own Tao, for the 3,000 paths can each lead to enlightenment. We are deeply grateful to the Taoist for imparting the teachings. We shall forever remember your kindness. The cultivators responded respectfully, rising to bow in gratitude. Seeing this, Xiaoyao nodded. He had done all he could, and the rest was up to them. Next to me is my deputy master of the Taishan Gate, the holy venerable Miaoyin, who has attained the status of a primordial Taiji golden immortal and is my biological sister. This esteemed individual is an elder of the Taishan Gate, the holy beast of Tianyuan, who is also a primordial Taiji golden immortal, and these 4 are my disciples. The eldest disciple Balian, the second disciple Linglong, the third disciple Wangshu, and the 4th disciple Jinyuan, all of whom are primordial Deluo golden immortals, standing as saints of the Tao. Today marks the emergence of my Taishan Gate. A moment for the chaos Tao, for the primordial heavens, earth, and humanity to bear witness. Xiaoyao introduced Miaoyin and the others with great solemnity before announcing in a steady voice. In an instant, 9 resonant sounds of the Tao echoed from the depths of chaos, followed by a deluge of Tao merit descending from the profound chaos, enveloping the Tao platform. The cultivators were left agape, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the Taoist's mere declaration would summon such a torrent of Tao merit, a level surpassing even that of regular Tao merit. A single gesture could transform a postnatal spiritual treasure into a primordial spiritual treasure, and furthermore, a primordial merit spiritual treasure. Tears of envy streamed from the corners of their eyes, a sight they could not contain. Yet, with a simple wave of his hand, Xiaoyao caused the previously overwhelming Tao merit to vanish without a trace, leaving the cultivators staring in astonishment. But that was not the end. The grandeur of the Tao was swiftly followed by the arrival of the heavenly Tao. Another wave of heavenly merit cascaded down upon the Tao platform, and this time, Xiaoyao did not retract it. Instead, he waved his hand, dispersing the heavenly merit across the vast primordial land, causing all beings on the 3 islands and throughout the primordial realm to feel their souls tremble. It was akin to the refreshing sensation of drinking ice water on a hot day, pure bliss. In that moment, all beings within the primordial world, including cultivators, became acutely aware of the existence of the Taishan Gate and the presence of Taoist Xiaoyao, recognizing who had bestowed upon them the heavenly merit. They bowed in unison towards Penglai Island, exclaiming, "We are grateful for the Taoist's benevolence." The heavenly Tao could only sit in its celestial space, feeling perturbed, as Xiaoyao appeared to have used its possessions to win over its subordinates. This sensation was profoundly disheartening. The little one felt an internal struggle yet dared not shed tears. Moreover, when Xiaoyao expounded on the Tao, he did not shield the heavenly Tao, which inadvertently granted it immense benefits. Furthermore, it dared not speak ill of Xiaoyao, primarily due to its inability to contend with him. After all, might makes right. The heavenly Tao was quite clear on this matter. Were it not for the absence of spiritual intelligence and the inability to take form, it would have eagerly manifested itself to curry favor with Xiaoyao. Well aware of his formidable prowess, if Xiaoyao were to be pleased and bestow even a trifle, why would it need to endure the arduous task of upholding the primordial rules of the cosmos? Seeking to ally with him would surely be more agreeable. Chapter 6. Collision of Laws. Our esteemed sect, Taishan men, stands beyond the three islands, distinct from the world of Hongwang. Hence, it will not intervene excessively in the workings of the primordial realm. Commencing today, the Panlai Island Tao Conference will hold 10 sessions, and whether one may attend future conferences will depend on fate. Those with destiny may enter Panlai at My disciples shall also traverse Hongwang to disseminate the Tao. Relying entirely on the principle of affinity. Now, esteemed friends, you may engage in mutual sparring of Tao techniques. I shall reward the top 3 contenders with a spiritual treasure each. The first place shall receive an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The second place an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the third place a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Following each session of the conference, practitioners may defend their positions in the arena to vie for the top 3 spots. Xiaoyao instantly dropped another bombshell, leaving numerous practitioners dazed and confused in the next moment. Many practitioners were eager to participate, for the first prize was indeed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a rarity throughout the entire Hongwang. Winning first place in the martial competition would grant such a significant boon, a truly monumental opportunity. Now, I hand over the arena to you. Tian Shi, at your service, Island Master. The subsequent matters are entrusted to you. Please arrange them well, and ensure the contests are conducted within reasonable limits. Understood, Tian Shi replied. Xiaoyao nodded, ascending gently with Miaoyin and others upon lotus thrones, while below, the jade platform swiftly transformed into 10 smaller jade stages, serving as arenas for the sparring. Each arena instantaneously morphed into a microcosm, allowing practitioners to exert their skills freely, should either party concede or the Taoist Xianyuan Bell deem one to have failed. They would be teleported out, while the remaining contender would be restored to peak condition with the aid of the Xianyuan Bell. Of course, the defeated party would also regain their state, but each practitioner only had one chance. Upon failing and being teleported out, they would lose their qualification. Eventually, once only 10 remained, the 10 small jade stages would amalgamate into a single jade platform, where the 10 would determine the top 3. This arrangement is remarkably considerate. Dear friends, as the discourse has just concluded and you stand at a pivotal moment, the Tao and martial discussions will commence in 3 days. You may rest in place to consolidate your cultivation. The beings of our 3 islands shall present spiritual wine and fruits to aid your swift stabilization. Thank you, Dao Zun. Although it was Tian Shi who spoke, the practitioners harmoniously expressed their gratitude to the floating Xiaoyao, demonstrating their understanding. Miaoyin observed this scene with delight. Brother, it seems these individuals are quite sensible. Oh, it's nothing. One simply gets accustomed to it. Xiaoyao waved his hand nonchalantly. Hongwang is finally entering a period of rapid development. I am truly looking forward to the ensuing excitement. Xiaoyao gazed at the practitioners below with a smile, his tone imbued with a sense of ease and contentment. After enduring these tribulations, he genuinely felt a bit weary, as the monotony was stifling, devoid of any sense of involvement. The celestial beings from ancient texts were finally to appear before him. It was a familiar sensation, akin to returning home, bringing warmth to Xiaoyao's heart. Miaoyin looked at her brother with concern. She understood that despite his seemingly carefree and humorous demeanor, Xiaoyao felt a deep loneliness within. Although he now possessed his own identity, Tianyuan, and disciples, these were insufficient to alleviate the solace he sought. What he truly needed was a profound sense of recognition and familiarity, along with a feeling of participation, to bring him genuine happiness. Though Xiaoyao had attained immortality and eternal existence, it mattered little. He retained the heart of a mortal, experiencing all the emotions of the human realm. That it cannot be said that Xiaoyao had reached the pinnacle, yet still be swayed by mundane emotions. Rather, it was an intrinsic need of his heart, a necessity that transcended the depth of his cultivation. Moreover, Xiaoyao was not pursuing a path devoid of emotion. He sought the way of the true self, the path of individuality, adhering to his own heart in all endeavors. He was unrestrained, acting according to fate, gazing at the rise and fall of the world with a spirit of detachment. This was something even the Tao could not achieve. At least the Tao bore its own responsibilities. While Xiaoyao was free from such constraints, living freely and naturally, a true sovereign of all paths, standing at the other shore of the Tao, all practitioners strive diligently to attain a state akin to that of Xiaoyao, traversing the universe at will, with the affairs of the world following their hearts. Xiaoyao remained eagerly anticipative of the Tao techniques, for he himself did not practice Tao law. Rather, he cultivated the laws of primordial power. The application of these laws was not something simple Tao techniques could rival. Tao law is an attack method that utilizes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while the laws represent a method of attack that employs the fundamental forces of the universe. Though both are forms of attack, they are worlds apart. The IT is akin to a Daluo Jingxian engaging in combat with a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The former employs the spiritual power of heaven and earth as a means of attack, while the latter can directly sever the connection to the spiritual energy at its source, rendering all your methods mere farce. The assault of higher dimensional beings upon lower dimensional beings is simple and brutal, leaving no room for resistance. In Hong Wang, all living beings exist within the confines of the 5 elements and the 3 talents. Unable to escape the natural laws of heaven and earth, practitioners cultivate the innate spiritual energy, a force naturally produced by the cosmos, akin to oxygen in the world of the past, an inescapable essence. Thus, unless one transcends the Tao of heaven and reaches a different height, one cannot elude such fate. This is also why figures like Hong Jun yearn so fervently to transcend the heavenly Tao, even desiring to supplant it. Only then could they seize control of their own destinies and master their paths. Regardless of any practitioner, none can escape the definitions of fate. All beings possess their own lifespans, and their diligent cultivation aims to prolong their lives, for only by surviving can they hope to transcend this predetermined fate. In the world of Hong Wang, those truly capable of transcending the 3 talents and escaping the 5 elements, free from the constraints of fate, must at least attain the Hunyuan Jingxian realm. Even Daluo Jingxians face the arrival of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Once they cannot evade this decline, the ultimate outcome is death of the body and dissolution of the Tao. Of course, should reincarnation occur, one might be reborn to cultivate anew. Yet, upon reincarnation, will you still be your original self? In many mythological tales of past lives, there are numerous accounts of deities reincarnating to cultivate anew. Most of these celestial beings reach the limits of their fates, confronted by the 5 declines of heaven and man, from which even the most exalted Daluo Jingxian cannot escape. This vividly illustrates the truth behind the statement made by Hong Jun during the investiture of the gods, below the level of quasi-saint. All are subject to tribulation. In the realm of cultivation established by Hong Jun's celestial path, a quasi-saint is akin to a Sunyuan Jingxian. In this regard, Hong Jun is indeed a prodigy, capable of crafting such profound methods that deceive even the heavens. The concept of Hunyuan Jingxian revolves around the seamless integration of one's entire being, embodying the pristine essence of the primordial. Past, present, and future converge within oneself. Only through the unity of cultivation, principles, and corporeal form can one transcend the shackles of heaven and earth, attaining the sublime realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, a state where one exists beyond the 3 realms, detached from the 5 elements, free from tribulation, and immune to the trials of life and death, thus embodying true freedom as a divine being. Yang Mei stands as the quintessential example of this. However, Taoist magic remains the prevailing force within the primordial realm of cultivation. Even Hong Jun cannot evade its influence. The profound nature of Taoist techniques serves as a formidable means of self-preservation for practitioners. Take, for instance, the Earth Immortal Ancestor, who created the powerful technique Xiao Li Qian Kun based on the principles of spatial manipulation. Even the 3 pure ones, upon achieving sanctification, must momentarily retreat in the face of such potent Taoist powers. Underscoring the significance of Taoist techniques, many illustrious Taoist techniques have already approached the very essence of the laws of the cosmos. Presently, the primordial realm is rife with diverse Taoist techniques passed down from the innate demonic gods, including the 36 celestial techniques of Tiangang and the 72 earthly techniques of Di Sha, each extraordinary in its own right. Moreover, the total of 108 techniques is not something that just anyone can comprehend. It requires exceptional insight, aptitude, and time to accumulate experience before one may grasp even a few of these mystical arts. The phrase Tao gives birth to 2, 2 transforms into 3, 3 generates all things aptly applies to the realm of Taoist techniques. Once a practitioner comprehends a single technique, they can use that understanding as a foundation to innovate additional minor techniques, much like the celestial and earthly techniques from the later tales of the journey to the West, which, despite their appealing names, can merely be regarded as lesser paths and minor arts. This predicament arises because many ancient practitioners either succumbed to the 5 declines of heaven and man or perished in battle, compounded by the upper echelon's deliberate concealment, resulting in the genuine Taoist techniques failing to endure, preserved only within certain major sects or hidden powers that have not fallen into obscurity. This is precisely what Xiaoyao wishes to avert. How could such a brilliant legacy be allowed to fade into obscurity? Thus, Xiaoyao has introduced this forum for discussing martial arts through the lens of Taoism, primarily to exert a modicum of pressure and motivation upon these primordial cultivators, enabling them to progress, create infinite possibilities, and enhance the primordial cultivation realm, ultimately fostering a virtuous cycle that prevents the severance of tradition that, if not, the entire primordial realm might devolve into mere playthings of the saints, which would be thoroughly unentertaining. The cultivators who have arrived at the Penglai Dao Conference can be considered among the elite of the primordial realm, boasting commendable cultivation levels and formidable insights. Xiaoyao eagerly anticipates the energies they will unleash when confronted with various challenges. Chapter 7. Continuous battles. Meanwhile, at Hongjun's location, 5 chaotic demonic gods exchange solemn thoughts through their divine senses. Dear friends, might any of you be acquainted with this Xiaoyao Daozun? Have you encountered him in the chaotic realm? I have never come across such a figure, Hongjun inquired, perplexed. Yang Mei cautiously lifted her gaze towards Xiaoyao's direction and whispered through her divine sense. It would be wise for you to exercise caution, dear friend. We are currently within the Daozun's territory. Given his cultivation level, would he remain unaware of our divine communication? In response to Yang Mei's concerns, Hongjun remained unperturbed and replied slowly, There is no need for alarm, Yang Mei. Xiaoyao Daozun is a venerable elder, an eternal and indestructible presence, who would never engage in such trivialities. You need not worry. Are you certain? Yang Mei still felt a twinge of anxiety. Naturally cautious by nature, she found merit in Hongjun's words, yet something about it felt slightly amiss, akin to children playing house before a higher power, utterly indifferent to their antics. Indeed, this was precisely Xiaoyao's disposition to him. Hongjun and his companions, despite being reincarnated chaotic demonic gods, were merely figures of greater renown. Even Pangu could be rescued by him to create the heavens. What were they in comparison? If Yang Mei could hear Xiaoyao's innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly be left speechless. How could a being of her stature, a chaotic demonic god wielding the laws of space, be regarded as mere children in his eyes? Was there no dignity left for her? Hongjun cast a disdainful glance at Yang Mei and remarked with exasperation, Look at Dao friends Qian Kun and Yin Yang. They understand the situation clearly. You, my friend, may be a tad overly cautious. Yang Mei offered a sheepish smile. It is better to be prudent. Prudence is always beneficial. Haha, such behavior aligns with Yang Mei Dao friend's style of handling matters. So Hongjun need not tease her further. It is only natural, laughed Luo Ho, unable to contain himself. Qian Kun and Yin Yang also chuckled and shook their heads, well aware of Yang Mei's disposition during the chaotic epoch. Now then, let us return to the matter at hand, Yang Mei said, her face flushed, hastily shifting the topic. Haha, well said, Yang Mei Dao friend. Let us indeed discuss serious matters. However, upon Hongjun's inquiry, I too find myself perplexed. There are only 3,000 demonic gods in the chaos, all of whom I recognize. Yet this individual eludes my knowledge. Could he be from another chaotic realm? Qian Kun spoke with skepticism. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Beneath the Tao, there can only exist one chaotic realm. There cannot possibly be another. This is a law of the universe. Yin Yang interjected, outright dismissing Qian Kun's speculation, insisting such a scenario could not occur. Indeed, Yin Yang Dao friend has a valid point. The primordial gives rise to the Tao, and when the primordial shatters, it transforms into chaos, from which the 3,000 deities emerge. The dissolution of chaos leads to the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. This is the truth that in my view, Xiaoyao Daozun may very well be a being that transcends the Tao, hence our ignorance of him. Perhaps even the Tao itself is unaware of his existence. Luo Ho reflected thoughtfully. Xiaoyao, observing from above, wore a faint, indifferent smile. As Luo Ho's conjecture had come remarkably close to the truth, little did they know that Xiaoyao was a traveler from a future age. I believe it is best we refrain from speculating about the Daozun's origins. Even if we were to discover the truth, what would it change? We should instead focus on how to confront the matters that lie ahead. Yang Mei suggested sagely. Yang Mei Dao friend's words are wise. What purpose does it serve to ponder such meaningless conjectures? Xiaoyao Daozun has explicitly stated he will not involve himself in the affairs of the primordial realm. So we need not harbor any concerns. Moreover, if he truly intended to intervene in the matters of the primordial realm, he would have done so long ago. The previous 2 tribulations would not have occurred otherwise, replied Qian Kun. Indeed, should he choose to intervene, the very birth of the heavenly Tao would be called into question, they concurred. Well reasoned, the primary focus now is the matter of the martial arts discourse. We 5 are certainly not to be compared with these native primordial cultivators. Therefore, I propose we ascend to the arena, seize the opportunity to secure first place, and ultimately settle our standings among ourselves. The first prize is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a rarity in the current primordial realm, Luo Ho asserted, showing little concern for Xiaoyao's influence, as they could not interfere with such a being. However, the opportunity before them could not be squandered. Seizing it was paramount that I wholeheartedly support Luo Ho Dao friend's proposal. Although we have just emerged from the primordial, our foundations are solid. This represents a unique opportunity we cannot afford to forsake. The primordial realm is indeed the perfect stage for us to establish our reputations. Why not take advantage of this chance to achieve greatness and showcase the might of our chaotic demonic lineage? Qian Kun declared proudly, very well. It has been countless epochs since we last engaged in sparring. Let us make the most of the finals to truly test our mettle. They all agreed. 5 individuals exchanged knowing smiles. Swiftly reaching a consensus, they eagerly anticipated this opportunity for a friendly contest, a moment they had long awaited. Now, the time had come for them to establish their renown as chaos demon gods. To demonstrate their prowess to the practitioners of the primordial realm that in response to this matter, Xiaoyao merely chuckled and remained silent, secretly wishing to commend the 5 for their display of the chaos demon god spirit. This was precisely how it should be, exuding a bit of that formidable aura to guide the practitioners of the primordial realm correctly. Observing the current state of the primordial world, one could only shake their head at the misguided paths many had taken, as they veered away from the true way, choosing instead to pursue the laws of heaven. Such a failure was disheartening. Of course, the influence of the heavenly way was subtle, but how could one progress without a steadfast heart? In Xiaoyao's view, these individuals were far too comfortable, too complacent. Without a jolt to awaken them, the primordial realm would eventually be left with only practitioners of the heavenly way, devoid of true cultivators of the great way, a truly lamentable outcome. As the 5 facilitators, Xiaoyao vowed to reward them all later. After all, they were beneficial tools to have at one's disposal. He lamented that he was truly worried about these individuals that in reality. However, he merely needed to speak a few words, shamelessly attributing the credit to himself. This audacity in claiming merit was unparalleled. Let the discourse of the Tao and martial arts commence. Are there any fellow practitioners willing to step forward and defend the platform? Tian Shi inquired, standing atop the jade platform, surveying the surrounding practitioners. I, from Yujing Mountain, Hongjun Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from Qiankun Cave, Qiankun Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from Wuji Peak, Yinyang Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from Chui Lu Mountain, Yangmei Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from Sumi Mountain, Luo Ho Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from the Loose Cultivators Alliance, Qing Mu, Song Song, and Bai Hua, are willing to defend the platform. I, from Yuming Stream, Yuming Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. I, from Lin Yuan Water Mansion, Wan Lu Dao Run, am willing to defend the platform. Soon, 10 practitioners who had long harbored such intentions stood up, eager to volunteer. Tian Shi beamed at this scene, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid. Please, the 10 of you, enter the small world of the jade platform." Very well, the 10 nodded in unison, their forms shifting as they entered the 10 small worlds of jade, standing in the ethereal void, ready to engage any challengers who dared to step into their realms. Their states were meticulously adjusted, prepared for combat at a moment's notice. Thus, the 10 defenders had emerged, and fellow practitioners were free to choose their challengers. Witnessing this, Tian Shi spoke briefly before descending the jade platform, leaving the space open for all practitioners. Anyone wishing to challenge needed only to enter the small world directly, though only one could enter at a time. Many practitioners below fidgeted with anticipation. Eager not to miss this chance before them, perhaps they might emerge victorious, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation and curiosity. Before long, 10 practitioners could no longer contain themselves, charging into the small worlds. Observing this, Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a massive screen materialized above the jade platform, displaying 10 separate scenes from the small worlds, igniting excitement among the assembled practitioners. This was an opportunity for them to observe closely. The prowess of the Taoist was truly formidable. Each practitioner felt a profound shock at the application of spatial laws. This was the pinnacle of mastery. Many present, who were adept in the ways of spatial cultivation, shook their heads in disbelief. They felt that any fluctuation in space was effortlessly manipulated by Xiaoyao. Such techniques were unrivaled, and achieving similar feats would be an arduous task for them. Xiaoyao reminisced about his previous life, recalling the thrill of watching live competitions, which inspired him to orchestrate this spectacle. Satisfied with the outcome, he felt as though he had returned to his former life, a comforting sensation. All that was missing was a live commentator. If only there were one, it would be perfect, he mused. However, the practitioners present, after their initial shock, fixed their eyes intently on the massive screen, unwilling to miss a single thrilling moment of combat. That I, the Stone Taoist, have come to seek guidance. That I, the Taoist. Participants quickly registered, and soon the battles commenced. Be cautious, fellow Taoist. Observe, the heavens and earth align. Receive my sky-piercing palm. The Stone Taoist transformed into a towering giant, raising a hand to deliver a powerful strike towards Hong Jun, whose eyes sharpened with focus as he charged directly into the descending palm, daring to receive the blow with his corporeal form. What manner of being was Hong Jun, to audaciously withstand the sky-piercing palm of the Stone Taoist with nothing but flesh? Indeed, the Stone Taoist cultivated the laws of metal and earth, his body infused with the strength of stone and gold, making such an encounter no trivial matter. Onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, murmured amongst themselves. Yet for Hong Jun, such an attack was merely a minor inconvenience. He was, after all, a reincarnation of the chaos demon god, possessing an inherently formidable physique that surpassed even the innate beings of the primordial realm. Not even the convergence of the 5 elements could rival him. This was the confidence bestowed by his chaotic heritage. With a resounding bang, Hong Jun collided with the sky-piercing palm, producing a tremendous sound that sent both combatants reeling backward. The Stone Taoist, observing his slightly reddened hand, looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone could withstand his palm strike with mere flesh. Typically, this technique had proven infallible, with no opponent emerging unscathed. However, seeing Hong Jun's composed demeanor, the Stone Taoist realized that he was no match for his opponent, and with a wry smile, he withdrew his aura and respectfully acknowledged his defeat. Such strength, fellow Taoist. I am in awe. I acknowledge my inferiority and concede. Upon finishing, the Stone Taoist raised his head and proclaimed, I, the Stone Taoist, surrender. My skills are lacking. That as his words faded, a beam of light enveloped the Stone Taoist, instantly transporting him outside. Yet, no one laughed, for they understood the disparity between the powers of the Stone Taoist and Hong Jun. Continuing the fight would only lead to inevitable defeat. It was wiser to preserve one's dignity. In this moment, they grasped the truth. The 10 defenders were undeniably formidable opponents, and overcoming them would be a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, the allure of facing such strong adversaries resonated deeply within the hearts of the primordial practitioners. This was the spirit of a true cultivator, undaunted and striving for greater heights. Should one shy away from challenges or formidable foes? What was the point of cultivation? What pursuit of the great way remained? Perhaps it was better to return home and play in the mud. Hong Jun's bout concluded swiftly, yet the remaining 9 small worlds were far from over. Luo Ho, as the god of destruction, was inherently a combat enthusiast, yet his opponent was no ordinary practitioner. Execute the heaven-slaying sword. Slay the gods. The practitioner opposite wielded a spiritual sword, raising it high above his head, his gaze fierce with determination. The sword's aura surged towards Luo Ho, as if intending to cleave through the very fabric of the small world. The sword aura transformed mid-air into a colossal weapon, radiating the essence of sword laws. Its tip aimed directly at Luo Hou. In response, Luo Ho felt no fear or tension. Instead, excitement coursed through him. It had been a long time since he had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. and he welcomed this worthy opponent with enthusiasm. Excellent. Behold my law of destruction. Sever sentiment. Luo Ho raised his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive power directed at the oncoming giant sword with a resounding ding. The two forces clashed, producing a resonant sound that echoed through the air, resulting in a stalemate. Both combatants narrowed their eyes, preparing to unleash yet another attack point. One embodied the relentless advance of sword loss, while the other emanated an aura of annihilation. It was a confrontation of titanic proportions. In the small world, white and black lights collided, retreating and clashing in a dazzling display. The atmosphere of battle reached its zenith. With a deep breath, Luo Ho and the sword wielder, their energies maximized, shared a singular thought: to unleash their most formidable techniques. Luo Ho closed his eyes, raising his hands to the heavens, then suddenly opened them wide. His gaze swirling with the essence of law of destruction. Annihilate heaven and earth. A torrent of destructive power surged through Luo Ho's body, coalescing in his hands. A sphere of concentrated annihilation hurtled towards the sword wielder. In response, the sword wielder summoned all his strength, channeling it into his spiritual sword. With a decisive motion, the sword transformed into an enormous blade, propelled by an overwhelming force towards the dark sphere. Execute the path of the sword. Cut, the sword wielder shouted, his hands forcefully bringing the giant sword down, its power amplified as the laws flowed through the blade. Humph, mere trifles. Behold the tower of heavenly demons. As Luo Ho narrowed his eyes, he summoned the heavenly demon tower. Pointing the tower's apex towards the colossal sword, he struck it with his right hand, transforming the heavenly demon tower into a streak of luminous energy that surged forth. With a resounding bang, the giant sword collided violently with the heavenly demon tower, causing both forces to rebound back into the hands of their respective masters. However, the swirling mass of destructive energy remained unaffected. Crashing directly into the sword-wielding Taoist, the sword-wielding Taoist had no choice but to hurriedly defend with his spiritual sword. Yet the disparity in power was too great, resulting in the spiritual sword being knocked from his grasp. In an instant, he was wounded by the destructive force, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent sprawling backward, finally coming to a halt while clutching his chest. That moment, the sword-wielding Taoist was utterly devoid of combat capability. Gasping for breath as he knelt upon the ground, his gaze filled with unwillingness as he looked towards Luo Ho. Raising his right hand, he summoned the spiritual sword back into his grasp. Trembling as he stood upright, "Your skills surpass mine, fellow Taoist. I concede. You have triumphed. Ha ha. You are not lacking either, my friend. I appreciate your graciousness." Upon hearing the sword-wielding Taoist's admission of defeat, Luo Ho chuckled with delight. Yet he still held a measure of respect for the sword-wielding Taoist. The sword-wielding Taoist, seeing this, merely shook his head in dejection, lifting his gaze to declare, "I admit my defeat." In a flash of white light, the sword-wielding Taoist vanished from the small world, and upon reappearing outside, he found himself fully healed from his injuries. Even the damaged spiritual sword restored to its former glory. The sword-wielding Taoist sighed in relief. "Thank you, Daozun." He respectfully bowed towards the figure of Xiao Yao above. Xiao Yao merely smiled and remained silent, though he regarded the sword-wielding Taoist with newfound appreciation. After all, being able to contend with the battle-maniac Luo Ho for such a duration was no small feat. The other cultivators gazed in astonishment at the scene, their expressions tinged with fear as they looked towards Luo Ho. They were well aware of the sword-wielding Taoist's reputation in the primordial world. His name rang loud and clear, undefeated for countless years. Known as the unvanquished sword god, it was unexpected for him to be bested by an anonymous individual like Luo Ho, who had remained hidden in the Western world, thus lacking recognition. However, they understood that if even the sword-wielding Taoist could not prevail against this figure, they stood no chance. Acknowledging their limitations, they were not foolish enough to seek out further humiliation. Thus, Luo Ho had indeed established his reputation with this battle, leaving him somewhat regretful. Had he known, he would have refrained from such actions, and now there were no further fights to be had. Luo Ho could only sulk as he remained within the small world, watching the grand spectacle unfold outside as a mere spectator. Miao Yin, observing Luo Ho's gloomy expression, burst into laughter. This Luo Ho is truly a warrior at heart. Just look at that adorable sulky face. Xiao Yao looked at Miao Yin incredulously, wondering how she could deem the fierce Luo Ho as adorable. Women's thought processes truly baffled him. even as Dao Zun. He could not comprehend it. Shaking his head, he glanced at the four excited disciples beside him, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, clearly stirred by the ongoing battle. Yet, Xiao Yao would not allow them to partake. They were all primordial chaos golden immortals, yet they wished to brawl with great golden immortals. What would that resemble? It would be akin to punching a kindergarten in North Mountain. Such behavior was unacceptable. However, he could find a time for them to venture into the eternal world to spar with the Creator God, allowing them to learn the art of combat and temper their hearts. Their rapid cultivation had led to an imbalance in their mindset. They needed practical experience. Xiao Yao pondered this. The four beside him suddenly felt a shiver run through them, instinctively turning to gaze at him. Sensing that their master, or Sherbua, was contemplating something. However, upon seeing Xiao Yao's expression of mere amusement, they could only shake their heads. Chapter 9. The rankings are announced. Perhaps they were overthinking it. They turned back to joyfully munch on snacks while watching the battle. Observing the four of them, Tian Yuan couldn't help but pray for them. You all are in for it, encountering a master like our owner. Just wait and see, and you're still able to laugh. But since it was none of his business, he wisely refrained from warning them. Otherwise, his own magnificent hair might suffer. Time continued to progress. And this contest of champions lasted for a full century before finally coming to a halt. The final 10 contenders had emerged. Those who had the confidence to defend their positions were none other than Hong Jun and the other four. Many challengers with superior cultivation had attempted to best them, yet none succeeded as Chaos Demon Gods. They still possessed significant prowess. This outcome had been anticipated by Xiao Yao. If they had been unable to achieve such a feat, it would have been a disgrace to the dignity of the Chaos Demon Gods. The remaining 5 included Yu Ming, Qing Mu, Song Song, Bai Hua, and Ming Xian Daoist, with Ming Xian Daoist triumphing over Wanlu Daoist to successfully defend his position. He was the sole individual to replace a defender, possessing formidable strength and being one of those who kept a low profile, not well known in the primordial world, yet he had gained fame here through his performance. Outside, the cultivators watched the towering screen with bated breath. As the final showdown was about to commence, it could be said that the 10 strongest individuals of the primordial world were about to engage in a climactic martial contest. Promising plenty of excitement and ample learning opportunities, the 10 individuals exchanged glances within the small world. Then, with unspoken understanding, they arranged themselves into 5 pairs for combat, each of Hong Jun's group selecting an opponent, signaling that a great battle was imminent. Bang, clang, boom, ding. The sounds of various powers clashing, the resonance of magical forces colliding, and the impacts of spiritual treasures echoed incessantly, igniting the passions of the onlooking cultivators. Look, the 3 from the Loose Cultivator Alliance are about to be defeated. Who would have thought that these formidable figures would fall before these 3 anonymous hermit Taoists? Indeed, it appears the primordial world is truly filled with hidden talents. One must not underestimate anyone. Yu Ming and Ming Xian were also on the brink of defeat. What a pity. Ha. Just look at Yang Mei and Luo Ho. One harnesses the power of destruction, while the other wields the very essence of space. How could they not be formidable? These are among the top 10 fundamental laws. Yu Ming Daoist practices the law of death. Although it ranks within the top 100 laws, it is evidently not on the same level as Luo Ho Daoist mastery, which is apparent in their application of power. Indeed, it is clear that Luo Ho Daoist possesses a much deeper understanding of the laws and wields them with greater proficiency, giving him the advantage in offense. It is only natural for Yu Ming to be outmatched. Ming Xian Daoist seems to practice the law of dreams, which is highly adaptable, capable of drawing other cultivators into a dream state at will. Such an attack is virtually indefensible. However, before the law of space, it remains severely suppressed. Is it a joke that space is infinite? Yes, attending this Tao discussion has truly broadened my horizons. This journey has been worthwhile. The cultivators outside engaged in fervent discussions as they witnessed the nearing conclusion of the battle. I concede, fellow Taoist. Haha, your strength is formidable. I am humbled. Congratulations. You are too modest. Your prowess is equally commendable that I have lost this time, but I hope for another opportunity to learn from you. Hong Jun will await your esteemed guidance. Hong Jun Daoist, you are overly courteous. Should you find time, do visit our Loose Cultivator Alliance, and we shall welcome you warmly. Thank you, Qing Mu Daoist. I will make it a point to pay a visit. Qing Mu Daoist's face broke into a joyful smile. seemingly unfazed by his defeat, which earned him genuine respect from Hongjun. Few in the primordial world could exhibit such magnanimity. In no wonder he can lead the loose cultivator alliance. Hongjun thought to himself, bowing slightly to Qingmu Daoist. I bid you farewell. Qingmu merely nodded, and after a flash of white light, he vanished from the small world, accompanied by 4 other streaks of light. Indicating that the battles of the others had concluded, Yang Mei and the others exchanged pleasantries with their opponents, establishing amicable relations. Looking at the other 4 chaos demon gods, Hongjun displayed no surprise. Well, now only we 5 remain. Rather than engage in sequential duels, why not have a free-for-all? The last one standing will be deemed the most skilled, shall we? Hongjun smiled as he addressed Yang Mei and the others. They exchanged glances and agreed. Since they were all familiar with one another, a spirited free-for-all would indeed be more exhilarating. Very well. Let us proceed as Hongjun Daoist suggests. We have no objections. Haha, now this is more like it. Luoho laughed heartily. Come, I shall not hold back. Beware, fellow Daoists, as I unleash a strike to obliterate heaven and earth. Luoho unleashed a powerful blow, leaving Hongjun and the others with no choice but to respond with exasperation. Luoho Daoist is still as impatient as ever. Haha, brace yourselves for my space banishment. Yang Mei deftly deflected Luoho's assault, maintaining a calm demeanor as she raised her hand to cast a spell of spatial banishment. Startled, Luoho swiftly teleported away, realizing that being struck by such a move would render him a mere target for Yang Mei. Haha, well played, Daoist Yang Mei. He exclaimed, Daoist Yin Yang, lend me the technique of Qian Kun Wu Ji. If you please, very well, Daoist Yin Yang responded, conjuring a yin-yang taiji diagram in the void to intercept Daoist Qian Kuan's attack. Daoist Qian Kuan, permit me to borrow your yin-yang seal technique. Tread carefully. What a splendid display of the yin-yang seal. Daoist Qian Kuan observed the colossal seal descending upon him and summoned the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, to counter it. With this primordial artifact in hand, he effortlessly absorbed the blow. Retrieving the Qian Kuan Ding, he turned to Daoist Yin Yang with a smile, saying, my Qian Kuan Ding seems to be holding its own. Daoist Yin Yang glanced at Qian Kuan's cheerful expression, chuckling softly without uttering a word, instead quietly producing his own innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. He regarded Daoist Qian Kuan with a knowing smile, the implication of which was unmistakable. Daoist Qian Kuan, unfazed, acknowledged that they were both aware of each other's treasures. However, the onlookers outside were already astounded by this revelation. Chapter 10. Victory or defeat in an instant. These are innate treasures, 2 of them, no less. I never imagined that Daoist Qian Kuan and Yin Yang possessed such formidable artifacts. It seems they had not displayed their full strength during the previous martial discussions. Otherwise, with their innate treasures, there would have been no chance for retaliation. This is utterly incredible. This must be the first appearance of innate treasures in the Honghuang world. I have heard that the innate treasures of Honghuang are exceedingly rare, with only a handful in existence. Haha, I suspect the other 3 Daoists might also possess innate treasures. Indeed, as you say. During the discussions of innate martial prowess, we did not witness those 3 Daoists reveal their spiritual artifacts. Now that you mention it, this is entirely plausible. The group of cultivators grew increasingly astonished. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the battle within the small world raged on. Hongjun, observing the other 4 engaged in combat, decided to forego theatrics and produced an innate treasure, the Hun Yuan sword. Dazzling the audience, Daoists, allow me to borrow the Hun Yuan sword technique. For symbol sword, now. Hongjun pointed the Hun Yuan sword toward the heavens, unleashing a sword aura that instantly transformed into 4 sacred beasts, charging fiercely at the 4 opponents. The 4, taken aback, halted their attacks and summoned their spiritual treasures to defend, enveloping themselves in a protective barrier of law energy. Nevertheless, they were forced to retreat several hundred meters to withstand the impact of the 4 sacred beasts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they shared a common objective, to unite and defeat Hongjun first. With a mutual understanding, they exchanged determined glances and simultaneously raised their spiritual treasures to assault Hongjun. Unfazed, Hongjun brandished the Hun Yuan sword in front of him. Luoho, 9 Demon Tower, Mad Demon Defiance. Yin Yang, Taiji Diagram. Yin Yang, Aurora Break. Qian Kuan Ding, Ding refining heaven and earth. Yang Mei, swallowing heaven, mysterious jade bottle, swallowing heaven and earth. Come forth. Hong Jun's expression turned serious, his aura reaching its zenith. Hun Yuan sword. Chaos transforming heaven and earth. Go. With a commanding shout, Hong Jun thrust the Hun Yuan sword forward, manifesting a resplendent beam of light that surged toward the fort. The spectators outside seemed to glimpse the grandeur of the primordial era within this radiant glow, though it was merely an illusion. Nonetheless, this indicated the sheer power of the strike, touching upon the laws of space and time, a synthesis of both laws, embodying the essence of temporal and spatial principles. Above, Xian Yao nodded in approval, acknowledging Hong Jun's remarkable understanding and innovation in Taoist law. The collision of 5 innate treasures, infused with tremendous law power, unleashed an astonishing force that nearly shattered the small world. Fortunately, the great Dao Xianhuang bell provided timely reinforcement, stabilizing the realm. The audience was left in awe, declaring the display to be extraordinary, while feeling deeply inspired, vowing to return and strive to comprehend and create Taoist techniques akin to those of the 5 Taoists. This was also Xian Yao's intention. The 5 Taoists, overwhelmed by the impact, were forced to retreat dozens of miles before regaining their footing, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Observing the situation, Hong Jun suppressed the urge to cough up blood, narrowing his eyes as he summoned the Hun Yuan sword back, swiftly appearing before Taoist Qian Kun. Seizing the opportunity while Taoist Qian Kun was still grappling with his injuries, he gently unleashed a beam of Hun Yuan sword energy, whisking Taoist Qian Kun away amid his incredulity. Before Taoist Qian Kun could fully comprehend the turn of events, he was enveloped in a white light and transported out of the small world. His injuries miraculously healed. Gazing at the immense screen depicting Hong Jun wielding the Hun Yuan sword, Taoist Qian Kun was momentarily taken aback, but he soon shook his head, offering a wry smile in acceptance. Taoist Qian Kun. In the distance, Taoist Yin Yang, incredulous at the sight, felt a surge of fury. Hong Jun, you scoundrel, prepare to face your demise. With that, Taoist Yin Yang, despite still nursing his wounds, forcibly channeled his law power, cradling the Taiji diagram as he charged at Hong Jun. Witnessing this, Hong Jun exhibited no fear, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, clearly indicating that this was all part of his design. Armed with the miraculous creation jade plate, he possessed an almost unfair advantage, akin to a healing cheat, though the others were oblivious to this fact. Consequently, Hong Jun confronted Taoist Yin Yang directly, launching a powerful beam of Hun Yuan sword energy that swiftly eliminated Taoist Yin Yang amid his astonishment. In an instant, Taoist Yin Yang was whisked away by a white light. The onlookers outside were left dumbfounded by this dramatic turn of events. Were 2 individuals eliminated so effortlessly? Hong Jun's cunning was terrifying. A chain of events intricately linked together. The cultivators of the Hong Huang realm began to regard Hong Jun with a tinge of fear, silently warning themselves never to cross him. Within the small world, Yang Mei and Luo Ho observed Hong Jun with trepidation, wary of his potential sudden assault. His ruthlessness was undeniable. In response, Hong Jun remained calm, smiling gently to my fellow Taoists. Are you still willing to fight? He inquired confidently, holding the Hun Yuan sword with an innocuous demeanor that left Yang Mei and Luo Ho speechless. Do you truly believe we possess the strength to continue battling against you? This was a psychological warfare of the highest order. Hee, Taoist Hong Jun. You jest. I am well aware that I am no match for you. I concede. Yang Mei sighed, narrowing her eyes in resignation. Luo Ho, filled with reluctance, gazed at Hong Jun with a mixture of frustration and unwillingness. Yet, his energy was nearly depleted, and his body heavily injured. To press on would require revealing his trump card, a folly he was not inclined to undertake. Humph, I too concede. I admit my inferiority, but mark my words, I shall defeat you next time, Luo Ho declared, his voice laced with resentment, revealing the nascent animosity brewing within him. Hong Jun, unfazed, contemplated that had circumstances been different, he might have eliminated Luo Ho without hesitation. He had received a hint from the heavenly Tao that he and Luo Ho would inevitably become adversaries. Although he feigned indifference, Hong Jun, with his seasoned experience, had already reached a conclusion. If Luo Ho was destined to obstruct his path, he would show no mercy to his foes. Chapter 11. The coveted prize. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Hong Jun could not help but smile in satisfaction as he sheathed the Hun Yuan sword. Observing Yang Mei and Luo Ho intently, the two faced an awkward decision regarding their impending confrontation. Yang Mei, aware of the delicate situation, furrowed her brow, weighing her chances against Luo Ho. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged that she had never been fond of conflict, and the current predicament was beyond her expectations. Taoist Luo Ho, I concede. I know I cannot best you. May I submit my surrender? Hee. Taoist Yang Mei possesses a broad mind. I admire your stance. Let us abide by your words. Luo Ho harbors a profound affection for Yang Mei, who possesses an ethereal disposition, shunning conflict. Since Yang Mei has graciously provided him with an opportunity to retreat gracefully, Luo Ho reciprocates with goodwill. Hong Jun casts a perplexed glance at Yang Mei. Yet the depths of her gaze reveal nothing, leaving him to furrow his brow. Pondering in silence, he comprehends that due to this incident, the camaraderie he once shared with Yang Mei can never revert to its previous intimacy. With a sigh, he acknowledges that, as a chaos demon god, he is reluctant to elucidate matters to Yang Mei, for some truths are best kept from even the closest of friends. The path of enlightenment is destined to be solitary. A realization that resonates deeply within Hong Jun, reminiscent of Pangu's initial mindset. As the martial discourse concludes, albeit with a somewhat anticlimactic end, Xiao Yao remains unfazed. The inaugural discussion has yielded commendable results. He gestures, drawing the three participants from the microcosm, simultaneously facilitating their recovery from injuries. The trio, upon witnessing this, hastily departs the stage and returns to their respective positions, casting respectful glances towards the jade platform. Xiao Yao descends from his lotus seat, accompanied by Miao Yin and others, alighting gracefully upon the jade platform, his beaming countenance inspiring a sense of camaraderie among the onlookers. The practitioners of the Hong Huang era understand that Xiao Yao embodies the essence of the Tao. And as seekers of the same, they are prone to such illusions. All hail the Tao sovereign. The assembly fervently salutes, hands clasped in homage. No need for such formalities, Xiao Yao replies with a chuckle. This gathering of discourse has officially concluded that I previously stated that I would reward the top three. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise. With that, he turns to Hong Jun, who, displaying keen insight, promptly steps forward. Hong Jun, you have secured first place. I present you with three choices. Select one as your reward. Thank you, Tao Sovereign. Hong Jun acknowledges with gratitude. Very well, your first option is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The second, a fundamental source of law. And the third, an enhancement of your physical constitution. Which do you choose? Xiao Yao inquires, his demeanor amiable as he observes Hong Jun deep in contemplation, unhurried in his anticipation. Hong Jun finds himself in a state of profound inner turmoil. The first choice, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, holds no appeal, as he lacks for such items. However, the second and third options present him with a dilemma. To consider the second choice, a fundamental source of law, is immensely tempting. Should he select this, he could disregard cooperation with the heavenly Tao, allowing him to navigate the path of primordial chaos with greater ease. Yet, the prospect of collaboration with the heavenly Tao has become increasingly enticing to Hong Jun after numerous contemplations. He envisions the possibility of supplanting the heavenly Tao altogether, establishing himself as the new arbiter of the Hong Huang realm, thereby transcending its confines and achieving the pinnacle of primordial Tai Chi, an aspiration he fervently covets. Conversely, should he choose the source of law, his own essence would be completed, rendering future collaboration with the heavenly Tao improbable. It is crucial to recognize that he is not the sole candidate. While he may be the most suitable, the other four demon gods are equally viable contenders. Moreover, they lack the fortuitous possession of the creation jade plate, which could allow them to usurp the heavenly Tao's domain. Should the heavenly Tao devour one of the other four, supplementing its essence, the balance of power could shift dramatically, rendering Hong Jun's position untenable. If he fails to transcend to the realm of primordial de Luo golden immortal, he would undoubtedly fall under the heavenly Tao's dominion, making any aspirations of ascendance increasingly futile. With these thoughts swirling, a glint of resolve flashes in Hong Jun's eyes. He grits his teeth and bows to Xiao Yao, stating, I beseech the Tao Sovereign to enhance my physical constitution. Oh, have you considered this thoroughly? No further options? Xiao Yao queries, his interest piqued. Though he had anticipated Hong Jun's decision, he recognizes the significant mental trial this choice entails for him. It is evident that Hong Jun is a decisive individual. Once he makes a choice, he does not entertain regrets on the path of enlightenment. One must forge ahead, with no turning back. Indeed, I have made my decision, Hong Jun affirms, his gaze steadfast upon Xiao Yao. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Xiao Yao responds, raising his hand to conjure a vibrant, multicolored beam of light that envelopes Hong Jun in an instant. Hong Jun's form dissipates into nothingness, only to coalesce anew amidst the chaos-infused light. As he gazes upon his reformed body, Hong Jun suppresses his elation and respectfully bows deeply to Xiao Yao. Hong Jun expresses his gratitude for the Tao Sovereign's benevolence, since that is the case. You may withdraw, Xiao Yao replies. Yes, Hong Jun responds with utmost reverence, retreating to his place. Meanwhile, Yang Mei observes him with a complex expression, but Hong Jun merely shakes his head in silence, aware of her lingering concerns regarding his decision, which may appear imprudent to her and the others. Sigh, my friend Hong Jun is no longer the same as before, Yang Mei contemplates inwardly. The other practitioners of the Hong Huang era, oblivious to the true implications, are consumed by envy and admiration. In their understanding, physical constitution is classified into several tiers. The Chaos Demon God physique is the most formidable, yet such a constitution is absent in the Hong Huang realm. Even Hong Jun and his companions no longer possess that former strength. The second most powerful is the innate divine demon physique, once held by those of the second calamity, now extinguished in the annals of time. The third tier consists of the innate holy physique, which Hong Jun and his peers currently embody, while figures like the three pure ones and Yuhua belong to this category as well. However, the innate holy physique varies in strength, with Hong Jun and his companions representing its zenith, while Yuhua and others are merely a diluted version. Nevertheless, even this weakened form is sufficient for them to attain the status of heavenly Tao saints. The fourth category encompasses the innate Tao physique, a quality shared by many practitioners of the Hong Huang era, typically held by only the more formidable cultivators. The majority possess merely innate spiritual physiques, with some relegated to the lowest tier of acquired spiritual physiques. Little do the practitioners realize that Hong Jun presently embodies the innate holy physique. They mistakenly assume he is merely an innate Tao physique like themselves. Consequently, they are envious, for to them, the innate holy physique is beyond their reach. In truth, Hong Jun is acutely aware that his constitution has been elevated to that of the innate divine demon physique by Xiao Yao. The prospect of achieving the chaos demon god physique remains unattainable, as the heavenly Tao would never permit such an existence. Yet, even the innate divine demon physique is a source of profound joy for Hong Jun. Bolstering his confidence in his future endeavors, Xiao Yao, unconcerned with the speculations of the other practitioners, directly addresses Luo Ho. Luo Ho. Upon hearing his name, Luo Ho swiftly composes himself and steps forward, bowing respectfully. Luo Ho is here. Luo Ho, you have secured second place in this grand competition. I offer you three choices. The first is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The second, a complete force of law. And the third, an opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Which do you choose? Confronted with Xiao Yao's options, Luo Ho quickly arrives at a decision. Tao Sovereign, I choose the second option. Very well, as you wish, Xiao Yao replies, raising his hand once more. A beam of chaotic light surges into Luo Ho's consciousness, quietly hovering within. Luo Ho eagerly probes the essence of the complete force of law bestowed upon him by Xiao Yao, and his heart swells with joy. This is the law of destruction. He bows deeply to Xiao Yao, exclaiming. Luo Ho expresses his gratitude for the Tao Sovereign's generosity. Ah, then you may also withdraw, Xiao Yao responds with a chuckle. Yes, Luo Ho, suppressing his elation, returns to his place. Though a complete force of law may not rival a source of law, it is precisely what Luo Ho currently lacks. If wielded adeptly, it can rival the power of a source of law. This friend Luo Ho has struck gold. With this complete force of law, he will likely attain the realm of the primordial golden immortal within a millennium, they murmur. Indeed, it could even lead to the realm of the primordial de Luo. Others speculate, recognizing the significance of such a gift. Should Luo Ho fully absorb this complete force of law, his foundational power will soar, and if he aligns with compatible laws, his combat prowess will be exponentially amplified. Indeed, Luo Ho has already grown formidable. With this treasure in hand, it will be challenging for anyone in the world to rival him. Even Hong Jun may find it difficult to surpass Luo Ho. They remark. Hong Huang gazed enviously at Luo Ho's position, engaging in hushed discussions among themselves, wishing fervently to take Luoho's place and seize the extraordinary opportunity and reward. This was the epitome of ascending to greatness in a single stride. Simultaneously, they continually reminded themselves that they must strive harder next time. If fortune favored them and they stood at the end, it would be their turn. Many cultivators found themselves lost in boundless fantasies. However, their daydreams were abruptly interrupted by Xian Yao's voice. Yang Mei. Yang Mei is here. Yang Mei stepped forward respectfully, bowing to Xian Yao. Xian Yao held a deep admiration for Yang Mei and wished to present her with a special reward. Contingent upon her choice. Yang Mei, I offer you 3 options. First, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Second, an insight into the laws. Third, I can assist you in completing the essence of your innate willow tree form. Which do you desire? Yang Mei, who had maintained a calm demeanor, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. She hurriedly clasped her hands and replied, Daozuan, I choose the third option, that I humbly request your assistance in completing the essence of my body. This innate willow tree was the manifestation of Yang Mei's previous incarnation as a chaos demon god, formed from the remnants of the shattered chaos willow, infused with innate energy after the opening of the heavens, and nurtured into a supreme innate spiritual root within Hong Huang. This was also a significant reason why Yang Mei's spiritual intelligence essence chose such an exceptional innate spiritual root for her rebirth. Although it was originally her true form, the chaos of the heavenly tribulation left its essence incomplete. Yang Mei had attempted numerous methods, even seeking other spiritual roots in Hong Huang after her transformation, hoping to absorb them to replenish her essence, but her search yielded no results. Consequently, she abandoned this notion, concluding that even an exceptional innate spiritual root combined with her own spiritual intelligence essence would be comparable to an innate divine body upon transformation. However, if she could restore her essence, Yang Mei could pursue even greater heights. Otherwise, her development would be hindered by her current state. Without further ado, Xian Yao waved his hand, and a swirl of chaotic energy transformed into the silhouette of a willow. Descending upon Yang Mei's body to in an instant, her innate willow tree form revealed itself, gradually merging with the willow silhouette. In that fleeting moment, Yang Mei's body radiated a myriad of lights, showcasing the spatial insights that astonished the cultivators present, who eagerly sought to comprehend the spatial essence emanating from her. This was a precious treasure. Even a slight understanding would greatly assist them in grasping the path of space. Yang Mei remained unperturbed by this overflow of insights, considering it a generous gift for their delight today. Soon, as the brilliance faded, Yang Mei adjusted her attire and respectfully performed a grand bow towards Xian Yao. The junior Yang Mei, express my gratitude to Daozuan for your kindness. You may return now. Yes. At his words, Yang Mei reverently bowed again before gradually retreating to her position, taking a deep breath to calm her inner emotions. Now, the discourse conference has come to a close. I hope that upon your return to Hong Huang, you will diligently cultivate, harboring a spirit of progress and innovation. Only then can the world of cultivation in Hong Huang flourish. As you depart, you may each collect a small reward from Penglai Island, ensuring your visit was not in vain. Now, let the Tian Shi guide you to the reward area. Chapter 13. Rewards distributed. Conference concluded. Upon finishing, Xian Yao vanished along with Miao Yin and the others. The cultivators of Hong Huang hurriedly bowed, expressing their gratitude to Xian Yao. Tian Shi Dao Run, smiling broadly, stood upon the jade platform, saying, All right, fellow Taoists. Thank you for traveling from afar to attend this discourse conference. The event has concluded successfully, and I look forward to our next meeting. Now, please follow the guide to the reward area, after which you may leave Penglai Island at your leisure. As the defensive formation has been deactivated, Tian Shi once more conveyed the farewell wishes of the beings of the 3 islands, wishing all fellow Taoists a promising path ahead and further cultivation success. After this, Tian Shi naturally bowed in 4 directions, and the cultivators of Hong Huang smiled and returned the gesture. We thank the beings of the 3 islands for their warm hospitality. We take our leave and look forward to our next encounter. As the last cultivator departed from Penglai Island, tranquility swiftly returned to the atmosphere, reminiscent of the serene pre-conference ambience. Many beings from the 3 islands, having completed their wrap-up tasks, promptly returned to their caves to enter seclusion and comprehend the profound teachings shared by Xian Yao. Meanwhile, Xian Yao resumed his reclusive lifestyle. Aside from Miao Yin and Tian Yuan, who remained in seclusion, all 4 of his disciples and 3 guardian beasts had entered their own meditative states. This afforded Xian Yao a rare moment of peace. In contrast to the calm of Penglai Island, the world of Hong Huang welcomed a new wave of dominators. Within the depths of the eastern sea abyss, a creature resembling a deer with antlers. A camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, a serpent-like neck, a clam-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and cow-like ears emerged. This being was the first dragon of Hong Huang, known as Zhu Long, with 12 formidable claws and a radiant orb atop its head. It held in its mouth a gate-shaped spiritual treasure intricately carved with 81 dragon reliefs. These 2 treasures were Zhu Long's companion spiritual treasures, the supreme innate treasure, Zhu Long Zhu, and the transformative treasure, Long Min. Zhu Long Zhu was imbued with purpose, while Long Min contained the essence of creation. Any being that leaped through this gate would be endowed with the bloodline of the dragon. Transforming into a dragon form, truly an extraordinary phenomenon. Deep within, another massive dragon surged forth, swiftly arriving before Zhu Long. Elder brother, you have finally awakened. The giant dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at Zhu Long. Zhu Long regarded his brother, his authoritative gaze softening with warmth. His brother had tirelessly safeguarded him throughout the years, truly a labor of love. Zhu Long, you have worked hard these years. Elder brother, please don't say that. It is my duty, after all. Besides, we are brothers, Zhu Long replied nonchalantly. Yet the undulating of his massive form revealed his elation. Zhu Long smiled gently at this. Choosing not to speak further, Zhu Long was right. They were brothers. And brothers need not be overly sentimental. Hee, I was mistaken. Zhu Long, have you refined all 36 of the Ding Hai Shinju? Zhu Long jested, turning to inquire. Zhu Long nodded his massive head. Elder brother, these 36 Ding Hai Shinju are innate treasures, and refining them is quite challenging. There are as many as 49 prohibitions, and I have only managed to refine 12 so far, but I can control them to some extent. Zhu Long nodded. The 36 Ding Hai Shinju were not Zhu Long's companion treasures, hence required refinement for USNAS innate treasures. Their complexity was understandable, particularly since Zhu Long's cultivation was only at the early stage of De Luo Jin Xian. Once his cultivation improved, the refinement would become considerably easier. Well, that is quite commendable. There is no need to rush. Once your cultivation rises, the refinement will yield greater results with less effort. For now, we, as brothers, must focus on cultivating and enhancing our power. That is the true way. You speak wisely, elder brother. Once we achieve the pinnacle of De Luo, the Hong Huang world shall be ours to roam freely. Haha, the second brother speaks truthfully. The 2 dragons exchanged smiles in the abyss, their eyes brimming with ambition. Meanwhile, within the southern immortal volcano, 2 beings with chicken heads, swallow-like beaks, serpent-like necks, turtle-like backs, and fish-like tails, adorned in various colors, were calling out melodiously. Clang, 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 clang. Their melodious voices seemed to penetrate the heavens, drawing numerous bird-like beings to pause and respond softly in harmony towards the immortal volcano. These 2 beings were the ancestral phoenixes of the Hong Huang world, Zhu Feng and Zhu Huang, who had just awakened into the world. Spiraling gracefully in the cave of the immortal volcano, Zhu Feng and Zhu Huang attracted the innate flames below, which surged forth, encircling the 2 beings before being drawn into their bellies. After a considerable time, the 2 beings finally settled down, alighting upon the crown of a majestic tree, which was none other than the supreme innate spiritual root, the Wutong tree. Zhu Huang looked at Zhu Feng, their eyes filled with joy. Elder brother, we have finally emerged, Zhu Feng exclaimed, excitement brimming in his eyes. After countless eons, the world now knows of our existence. Indeed, little sister, the coming era shall belong to us. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhu Feng's eyes, his tone laced with unyielding dominance. In response, Zhu Huang, equally exhilarated, echoed her elder brother's declaration. Elder brother, I will assist you in dominating Hong Huang. Very well. Let us, as siblings, conquer Hong Huang together and achieve the path of primordial unity. Ha! Zhu Feng laughed heartily, a regal aura emanating from his words. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, there lies a vast precipice, a chasm imbued with celestial wonders. Atop this precipice stands a colossal beast, a magnificent creature with the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a deer, scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox, treading upon clouds and radiating an aura of auspiciousness. This splendid creature is none other than the first Qilin of the primordial world, known as Zhu Qilin, or Lin Zhu. Adorning its neck is a string of 5 resplendent pearls, each one embodying the profound principles of the 5 elements, a truly extraordinary treasure. This artifact is none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The innate 5-element spirit pearl, capable of forming the formidable innate 5 elements formation, a powerful array that combines both defense and offense. Above Zhu Qilin's head hovers a chaotic hued seal, known as the Qilin seal, another supreme innate spiritual treasure that possesses the ability to purify and refine bloodlines. Any being subjected to the cleansing of the Qilin seal can have the essence of the Qilin bloodline infused within them, making it a rare and invaluable heirloom. Zhu Qilin slowly opened its eyes, and instantly, a beam of multicolored light shot forth, illuminating the entire Qilin chasm. Within this chasm, apart from Zhu Qilin, numerous luminous orbs could be seen, each containing a Qilin waiting to be awakened by Zhu Qilin's bloodline power. Similarly, in the depths of the eastern sea and atop the immortal volcanic Wudong tree in the south, identical luminous orbs glimmer, though their lights and the beings within them differ. Chapter 14. The emergence of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin far away in the central continent at Jade Capital Mountain. Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Ha ha. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin have finally emerged. I have awaited this moment with great anticipation, he exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of ferocity. These 3 beings are the protagonists of this calamity, and they serve as a stepping stone for Hongjuan's ascension to sainthood. Since his departure from Penglai Island, he had not taken the time to reminisce with Yang Mei, but returned directly to Jade Capital Mountain to begin his seclusion and cultivation. After several epochs, his cultivation had already reached the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, a tremendous benefit bestowed by his innate divine demon physique, enhancing both his comprehension of the Tao and his cultivation significantly. Most importantly, Hongjuan's innate divine demon body has elevated his physical prowess to a level comparable to top-tier innate spiritual treasures, rivaling the ferocious beasts of Yerd. It is precisely for this reason that Hongjun perceives an opportunity to scheme for the position of the heavenly Tao. Even if he were to fail, he is confident in his ability to be reborn before the heavenly Tao extinguishes him. Though he would lose this innate divine demon body, he would have a chance to begin anew. At this moment, Hongjun awaited the opportune moment to utilize the insights gained from the creation Jade Butterfly to ascend above the primordial realm, prepared to establish the cultivation system of the heavenly Tao once he achieves sainthood. Replacing the Hunyuan Tao with the methods of the immortal Tao, ascending to sainthood and becoming the ancestor would greatly facilitate his control over the primordial realm. As for the practitioners of the primordial realm still practicing the Hunyuan Tao, Hongjun regarded them with disdain. In his eyes, the greatest threat still lay with the 3 islands of Penglai, for any one of their inhabitants could easily subdue him. However, upon his return, he received word from the heavenly Tao that the 3 islands of Penglai would not interfere with the great affairs of the primordial realm, nor would they meddle in its affairs. Of course, minor situations may change, and Hongjun understood the intricacies involved, as long as they do not alter the greater trend or interfere with the natural order of the universe. He felt no fear. After all, one cannot bully the small with the large, Hongjun thought shamelessly to himself. A smile began to twist into something sinister, causing the heavenly Tao to shudder involuntarily, casting a wary glance at Hongjun, who suddenly wondered if he had made the wrong choice. The heavenly Tao, having reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Wujing Golden Immortal Realm, it awaited Hongjuan's alignment to ascend to the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Realm, which would mark a significant leap forward. Thus, this calamity is of utmost importance to the heavenly Dao. It is well aware of some of Hongjuan's schemes, but remains unconcerned, for in the face of overwhelming power, all plots and schemes pale in comparison, and the heavenly Tao is supremely confident in this regard. The heavenly Tao has also not neglected to leave behind contingencies. It is not foolish enough to allow Hongjun to dominate entirely. Everything must be balanced, and as the heavenly Tao, it wields the principles of balance with remarkable finesse. While Hongjun has painstakingly crafted the rules of the immortal Tao, the heavenly Tao has bestowed upon Luo, who in the Western realms a sliver of power, enabling Luo who to establish principles that directly oppose the immortal Tao. successfully laying the foundations for the rules of the demon Daoat. This moment, Hongjun remained blissfully unaware, envisioning the moment after the calamity of the dragon Phoenix and Qilin passes when the merits of the Tao would descend upon him, allowing him to breach the realm of sainthood. Little does he know that a significant surprise awaits him then. The primordial world has begun to enter a state of eerie silence, rife with undercurrents of turmoil. Many reclusive practitioners have keenly sensed something amiss. Their instinct for self-preservation compels them to conceal their abodes and enter deep seclusion. However, some events cannot be avoided simply by evasion. Recall the previous two calamities, where the entire community of primordial practitioners was ensnared, with only the virtuous few, blessed by merit, managing to escape. Even the scattered Cultivators Alliance may find it difficult to evade this time. Under the weight of the primordial trend, they are but pawns. Since the awakening of the ancestral figures of the three clans, a growing number of their members have emerged from their ancestral lands over the course of an epoch. Each clan boasting a population reaching a myriad, with numbers continuing to swell. The primordial earth welcomes a new wave of life, ushering in fresh vitality. On this day, the three clans formally entered the primordial realm. Embarking on their journey of dominion, the ancestral dragon, Zhu Long, initially subdued the beings of the four seas, establishing the dragon court beneath the eastern sea. The ancestral phoenix, Zhu Feng, swiftly gathered the avian creatures of the primordial realm, founding the Phoenix Imperial Palace in their ancestral domain. The Qilin clan claimed dominion over the terrestrial beasts of the primordial land, erecting the Qilin Hall at Qilin Cliff. Many powerful practitioners, rather than immediately engaging in rebellion, began quietly amassing strength. While the three clans were aware of each other's existence, there were no conflicts of interest as they proceeded cautiously, maintaining a facade of peace among themselves. Beneath the western Shumi Mountain, Luo, who sat upon the 12-petaled black lotus of annihilation, having attained the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he had fully grasped the complete power of the law bestowed upon him by Xiaoyao, elevating his strength to new heights. During this extensive period, Luo, who began to cultivate his subordinates, selecting 5 extraordinarily gifted beings from the West and imparting to them his unique magical law cultivation technique. The Tianma Jinjue that he bestowed upon them names, Seiyu Tian, Qingyu Tian, Jidu, Shuemo, and Ingmo, collectively known as the 5 Great Demon Lords. Under the 5 Great Demon Lords, he established a hierarchy comprising 13 Tianma, collectively termed the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires, overseeing all lesser demons. At this moment, the 5 Great Demon Lords and the 13 Tianma heeded Luo, who summons and entered the Demon Ancestor's cave. Your subordinates pay respects to the Demon Ancestor. You have all arrived. Luo, who slowly opened his eyes, gazing upon the Demon Lords and Tianma before him, he felt a sense of pride in his accomplishments. All of them had reached the realm of Luo Golden Immortal, which, in the current primordial landscape, constituted the pinnacle of combat prowess. With the Tianma Jinjue in their possession, their offensive capabilities were further enhanced. We are unaware of why the Demon Ancestor has summoned us. Do you have any directives? The 5 Great Demon Lords, led by Jidu, typically represented their group in reporting to Luo, who, the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin are on the verge of establishing themselves within the primordial realm and embarking on their path of domination. This calamity is imminent, and these 3 clans are the protagonists of the impending tribulation. I require you to follow my orders and infiltrate the 3 clans, sow discord among them, intensifying their conflicts, and gather their essence, blood, and primordial spirits. This is crucial for the sacrificial refinement of the 4 swords of extermination, which will determine whether I can manifest as the demon sovereign within the primordial realm, thus allowing me to achieve the Hunyuan de Luo realm. You must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Failure is not an option, and you must not be discovered. All actions must be conducted in secrecy. Do you understand? Upon finishing his words, Luo, whose eyes, devoid of emotion, glowed a fierce red, causing Jidu and the others to tremble within. They were well aware of the Demon Ancestor's methods. If they failed, the consequences would be dire. However, should they successfully fulfill their mission, Luo, who would be generous with resources for cultivation, spiritual treasures, and even impart teachings, which had enabled them to reach the realm of Luo Golden Immortal in such a brief span. Chapter 15. The Demon Clan and the Tianma. Yes, your subordinates will undoubtedly fulfill the Demon Ancestor's commands. Good. That is satisfactory. Luo, who nodded in approval. You may depart. If you are discovered, do not return. The hearts of the demons sank at this ominous implication, clearly indicating that Luo who wished to keep their presence a secret from the three clans. After all, the four swords of extermination had yet to be fully refined. Should the three clans discover them prematurely, the process would be interrupted, a scenario Luo who wished to avoid. Yes, we take our leave. The demons could only steel themselves and bow to Luo who before solemnly exiting the demon ancestor's cave. Outside, Ji-Du glanced back at Shumi Mountain and said in a low voice, "Let us proceed to my cave to discuss our plans. Indeed, we shall follow your lead, elder brother." The multitude of demons harbored an unwavering trust in Ji-Du, for among them, Ji-Du possessed the most formidable cultivation and unparalleled cunning in the art of strategy. Many schemes within the Western Demon Clan were orchestrated solely by Ji-Du. Had it not been for the presence of Luo Ho, Ji-Du could have rightfully claimed the title of the true demon ancestor. The present scale of the Western Demon Clan owes much to Ji-Du's invaluable contributions. "Brothers, please take your seats." Ji-Du beckoned as he dispelled the restrictions of his cave, leading a throng of demons into his sanctuary. With a casual gesture, he invited them to sit. The demons, unceremonious, promptly found their seats, their movements betraying a familiarity that indicated this place had long since become the operational headquarters for their clan's high-ranking discussions. "Elder brother, how should we proceed with this matter?" The impetuous blood demon inquired eagerly as he settled down, his impulsive nature making him somewhat frantic at the prospect of relying on intellect for resolution. "Haha, blood demon, your schemes remain as transparent as ever. Why the rush? Observe your elder brother's demeanor. It is evident he has already contemplated this matter thoroughly." "You are far too hasty," the shadow demon retorted coldly. Their contentious relationship reminiscent of playful adversaries since their first encounter. "Why are you so smug, shadow demon? It's not as if elder brother is without his plans. Truly, how irritating." Blood demon shot back, irritation flaring as he cast a sideways glance at shadow demon, whose arrogance had clearly been provoked. "How dare you give me that look?" Shadow demon snapped, pride wounded by blood demon's taunt. Rising to confront him in a display of bravado, eager to teach a lesson that the two unruly demons reignited their quarrel. The lustful heavenly demon, the only female among the 5 demon sovereigns, could hardly contain her exasperation. She rolled her eyes, unable to overlook their utter disregard for decorum. "Enough. You too. Can you not behave for a moment? We are engaged in serious business here. Quiet down and do not provoke elder brother's ire," she admonished, delivering a swift reprimand that rendered both demons momentarily speechless. Glancing apprehensively at Ji-Du, they observed his lack of fury and scurried back to their seats, adopting a facade of seriousness that elicited subtle smirks from their peers. Ji-Du regarded the two miscreants with a sense of resignation. What was one to do with two such fools, both of whom happened to be his own brothers? A reprimand. For them, such discipline had become a mundane affair, lacking any real threat. After their squabbles, they would merely resume their bickering. Though trivial, these antics were becoming all too familiar, and he had grown accustomed to them. "Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. The task assigned by the demon ancestor has been made abundantly clear. We are to infiltrate the inner circles of the 3 clans without attracting their notice at the opportune moment. We must incite discord among them while simultaneously gathering their essence and blood to forge the 4 swords of extinction. At this juncture, Ji-Du paused, assessing the gathered demons before continuing with gravity. The 4 swords of extinction represent a pivotal element in our quest to ascend as the true rulers of the demonic realm. This is crucial for our clan's ascendance as the mainstream of the primordial world. We must ensure the absolute security of these swords. The demons nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of their task. "It is reassuring that you comprehend this, yet do not let your concerns weigh too heavily. Since our emergence, the demon clan has remained concealed from the primordial realm. None of its cultivators are aware of our existence, granting us substantial maneuverability. I have acquired intelligence through our lesser demons regarding the 3 clans, enabling us to dismantle their relationships one by one. The dragon clan, being a primordial water entity, is inherently lustful. This presents a significant opportunity." With that, Ji-Du turned his gaze upon the lustful heavenly demon. "Sister, this task is most suited to your talents. I entrust it to you. How you gain entrance to the dragon court and earn their trust will depend on your abilities. This should be well within your capabilities." Upon hearing this, lustful heavenly demon chuckled softly, her alluring voice exuding an irresistible charm that momentarily overwhelmed the other 6 emotional demons, coupled with her captivating physique and devilish visage. The potency of her allure intensified. Had they not lived alongside her for so long, they would likely have succumbed to her charms. "Ha! You are all pathetic. After all this time living together, you still behave like this," she teased, her laughter directed at the 7 emotional demons, who could only offer weak smiles in response. "Enough of this, sister. Do not torment them further," Jiddu interjected, shaking his head. Although he could withstand her allure, prolonged exposure was becoming increasingly challenging, even for him. This was precisely why Blood Demon and Shadow Demon were wary of Lustful Heavenly Demon. Her ability to influence emotions was a subtle yet profound threat. Many less resolute cultivators easily fell prey to the seductive forces she wielded, ultimately leading them to their demise within endless fantasies of desire, leaving behind nothing but remnants of their former selves. The essence, blood, magical power, and even the corporeal forms of primordial cultivators served as delectable sustenance for the demon clan, enhancing their cultivation, while they had long since transcended such primitive pursuits. The lesser demons still indulged in these methods. Thus, over the years, numerous primordial cultivators had vanished without a trace, their disappearance is a testament to the demon clan's efficiency. Chapter 16. The demonic chaos among the 3 clans now. Jiddu and his kin absorbed the lingering negativity permeating the primordial realm. While this energy was toxic to the cultivators of the primordial world, it was akin to primal spiritual essence for those who practiced demonic arts. They referred to this negative energy as primal demonic aura, distinguishing it from the primal spiritual essence. This divergence lay at the heart of the dichotomy between celestial and demonic beings. Be cautious. My sister, vigilance is paramount in these matters, Jiddu advised earnestly, offering his heartfelt counsel. In response, Lustful Heavenly Demon adopted a serious demeanor, as if shedding her previous enchanting guise. This transformation prompted a collective sigh of relief from the assembled demons, who wiped the cold sweat from their brows. "Rest assured, elder brother, I am well aware," she replied playfully, her demeanor betraying her earlier allure. You. Jiddu shot her an exasperated glare, resigned to indulge her mischievous antics. As he handed the Dragon Clan's affairs to his sister, he turned his attention to the matters concerning the Phoenix Clan. "You, Emotion Heavenly Demon, are best suited for this task. If the Dragon Clan is characterized by promiscuity, the Phoenix Clan embodies fidelity. Once united, the Phoenixes are bound to loyalty, aligning perfectly with your identity. You, who cultivate the path of emotion, possess ample room for maneuverability. Utilize your understanding of emotional laws to sow discord among the Phoenixes, fracturing their unity from within." Upon hearing this, Emotion Heavenly Demon's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the prospect of engaging with the Phoenixes. "Fear not, elder brother. This is my forte, and I shall execute it flawlessly. Indeed, your disposition is relatively stable, yet caution is still warranted. Avoid rushing your actions. Proceed step by step," Jiddu advised. "Yes, elder brother," Emotion Heavenly Demon acknowledged earnestly, and Jiddu felt reassured by her seriousness. He then turned to Blood Demon. "Blood Demon, you will be tasked with infiltrating the Chelan clan. The Chelan ancestors prioritize bloodline strength, and you excel in this domain. This endeavor will also benefit your cultivation when the time is right. You may disrupt their bloodline evolution, should you manage to undermine their Chelan seal. It could provoke internal strife. Of course, the 3 of you must communicate frequently, enticing a few restless individuals from the 3 clans to create an incident that ignites conflict among them. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, elder brother, we understand. Rest assured, we will handle it," they affirmed. "Very well, Shadow Demon. You will operate from the shadows, ready to assist with their transitions. Emotion and Lustful Heavenly Demons, remain on standby when the time arises. You must strengthen our demon army through training. A great battle approaches, and enhancing the cultivation of our demon offspring will be crucial for our ultimate confrontation." With that, Jiddu's gaze turned cold. At the critical juncture, they too must be prepared to sacrifice for our clan. This will be their ultimate honor. His chilling words sent a shiver down the spines of those present, fear flickering in their eyes as they regarded Jiddu. Such ruthlessness was the hallmark of a true demon. "Now, go forth. Infiltrate the 3 clans when they declare their allegiance, and gain their trust," Jiddu commanded. "Yes, elder brother," we take our leave. Silently, Jiddu remained seated, observing as they gradually vanished into thin air. He leisurely lifted a stone cup, elegantly savoring a sip of the exquisite spirit drawn from the mystical Penglai Islands. The flavors within the cup enveloped Ji-do in a haze of enchantment. With the first gulp, he felt a profound lightness wash over him as he gazed at the now empty vessel in his hand. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He could not fathom why the demon ancestor harbored such a profound fear of the Panlai Islands, issuing orders to avoid provoking any beings emerging from there, and to treat them with utmost respect. In his view, capturing all the inhabitants of the islands to assist the demon clan in brewing their ethereal spirits would undoubtedly elevate their power, allowing them to dominate the vast expanse of the primordial world in the shortest time possible. The three clans, and even Hongjun, would pose no threat to them. Yet, Ji-do dared only to entertain such thoughts, for he was aware of a past incident where a high-ranking demon immortal had defied the ancestors' edict, seriously injuring a practitioner from the islands, just as the situation was about to escalate. The ancestor appeared in a flash, his expression one of sheer terror, and with a single strike, he obliterated the demon immortal's very existence. In an astonishing display, the revered ancestor even wore a smile while apologizing to the injured being, treating them to an extravagant feast that nearly depleting all the riches from the already impoverished Western realms. Fortunately, the being was amiable and, upon seeing the perpetrator had perished, chose not to escalate matters. Showing respect to Lu Ho, as they were acquainted. In the end, they even left behind some ethereal spirits procured from the islands for the ancestor. The ancestor's elation at that moment nearly left Ji-do and his companions astounded. However, it was soon proven that the ancestor possessed remarkable foresight that a fearsome beast of the primordial realm appeared in the western territories, which the ancestor later revealed to be the formidable nine-tailed fox from the Age of Beasts. Its overwhelming presence compelled the demon clan to bow their heads in submission. Ultimately, it was the explanation from the island practitioners that averted a catastrophic conflict as they gazed at the nine-tailed fox with a knowing look, implying that it recognized the ancestor's understanding and urged Luoho to act wisely. The ancestor could only nod in resignation, allowing them to depart unchallenged. From that moment forth, whenever the demon clan encountered practitioners from the islands, they practically revered them, no longer daring to provoke or seek trouble. Fortunately, the practitioners from the Panlai Islands were esteemed individuals who never instigated turmoil in the primordial world and refrained from engaging in any conflicts, exuding an air of transcendence above the chaotic realm. For identifying whether one was from the Panlai Islands, it was evident. Their aura of chaos was unmistakable. Outside of the islands, no other realm possessed such an extraordinary cultivation method. In the grand tapestry of existence, stillness inevitably leads to movement, and prolonged activity must yield to tranquility. The wheel of time reminds the practitioners of the primordial world that it has never been a haven of safety or peace. Following the discrete development of the three clans and the incorporation of various avian and aquatic creatures, a serene era finally came to an end on a clear, sunny day. Chapter 17. The establishment of the three clans. I am the ancestor dragon. Today, in the depths of the Eastern Sea, I establish a clan named the Dragon Clan, using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the ancestor dragon pearl, to suppress the fortune of the Dragon Clan and govern the aquatic beings of the primordial seas. May the heavenly Tao witness this. With a resounding boom, the ancestor dragon manifested his true form above the shores of the Eastern Sea, his massive body radiating an overwhelming presence of a primordial golden immortal. Approved. A voice of ancient authority echoed from the heavens. This singular word sent waves of joy through the Dragon Clan below. In that moment, they knew they had officially ascended to the stage of the primordial world. Heralding the dawn of their age, suddenly, a pure golden aura enveloped the entire Dragon Clan, causing the ancestor dragon's gaze to sharpen and leaving the observing practitioners of the primordial world momentarily speechless. Was it the merit of the heavenly Tao? Indeed, it was the merit of the heavenly Tao, bestowed upon them directly. What did this signify? It meant the heavenly Tao had acknowledged the status of the Dragon Clan, a matter of immense honor. Throughout ancient times, no other clan had been granted such a privilege. Only the Dragon Clan. As the voice of the candle dragon spread, the entire Dragon Clan erupted into a frenzy of joy. Dragon Clan, Dragon Clan, Dragon Clan. In an instant, countless dragons danced in the skies above the Eastern Sea, twisting and turning, claws bared, exhaling clouds of mist in a breathtaking spectacle. It was at this moment that the true strength of the Dragon Clan was unveiled to the practitioners of the primordial realm. For the first time, They witnessed the formidable power contained within a race recognized by the heavenly Tao. Among them stood primordial golden immortals, great golden immortals, and even more Taiji golden immortals. The sheer number of high-level practitioners from the Dragon Clan left an indelible impression on the observers. The last time they had encountered such grandeur was at the Penglai Islands discourse. Yet, the ancestor dragon furrowed his brow, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on two locations, the southern immortal volcano and the central Qilin cliff. He pondered how the Phoenix and Qilin would react upon witnessing this spectacle. Meanwhile, 7/10 of the heavenly Tao merit was absorbed by the ancestor dragon himself, while the remaining 3/10 dispersed among the various dragons, allowing many on the brink of breakthrough to finally ascend to previously unattainable realms. The sight of countless envious eyes from the primordial practitioners made them contemplate joining the Dragon Clan. This was the boon of proclaiming their sovereignty in the primordial realm. After all, it was far more comfortable to thrive beneath a grand tree, and at that moment, the Dragon Clan, acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, was indeed such a towering tree. However, just as they contemplated their next moves, a brilliant red light erupted from the southern immortal volcano, illuminating the skies of the primordial world. The Ancestor Phoenix and Ancestor Feng revealed their majestic forms before all beings of the primordial realm. I am the Ancestor Phoenix, Ancestor Feng. Today at the southern immortal volcano, I established the Phoenix clan, using the supreme innate spiritual root, the Wudong tree, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Nine-Fire Phoenix crown, to govern the fortune of my Phoenix clan and rule the avian beings of the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao witness this. As the declarations of the Ancestor Phoenix and Ancestor Feng resonated, all beings of the primordial realm instinctively held their breath, fixated on the heavens above. Approved. The single word left the beings of the primordial world in a state of astonishment. Was this even possible? Yet, the subsequent descent of the heavenly Tao merit drove them into a frenzy. What was happening with the heavenly Tao? Was it truly bestowing merit so freely, in an instant? With the arrival of the heavenly Tao merit, all the phoenixes of the Phoenix clan burst forth from the southern immortal volcano, swirling around Ancestor Phoenix and Ancestor Feng in ecstatic flight, their vibrant flames creating a dazzling display. Clang, 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 clang. The melodious cries of the phoenixes resonated throughout the primordial realm, marking the moment the Phoenix clan, much like the Dragon clan, began to unveil their might and enter the primordial world. The Ancestor Dragon, casting a cold glance toward the southern immortal volcano, remarked with a smirk, "Ah, Phoenix, since you choose to emerge, let us contend for who shall be the true protagonist of this primordial world." Having spoken, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Qilin Cliff, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Ancestor Qilin, it is time for you to make your appearance." The Ancestor Dragon mused softly at that moment. Within Qilin Cliff, the Ancestor Qilin's eyes shimmered with vibrant colors as he gazed toward the southern immortal volcano, his resolve strengthening. Turning to the expectant faces of the many Qilin within the cave, he refrained from further words, transforming into a colossal Qilin form, standing majestically above Qilin Cliff. Roar! The Ancestor Qilin unleashed a thunderous roar, the reverberations echoing throughout the primordial realm, compelling all beings to direct their attention toward the skies above Qilin Cliff. What was this? A certain practitioner unfamiliar with Qilin rubbed his ears, observing the massive creature with an expression of bewilderment. Why the tremendous uproar? Is that the Qilin, a being born within the Qilin Cliff of the Kunlun Mountains? An informed practitioner explained to those unacquainted, "It is a Qilin, but what exactly is a Qilin?" The explaining practitioner faltered, momentarily at a loss for words, casting a bemused glance at the inquirer, his expression akin to disbelief. The inquirer's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly realizing the folly of his question. He could only awkwardly turn his head away, adopting a serious demeanor as he gazed at the Ancestor Qilin. "I am the Ancestor Qilin. Today at Kunlun Mountain's Qilin Cliff, I established the Qilin clan, using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, to govern the fortune of the Qilin clan and rule the terrestrial beasts of the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao witness this." With his proclamation complete, the Qilin stood proudly in the void, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the heavens. Approved. A resonant sound once again echoed through the primordial chaos, bringing a sigh of relief from the ancestral Qilin. As the aura of celestial merit descended, the entire Qilin clan erupted into a frenzy, various attributes of Qilin suddenly appearing upon Qilin Cliff, all bowing in reverence to the ancestral Qilin. Thus, the dragon, Phoenix, and Chelan clans began their era of primordial chaos. This day would undoubtedly be etched in the minds of all beings and cultivators of the primordial world. A reminder of the Tri-Clan's might, the heavenly bestowal of merit, and the priceless innate spiritual treasures that seem to cost nothing, signaling to the cultivators of the primordial realm that the wolf has arrived. A new round of contention was destined to commence, leading to the question, if evasion was impossible, which of the three clans should one join? This posed a dilemma, akin to a lit fuse. Chapter 18. Mutual probing. None were aware that among the three clans, three cultivators gazed at the celestial merit above, their eyes flickering with intrigue. These three were none other than the lustful heaven, the emotional heaven, and the blood demon, who had adeptly infiltrated the Tri-Clan. Through the scheming of their leader, they swiftly entered the ranks of the three clans with their great Luo golden immortal cultivation. And this time, the celestial merit also included a share for them. Moreover, they successfully broke through a level, yet they felt no gratitude towards the Tri-Clan. Instead, their envy grew ever stronger, their resolve to undermine the three clans more steadfast. If they could unify the primordial world, the merit from establishing the demonic path would undoubtedly surpass this. At this moment, the three viewed the Tri-Clan as mere stumbling blocks to their acquisition of celestial merit. Since they were obstacles, they must be kicked aside, lest they hinder their progress. In the western Shumi mountain, Luo Hu opened his eyes, casting a gaze towards the direction of the Tri-Clan, filled with animosity. Dragon, Phoenix, Chelan, develop your forces well. Only then can you serve as the foundation for my path to enlightenment. With that, Luo Hu closed his eyes once more, beginning the ritual to forge the four swords of immortal slaughter hidden beneath the mountain. The swords pulsated with blood-red light, filling the space with a fierce aura of killing intent, demonic energy, resentment, and ferocity. Just a slight touch of this sword energy could injure even a great Luo golden immortal at their core. Those of lower cultivation would be obliterated in an instant, their existence erased. On Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun gazed solemnly towards the heavens, in a realm unseen by the cultivators of the primordial world. Having already established a partnership with the celestial order, he sensed an unusual aura beginning to manifest. Though faint, it was gradually growing stronger. This aura was one he recognized well, the aura of calamity. It seemed that with the establishment of the Tri-Clan, the primordial realm was on the brink of chaotic warfare once more. Yet, what was that streak of black within the calamity? Could there be hidden truths within? Hongjun spoke softly, immediately taking out the chaotic jade butterfly, hoping to deduce the nature of this black entity. However, despite his attempts to stimulate the butterfly for insight, he received no information from the heavenly secrets. Causing his heart to sink, the celestial mechanisms were in disarray, rendering deduction impossible. Seeing this, Hongjun sighed. Alas, this calamity truly is a double-edged sword for me. It appears I must summon some of my companions from Yangmei for assistance. To ensure all is secure, suddenly, a thought struck him. A possibility emerged. Could it be Luo Hu? However, given that Luo Hu practiced the laws of destruction, such a situation should not arise even under the Celestial Order's watch. It seemed he would need to find a suitable time to venture to the western Shumi mountain for clarity. With this in mind, Hongjun found himself restless. This calamity was crucial, a pivotal moment for his path to sanctity, and he could not allow anyone to disrupt it. For one of Hongjun's cultivation level, the journey from Jade Capital Mountain to the western domain did not require much time. Yet, the vastness of the primordial realm was immense and boundless. Even with his cultivation, it took him considerable time to reach the western territory. Upon entering the western domain, Hongjun immediately sensed an unusual aura. Before he could delve deeper, a figure cloaked in swirling black energy materialized before him. Upon seeing this apparition, Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief, and his suspicions were instantaneously validated. You are Luo Hu. Luo Hu regarded Hongjun with a sinister smile. Hongjun, my friend, you arrive in my western domain without so much as a greeting. I would have welcomed you with open arms. His tone was frigid, implying that Hongjun's unannounced arrival was somewhat disrespectful. Yet, Hongjun had no mind to ponder Luo Hu's thoughts at this moment. A tempest of alarm surged within him. Upon encountering Luo Hu, the celestial laws within him threatened to erupt uncontrollably, as if facing a natural enemy. This was a phenomenon Hongjun had never encountered before. With no time to spare, he swiftly harnessed his formidable cultivation to suppress the turbulent celestial forces within him. Once he stabilized his aura, Hongjuan's countenance darkened as he regarded Luo Hu. Disbelief etched upon his features. Luo Hu, have you truly forsaken the laws of destruction to cultivate another form of power? Heh, Hongjun, you possess keen insight. However, are you not guilty of the same? With Luo Hu's acknowledgement, Hongjuan's gaze flickered. He understood that Luo Hu had discerned his situation. However, at this moment, Hongjun remained oblivious to the nature of Luo Hu's newly acquired laws, which could invoke such fluctuations in the celestial order he had crafted. Indeed, we are alike. Luo Hu, you exhibit remarkable boldness. I must commend you. May I inquire what brings you to my western domain? Luo Hu sidestepped the question, his tone dripping with arrogance, prideful of having forged such a formidable demonic law. Hongjun, sensing Luo Hu's evasiveness, chose not to press further, instead responding with a light smile. It is I who am at fault. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and sought to traverse the primordial realm in search of opportunities for breakthrough. I inadvertently found myself in your territory. It was an unexpected turn of events. And I hope you will excuse me to I do not believe a word of it. Yet, Luo Hu sensed that the time was not ripe for confrontation. He recognized Hongjun as a cautious individual, undoubtedly possessing hidden means, and Luo Hu himself was in a similar situation. The laws of the demonic path within him were also roiling, though he had managed to keep them suppressed. Hongjun, you jest. My western domain is lacking in resources and spiritual energy, far inferior to your eastern domain. Thus, I suspect there are no opportunities for you to discover here. You may have come in vain. I must admit my ignorance that in that case. I shall take my leave. My explorations have reached their conclusion, and I bid you farewell. Do not trouble yourself. Hongjun, since that is the case, I shall not impose upon you to visit my domain. Please, feel free to depart. Luo Hu spoke plainly, revealing no intention of keeping Hongjun. Chapter 19. Hongjuan's western journey. Hongjun said nothing further, merely nodding his head. In that case, I take my leave. I shall visit again. Splendid. I await your esteemed presence at any time. After exchanging pleasantries, Hongjun did not linger, turning to depart towards Jade Capital Mountain. Luo Hu's expression darkened as he watched Hongjuan's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ultimately, he made no move, instead returning to the depths of Shumi Mountain. Luo Hu understood that he must hasten the forging of the 4 swords of immortal slaughter. Hongjun would soon unravel the situation. And once the celestial and demonic forces clashed, their enmity would already be set in motion from their very first encounter. Jidu, accelerate the plan, Luo Hu commanded, seated upon the Black Lotus, sending his thoughts to Jidu. In his cave, Jidu, who had been receiving reports from his subordinates, immediately stood upon hearing Luo Hu's transmission, bowing towards his direction. Yes, I shall obey. This sudden gesture startled those present, but upon realizing Jidu was reporting to the demon ancestor, they quickly fell silent, lowering their heads in deference. Enough, raise your heads. The demon ancestor has just conveyed some matters to me, Jidu announced. Master Jidu, what instructions does the demon ancestor have? One subordinate inquired, clasping their hands in respect. The demon ancestor has commanded us to expedite our plans regarding the Tri-Clan. Therefore, you are to send personnel to the Tri-Clan and relay this information to the Blood Demon and his companions, inciting conflict among the 3 clans in the near future. Understood. We shall make arrangements immediately. Good. You may depart. Yes, we take our leave. Once his subordinates had exited, Jidu turned to the Shadow Demon, still lingering nearby. Shadow Demon, the demon ancestor's instructions seem rather urgent. Are you aware of any recent occurrences in my western domain?